Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Shuichi Mayumi, who had been busy all day, was walking slowly on the way home, and the shadow of a missing arm dragged long behind him. 10 years ago, he was created by the gold medal employee truck under the god of time, and traveled to Konoha village in the Hokage world, becoming a civilian kid who had just entered the ninja school. With his dog-raised system. At that time, Shuichi Mayumi was floating, and after reading countless time-traveling novels, he was already imagining how he punched Madara Uchiha, kicked the Thousand Hands Pillar, and walked to the pinnacle of the ninja world. As a result, in the second year after he crossed over, his father, Naoto Mako, who was an ordinary middle ninja, died outside the village and was buried at the end of the Second Ninja World War. At that time, the system had not yet started. At this time, Shuichi Mayumi had already realized that something was wrong, so he immediately decided to rely on his own efforts to become a graduate shinobi. But God seemed to have played a huge joke on him. No matter how hard he tried, who he humbly asked for advice, he couldn't refine the chakra, not even a little squeezed out. He thought about the difficulty of learning Shi ninjutsu, and thought that his talent might not be good, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even refine the chakra. It's like a congenital genetic defect. In the fourth year of the past year, Zhen Gongshiu was 10 years old. His mother died of illness, and the family was cut off from their only source of income, leaving him alone. 4 years of hard work has made him realize the reality. It has nothing to do with whether he works hard or not, he really can't refine chakra and can't become a ninja. For this reason, he was subjected to numerous ridicules, most of which turned into pity after the death of his parents, piercing him like a needle in the heart. So, he dropped out of the ninja school, and with a meager relief money in hand, he began to work in various shops in the village to earn money. In the 7th year, relying on the meager monthly salary, Zhen Gongshuiqi saved his first pot of entrepreneurial gold. He rented a storefront in someone else's hands, and relied on the chef's skills in his previous life to successfully open a Chinese restaurant in Konoha village. Because of the unique taste and affordable price, his shop has been in a state of explosion since it first opened, allowing him to make a lot of money. With this large amount of money, he finally bought his own shop. Last year, the Nine-Tails Rebellion. His hard-earned shop was destroyed, and he hasn't been able to reopen it for months. On the night of the Nine-Tails Rebellion, he couldn't close early to go home because of the booming business, and as soon as the Nine-Tails swept his tail, he was buried under the rubble. The man was saved, but one arm was amputated and he became disabled. At that critical juncture, where the slightest mistake would cost him his life, his dog's system was still as quiet as death, and he didn't have the slightest intention of activating it. I don't understand, I really don't understand. Shuichi Mayumi was angry at the Dogecoin system, but only for a few seconds. The powerlessness of not being able to do anything overwhelmed him. He didn't even know why he had crossed over to this dangerous world. Now he can barely get by with his past savings, but he is missing a hand, and it may be difficult for him to enter the kitchen again. His restaurant also recruited 2 apprentices, but the results of their it's hard to put into words. I can't say no, I can only say that it's too far worse than the real Bao Shuichi himself. Shuichi Mayumi walked silently to the newly built apartment, took out the key, opened the door, and walked in. After the house was rebuilt, it cost him a lot of money just to buy furniture. After losing the shop and his arm, he had nothing to do every day, so he cleaned up the house and looked a lot fresher. Hey, I'm not human, but you're a real dog. True Bao Shuichi didn't expect that he could resurrect a system that had been dead for 10 years with a single sentence, but he was scolding the system for nothing, so he should vent his anger. Expertly open the refrigerator, take out a can of cold beer, and take a sip. Cool. Host detected, binding. Shuichi Mayumi frowned slightly, only feeling as if he had heard some strange sound, but when he listened attentively, the voice was silent for a long time. It seems that I miss the system too much and have auditory hallucinations. He nodded self-convincingly, not taking it seriously. You can't be a can of cold beer and wake up the system that has been silent for 10 years, right? TMD. It turned out that it was not an auditory hallucination. The shit system is resurrected. It's okay if you stay there, but if you come back to life at this time, then I won't be able to go. Shuichi Mako, who was about to open his mouth to spray the system up and down, suddenly paused, and noticed the name of the system in hindsight. The name The Strongest Ghost King System? It feels weird, but it's not weird. Shit system, are you sick? Said Shuichi Mako, taking a deep breath. TMD, obviously they crossed over together. What about you TM people? You are not in Konoha village at all. Do you know how I have spent the past 10 years? Look at it, TM has lost my arm. It's also the strongest Ghost King system, my TM is almost gone, you just change the name to the strongest masochistic system. True Gong Xiaoyi was about to continue, but was interrupted by a sentence from the system. Host, don't be impatient. I just got lost on the path of life, so I was one step late. Shuichi Mako slowly put out a question mark. Are you human? And lost on the road of life? 10 years, 10 years. Do you call this a step late? If you take another step too late, I will even erect a tombstone for you. Bring wild dogs to your grave every day to pee. Ahem, host, pay attention to quality. Before he could continue to speak, the system blocked him with a sentence. It's just an arm, and as long as the host is not guilty, I can restore it in no time. True Gong Xiu was silent for a few seconds after hearing this, shaking his empty sleeves, still not resisting the temptation to turn himself into a complete human. Really? The system didn't reply, but proved its credibility with its actions. Seeing this word, he immediately thought of the lonely ghosts in film and television works who lacked arms and legs, and some of them still had hanging eyes, but since they were ghost kings, they should not have such a cheap appearance. But what does the system mean? Because he is missing an arm in his body, he turns himself into a ghost with an arm? Holding back his heart and wanting to question the system immediately, Shuichi Shingong looked at the Ghost King template and thought about it carefully. Grass, a plant. Ghost King is Ghost King, I don't want to be a human anymore. Recalling his aggrieved experience as a human being, Zhen Gongxiu made this decision that might affect his life in a fit of anger. Fusion system does not have a high sense of existence, and can be treated as if it does not exist. Chapter 2. The process of fusing the Ghost King template is not pleasant, it is like soaking in boiling water for a few minutes. Shuichi Maku's body was now steaming with white steam visible to the naked eye, and he gritted his teeth, his hands clutching on the back of the sofa, enduring the heat tumbling in his body. His missing severed arm was now inflated, and his bones were regenerating at an alarming rate, then flesh and nerves, until his entire left arm was fully formed, and the skin on the surface was slowly covered. In just a few moments, his left arm was restored to its original state, and there was not a single trace of the amputation. In his body, two distinct cells were fighting fiercely, but soon, one of them overwhelmingly devoured the other, taking their place. Dozens of minutes passed, and the real Bao Shuiqi recovered from the side effects caused by the fusion of the Ghost King template, and at this time, his whole body was soaked with sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the river. Congratulations host, your arm is now back. The voice of the system is inaudible and incomparably flat. The Ghost King template was originally something that should have been given to the true Bao Xiaoyi, but now it is not only given, but also let the true Bao Xiaoyi not blame it for being late, which is simply bloody. Although he was late for a short time, he believed that with the efforts of himself and his host, he would definitely return his performance to the top. Yes, now he has not only recovered his arms, but also 5 brains and 7 hearts, which is really good. System, you tell me, is this a ghost? At the same time as True Gong Xiaoyi opened his mouth, he stretched out his long-lost left hand, and a large mouth immediately opened in the palm of his hand, and the sharp fangs inside made people feel cold in their hearts. Yes. Shuiqi was silent, admitting that the type of ghost was a little different from what he expected. Forget it, turning into a spirit was not the result he wanted anyway, and now this situation is a better choice for him. He could feel the immense power in his body and couldn't wait to find someone to try. But considering that he was in the big whirlpool of Konoha and was helpless, he still planned to be cautious. After all, he didn't know who the strength of this Ghost King template was targeting. As if seeing his concerns, the system spoke in time. The degree of integration between the host and the Ghost King template is not high, and the current first goal should be to improve the degree of fusion and enhance the strength. It's not high. True Gong Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows, surprised. But think about it, he has never experienced the feeling of being a ninja in his life. From the perspective of an ordinary person, this power in his body is certainly strong, but if you look at it from the perspective of a powerful ninja, it is not necessarily. The host's current fusion degree is about 41%, and devouring flesh energy can increase the fusion degree and help the host better control the power of the Ghost King. Flesh and blood energy. Shuichi Mako noticed the word, "You won't let me eat it." It turns out that the ghost of the Oni King is the Oni of Animate Tsuji. True Bao Shuichi's face collapsed suddenly. He finally knew who this Ghost King template came from. No wonder he had a familiar feeling when he used his ability. His impression of this Ghost King is really not good, but now that he has become a Ghost King, he has a wonderful feeling. By the way, system, you have been late for so long, have you not made any compensation? The complacent system heard this, and his heart trembled slightly. Didn't you give the host the Ghost King template? What I want is compensation. Don't think I can't guess. You wrote the word Ghost King on your name. This thing was originally meant for me, right? He just said it casually, but he didn't expect the system to really believe it. Although it is called the Ghost King system, but if it is like those bosses who have to bring their own office computers, this Ghost King template has to be exchanged by himself? In fact, he can't get it himself. But now the facts are clear, this system is just late and wants to pit itself. It's like a boss giving an employee a bonus what he deserves. After a long silence, the system finally responded. You obtain, refined Nichiwa knife. Shuichi Makumi was silent. The system was also silent. Silence is Cambridge tonight. What's the use of me taking the neon knife? Host, you can't blame me for this. That's the biggest compensation I can do. For the first time, the system's voice fluctuated a little, and there was a pitiful feeling. Zhengong Xiaoyi really wanted to scold a few words, but he held it in his mouth for a long time, and after thinking about it, forget it, he will have to get along with this system for a long time in the future. Forbear. Maybe the system really doesn't work? Shuichi Mako quickly went to the bathroom to take a shower, washed the sweat off his body, and then changed into clean clothes. By the time we were done, it was almost dark outside, and the streets were still brightly lit. He remembered that Animate Tsuji was afraid of the sun, and he fused the Ghost King template, and there was a high probability that he also got this Achilles heel. Afraid of the sun, coupled with the unprovoked regeneration of the left arm, if someone else discovers, then he will most likely be arrested for research. I don't know if the Hokage world will grow blue flowers. Looking at the dark sky outside, Shuichi Mako made a decision. If he can't find a way, he'll cut his hand again. As long as he suppresses this terrifying regenerative ability, then he still looks like the restaurant owner with a broken arm. After making up his mind, Shuichi pushed the door open and left the house, taking a breath of fresh air outside. The address of his house is relatively remote, and there is no one on this road for half a day at night, and it is the same today. He still remembered that before the Nine-Tails rebellion, there was a B who often went to his store to make trouble under the pretext of being drunk, and several times he was forced to let the Uchiha of the police department deal with this guy. In the dead of night, I just opened the knife on him. Shuichi Mako walked along the road, and after turning a corner in a deserted street at night, his appearance instantly changed to that of an adult man in his 20s, with black hair and red eyes, which was very different from his usual appearance. After changing his appearance, he walked straight towards the address he remembered. System, if the ghost I created ate that thing, can I get some feedback? Asked Shuichi Makumi suddenly in a whisper, his voice only he could hear. After hearing this, the system was overjoyed, and the sooner his host opened up, he would be able to get the performance as soon as possible. Back to the host, if the ghosts you create gain flesh and blood energy, 70% of them will be directly converted into your power. True Gong Xiu was silent after hearing this, and his expression didn't look so satisfied. The system thought that he felt that Sanchinj was too little for ghosts, so he added. For ghosts, Sanchinj's flesh and blood energy is enough. If they are given too much, they will be wasted and will not be able to look for prey. As long as you don't say it, if I don't say it, who knows that they only get 30%? True Bao Shuichi suddenly realized, and then said with a sincere face. Oh, then I'll rest assured. Can you change my share to 80? Chapter 3. As soon as I thought that I would be able to work under my subordinates in the future to collect money, Zhen Gongxiu was happy in his heart, and this bullshit life was finally a little hopeful. It is not in vain that he has been a Chinese chef in this world for 10 years. On the way to his home, he recalled information about his target. Taro Fugawa, male, Chinese New Year's Eve is 33 years old. In this precocious world, he is considered an older person, has no wife and no children, and only one old father is dependent on him at home. His father doesn't know, but Fugawa Taro doesn't really have any serious work. To put it bluntly, it's a street slicker. I don't have a serious job, no wonder I can't even get a wife, and I'm still single at the age of 33. I guess the money for drinking is from my father. Soon, Shuichi Mayumi crossed several streets and came to the side of the house of Taro Kaguya in his memory, a small two-story building with lights on. Apparently someone was at home. MD, his own home and store were destroyed by the Nine Tails, and Taro Fugawa's home was still intact and completely unaffected. What kind of world is it? Shuichi Mayuki's face darkened, and at the same time he noticed two dark shadows in front of the house, and with the help of the lights in the house, he could barely distinguish that one of them was Taro Fugawa, and the other one he didn't recognize. The sharp-beaked monkey is not a good person by looking at his face. Seeing that the two of them were talking happily and didn't notice himself at all, Shuichi Mayumi found a place close to hide, just enough to hear the conversation between the two. In a few days, that kid's shop will be reopened, and you know what to do. There is also the one on the next street, they have a new dish, and business has been quite good recently. The sharp-beaked man spoke in astonishment, with a malicious smile on his face. That kid has a broken arm, so he shouldn't be able to be a chef, right? Fugawa Taro plucked his ear with his little thumb, not caring about the other party's words. Aren't there two apprentices here? You just picked on their thorns and lowered the reputation so that no one would want to go to his house to eat again. The man laughed twice. When our family's business starts, your remuneration will definitely be indispensable. You businessmen, you're in real trouble. Since that Chinese cuisine is so popular, can't you just learn it? Fugawa Taro, why are you talking about something wrong today? Wasn't you willing to do this job when I was looking for you before? Could it be that you have found a serious job? The expression on the man's face became suspicious. He really couldn't imagine that Taro Fugawa, who didn't know anything and didn't learn anything, could find a serious job. Fugawa Taro didn't answer the man's question directly. He smiled and said, recently, the village has been under construction, and a large number of workers have been recruited, and I can still find a few cents to move bricks. Go do your job, my old thing will definitely scold me again when he finds out, and I want to drink. You can do it, but you have to pay for it. If you don't want to, I'll move the bricks. The man stared at Fugawa Taro for a few seconds. Recently the village has been recruiting people for construction, and almost all people like Fugawa Taro who have no jobs and are 5 big and 3 rough have gone, and others may not be willing to do it. Yes, but only a little more. Shuichi Mayumi laughed twice when he heard Taro Fugawa's hee-hee, and watched him go straight to his house, ignoring the man's annoyance. Fugawa Taro, don't be too ignorant. When the village is rebuilt, do you think you will still have this chance? No wonder he doesn't do much every time, but he is very annoying. He heard the sound of Taro Fugawa closing the door, saw the strange man leave angrily, and felt that it was time. He nimbly climbed up to the dark second floor of the room, opened the unlocked window, and squatted on the window frame to look inside the room on the second floor. It's a small bedroom, a single bed, a bedside table, and a wardrobe are all there is. There was no one in the bed. According to Shuichi Mayumi's speculation about this cottage, it is estimated that there is only one bedroom on the second floor, and at most a small toilet. That is, all on the ground floor. As soon as the conversation collapsed, Taro Fukawa, who had returned home, opened the refrigerator, took a bottle of cold beer, and sat down on the old-fashioned sofa. I opened the cap at will, and Grunt filled most of the bottle in one go. "Ha, you don't want to spend more money and want to work with me, I really have a brain in the water to agree." Fukawa Taro sneered contemptuously. Is he really stupid? If he goes to do things on his own after the reopening, he will 100% become the focus of the police department's attention, and who will dare to recruit himself to work at that time? This time the Nine-Tails rebellion gave him hope, so many people died, there will definitely be a lot of jobs vacant at that time, and now that he performs well, maybe he can find a serious job with a low salary. Who's going to be on his thief ship? But the old thing came back so late today, I don't know where I'm going to walk again. That is, the old thing still has a salary, so he will be afraid of him, otherwise how old is that old thing? There was a sudden noise from upstairs, like something had fallen to the ground. "Grass, scare Lao-tzu!" Fukawa Taro complained, put the beer he hadn't finished on the table, and walked up to the second floor. Looking at the familiar second floor shrouded in darkness, he suddenly felt that the second floor seemed to be extraordinarily dark today, and his heart was a little hairy, and he quickly turned on the light in the corridor on the second floor. "I remember the sound seemed to come from the bedroom," Fukawa Taro muttered, opened the bedroom door and glanced at it. Everything is fine inside, except an alarm clock that falls on the ground. Hell, how did this thing come down? Fukawa Taro breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was not a thief. Although he felt strange in his heart, he still stepped forward to put the alarm clock back in its place. Bang! This time the sound came from behind him, and the light shining into the corridor disappeared instantly, and he suddenly understood that someone had closed the door. Fukawa Taro turned his head sharply and found a vague figure standing quietly by the door in the darkness, unable to see the other person's face even with the help of a little light outside the room. The switch of the bedroom light is at the door, and it is too late to turn on the light now. "Taro Fukawa." The figure suddenly spoke, a strange male voice he had never heard. He was suddenly in a trance, and before he could answer, the other party had already come to him, and the blood-red pupils like jewels were reflected in his eyes. Shui Mayumi grabbed Taro Fukawa's somewhat obese body one by one, and a large mouth of blood was split in his palm, frantically devouring Taro Fukawa's flesh and blood cells. And Fukawa Taro, before he could scream, was grabbed by Shuichi Mayumi and slammed into the wall behind him. Boom! Is a good head. The back of the head was hit strongly, and Taro Fukawa fainted on the spot, and the screams stuck in his throat were gone. "Grass, why is this beast so fat?" Shuichi Mayumi's face darkened, and he withdrew his hand that was gnawing on Fukawa Taro, his eyes full of disgust. "It's all fat in one bite, who knows it?" He didn't have the slightest intention of devouring Fukawa Taro's flesh and blood energy, he was really disgusted by this guy, and he didn't know how much fat he had to eat if he wanted to completely devour. Just a few bites from his hand, Fukawa Taro is not dead yet, but if he is allowed to lose blood, he will not be far from death. Chapter 4. Unfortunately, his body shape and voice were changed, and Fukawa Taro didn't recognize who he really was until a second before he fell unconscious. "Maybe you should help him turn on the light so he can see better. I really want to see how Taro Fukawa will react when he recognizes him." In line with the principle of not wasting food, Shuichi Shinbo plans to test another ability of the Oni King, Blood Curse. His right hand instantly began to swell, transforming into a bloody thorn whip in the shape of a tentacle, covered with raised spikes, and a bloody mouth full of fangs could be seen every once in a while. Just looking at this hideous and disgusting appearance made people's hearts tremble. The spikes in the front of the whip quickly pierced into the flesh of Taro Kaguya. The tentacles kept wriggling, and the spikes at the front of the tip continued to turn blood red, and the ghost blood carried inside also poured into Fukawa Taro's body, frantically devouring all the normal cells he saw. The blood in the whip will turn the target into a ghost or destroy all the opponent's cells according to the will of Shuichi Shinyuki. After injecting the right amount of blood into Fugawataro's body, Shuichi Mayumi retracted his arm, which had reverted to 5 fingers, and watched the changes in the person in front of him with full attention. After that bit of blood was injected into Fugawataro's body, he immediately felt a small part of the power being withdrawn from his body. He injected relatively little blood, and there was not much power that was drained, so it didn't hurt to lose such a little strength. However, if you want to rely solely on blood to create a powerful ghost, I'm afraid it's not a low price to pay. Sure enough, you still have to let your own ghosts hunt and become stronger. They are already big ghosts, and they have to learn to be independent. Soon, the unconscious Fugawataro reacted. The skin of his whole body began to redden, and purple-red veins burst out, twisting and bulging on the surface of the skin like worms. Before consciousness could regain consciousness, his face was twisted, his expression was painful, and his mouth continued to let out low moans. Seeing the appearance of Fugawataro, Shuichi Mayumi was very worried that this waste would not be able to hold even such a little ghost blood, and he would explode and die. At that time, his precious blood will be wasted. I hope the people of Fugawataro are okay. After the physical pain continued for a while, Taro Fukawa's tightly closed eyes visibly calmed down, and the previous pain dissipated little by little on his face. Immediately after, his body began the second round of changes. First of all, his size has increased a lot, and Taro Fukawa, who was originally only about 1.7 meters, has grown to more than 1.9 meters in the blink of an eye. And the beer belly, which was already round at the beginning, grew rapidly, and those who didn't know thought they were pregnant. His back was split from both sides, and a pair of thick arms came out of his back, and now he had 4 arms. But because of his round body, even if he had 2 more arms, it still didn't bring the slightest sense of majesty to his entire image. Then, his short black hair grew at a rapid rate, growing into a stray head of seaweed in less than a breath, and the ends of his hair turned yellow-like. The skin of the whole body has not changed much, it is still the original yellow with black, not white at all. In the end, Fugawataro's eyes suddenly opened, and the eyeballs had turned turquoise, and the pupils in them did not look like people. It's so ugly. Zhen Gongshiu muttered in one mouth, not hiding his disgust at all. Fugawataro is not good looking, and it can even be said that he is a little ugly, and it is very reasonable to be even uglier after becoming a ghost. The next time you recruit new employees, you have to find good-looking ones, at least not like Taro Fukawa. It's ugly to him. After Fugawataro turned into a ghost, Shuichi Mayumi felt a subtle connection between himself and him, even though it was an extremely uncomfortable feeling for him to be associated with such an extremely ugly thing. For the current Fugawataro, he has absolute dominance, and he can even directly block all of Fugawataro's abilities and immortality and wipe him out. This is his unique privilege as a Ghost King, life and death. He is able to sense the location of the ONI, communicate with the ONI minds, and can also share the other person's vision, and can even read the ONI's thoughts without much effort when approaching the other person. In addition, he is able to impose various prohibitions on the blood curse to strengthen his control over the demons under his control. Referring to the blood curse of Animate Tsuji, Shuichi Mayumi also left a similar prohibition to prevent these demons from revealing their information. However, he allows his demons to affectionately refer to him as Lord Oni. After completing his own blood curse, Shuichi Mayumi found that the awakened Fugawataro was still staring at him blankly, as if he did not realize the seriousness of the matter. Get on your knees. Shuichi looked at Fugawataro with an indifferent face, his lips moved lightly, and his eyes looked down on the ants in the world like a supreme god. The magnetic deep voice was like a hammer slamming into Fugawataro's heart, and his body trembled violently, the blood and cells in his body forcing him to complete Shuichi Mayumi's instructions. He got up tremblingly, the fat on his body shook under his movements, and he was so disgusted to see that Gong Xiuyi flashed a trace of impatience in his eyes. While Fugawataro is forced to kneel, Shuichi Mayumi is also trying to read his inner thoughts. It's just that Fugawataro seems to be stunned, and his brain is blank at this time, and he hasn't read anything. Subordinate. Meet your lords. Fugawataro's voice trembled a little, and he didn't even dare to look directly at the person in front of him who controlled his life and death. "Congratulations, you've become my first ghost. Do you remember your name?" asked Shuichi Mayumi knowingly. He had erased all his memories when he turned Fugawa Taro into a ghost, and now he was a brand new person. "No, brand new ghosts. Lord Hui, my subordinates don't remember." Fugawa Taro lowered his head and immediately responded. "From today on, you're called," Shuichi Mayumi thought for a moment. "Dry arrows." He looked at Taro Fukawa's indescribable appearance and felt that the name was very much in line with his image. "Master Syet. It's a strange name, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it." Shuichi Mako looked at Dry Arrow, and was silent for a few seconds. He was thinking about how to make Dry Arrow show his strength, as the first ghost under his hand. Although the appearance was not so pleasing, he still wanted to take a closer look. "I hope to awaken the interesting blood demon magic." Seeing that Shuichi Gongyi was silent, he couldn't help but be a little scared in his heart. The silence of the adult naturally had his intentions. Could it be that he had done something wrong unintentionally? Just then, there was a sudden sound of the door lock opening downstairs, followed by the sound of the door opening and closing. As soon as Hisao Fukawa got home, he saw the small half bottle of beer on the table, and the green tendons on his head instantly burst out, and his brows were furrowed. "Stinky boy, get out of here!" Listening to the old man's angry shout, the two ghosts upstairs were indifferent. True Baoshi didn't care at all, while Dry Arrow didn't dare to move at all. "So, you go and clean up this yelling guy down there." The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he kindly opened the bedroom door for Kenya. "Stinky boy, are you upstairs?" Hisao Fukawa, who was downstairs, heard the slight noise of the door opening upstairs, and walked upstairs angrily. Every step he took was very hard, and the sound he made was clear to people. "Remember, family conflicts don't invite other unrelated people," Shuichi Mayumi added. Chapter 5. Hisao Fukawa had just reached the halfway point of the stairs when he saw a huge figure standing under the corridor light, and before he could see it clearly, the figure took steps that his relatives did not recognize, and attacked him in a heavy manner. Every time he stepped on the ground, the huge weight would make the small two-story house vibrate slightly, and his limbs seemed so small against the backdrop of his round and greasy belly. Although his movements are bulky, his speed is not slow, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Fukawa Hisao. The latter hadn't recovered from the shock of encountering the monster until he held out a large hand to him. "Wow!" Hisao Fukawa tried to dodge, but forgot that he was still standing on the stairs. His feet slipped, and the whole person fell down the stairs. Dry Arrow reached out and grabbed it, and it was empty. Hisao Fukawa rolled up the stairs and slammed into the hard wall with a clatter. "I was so dizzy that I forgot to call for help." Dry Ya is extremely dissatisfied with his miss. His current physical strength is not known how many times stronger than ordinary people. In the face of such an aging old man, he would actually miss. In a fit of rage, the Dry Arrow opened its mouth, and the crumbling yellow teeth were revealed, and a foul smell suddenly filled the entire aisle. Shuichi Mako, who was watching the play in the rear, accidentally smelled this smell, frowned, and instantly wanted to kill the Dry Arrow. So, he endured his nausea and walked away through the window again, and only the fresh air outside could bring some comfort to his young heart. "In the future, don't see you again, and use a shared vision to communicate with your heart if you have anything." He didn't notice Shuichi Shinyuki leaving, and at this time he was still immersed in the anger of his mistake. Hisao Fukawa, who almost fainted, smelled this foul smell, and suddenly sobered up a lot, and leaned against the wall and suddenly let out a vomit. And that's not all. He took a deep breath, and his already exaggerated stomach gas got bigger and bigger, almost blocking the entire aisle. Immediately, he opened his mouth towards Fukawa Hisao, and a stream of green vomit mixed with vomit spurted out of his mouth, all drenching down the stairs. Zalazala. The place where the liquid is poured is corroded instantly, emitting wisps of white gas. And Hisao Fukawa, who was the target, was even worse. His whole body was corroded in a large area, and white bones could even be seen in serious places. He opened his mouth to scream, but his throat had been corroded, his vocal cords had been destroyed, and he could not make a sound, but he also leaked air. Seeing that Fugawa Hisao had lost his ability to fight, he strode forward, picked up the old man who had not been completely corroded with one hand, and his mouth unnaturally cracked the terrifying mouth, and then forcefully and rudely stuffed the old man into his mouth. Gross! True Gong Xiuyi couldn't hold back, and immediately cut off the shared vision of the dry arrow. It's almost smelling through the screen. How could he be so disgusting? He was even more determined not to see him again. Wait, does Dryer Rao use blood ghostism? He still remembered that he wanted to see Dryer Rao's blood ghosting magic to watch this foul-smelling show. Or is it his blood ghost technique? As soon as he thought of that smell, Zhen Gongziwichi felt sick to his stomach. How could this be? The first ghost under his command was such a foul-smelling fellow that he had lost his face. Knowing that this was the case, he was going to harm other people, and he should not turn the arrow into a ghost. In the future, the selection of ghosts must be cautious. He didn't want another dry arrow too. Shuichi felt a faint force rush into his body, and it was obvious that the old man had been digested by the dry arrow. He was supposed to be happy to have hired his first employee, but why? He couldn't help but recall the scene just now. Gross! In the morning, the sun was shining, and the curtains of the true Gongshiu family were closed. Shuichi Makyu, who had just restored himself to the state of his broken arm, wiped the sweat on his head, but fortunately, his transformation ability was very strong, and it was not difficult to change himself back into this image. It's good everywhere, but the fact that you can't go out in the morning is a bit of a headache. It's boring to stay at home, so he connects to the first perspective of the dry arrow, wanting to see where he hides in the daytime. Although it's hard to accept, it's also his first ghost, and you must always pay attention to your movements. He didn't want to be captured and studied as soon as he became a ghost. When necessary, he has to use the ability of the Ghost King to destroy the dry arrow first, and he must not fall into the hands of others. In the next second, he saw Konoha's sewers. I don't know how the huge body of the dry arrow got into. However, it didn't seem like he was simply resting. He grabbed a leg and threw it into his mouth, which was not like the leg of an ordinary animal. This time it's much cleaner and more hygienic than the last time, perhaps because Kenya is already familiar with the power of his body. It didn't take long for Shuichi to feel a faint amount of strength in his body, which confirmed his conjecture. All night, dry arrows were not all fishing. The orders he carved into the curse of blood make it impossible for Drybolt to hunt recklessly, and he must focus on his own concealment, making it less effective. At present, Shuichi Makoto doesn't dare to let his ghosts hunt in Konoha village with great fanfare. In the future, not necessarily. The stench was a little foul, but at least he was still following his orders and was trying to hunt for food. As long as the dry arrow works harder, the little power he lost in creating ghosts can be regained. As long as the employees work hard, the boss can drive a Lamborghini. Seeing this, Shuichi Mayumi was also relieved, and he didn't look at the first perspective of the dry arrow. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Hey, Shuichi, are you home? A teenager's voice came from outside the door. When he opened the door, there stood a boy about his height, with short brown hair, black eyes, and a passerby's face. Shuichi Masaka's playmate since childhood, Katsu Takayama. In terms of age, they are a year apart. It's just that, compared to the real Bao Shuichi who can't refine chakra, Takayama Katsu barely has the talent to be a ninja, graduated at the age of 12 and became a shinobi, and now he is still a shinobi at the age of 15. According to his own words, he will definitely become a middle ninja this year. However, since Takayama Katsu graduated from ninja school, the two of them have different life paths. Takayama Katsu often has to do tasks, and when he comes back, he also learns from his ninja companions. Before they knew it, there was less communication between them. I wonder what's the matter with running to him now? Chapter 6. What's the matter, said Shuichi Mako, looking at Takayama Katsu suspiciously. Out, something's wrong. Gao Shan Katsu said and took a big breath, obviously just after a strenuous exercise. My sister. She's missing. Shuichi, can you help me find my sister? Gao Shankatsu's expression was very anxious, and his tone was very sincere, and it didn't look like a joke. Didn't you report it to the police department? But I'm still not at ease. Gao Shansheng frowned, his expression suddenly became frightened. Actually, my sister's disappearance also left some clues. I suspect she was kidnapped by someone. He cut the railroad to the fore, and at the same time did not forget to look at Shuichi Makomi's expression. Shuichi Shinko himself is a catering, and his business is booming, and he knows a lot of people. If he helps, perhaps I can find my sister faster. Oh, what do you say? Shuichi Makomi didn't change his mood and listened to Takayama Katsu's words. The two of them haven't had much communication now, separated by a thick barrier, and their relationship has faded, and he doesn't want to get involved in Gao Shanshen's affairs. The people from the police department searched my sister's route home, and found the amulet that fell from my sister's body, and there was also a word next to it. That amulet was a gift he gave to his sister with his own hands. And a puddle of blood. After saying this, Takayama Katsu closed his eyes in pain. Originally, their family was still glad that they were not affected by the demon fox, but they didn't expect this kind of thing to happen within a few months. Damn! Who the hell is it? Tru Gongshiu thought quietly. He vaguely remembered that Gao Shankatsu's home was in. Fuchuan's home seems to be in that area. Don't be caught by the dry arrow. It seems that the one caught by the dry arrow is indeed a woman. After that, Shuichi Mayumi asked some more questions about the details. For example, when Gao Shanshen's sister usually comes home, what color clothes she wore when she disappeared, and how the current search situation of the police department. Okay, I know, but I have something to do now, so I'll help you around when I'm free. Although there was no interest on his face, Shuichi Mayumi still agreed, just so that he could send Gao Shankatsu away quickly. Thank you so much. You're welcome, you should be. After watching Takayama leave in a hurry, he returned to the dark room and narrowed his eyes. Gao Shankatsu's sister is probably the human who was caught by the dry arrow, but he didn't expect to be harmed to his old friend's house on the first night. I'm so sorry, Katsu-kun. Although he apologized in his heart, Zhengong Shuichi didn't mean to apologize at all. Even if it was Gao Shansheng who died, he would only sigh. Gao Shansheng, who's it? Not very familiar. However, the plan to leave Konoha village had to be advanced, and he originally wanted to hang out in the village for a few more days and recruit a few employees. Gao Shansheng's visit this time was a wake-up call for him. He has too many relationships in Konoha village, and if someone finds him and insists that he go out in the morning, then he can only expose the fact that he is afraid of the sun. Although it is possible to temporarily obscure the past with the reason of fear of the sun. But in the future, when the existence of ghosts is exposed, there will definitely be people who associate ghosts with the fact that they are also afraid of sunlight. It's a bit of a hassle then. Infinite City, he also wants Infinite City. Who doesn't love the Infinite City that can teleport anywhere? Without the Infinite City, he can only walk on his own. The ghost plan has a long way to go. Although Naruto under Boss Crumb was a Peepa girl who played musical instruments in human times, this does not mean that all Peepa girls can become Naruto. Even if Shingon Shuichi went to catch a Peepa girl and turn it into a ghost now, what he would get would only be another result. If he traveled through the world of the original Demon Slayer, then he could find a way to reproduce the operation of the animate Tsuji. But it's a pity that this is the Hokage's world. Maybe a ninja with a space-based talent is more likely to awaken the space-based blood ghost technique? True Bao Shuichi suddenly thought of Bo Feng Shuman. If you want to talk about space-based talent, the first thing that comes to mind must be a golden flash. It's a pity that Watergate is dead. Even if he didn't die, it wasn't something he could get his hands on now. I can only create more ghosts in the future to see if I can be lucky enough to open a blood ghost spell similar to Infinite City. He suddenly felt that the matter of creating ghosts was like drawing cards. Just like the former Fukawa Taro, he didn't expect it to become the current Dry Arrow before he turned it into a ghost. If it weren't for the fact that Dry Arrow was the first ghost, he gave a little special treatment, and I'm afraid that his birthday would have been dead a long time ago. This should be a failure to draw cards. Shuichi shook his head, put aside the distractions in his mind, and began to prepare for the application to be sent to the 3 generations of Hokage. He first lost both his parents, and then suffered the Nine-Tails rebellion, which not only destroyed his shop, but also lost an arm. In this case, it makes perfect sense for him to want to travel out of the village to relax, right? After all, he is just an ordinary civilian who can't refine chakra. Not only will Ape Fei Sun / not be wary of himself, but he will also consider whether to compensate himself a little more. But there is no compensation for 80%, and the old thing is probably thinking about it in his head, and he is very picky. He. At this moment, without Shuichi Mayumi noticing, he was hiding in the dark, staring at the 2 ninjas in the distance who had been tasked with searching the sewers. Originally, he was very frustrated by the restriction that he could not go out in the morning to hunt for food because of the sun. After eating the stored grain, he entered a state of having nothing to do. Unexpectedly, someone actually took the initiative to go down to the sewer. Or 2 special individuals who looked much more delicious than ordinary people. However, the tastier the food, the harder it is to catch. Not yet carried away by the joy and the aroma of delicious food, he hid in the shadows and observed, thinking about how to keep the 2 foods here. I always feel that the sewers are weird and eerie today, do you feel it? One of the black-haired ninjas held a flashlight, shining around while not forgetting to chat with his colleagues. Isn't this the same as ever? You can't be scared, right? Another ninja with lighter hair gave him a blank look. Hi. The black-haired ninja is a little unhappy, he's been to the sewers a few times, how can he be afraid? As for the sewers, it's even more eerie. Maybe it's his delusion. Chapter 7. Oh, really? Originally, when the village was rebuilt, manpower was quite tight. I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen, and the people who disappeared in one night couldn't count them on one hand. Isn't it? It's said that the people who disappeared last night are still alive and dead, and it's scary. You say, could it be that someone used ninjutsu to destroy the corpse? Do you think it was a good thing done by ninjas? It shouldn't be that way, the missing ones are all ordinary people, and they have no money or power, can they commit it? Otherwise, the corpse can still fly out of thin air? Maybe it's a foreign intruder who did a good thing. But the village's barrier didn't detect any strange chakra reactions, so you don't want to say that there is something wrong with the village's barrier to protect the village, do you? I didn't say it, don't talk nonsense. They 2 ninjas talked as they walked. They hadn't seen any living creatures except rats in the sewers, and they had let their guard down. Suddenly, the black-haired ninja patted his companion on the shoulder. Hey, there's blood. On the ground not far ahead, there was a large pool of blood, flowing down the road into the discharged sewage. The 2 hurriedly stepped forward, one to control the wind, and the other crouched down to carefully examine the pool of blood. The blood is still fresh, and it is likely that it was left by one of the missing people. He took a flashlight and searched around, trying to find some more useful information. But apart from this large pool of blood, there was only a small amount of dripping blood, no corpses, and no traces of blood left by dragging or carrying. This made him turn his head to look at the muddy sewage discharge in the middle of the aisle on both sides. Could it be that the body was thrown into the water? Who's there? Said his companion at once, which made his heart sink as he hurriedly took out the kunao in front of him, and looked around warily. The sewers are very dim and the vision is extremely poor, and when they think of unknown enemies hiding in the shadows, only their companions and the light source in their hands can bring them some sense of security. He swept around with his light, and he didn't even see a single figure. Are you sure you saw a figure? I did, but the shadow. I'm not sure if it's human. His companion visibly hesitated. He saw the shape of human hands and feet, so he subconsciously thought it was human. Now calm down and think about it. The shape of that black shadow seems to be very different from that of a normal human figure. Maybe it wasn't human hands and feet, but it was too dark in the sewers for him to see it wrong. He didn't see the shadow, and he didn't want to discuss it with his companions at this time. Suddenly, a stout, slightly turquoise arm quickly reached out from the sewage and grabbed his ankle. Then, he dragged down violently. In the water. Before he could react, he was dragged into the sewage with great force. The pungent smell of sewage instantly poured into his nostrils, and the smell rushed straight to his heavenly spirit guy. He could never have imagined that the other party would hide in such a place. Wen Shu. Are you okay? His companion asked knowingly, looking at the sewage mixed with various substances. He still couldn't make up his mind to go down and save his companion. He's just an ordinary middle ninja. Wen Shu, who was underwater, quickly recovered from the brief stimulation, and with a strong wave of his hand holding kunao, the thick arm that grabbed him was almost split in two by him, and the white bones in it were already visible. A normal person's hand has long been difficult to exert strength due to this kind of injury. But he only felt that the strength of this hand was slightly loosened for a moment, and then it burst out with a force that was 3 or 4 times more powerful than before. Wen Shu looked down in horror. The arm that had been cut was now completely healed, not even a scar remained. If it weren't for the diluted blood floating in the water, he would probably think that he had been tricked by illusion. What a terrifying ability to heal himself! Under the tremendous force of the dry arrow, the leg bone of his left leg was immediately broken, and his entire leg was pinched and deformed. The huge pain made Wen Shu lose his mind for a while, and he subconsciously wanted to grow his mouth and breathe heavily, but this was underwater. As soon as his mouth opened a little, sewage gurgled in. Truly, Aroli. Laughing. Echoed through the sewers. He carried the unknown Anki in one hand, and the other 3 hands forcefully carried him ashore, exposing his entire body to the eyes of the remaining ninja. Kazuo Hayata's pupils shook and subconsciously took a step back. If he had known that there was such a deformed monster in the sewers, he wouldn't have killed him. But when he saw the wen tree in his hand, the fear of facing the monster was forcibly suppressed by him. Although it looks scary, this monster is only a lap larger than ordinary people, and it may not be difficult to defeat. He stared at the dry arrow directly opposite, and his hands quickly sealed. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Whew, whew. They. Furious whirlwind struck at the dry arrows like sharp blades. He didn't dodge or dodge, and a large mouth was cracked in his huge belly, which had 3 rows of triangular teeth, and the inside of the mouth was a straight, headless flesh intestine. The length of this intestine is far beyond what the body of the dry arrow can hold. This big gulp was inhaled, and the flying wind was all sucked into the intestine before it touched the dry arrow, and there was no response. What? Able to absorb ninjutsu? Kazuo Hayata looked at Jiraiya in horror. His wind escape didn't leave any traces in that big mouth. On the other hand, Jiraiya's face even showed a look of satisfaction that he had eaten and drunk enough. After eating a wind escape, Ganya was still not satisfied, so he picked up the ninja named Wen Shu in his hand and stuffed it into the big mouth on his stomach. If he could, he would prefer to savor it himself rather than in this way of digesting quickly. But isn't there another one in front of you? Hee, it's delicious. After shoving Anki into his stomach roughly, Kenya put a lewd evil smile on his face and locked his eyes on Kazuo Hayata. Wen Shu in his stomach still had his legs outside, and he couldn't wait to run towards Kazuo Hayata with steps that his 6 relatives didn't recognize. Kazuo Hayata, who was almost stunned, only now reacted, took out 3 shurikens from his bag and threw them at the dry arrow, and turned around and ran. But the dry arrow would not let the prey in his hand escape, and with a wave of his hand, he knocked out the 3 shurikens that came at him, not caring at all about the shallow wound on his arm that was pierced by the shuriken. As long as it is not a severed limb, he can repair it instantly, and a severed limb injury can be quickly recovered as long as it takes a small amount of time. You don't even need to look at this little injury. Ordinary weapons are like toys to him, no matter how many they come, they can't kill him directly. The big mouth on the face of the Jiraiya sucked sharply, and in an instant, the acid fell on Kazuo Hayata like a heavy rain. Zilla. The acid that found the target immediately began to work, quickly corroding away the clothing and attacking the skin covered by the clothing. Bang! Kazuo Hayata in front of him instantly turned into a wooden stake. Jiraiya was obviously stunned for a moment, and didn't think about this kind of unfolding. But soon, he found the figure of Kazuo Hayata, who hadn't fled far. Chapter 8. Shuichi Mako, who was lying on the couch with nothing to do, suddenly sat up in surprise. Just now, he received another gift from an employee, but this gift seemed to be a little more valuable than the previous gifts combined. What are you doing while I'm not looking? He immediately connected to the first perspective of the dry arrow, and observed the dry arrow's every move with a shared vision. Dry is now chasing me in the sewers with an adult man, and it is not difficult to see from the special costume on that man that he is a ninja who belongs to Konoha. I didn't look at it for a while, and this guy was already attacking the ninja. Ninjas in the picture turn around from time to time to release ninjutsu, but to no avail, these ninjutsu don't seem to have any effect on dry arrows. Is the dry arrow so strong? The ninjutsu didn't react at all to him, let alone the wound, and there was not even a pause. Obviously, it's impossible, no matter how you say it, you've just become a ghost. He didn't have much blood to give him, how could he have this kind of strength? It can only be used to neutralize these ninjutsu. As Dryya's sudden perspective fell, Shuichi Mako also took the opportunity to see the big mouth on Dryya's stomach, and it was with this weird mouth that he absorbed all the ninjutsu. Only now, the absorption capacity of this mouth seems to be at its limit. The mouth on his stomach closed extremely reluctantly, and the dry arrow had already chased directly behind the ninja at this moment, almost reaching out to catch it. Ninja's physical fitness is generally much stronger than ordinary people, and the strength of dry arrows is not strong, and he is not an agile ghost, so it is normal that he cannot immediately catch up with his prey in a short time. It's just. Dry arrow, you'd better finish off this prey in less than 5 seconds. Shuichi's voice suddenly sounded in his head, which shook his body, but he immediately came back to his senses. The fat body suddenly burst out, and he threw himself forward with open arms, knocking Kazuo Hayata to the ground. The sudden sound in his head made him burst out with 120% of his strength. The ugly face of the dry arrow is close at hand, and a terrifying big mouth is frantically biting on Kazuo Hayata. In a matter of seconds, Kazuo Hayata's body was already a blur of flesh and blood, his eyes were wide open, and his eyes were full of fear. After Kazuo Hayata's vital signs gradually weakened, he was stuffed into the big mouth on his stomach and digested quickly. The absorption capacity of that mouth and the part that digested the flesh energy seemed to be calculated separately, and even though the absorption capacity had reached its limit, it could still devour the flesh energy. Now, get out of the sewers. True Gong Shuichi's voice sounded in his head again, and he didn't dare to slack off, although he didn't think of where he could hide in the sewers for the time being, but he didn't dare not obey the order of the Ghost King. This time, the ninja who hunted for food had escaped for too long, and he didn't forget to shout for help on the way out. If nothing else, there would be an accident. The sewers can't stay here. Zhen Gongshiu rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. It would be fine if he killed the other party before he called for help, although it would inevitably lead to a full search of the sewers, but at least he could delay the time and escape through the sewers when it was dark. Plenty of time to find a new hideout. While thinking, True Baoshiu suddenly remembered the system that he had almost forgotten. There's no way, this system has not moved since it just came out and sent itself a Ghost King template and gave itself a Japanese wheel knife. System, are you still alive? He asked tentatively. I'm fine, host. Hearing the sound of the system, he was relieved. It seems that the system is not running halfway. System, do you have any props that can make ghosts move in the sun? Both he and Drya urgently need this precious thing right now. Yes. The system paused, as if something was brewing. I have a consumable sunscreen here, and the ghost will not die from the sun within 5 minutes after taking it, but it should still burn, and it should still hurt. The side effect is that you can't use the blood demon spell while the potion is in effect. Zhen Gongxiuyi was a little surprised, so he asked casually, but he didn't expect it to be true. The inability to use blood magic means that this potion cannot be used in combat. Otherwise, it's not impossible to let your subordinates fight while burning. Not only can't you burn to death, but also comes with a spontaneous combustion buff, and whoever you touch will burn whomever you meet. Can I use this medicine? He asked, suddenly remembering this. As the Ghost King, he is strong enough to fight even without blood ghost arts. No, you can't. The system's words poured cold water on him. Why? Because the host's body cells are too strong for the potion to work. This explanation sounds quite serious. Yes. Shuichi Mako reluctantly accepted this answer. How much? He didn't think the system would kindly give him away for free. As soon as he finished speaking, a transparent screen popped up in front of him, on which various messages were written in white letters. If you look closely, the price of a bottle of sunscreen is 2000 flesh energy. What is 2000 flesh energy? He had no idea what that number. 1000 flesh energy equals about 1% of the template fusion. The system gave an example in due course. True Gong Xiu frowned, and looked at his fusion level, which was still 41%. The flesh energy recovered last night and this morning just replenished the missing part of the energy he had made for the dry arrow, so his fusion level basically didn't increase. Shuichi Shengong frowned, feeling a sense of foreboding. He didn't consume 1% of the fusion to make the dry arrows, and this 5-minute pill in this bottle was more expensive than the cost of making 2 dry arrows? His eyes gradually widened. It's hard to accept. If you don't burn this medicine after drinking it, forget it, the whole body is burning, and walking doesn't mean that you directly tell others that you have a problem? Ahem, system, are there any other items that can be used permanently? Of course there are, like this one. The panel in front of him switched again. Look at this black sun umbrella, it has a special effect, it can completely prevent the sun from 360 degrees without dead angles. Under this umbrella, you will not feel it at all. But he must be held all the time. There is also a small disadvantage of this umbrella, it can only absorb a certain amount of sunlight for a period of time, and the hotter the surface, the closer it is to the limit. At the limit, he will dissolve automatically. Placing him in a lightless place will automatically digest the absorbed sunlight over time. Other than that, it's no different from a normal umbrella, and it will still break when attacked. True Gong Xiu listened to the system's words, and his eyes gradually slid to the price below. Glanced at it, and was so frightened that he immediately turned off the screen in front of him. Who can afford this? It's better to let the dry arrow fend for itself, don't think about going out early in the morning, and wait for the application to leave the village to be submitted. Hearing that the system was still happily selling all kinds of luxury products, Zhen Gongxiu frowned. Almost, call me when it's time for a sale. The host, the system does not discount this service pinch. That's not to talk about. True Gongxiu doesn't give the system any face, if you want to trap him, there is no door. But the ability to absorb ninjutsu is quite interesting. I don't know if it's just absorbing elemental ninjutsu or absorb all the damage, including physical arts. If it's the latter, the future is bright. Although he had said that he would never meet with Drea again, after this time, he decided to wait until he left the village to find a way to meet with Drea and clearly understand his ceiling. Chapter 9. Hokage Building Office. Just as you are chasing and running away in the sewers, the dear 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun / are also dealing with affairs at this time. Soon after Mizuto took office as the 4th Hokage, he died in the Nine-Tails Rebellion, and he, an old bone, could only sit back in the Hokage's position with tears in his eyes. It's really a white-haired person sending a blonde person, it's sad, it's sad. Knock knock. There was a sound of footsteps stopping at the door, followed by the sound of the door being pushed open. The visitor was an old man with half of his face wrapped in bandages and a forked scar on his chin. Shimura Danzō, the best friend of Sarutobi Hichisha, is also the leader of Roots. Before Ape Fury could open his mouth, Tuanzang's sharp gaze fell on him, and he opened his mouth without being polite at all. Sun / give me the Nine-Tails Pillar Force. Sarutobi didn't answer immediately, but took a puff of cigarette without hurrying, and then looked at Danzō with impatient eyes. I've said it many times, Danzō, Naruto can't hand it over to you, he should grow up in the sun of Konoha. Danzang has come to him many times because of this matter, which time he didn't sternly refuse, but Danzō he just didn't give up. Only this thing, he will definitely not give in. After all, Naruto was a child of the Water Gate. Ape Fei-sun thought secretly in his heart. Tuanzang's face darkened instantly, but if he was so easy to die, he wouldn't have come to Sarutobi again and again. The Nine-Tails Pillar Force will only be most effective in my hands. Your choice will only turn him into a useless scrap. Do you want to send the Nine-Tails Pillar Force to the ninja school? You're ruining him. That's enough, Danzō. No matter what you say, Naruto, I won't give it to you. Ape Fury snorted coldly, directly expressing his attitude. Hitosa, I'll give you one last piece of advice, your choice will only harm the Nine-Tails Pillar Force and the entire village. Danzō, I'm the Hokage. You'll regret it. It's just that today, Danzō seems to have a different idea, and he didn't leave with an impotent rage as expected. He just stood there, staring at the ape flying sun. Ape Fei also stared at him without being careless. The two looked at each other like this and were silent for dozens of seconds. Isn't Tuanzang still giving up? Ape Fury suddenly thought of something, pulled out a document from the table, and placed it on the table. Tuanzang, last night, several ordinary villagers in the village disappeared. Did you do this? He decided to divert Tuanzang's attention with another topic. It just so happened that he also wanted to ask Tuanzang. He knew that Tuanzang was doing human experiments, and human experiments required a lot of research materials, and if Tuanzang really dared to attack the people in the village, he would. Humph, do I look like someone who would do such a thing? Danzō shrugged off. Sarutobi didn't answer, but expressed what he thought with that skeptical look. What kind of eyes are you? Don't you believe me? Tuanzang's expression changed for a while, but he didn't expect his old friend to question him for such a trivial matter. Even if he did it, they were supposed to contribute to the village's research. What's more, this matter has nothing to do with him at all. Sarutobi is really old, and it is time for him to sit in this Hokage seat. Ape Fei stared at him carefully for a long time, and saw that there seemed to be no weakness on his face, so he temporarily relaxed. It's better not that you did it. Humph, what is this called? I definitely didn't do it. Seeing that the Ape Fury loosened his mouth, Tuanzang's face looked a little better. He didn't have to look at the document on the table at all, no information could escape the eyes of the roots, and the relevant information had already been sent to him. It's just that he hasn't seen it yet. I thought it was a trivial matter, and there was no need to see it. But I didn't expect Ape Fei to be quite attentive. Could it be that there is some secret in this matter? Tuanzang secretly made up his mind to find out the document and take a look at it when he went back. When you can't control the power of the Nine-Tails Pillar, it's too late to regret it. I hope you can figure it out and don't get to that point. Finally, he threw a piece of advice at the ape and turned to push the door open. After Tuanzang left, Ape Fury picked up his pipe and looked at the sky in the distance thoughtfully. If it wasn't for Danzang, who would it be? He didn't think that a master who could block the perception of the barrier would do such a thing to an ordinary civilian. What was the picture? If it was an ordinary homicide, with the ability of a ninja, he should have found a person or a corpse by now. It's weird. He pondered, and picked up the next document. Report to Hokage-sama, there has been a new development in the disappearance case you are concerned about. A dark ninja suddenly appeared in the open space of the office, and Sarutobi was she to such a situation and was not frightened. Say. He crossed his fingers and placed it on the table, ready to listen. Some residents said they heard a cry for help coming from the sewer, and there are currently ninjas searching for help in the sewer. According to people familiar with the matter, before this, 2 ordinary Konoha shinobi took the initiative to enter the sewers to search, and there is no news at present. The sewers are also within the scope of the Konoha enchantment, so it stands to reason that they shouldn't be missed. If there was a strange chakra reaction, the enchantment would have sounded the alarm a long time ago. In fact, there is none. The enchantment has already sent the enchantment team to check, and in this special period, there must be no problems with the enchantment to protect the village. Even if there is even the slightest possibility of problems, it must be stifled immediately. If it's a strong person who can block the perception of the enchantment, it shouldn't be said that in the face of two middle ninjas, one person can escape, conveying a message for help. The more I think about it, the stranger it gets. Unless the other party did it on purpose. The afterglow of the setting sun casts on the streets and rooftops, and it has already entered the countdown to the night. Shuichi Mayumi has been in the house for a day today, and since the problem on the dry arrow's side, he has been staring at the dry arrow all the time. If there is a risk of being caught, kill him immediately and let him be destroyed. Fortunately, although he is not very smart, he has a bit of a talent for escaping. There is no chakra reaction to play this point for him to understand, relying on this to hide in Tibet, avoiding several dangerous encounters. The stench of his body makes it difficult for dogs to track. Whenever he had a little chakra reaction, he had already been discovered. This dragged him until the sun went down, and if he held on a little longer, it would be night. It wasn't until it got dark that he was relieved to see the dry arrow very skillfully leaving the sewage discharged down the sewer. Some of the energy he created for the ghost had just been replenished, and he didn't want to kill the dry arrow that could continue to provide flesh and blood energy at this time. Cutting off his shared vision with dry, he stood up and stretched. It's dark again, and it's time to do his own thing. Chapter 10. Night. Only in the streets lit by a few scattered street lamps, which had changed into the appearance of an adult man in his 20s, and Shuichi Mayumi, who was able-bodied, stood on the side of the road, and it was at this time that he could experience the wonderful feeling of having sound arms. He tilted his head and stared at a pitch-black crow on a telephone pole. This crow seemed to be a circle larger than its kind, and its two shining black eyes were also staring at Shuichi Shinbo below. Their eyes were smart. Originally, he just went out to see if there were any seedlings worthy of him becoming a ghost, but this crow first aroused his interest. When he spoke of crows, he thought of those two from the Uchiha family. What a wonderful thing to have a riding wheel eye in the crow's eye. What happens if he puts ghost blood into a crow? Will a crow become a ghost? Or? It's useless to just think about it in your head, so it's better to practice it yourself. Shuichi looked around and made sure that there was no figure around, and there were no ninjas hiding in the shadows and not seeing the light. He looked at the crow, a wicked smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The arm swelled instantly, transforming into a tentacle with spikes, and the tentacle was thrown out with lightning speed, accurately grabbing the crow on the telephone pole and then instantly retracting. In an instant, his arm had changed back to the appearance of a normal human arm, and the crow had been held in his hand, with multiple spike wounds on its body. When it was wounded by the spikes, the ghost blood took the opportunity to enter its body. Now its eyes were closed and its expression was serene, and only the slight heaving of its body proved that he was still alive. The whole process was done in one go, and it only took a blink of an eye. Even if someone happens to see it, they will only think that they are dazzled. With the crow in his hand, he skillfully turned into the alley on the side, and then put the crow with a serene expression on the ground. Take a step back and wait quietly for the ghostly blood in the crow's body to take effect. In the middle of the night, the crow did not move, as if it had entered a comfortable sleep like a baby. No, is it too little? Looking at the crow's small size, he was afraid that if he gave too much blood, he would explode and die, so he only gave a small amount of blood, which was completely incomparable to the blood given to the dry arrow. Just when he felt that Bachan had failed, the crow's eyes suddenly opened, and the originally dark eyes became red at this moment, as if they were covered with a layer of bright red blood. Plop! 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 It flapped its wings frantically, and the crow feathers floated gently to the ground with its furious movements. The body has visibly become larger, and in just a few seconds, it has become no smaller than a rooster, and it has become this size, and its change still shows no signs of stopping. I'll go, it's too big. In order to make room for the crow, Shuichi Mayumi stood up and took a step back, clasped his arms in his hands, and leaned against the wall to the side to observe the crow's changes. The crow was still flapping its wings frantically, and even hitting the wall next to it with its head, enduring unbearable pain. He was afraid that the crow would knock him unconscious. It wasn't until it grew to the point where it was about to be larger than an eagle that the changes in the crow's body slowly stopped. Aside from being super large, there doesn't seem to be any difference in appearance, like an enlarged version of a normal crow. The only difference is that the eyeballs have turned red, and the pupils have become cat-like, which can be enlarged and reduced at any time. In terms of appearance, this can be regarded as a red-eyed crow, right? True Gong Xiu pouted, and the result he got was quite different from what he expected. First of all, he didn't expect this crow to become so big. Is this still a crow? After a few moments, the crow stopped banging his head against the wall, and his cloudy eyes brightened up at this time, and he folded his wings and turned his neck to look around. It wasn't until he saw Shuichi Mayumi that it visibly shook its body, and then stepped out of its black paws and walked briskly in an extremely funny posture. Completely ignoring the black crow feathers that fell from its body on the ground, almost filling an entire bottle. See Lord Oni. The crow actually spoke. Is this a moral degradation or a distortion of human nature? But for the fact that the crow can speak, Shuichi Trubao was only a little surprised, and it was still expected. Isn't there a talking bird in Demon Slayer? The raven bowed its head respectfully in front of him, as if it were waiting to be sent. He could clearly feel the nervousness and uneasiness in the crow's heart. Shuichi Mako remembered the appearance of the dry arrow when he first became a ghost, and the comparison between the two was simple. Look at how active other crows are, and the dry arrows have to poke and move themselves. It feels like the crows are a little smarter than the dry arrows. Not bad. Shuichi Mako nodded in satisfaction. The crow is much easier to survive than the average human, and is a flying creature. It's just that the speed of eating is not as fast as that of humans. After all, birds eat almost exclusively by pecking. He hoped that this crow would one day surpass Riot and become his #1 right-hand man. From now on, you will be called a ghost crow. Go ahead, you should know what you're going to do. As for the information engraved in the blood curse, Shuichi Mayumi didn't want to mention it again, he just wanted to use the time of the night to do something good. Yes. The ghost crow's eyes flickered, and it spread its wings and quickly flew into the night sky, and the black figure gradually melted into the night and disappeared. As soon as the ghost crow flew away, Shuichi Mayumi received a little feedback. Needless to say, it must have come from the dry arrow that had just escaped the danger, and this guy was dedicatedly hunting again. Compared to Konoha village, the town outside the village is the best hunting ground for dry yacht. And the newly born ghost crow is neither a human nor a chakra reaction, and has the ability to fly. I'm afraid I'll be able to leave Konoha easily. In the end, only he was trapped in Konoha village, and he was happy. Thinking of this, Zhen Gongzui smiled and shook his head. He was really miserable as a ghost king. However, after the application to leave the village that he submitted was approved, he would be able to leave Konoha village through the gate at night. The whole process is about 2 to 3 days. He closed his eyes and connected to the shared vision of the ghost crows, and for the first time observed the entire Konoha village through the eyes of a bird, a novel experience. Although the name has a village in it, the scale of Konoha has long surpassed the village level, and it is said that the city is more than enough. After becoming a ghost, the ghost crow's vision seems to have been greatly improved, and even from high in the sky, it can accurately capture the expressions on everyone's faces. It's like using a magnifying glass. Soon, the ghost crow circled over Konoha a few times, and finally locked on to the first prey, a newcomer shinobi who looked like he had just graduated. At this time, he was walking home with another companion. Unlike Shuichi Mayumi's home, which is as remote as Shinyuki's home, this street is relatively close to the shopping street, and even at night, 1 or 2 people often pass by. It's not a little bit of a hit. The first prey of the ghost crow was to pick the ninja, and I don't know whether to call it brave or crazy. After all, it has just become a ghost, and it doesn't receive much blood, and its strength is probably not as strong as the dry arrow that has just turned into a ghost, and the only advantage is that it can fly. Shuichi Mako didn't open his mouth to stop it, just watched quietly. With the speed of the ghost crow, even if the first attack fails, it can quickly escape. Don't worry too much. He narrowed his eyes as he watched the crow swoop straight down like an arrow from a string towards the shinobi who didn't realize the danger was coming. Chapter 11. Gao Hezi was still immersed in his own happiness, chattering and sharing his happiness with his friends, not noticing that his friends were absent-minded, looking around. Obviously, his friends didn't listen to him, but only dealt with a sentence or two from time to time. "Hey, Makoto, are you listening?" Gao Hezi was upset, and the other party was so absent-minded all the way. But whenever he asked, he always said a few perfunctory words. "Of course I'm listening." When he said this, Makoto did not look at Takagashi, but instead looked up at the night sky. "Chi, look, what is that?" Makoto squinted slightly, always feeling something black moving in the night sky. "Don't change the subject." The thing got closer, and in the street light, Makoto finally saw the black object in its entirety. It turned out to be a big black bird. As he folded his wings and swooped down towards them so quickly that he could even see a flash of cold light on the sharp beak. "Be careful." Makoto's pupils shrank, and before he could explain to Gao Hezi, he pushed him to the side, and he himself fell down because he lost his balance. He reacted immediately, covering his head with his hands before making close contact with the ground. Bang! Makoto fell to the ground in embarrassment, and the hand that was pressed down was a little painful. In the next second, a strong wind blew above him, and the surrounding leaves were blown and rattled. If it had been a little later, I am afraid that one of them would have been hit directly by the sharp beak of the bird, flying several meters at least and penetrating it at worst. "So, that's what?" Gao Hezi's face turned pale, and he was pushed away by Cheng when he happened to see a black shadow rushing across from where he was standing at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to keep up with. The wind slammed into his face like a knife. He didn't think that what Makoto said was true, and he didn't expect that he was almost attacked in the village. In his mind, the village was the safest place, so he let his guard down. Damn, how could there be such a thing in the village? Makoto got up from the ground, and quickly looked around with his eyes, spotting a large black bird that was eyeing not far away. "Looks like a crow. But is there such a huge crow?" He was just puzzled for a moment, and immediately pulled up Gao Hezi, whose legs were weak, found a cover on the side of the road, and dodged. "It's on this street." He looked at the street, and then at the end of the street, and unfortunately, there were only two of them on the street at this time. Maybe someone will come later, but who knows if it's an ordinary person who can't fight or a ninja who can help them. With a sincere thought, the probe found that the big bird was still in mid-air, with no sign of launching another attack for the time being. "Help!" Makoto's cry for help resounded in the sky, and he was so confident in his voice that the people in the nearby 2 or 3 streets must have heard his cry for help. "Since you're in the village, why don't you shake people?" Makoto gently patted Takegawa's cheek and pulled him out of his fright. Gao Hezi was stunned for a moment, and then understood what Makoto meant. "Help! Help!" The cries for help came and went. "Ga!" The ghost crow who could understand human speech naturally understood the meaning of these two guys, and he was angry and let out an angry chirp. "Don't talk about martial arts. Shake people, right? Blood demon magic, crow swarm." A small amount of blood spilled out of the crow's body, floating into the air as if weightless through the obstruction of the black crow feathers. Then split, then split. The blood floating out of the ghost crow's body was evenly divided into more than a dozen parts, and each drop of blood floated quietly in mid-air, like a blood-red round gem. The blood that was in place at the beginning instantly swelled, changing into a shape that was 9 points similar to the ghost crow, and at this time it was still in the form of blood, but it had a shape. From afar, it looks like a blood raven. This was followed by the second, and then the third. A dozen blood droplets turned into more than a dozen. Blood crows in the blink of an eye. Ga! The ghost crow gave an order, and the blood crows instantly turned into black giant crows, flapping their wings flexibly, and struck towards the two behind the bunker like the wind. At this moment, they all possessed flesh, no longer in the form of liquid. At first glance, each one has the same body size, the same appearance, and the same blood-red eyes. The ghost crow operates in multiple lines, controlling each doppelganger, and besieging these two guys hiding behind cover from multiple faces. It's a strange feeling. The doppelganger doesn't feel like a doppelganger, but like a limb of his own arms. There is no need for superfluous glances, superfluous communication, superfluous commands, just a thought. Their beaks can easily pierce through wood, and their claws can easily tear through human bodies. Even if it's just a little bit, it's enough for people to feel good. Quack quack. More than a dozen crow clones densely circled around the two of them, forming a small black tornado in a short time. They fly so fast that if you try to catch them, you'll be dizzy. If you can't keep up with them, you can't predict where your next attack will come from. Even if they threw a kunai or shuriken and tried to hit the crows that swirled around them at high speed, it would be in vain. The crows appear to have eyes all over their bodies, react extremely quickly, and throw weapons that are either dodged or flicked apart by sharp beaks or claws. Makoto wanted to use the stand-in technique to escape from the crow clones, but when he turned his head to look at Gao Hezi, who was very frightened, he hesitated again. Gao Hezi will definitely not be able to use the stand-in technique in his current state, and if he escapes, then Gao Hezi will become the only target of attack. He was likely to die. Makoto's face tightened, and he gave up his intention to escape. The attack was ineffective, and he couldn't escape, so he had to pull Gao Hezi for passive defense and wait for rescue to come. Tisk, it's shocking that the ghost crow can use the blood ghost technique just after turning into a ghost. After all, the constitution between ghosts and ghosts is different. Shimichi looked at this scene and sighed. The two shinobi were unable to withdraw from the successive attacks, so they could only hold their heads and squat to defend themselves, protect their important parts, and occasionally dodge. But most of the time, they can only let the crows leave bloody holes and bloody scratches on their bodies. It's scary to look at, but its power is limited, and it can't take care of the opponent in a short time. These crow clones have a physical strength similar to that of the ghost crows themselves, and they have not been weakened in the slightest because they are clones. At this time, the ninja who heard the cry for help also followed, and as soon as he came, he saw more than a dozen huge black birds besieging the two weak shinobi. One of them was badly wounded, missing a piece from his body, and fell to the ground bleeding profusely. Seeing that the rescuers were coming, the ghost crow first took advantage of the time when the crows blocked the other party, measured the difference in strength between the two sides, and came to the conclusion that it couldn't be defeated, and then decided to leave the crows broken, and then flew away. By the way, he also asked the two idle crow clones to grab the human who fell to the ground with their claws, and took them away. Although it only stood by to control the crow flock, it did not do it on its own. But its blood ghost technique is similar to that of the true Bao Shuichi, and eating in a clone is equivalent to eating it, and it can also obtain flesh and blood energy. Fire escape, how fireball. A huge fireball appeared in midair, and the burning flames burned 3 or 4 crow clones at once, and these clones all turned into a little blood in the end, and were burned out in the flames. There were a few crow clones next to them with flaming crow feathers barely avoiding the fireball, but they were also killed by the kunai shuriken that came next. The clones of the crows will only turn back into blood if they are damaged to a certain extent, and the blood that has already been used once will not be able to form clones again, and will soon evaporate on its own. In the end, not a single drop of blood will be left. Under the division of labor and cooperation of the ninjas who came, more than a dozen crow clones that were left behind were quickly disposed of, but the main body of the ghost crow had already flown into the sky with 2 clones and 1 lower ninja and disappeared. "Are you alright?" one of the Konoha ninjas, dressed in a green vest, stepped forward and placed the delirious Takage Shihei on the ground, examining the shocking wounds on his body. These wounds are either from a peck from a bird or from a sharp claw strike. It's just that a serious wound of this magnitude, is it really something that a bird can do? Gao Hiji and Makoto are both ordinary shinobi who can only use 3 body techniques, and they don't know any other ninjutsu just after graduating from the ninja school, and they don't have any ability to resist in the face of a dozen strange birds the size of an eagle. Besides, as far as they had just arrived to see, those strange birds were inevitably too disciplined, as if someone was behind them. It wasn't until they made a move that the strange birds were in a mess and they were able to clean them up quickly. Wait a minute. Konoha ninja suddenly had a bold idea. Behind these strange birds may really be an unknown ninja manipulating. More than a dozen strange birds didn't even have a single feather left after they died. Maybe these strange birds were psychic beasts, and maybe even changed from some kind of ninjutsu. The stakes are so high that they must be reported to Hokage-sama immediately. At the same time, he didn't leave a trace to look at the Uchiha ninja with black hair and black eyes, and a fan tattooed on the back of his clothes. He doesn't have a good eye. Really, what are the people in the police department doing? Let the enemy appear in the village and attack shinobi openly. It's really useless. He recalled that in the Nine-Tails rebellion, he hadn't even seen a single Uchiha ninja, and his disgust for the Uchiha was a little deeper. Chapter 12. Eat, why don't you eat, king? Although True Bao Zaiwichi didn't want to hear it, the shrill voice of the ghost crow still reached his ears. The ghost crow manipulated his two doppelgangers, dragging Makoto, who was covered in blood and unconscious, all the way to Shuichi Mako, and the ground was covered with blood left behind when he was dragged away. I really don't know how people who go out tomorrow will react to seeing this blood stain. He admits that he had no idea that the ghost crow would come back to him with its prey. When he saw two birds with one person, he was shocked and confused. You are so open-minded to bring me to find me? I see that you kid is counting on me to be brought to justice as soon as possible, and then you can inherit my throne as the king of ghosts. That is, luckily, there is no one on this road for the time being, otherwise he would have to stew this stinky bird and eat it. Zhen Gongshiu stared at the ghost crow without saying a word, and activated his mind-reading ability. He wanted to see what this guy had in his head. Why don't adults eat it? Is it unappetizing? Or do you prefer to eat food that has been pecked and prefer whole? Yes, why didn't I think of this? It was a miscalculation. Really, look at my brain, how can adults eat the leftovers? It's over, adults won't be angry with me, right? True Bao Shuiqi's face is getting darker and darker. This guy is not trying to harm him, but his brain is too stupid. Well, he retracted what he had said earlier that the raven was smarter than the dry arrow. Now it seems that these two are half a pound and 8 tails, but the ghost crows lick a little more. Why did you bring him to me? True Gong Shuiqi didn't want to listen to the ghost crow's indescribable brain supplement anymore, so he opened his mouth to interrupt the ghost crow's brain supplement. When the ghost crow heard this, its eyes immediately lit up, and it seemed to smell an opportunity to make amends. The Ghost King is like my reborn parents, this is a filial piety to you. If you don't like it, I'll grab another one for you right away, complete and fresh. Not necessarily. I'm afraid the behavior of the ghost crow has already caused an uproar, and going out to arrest people again is simply not taking Konoha in his eyes, this is slapping Konoha in the face. In the face of the lower ninja and the middle ninja, the ghost crow can get out safely without taking a cloud with them. But in the face of a master at least the upper ninja level, it is not necessarily. Being caught is no different from being dead. Don't forage in the village for food during this time, go outside before dawn. After saying that, Zhen Gongxiuyi let out a long sigh, only to feel that he was really heartbroken. Yes. Ghost Crow bowed to the true Bao in its own way, and the two crow clones immediately dissipated into drops of blood and reintegrated into its body. Then it flies away quickly, and in the blink of an eye you can't see where the bird is. These subordinates are really not worry-free. Suddenly, he looked down and noticed the man on the ground, the shinobi who had been brought over by the ghost crow. Why didn't the ghost crow take this thing with him when he left? This shinobi's performance still made his eyes shine, and the other shinobi who was traveling with him was very crotch-pulling in comparison. If it weren't for his companions sacrificing their lives, the guy would have died 7 or 8 times. However, the companion who rescued him was captured, but he survived. I don't know how he would feel. That guy should be in Konoha Hospital now, right? It's not dawn yet, so I'll stop by and take a look. Looking at shinobi who was faintly breathing on the ground, Shuichi Mayumi suddenly had a good idea. It's good to turn this guy into a ghost too. It basically doesn't take much energy to transform a ghost crow, and it doesn't matter if there is one more. The main reason is that he can't get used to seeing two best friends separated by yin and yang because of this kind of thing. He is so gentle and kind. Shuichi squatted down, reached out and grabbed the boy's face, twisting his head so that it was facing him. He protected his head well when he was besieged by the crow clones, and his face was not directly injured, and a small amount of blood was still rubbed against it when he was dragged on. This also allowed Shuichi Mayumi to clearly see what he looked like. It looks good-eyed, and it shouldn't be too ugly. True Bao repaired a little bit, thinking that there would be no more accidents like dry arrows. If a young man with clear eyebrows turns into a pot-bellied ugly ghost after ghosting, then he has to consider whether the Ghost King template given to him by the system is a pirated fake. Seeing the young man's appearance of dying, he dispelled the idea of injecting blood with a thorn whip. It would be a shame if we killed this guy before he was ghosted. He switched to a more modest approach. The index fingernail of the right hand suddenly lengthened, and the tip was as sharp as a sword blade. He gently slashed his left wrist with the nail of his index finger, and blood slid down his wrist and dripped onto the wound on the boy's body. The ghost's blood quickly soaked into the boy's flesh and blood, lurking in his body, preparing for the next great change. When the blood was almost gone, Shuichi allowed the wound on his wrist to heal and wipe off the small amount of blood that remained on his hand. The boy's chest rose and fell slightly, the wounds on his body slowly healed, and his eyes were still closed, but at this moment he was out of danger. His skin quickly turned red, as he had done then, and twisted veins covered his arms and climbed up his cheeks. An unknown murmur came from the young man's mouth, and he subconsciously clenched his fists, clenched his teeth, and endured it bitterly. His body shape has not changed much, he is still a small man of 1.6 meters, but the muscles on his body have become more distinct, not big, but the lines are extremely clear. Turned into a muscular little man. The black hair gradually lengthens until it reaches the waist, and the color gradually fades from the roots, then dyes a hint of red, gradually deepens, and finally fixes on the magenta. Immediately afterward, the magenta began to gradually extend downward, finally completely covering his long black hair. Red dots began to appear on the surface of his body that looked like tattoos, and the red quickly spread to the surrounding area, turning into very strange shapes, and if you didn't look closely, you might think that they were red maple leaves falling from a maple tree. True Bao Shuichi vaguely remembered that the location where these red maple leaves appeared happened to be the location where the flesh and blood were pecked away by the ghost crow clone before. Is that so? He felt a connection between himself and the boy in front of him, erasing the memories of the boy as a human. "You're welcome," a gesture. The boy's consciousness gradually returned, and he slowly stood up, his eyes clear. He looked at True Bao Shuichi without saying a word, his eyebrows were cold, and there was a faint, murderous aura around him. If it weren't for True Bao Shuichi, who was sure that he had erased his memory, I am afraid that he would think that this guy's murderous aura was coming at him. See Lord Oni. Without waiting for the True Bao cultivation to be enforced, he knelt down on one knee in recognition, bowed his head slightly, and placed his right hand in a fist at the mouth of his heart. "I'm loyal to you, look." He wasn't as frightened and trembling as a dry arrow, nor was he nervous like a ghost crow. His heart is like water. But what great thing is hidden under the water? Judging by the little murderous aura that the boy had just woken up, he was sure that this guy was not a man to be messed with. Shuichi Mako tried to read the boy's mind at the moment. But he unexpectedly found that he was summing up his power as a ghost, thinking about the advantages and disadvantages, and not thinking about anything else. Is this a power-obsessed guy? He looked at the boy's red hair, and the red patterns on his body, and his thin lips slightly opened. "From now on, you'll be called Momiji," True Gong Shiu said. Chapter 13. Yes, I'll be Momiji from now on. Momiji, he said to himself. You used to be a ninja, how do you feel now? Shuichi Mayumi erased most of Momiji's memories, but retained his sense of power as a ninja alone. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Momiji is now only focused on power. For nothing else, he was just curious about what strange reactions would happen to the ninja's body if they turned into ghosts. The breathing method swordsman can still use the breathing method after becoming a ghost, and it stands to reason that the probability that a ninja can continue to use ninjutsu after becoming a ghost is not small. Momiji closed her eyes in silence, feeling the powerful, but fatally flawed, power in her body. After a few seconds, he snapped open his eyes, golden with a hint of confusion. Chakra is gone. Hearing Momiji's words, a little doubt appeared in Zhengong Xiu's eyes. Could it be that he guessed wrong? Ninjutsu can't be inherited like breathing? But even without ninjutsu, the ghosts transformed from ninjas are much stronger than those transformed by ordinary people. When Momiji summed it up in his heart before, he listened to the other party's situation. Although he has not awakened the blood ghost technique for the time being, if he really wants to fight, Dry Arrow and Ghost Crow may not be his opponents. In particular, it is good not to be pressed to the ground. Just the physical strength is already a big cut ahead of them. Momiji frowned and pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. In addition to those basic abilities as a ghost, he also found another strange power in the cells of his body, and it didn't feel like the thing called blood ghost magic. This force is similar to chakra, but it is fundamentally different. Chakra is usually condensed in one place in the body and flows throughout the body only in exceptional circumstances. And this power is possessed by every cell of the body, and it is completely impossible to condense into a ball. It can't form a ninjutsu directly like a chakra, but it seems that it can be attached to the surface of the body to form an invisible protective layer. Momiji, who was feeling the power in his body, didn't realize that his heart was all heard by Shuichi Mayumi. Oh, the protective layer, use it to see. True Gongshiu has been a little interested in his life, and there is no such thing on Ghost Crow and Dry Yacht. Maybe it's a chakra. It doesn't sound like a chakra pattern, but it seems practical, and it would be better if the so-called protective layer could block out the sun in the future. Haha, it looks like he's thinking too much. If you can find a solution to the sunshine so simply, then you will be depressed to death after looking for a lifetime of blue flowers. Can he know what I'm thinking? Momiji's body trembled slightly, and his heart chuckled, and the secret was not good. No matter who it is, he doesn't want his heart to be watched all the time, there is really no privacy at all. A hint of strange color flashed in his eyes, and there was no abnormality in his heart. Yes. Following Shuichi Mayumi's order, Momiji stood up from the ground and activated the mysterious power in his body. In an instant, a silver-white streamer flashed from his body. The streamer flashed, and his body didn't seem to change at all. Shuichi Mayumi was keenly aware of the abnormality in Momiji's body, and at first glance it seemed to be no different, but something had changed. Without saying hello in advance, his arm suddenly turned into a hideous thorn whip, and with a slight wave, blood shadows flew. The thorn whip turned into a red afterimage in midair, and quickly struck towards the red leaves. Momiji didn't have time to react, he didn't do any defensive action, and watched the red afterimage disappear in an instant, just teleporting in front of him in the blink of an eye. Smack, the whip slammed down on him. Spikes scraped across his skin, tearing through his body, spurting blood all over the ground. He suddenly became light, his feet left the ground uncontrollably, and the whole person flew upside down several meters away. It's so strong! He was shocked. Momiji endured the sharp pain that his body was almost about to split in half, stabilized his body in midair, and after a perfect air flip, the whole person landed steadily on the low wall of a family's courtyard. The horrific wound that had been torn from the right shoulder to the left abdomen, and the ribs were already visible, was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, all that was left was his torn clothes, proving what had just happened. Shuichi Mayumi looked at the red leaves that flew out by his whip, and there was not the slightest dissatisfaction in his heart. He doesn't think Momiji is too weak, it's just that he's too strong. Momiji is very fortunate to be the only lucky person among all the ghosts who has experienced the power of the Ghost King. When he first started to do it, he did feel that the thorn whip had broken something first, and then it hit Momiji solidly. That layer may be what Momiji calls the protective layer. It's just that this protective layer is a little too brittle, isn't it? Can it really provide protection? Anyway, ghosts are immortal, so why do you need a protective layer? After some testing, Zhengong Ziyuyi felt that this protective layer was really too chicken. Is there no other use for it than the protective layer, said True Baoxiu, who spread his hands, extremely dissatisfied with this so-called mysterious power. Lord Hui Ghost King, my subordinates are. For the time being, no other uses have been found. In that case, I hope you'll delve into this power and develop other uses. Yes. Originally, he was still thinking about when he would challenge the Ghost King. But having experienced the terrifying power of the Ghost King, Momiji has no other thoughts at the moment, and even speaking is a little empty, and he doesn't have the feeling of being full of energy before. Is worthy of the Ghost King, and he easily did what he couldn't do. Even so, he didn't completely give up the idea of challenging the Ghost King, but just put it on hold for the time being. When he becomes a powerful existence above 10,000 ghosts under one ghost, it will not be too late to pick up this idea. True Gong Ziyuyi read out his careful thoughts, but pretended not to know, and didn't mention them in particular. It's a good thing that Momiji wants to be stronger, and eating more can make it stronger. The more employees eat, the more they take. That's a good thing. Konoha was more heavily guarded, and Momiji had nowhere to go, so the kind Oni king took it back to his home. His family is quite big, and there is no problem with one more child. And he also took a set of clothes that were loose for Momiji, and replaced the tattered rag clothes on his body. After all, Momiji's height has not increased at all after he became a ghost, and he is still a dwarf of 1.6 meters. He couldn't wear most of Shuichi's clothes. And in Momiji's eyes, things are different. He believed that the Ghost King was to supervise his cultivation progress, so he placed him by his side, just to get the latest progress in real time. It's just that he has to cultivate under the pressure of the Ghost King every day. A capital miserable word. But without pressure, there is no progress. Momiji quickly adjusted his mindset back. I'm out, and hopefully when I come back everything at home will be the same as it is now. Shuichi Mako stood by the door and looked at Momiji, who had tied up his long hair behind him for ease of movement. The clothes that were too loose were loose on him, revealing his fair skin. In the match of the 1m6 small man and the delicate face. Well, maybe it will be loved by a certain part of the human group. Also, if someone knocks on the door, don't open it. He specifically admonished. Shuichi Mako glanced at Momiji's long red hair. This color of hair is too rare in Konoha, and anyone who has seen it will have a special impression. Yes. Momiji was speechless in his heart. Why did he even have to tell him about this? Chapter 14. Leaving home, Shuichi Mako had already regained his original appearance at this time, and he had become a man with a broken arm again. He walked slowly along the road, passing passers-by from time to time, with a bright red rose stuck in his waist from nowhere. He kept peeling off the rose petals one by one with his fingers, and muttered quietly as if chanting. Open, don't open, open, don't open, open. Soon, the originally intact rose was peeled off by him until only the last piece remained. He narrowed his eyes and reached out to pluck the last rose petal, taking it in his hand and examining it carefully. Forget it, it's very profitable, but I don't really want to continue being a chef. Shuichi threw the petals in his hand and let them fall to the ground. In this way, he is making a hasty decision whether he wants to open another Chinese restaurant outside the village. In the application to leave the village, it was written that he wanted to open a chain store outside the village, teach a few more apprentices to inherit the craft, and take a look at the scenery of the outside world along the way to repair his broken heart. But it doesn't have to be opened, it's just a reason to leave the village. He had been a chef for so long in his previous life, and he was really tired of eating the old book for a few years in this life. Without the shackles of the store, his whole person will be much freer. Go on a multi-country tour and make a few more ghosts. In terms of funds, let the ghost crow find it if it's gone. Seeing that guy look like this, he should be happy to help himself with these little things. Before he knew it, he had walked to the edge of the Uchiha's new clan. The rebellion of the Nine-Tails had destroyed most of the village, and under the operation of the 3 generations of Hokage, the Uchiha's clan land was moved to the edge of the village through this reconstruction. It's a complete farewell to the center of the village. On the other hand, the soft bone Hinata, life is still very moist. Well, he's talking about the Hyuga family. Separation and clan cannot be generalized. He has always deliberately walked to sparsely populated places, and it is normal for him to go to the edge of the village and bring it. It's just that. Shuichi Mayumi looked up at the top of the telephone pole in front of him, and a small figure was crouching on top, with its back to him, staring at the Uchiha clan. He doesn't look very old, even the Uchiha's toddlers like to squat on a telephone pole. What is the appeal of this telephone pole? Hey, the one on the telephone pole, hurry down. Shuichi Mako reminded. I saw that the young man on the telephone pole heard his voice and slowly turned his head, and the familiar face made him stunned. It's a weasel. That's fine. Although Uchiha Itachi and he are not particularly familiar, they can be regarded as acquaintances. Since his family's restaurant opened, the unique delicacy has attracted many diners. Uchiha Itachi is one of them. Occasionally, I would go to his house for dinner, and I would become familiar with each other when I came and went. Although he has only just entered the school, he is already a qualified ninja, and he is expected to graduate from school early soon. Ah, brother Zyuyi. Seeing the empty sleeves of Shuichi Mayumi, Uchiha Itachi immediately recognized him. He had heard that Shuichi Mako had lost an arm in the Nine-Tails rebellion, and he felt sorry for him. I don't know if I will be able to eat the original Chinese food in the future. He got off the telephone pole with ease and came face to face with Shin Yumi, who he didn't know how many times he had done so. Sure enough, the matter of squatting on the telephone pole should be grasped from a young age. Itachi, the Uchiha clan land is right in front, why don't you go home so late? Shuichi Mayumi reached out and touched Itachi's head. If you don't touch it now, you won't have a chance in the future. Brother, he's going to leave Konoha in a few days. He had the kind smile of the elders looking at the younger ones on his face, but he had his own calculations in his heart. The riding wheel eyes of the Uchiha clan, as well as the white eyes of the Hyuga clan. He wondered if the Oni could inherit these two unique eyes. If it could, would it be worth a try for the ghost to use the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye to consume pupil power and eventually cause blindness? It's nothing, it's just that I'm not fully familiar with the new clan lands yet. Itachi scratched his head and smiled slightly, hiding his true thoughts. He and Zhen Gong Zyuyi met in Pingshui, and there was no need to dump such difficult philosophical questions on irrelevant people. Besides, Shuichi Shinbo is not a ninja, and he doesn't necessarily understand these feelings. By the way, will the Chinese restaurant open again? Since I met Shuichi Shinyuki, I said hello by the way. Every time he goes to that particular restaurant to eat, the unique and energetic taste can always dispel his melancholy, and the sweetness of it is deeply loved by him. Over time, the usual lackluster food became a little unaccustomed. It's sad. Sasuke had just been born, and if he had the chance, he hoped to bring his younger brother with him in the future. Food can't be enjoyed alone. Perhaps, but not anymore. True Gong Zyuyi smiled bitterly and shook his empty sleeves. Different chefs make different flavors, and I hope you like it. Looking at Shuichi Mayumi, who was full of bitterness, and then at his broken arm, Uchiha Itachi felt a sadness in his heart. This feeling made the boulder that was blocking his heart a little bigger. True Baoshiu saw the subtle change in the expression on Itachi's face, and he didn't know where his thoughts had drifted again. Uchiha Itachi really thinks too much, and that's how he was since he was a child. I'm afraid that geniuses will think too much. Especially the Uchiha, who are prone to mental illness. At the age of 13, he can destroy his entire clan, which is quite rebellious and extremely explosive in all respects. With Itachi's talent, it's a shame that the future will die of an incurable disease. Well, don't overthink it. Don't you still have a younger brother? My brother is still waiting for you at home, why don't you go back soon? Well, young people are energetic. Shuichi Mako, who was only 16 years old in this life, sighed. He looked in the direction Uchiha Itachi had left. That's Uchiha's new clan land, I don't know where the Nanga River is in Uchiha, so I have to let the ghost crow go over to explore. Although Uchiha Itachi can't move for the time being, he can find a way to pick up the corpse of the water stop. Children only make choices, these two Uchiha geniuses, he wants them all. Chapter 15. After walking around the Uchiha neighborhood, Shuichi Mako went to Konoha Hospital to see how Kaguya was doing. From the conversation between the two ninjas at the door, it was learned that although Gao-Hezi's injuries were not life-threatening, he was still in a coma, dispelling the idea of Zhen Gongshiu watching a show. When Gao-Hezi woke up, someone would definitely ask him for relevant information. Most of the time I don't have a chance. However, Momiji is still alive, and he believes that Gao-Hezi will be able to recognize him if he really cares about his partner. At that time, he can be regarded as indirectly helping them to reunite. With expectations for the future of the two, Shuichi Mayumi left Konoha Hospital. Momiji, were you there when I wasn't? Shuichi Mako opened the door while pulling out the key, his eyes swept to the house, and then he saw Momiji sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. The key point is not the red leaves, but the layer of translucent red gas that surrounds him. Hearing his voice, Momiji withdrew from her meditative state and bowed deeply. Lord Oni. You just that, said Shinyuki, rubbed his chin and stared at him with a squirming gaze. He originally thought that the power in Momiji's body would take at least a month to grow significantly. I didn't expect it to be like this in less than one night. Is it because the threshold for cultivation is not high, or is Momiji extremely talented? Obviously, when he was a ninja, his talent was not outstanding. Lord Hui, during the time you went out, I completed the qualitative change of Ghost Chi. Speaking of which, Momiji was worried that he would make the Oni King angry because of his unauthorized naming, so he added. Ghost is my temporary term for this power. True Gongshiu is a little bit of a head, he doesn't get too distracted on the topic of naming, he only cares about the most important progress. Completed the qualitative change so quickly. Don't you say, this red ghost chi and red leaves are quite compatible. Momiji unhurriedly withdrew all the spilled ghost chi into his body, and then used the same method as before to cover the ghost chi on his body surface to form a new protective layer. When the red ghost aura covers the body, it will only flash a red streamer at first, and then it will still exist in a completely transparent state. Could you please ask the adults to attack me again? True Gongxiuyi looked around the room hesitantly. Although his family is not small, he can't withstand the whip. But seeing the resolute look on Momiji's face, he didn't want to refuse his lovely subordinate. He sighed, and the nails of his 5 fingers instantly became sharp, and the green tendons on his fingers burst out. The figure flickered, and in an instant, it disappeared in front of the red leaves, bringing a gust of wind. Almost at the same time, Momiji only felt a pain in his heart, and the ghost chi covering his body shattered instantly, and a warm liquid flowed down from his body, staining the new clothes he had just changed on. He couldn't feel his heart beating anymore. When he looked down, he saw a large hole in his chest, which happened to be where the heart was, and the heart that was supposed to be beating in it was now gone. The other party can take his heart so easily, and naturally he can screw his head off in the same way. Is the gap so big? He has completed the qualitative transformation of his ghost chi, but he still can't even see the shadow of the Ghost King. Momiji clenched his hands into fists and lost his mind for a moment. Behind him, Shuichi Mayumi leaned against the edge of the locker, holding a beating red heart in his hand. Blood stained his palm. His attention was not on his heart, and his eternal eyes were silently looking at Momiji. Then, with the force of his fingers, he crushed the living heart in his hand. At this moment, Momiji's heart has almost regenerated, and the large hole in his chest has been gradually filled. He was silent for a moment when he saw the broken pieces of his heart scattered all over the ground under his feet. Without waiting for him to explain, Shuichi Mako took the lead and blocked his mouth with words. I did feel something different from before. Shuichi licked his lips, recalling the special sensation that had only appeared for a moment. It was too short for him to tell without even thinking about it. Your ghost energy can absorb other people's physical strength, right? But only if you touch or be touched by a ghost. The ghost chi layer on Momiji's body was broken by him in an instant, so this feeling only appeared for a moment. If he hadn't paid attention, he might not have noticed. Putting Momiji in the middle of the ghost crow and dry arrow is already strong. But with him, he has to practice again. But it barely piqued his interest. Yes, you are worthy of the Ghost King, and you can see through it so easily. Being abused twice in one night, Momiji's mood at the moment is not very good. But in the face of the Ghost King, he didn't dare to have any complaints. Absorbing physical strength is the trait of my ghost's energy, and I judge that different ghosts may have different traits. True Gong Xiu frowned. The blood ghost technique is already random enough, and there is one more random element to add to this. But at present, it seems that the randomness of the ghost chi trait is not too large. After all, it is essentially a defensive counterattack. Losing chakra, but having an extra ghost, isn't it a particularly loss? Chakra is a mixture of spiritual energy and physical energy, and the ghost he created may have gone awry with the physical energy. The end result is not chakra, but ghostly things. Unlike chakra, all the uses of the ghost chi need to be explored by himself, and the road ahead is dark, so he can only move forward in the dark. From now on, set yourself a small goal. Let's get his own ghost out first. He couldn't refine the chakra, but he didn't believe he couldn't even generate a ghost. If you can't even control the ghost energy, what is the Ghost King? There are also the two ghost crows and dry arrows, and they have to find a way to let them develop their own ghost energy. It's time for the subordinates to roll up, and if you don't roll up, there will be no progress. Roll, all roll, roll is right. Anyway, his employees can't go out in the morning, and they have a lot of time to grind. Gotta find something to do for them, or it will be too boring. Momiji stood aside, watching as Shuichi Mayumi first frowned, and then the corners of his mouth went up, revealing an evil smile with bad intentions. He didn't dare to ask, he didn't dare to say. It's just that I feel that something bad is going to happen. Momiji, clean up this beach on the ground. Shinya Shuichi stepped out of his legs, stepped over the broken heart on the ground, and strode into the bathroom. A hand of blood, dirty to death. Another advantage of bringing the autumn leaves home is that you don't have to clean them yourself. His subordinates are used to summon. Chapter 16. Konoha Village, a commercial street. The sun is high in the sky, and the sun of today's day is abnormal, and the light is particularly dazzling, but there is no warm feeling on people, but there is a biting cold feeling. Gao Hezi stood in the middle of the bustling street, and the bustling crowd passed by on either side of him. They talk about which decoration is the best, about a new barbecue restaurant on the street, about their own family routines. A piece of joy. But the joys and sorrows of people are not connected. Gao Hezi can't remember why he is here, but he always has a big stone in his heart. No matter how much he tried to force himself to be happy, the big stone in his heart did not move. He didn't know what was going on with him today. Hey, what a great holiday! Gao Hezi let out a sigh from his mouth. He finally had a holiday, but he didn't have a little thought. Maybe every man has 1 or 2 days a month. Hey, Takaga, don't stand in the middle of the road if you don't go. A familiar voice came from behind him, with a hint of drag in the flat voice, and he couldn't even guess who it was without looking back. Of the people he knew, only could speak like that. Makoto, am I standing here in the way of you? Gao Hezi turned back and showed a kind smile, but the corners of his eyes that kept twitching revealed his true thoughts at the moment. Yikes! Cheng did not hide the disgust on his face, and even deliberately exaggerated it in order to be angry. Oops, the fists are hard. Hey, Gao He, do you know where Mr. Kazuhiro is? Makoto hurriedly changed the topic, and the provincial Gao Heji was angry and did something stupid. Teacher Hehong. Gao Hezi shook his head, doubting in his heart, what are you looking for him? During the rare vacation, Makoto doesn't go to eat, drink and have fun. Do you still want to find teacher Hehong to make up for the class in private? It's a little thing, I don't understand it when I tell you. Cheng spread his hands, showing his distrust of Gao Hezi's IQ. It's getting more and more suspicious. Gao Hezi frowned, only feeling as if he had discovered the truth. If Makoto secretly becomes stronger than him, he will definitely go crazy. Then I'll look for it with you. After speaking, without waiting for Cheng to respond, Gao Hezi grabbed his arm and pulled him forward. Makoto wanted to refuse, but when he saw Gao Hezi's "you don't want to get rid of me" look, the words turned around again. Okay. It was getting dark very quickly, and the street lights on the side of the road didn't shine for some reason. On this road where they couldn't see their fingers, the two could only move forward in the dark. What's going on? I feel like it's only been an hour or two, and it's getting dark so soon. Takegawa scratched his head. He hadn't even eaten lunch yet, so it was getting dark? Isn't that right? Fortunately, they asked the ninjas passing by all the way, and finally found their leader Kazuhiro Shinobi. When they found Kazuhiro Wangwu, the figure in the green vest was standing not far away with his back to them. The street lamps around Kazuhiro Mangwu flickered and looked like they were about to be scrapped. Really, how did this street lamp break down so much? Although it was strange, Takegawa didn't think much about it, and pulled Makoto and rushed towards Wangwu and Hiroshi not far away. Kazuhiro-sensei. Hearing his voice, Kazuhiro Wangwu, who was not far away, slowly turned around. The lights were dark and bright, and the face of Kazuhiro Manya was completely exposed to Gao Hezi's eyes. It was a bird's face covered in black feathers, and it looked like a crow. His eyes seemed to be a deep black, and even near the light, there was no reflection. Gao Hezi stopped the car in time, but it was too late. The distance between them was not far, and in a few steps, Gao Hezi had already pulled Makoto and ran in front of Kazuhiro Wangwu. Teacher. Kazuhiro. Gao Hezi hesitated for a moment. He obviously saw the back of Mr. Kazuhiro. Why did he turn his head and turn into a crow's face? Kazuhiro didn't say a word, and walked slowly towards him step by step. His movements were stiff and staggering, like a baby learning to walk. Looking at this strange scene, Gao Hezi reacted even if he was sluggish. You're not Mr. Hehong, don't come here. With that, he looked back at Makoto behind him. Makoto, let's. Soon. In an instant, he froze. There is no sincerity behind him. What he is holding in his hand is just a severed arm of a clothing model. He looked around in horror, but saw no one, and when he saw the crow's face getting closer and closer, he had no choice but to flee first. Ga! Kazuhiro Manya's body suddenly cracked like a scarecrow, and countless black crows flew out of his hay-covered body. A flock of crows swept past the sides of Gao Hezi's body, leaving blood-red scratches on his arms. When the crow flew away, Takashi turned his head to look at the fake and Hiroshi again, and only saw the hay scattered on the ground. What the hell is going on? Wow, wow, wow! The street lights on the side of the street made a sound of activation, and the lights lit up the darkness once more. The whole street was quiet, and he clearly remembered that there was a commercial street next door, but there was no sound at all at the moment. Takaga. Hearing the familiar voice, Gao Hezi was overjoyed and turned his head to look at the source of the sound. Makoto was standing in the light, facing him, and there was nothing unusual about him. Great, Makoto, where did you just run? Gao Hezi was excited for a moment and ran towards Makoto, but halfway through, he remembered Mr. Kazuhiro just now, and his heart beat a drum. In the end, he stopped a few meters away from Makoto and didn't dare to approach. Takaga, you've become smarter. Makoto had a smile on his face, and the next second he took the initiative to walk towards him. The foreboding in Gao Hezi's heart became more and more obvious. Quack! He opened his mouth to speak, but an inexplicable bird call came out of his throat. Makoto is getting closer and closer, and his figure is getting bigger and bigger. It wasn't until he walked up to Gao Heiji that Gao Heiji looked up in horror at his former companion, who was like a giant for him. No, it's that he has become smaller. The surrounding environment, the street lamps next to him seem to be dozens of times more developed, and he is like being in the kingdom of giants at the moment. It wasn't until Makoto picked him up with both hands that Takashi realized that his hands had turned into black wings and his legs had turned into black claws. He couldn't speak anymore and turned into a crow completely. Don't! Gao Hiji sat up from the white hospital bed suddenly, panting heavily, and his forehead was already covered with a layer of fine sweat. Immediately, he gradually calmed down. How could I have such a weird dream? It seemed that the wound that had just been torn on his body hit him in an instant. Shhh! Gao Hezi gasped and looked at his hands, which were covered in bandages. He vaguely remembered that he was walking home with Makoto at the time, and their homes were very close to each other, and they had grown up together since childhood. After graduating from ninja school, I was also assigned to the same class. Halfway through, a very large blackbird suddenly sprang out and attacked them. Fortunately, Cheng reacted in time, and he picked up a small life. And then he doesn't remember. However, since he was saved, Makoto should be fine, right? The strange dream just now always made him uneasy. Chi, are you awake? Kazuhiro Wanya, who had been guarding him outside the ward, hurriedly pushed the door in when he heard the movement, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the conscious Takagi. The moment Gao Hezi saw Kazuhiro Wanya, he couldn't help but recall what happened in the dream just now, and he was a little uncomfortable. He reassured himself that it was just a dream. Kazuhiro-sensei, what the hell is going on? He desperately wanted to know what had happened. Kazuhiro Meng was silent, and he looked at Gao Hezi. The expression on his face changed for a while. Seeing that his teacher was reluctant to speak, Gao Hezi changed the question again. Makoto is alright. Makoto. Kazuhiro Meng said heavily, his whereabouts are unknown at the moment. Why, I'm saved, Makoto shouldn't be. Kazuhiro Meng shook his head and sighed. When the nearby ninja arrived, Makoto was already seriously injured, and the guy who attacked you took Makoto away, and his life and death are still unknown. What? Gao Hezi immediately got up from the bed and wanted to leave the ward. The violent movements tore the wounds on his body, and the blood instantly stained the white bandages on his body. As a last resort, Takegawashi could only sit down again under the comfort of Kazuhiro Wang. What is this? While examining his wound, Kazuhiro Manya suddenly grabbed his right leg, and the solemnity on his face was about to overflow. Gao Hezi secretly said in his heart that it was not good, and it was probably not good news to let teacher Hehong show such an expression. He also looked at his right leg. On the calf of his right leg, there was a long black feather. Kazuhiro Manya examined the bird feather for him and made sure that it grew directly on him. As soon as he tried to pull it out, Gao Hezi would feel a sharp pain. I don't know the whole picture, but I don't dare to move, and I can only let the black bird feather grow on Gao Hezi for a while. Gao Hezi lowered his eyes, looked at the black bird feather, and recalled his last experience in the dream realm. In the dream, he turned into a crow. In reality, bird feathers grew on him. Will he also turn into a crow like in his dream? Chapter 17. As the night passed, Konoha found nothing in the search for the intruders. It was as if the intruder had appeared out of thin air and then vanished from the world. But it's not like there are no clues left at all. Konoha Hospital was very busy today, and several ninjas who were injured by strange birds, including Takegawashi, had black crow feathers growing on their bodies, accompanied by severe itching, which seriously affected their lives. Gao Hezi was injured the most times, and he also had the most crow feathers on his body. In just one morning, 4 or 5 feathers were found on him. Even if these crow feathers are removed professionally and then detoxified by conventional means, they still cannot inhibit the growth of crow feathers. All conventional methods were ineffective, and the doctors at Konoha Hospital were able to temporarily collect the victim's blood for testing. By the way, I will do a big medical checkup. Soon, the test results came in. These ninjas were all invaded by an unknown virus, and it was initially theorized that the strange birds had this virus on their claws, which invaded their bodies along the bloodstream after being injured. This virus has never been recorded in the history of Konoha, and they named it Raven Poison. An antidote against crow poison is being developed at full speed. If they can crack the toxin, they might be able to find clues to the intruders. After this kind of big event, Konoha's security force has been upgraded to a new level, and now you can often see patrolling police members, and the patrol team at night has increased by half. As soon as this kind of thing appeared, the birds of Konoha were completely devastated. They used to live well, but suddenly they were in great trouble. And the initiator, the Oni Crow, didn't know what he had left behind at the moment. He had already obeyed the order of Shuichi Mayumi and left Konoha at night. At this time, it is nesting in a huge, honeycomb-like wooden bird's nest, enjoying a comfortable rest during the day. And this bird's nest hangs on an extremely huge giant tree in the forest, probably nearly 100 meters high. The bird's nest was tightly wrapped in branches on all sides, leaving only a path for entry and exit. The ghost crow stays inside and does not receive any sunlight. Very comfortable. This nest was built by him at night, and he manipulated his many doppelgangers to build it together, about a meter high, barely enough to be used as a protective house for him during the day. The most important thing is that the tree is tall and big enough, and there are basically no ghosts who send gods to bother you. As a crow king, he naturally has to be different from other ghosts. The ghost crow, who was closing his eyes and recuperating, suddenly opened his blood-red eyes and blinked a few times. What's going on? How does it feel? A trace of energy slowly entering its body. It's daytime now. All of its clones have been recovered, and not a single one remains. The source of this flesh power. It was Konoha, and the ghost crow's deep gaze seemed to penetrate the bird's nest, crossing the endless forest, and returning to the distant village of Konoha again. Oh, could it be the venom it left behind? During the evacuation, it directed the crows to launch a suicide attack, leaving wounds on the ninjas to facilitate the invasion of the crows. In just one night, the crow poison began to attack, which was beyond the expectations of the ghost crow. It had the impression that the venom was so powerful that it could not even kill it. Even if the crow poison on the human body reaches the advanced stage, it will only be covered with feathers all over its body, turn into a birdman, and then continue to be absorbed by him. Unless it is a person who is malnourished and has extremely low immunity, it may be possible to be killed by crow poison. The raven thought that this ability was a bit of a problem for it. I didn't expect to be able to absorb the energy of the human body. I can't kill people, but it's very practical. Although the amount of energy that crow venom can draw from the same person is very limited, quantitative change causes qualitative change. If 100, or even 1,000 people are infected with its crow venom, then it can just sit back and enjoy it. For ninjas, it is only a matter of time before they crack the venom at this stage and create an antidote. But what about the ordinary people outside the ninja village? Moreover, its crow poison is also a part of the blood demon technique, and it may be able to usher in a second evolution in the future. Thinking of this, the excitement in the heart of the ghost crow was even greater. If it weren't for the sun outside, it would want to rush back to Konoha village now and report its new discovery to the Ghost King. Damn, why can't it take the initiative to contact the Ghost King? Such a wonderful thing is that it is the only crow to enjoy. It's so sad. The enthusiasm in the ghost crow's heart cooled down instantly, and he closed his eyes and waited quietly for darkness to come. Hi! Momiji, who was meditating and cultivating ghost chi, frowned, looked at the black feathers that had grown on his arms at some point, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly uprooted them. Seeing that the wound on his hand healed instantly, he nodded with satisfaction. Why does he have the poison of other ghosts in his body? Strange things, even in the incubation period, he should be aware of it. But I didn't notice it before. However, this poison is too weak, and it can be easily devoured by it. It's definitely not left by the Ghost King. Did he leave it before he became a ghost? Unfortunately, he didn't have that memory. Oh, this poison still grows bird feathers. Do you want to turn humans into birdmen? I don't know which ghost has such a bad taste. If he could see other ghosts, he might be able to tell which ghost had left the poison behind. Then beat him up. You leave poison on me, I leave wounds on you. Reasonable. Solving the abnormalities on his body, Red Leaf did not continue to cultivate the ghost chi. It was difficult for his ghost chi to continue to advance after gaining traits, and after a morning of cultivation, there was no progress at all. I always feel like I'm going in the wrong direction. Do you have to hunt for food to make progress? Chapter 18. Shuichi Mako's application to leave the village was quickly approved, and in the few days he was waiting for approval, Momiji didn't stay at his house all the time. In order to be able to break through faster, Momiji did not hesitate to withstand the pressure from the Konoha police department and went out to find prey. But rabbits don't eat the grass next to the nest, and Shuichi Shimako strictly forbids red leaves to wander around in this area of his house. This makes the already difficult life of Momiji even worse. It doesn't matter if you can eat it or not, he can't expose the existence of ghosts until he is ready to leave the village. He himself is also a substitute for self-restraint, and he has not created new ghosts in the past few days. Now it's finally time to get out of the village, and on the same day that the application was approved, his family's Chinese restaurant also opened. Business was booming on the night it opened, and the store was crowded with people inside and outside. These hungry diners for months finally have the chance to taste the taste they haven't seen for a long time. And the two apprentices of Zhengong Ziyuyi, their hearts were pounding at the moment, they were extremely nervous, and their hands holding the pot were trembling slightly. This was the first time that Shuichi Mako had delegated all the affairs of the store to them. There was nothing to do at night, the two apprentices were stir-frying in the back kitchen, and Shuichi Makomi was walking back and forth on the first and second floors of the store. I met a lot of familiar faces. In a single seat in the corner of the restaurant, a white-haired ninja wearing a mask is staring at a golden fried rice in front of him. The black mask couldn't stop the enticing scent, and he couldn't help but swallow. Shuichi Maku's attention was focused on his face, waiting for the moment when he lifted his mask and ate. As if sensing Shuichi Mayuki's burning gaze, Kakashi Hakiki turned his head and saw the restaurateur who was smiling at him. The two of them are not much different in age, but they have taken different paths, which is emotional. But that's not a reason for him to stare at himself. Hey, why are you looking at me? Kakashi's dead fish eyes met his. The famous Kakashi, what is hidden under the mask? Although Shuichi Makomi's voice was not loud, it was still heard by several tables of diners nearby. Suddenly, several eyes fell on Kakashi. Kakashi looked back and saw a black watermelon head sitting across from him, giving him a thumbs up with a healthy smile that showed 8 teeth. K is here. Is this hell to be stared at by so many people to eat? He thought to himself, but the expression on his face did not change. With his dead fish eyes, he bravely looked back at everyone. Haha, you eat slowly, I'll go first. It's not what Shuichi Bao wants to see, it means it's hard enough to see Kakashi take off his mask. But with so many customers in the store, it doesn't have to be Kakashi. There were quite a few ninjas who came to eat today, and Shuichi Mayuki even found Itaki and Shimizu inside. But seeing that the two of them were so harmonious, he didn't want to bother them. After chatting with some of the more familiar ninjas and confirming that the two apprentices could handle the situation in the store, Shuichi Makomi left the restaurant silently. Momiji, come to me at the Konoha gate. Momiji, who was practicing sword shi in a small forest, suddenly heard the voice of Shuichi Makomi, and he put down the iron knife in his hand and turned his head to look at the big bag at the foot of the big tree. The little face is dark. Why are other ghosts so free? He has to clean the Ghost King every day, and now he has to help carry the bag. The joys and sorrows of ghosts and ghosts are not connected. But it's not without benefits, at least he said that he wanted to practice swordsmanship, and the Ghost King generously prepared a knife for him. Hey! Sighing, Momiji resigned himself to retracting the knife from its scabbard and carrying it on his back with his travel backpack. Then with a cloth bag in one hand and a large bag in his hand, he walked in the direction of the Konoha gate. He walked on the road, not to mention how conspicuous he was, and people passing by had to look at him a few times. After all, the stuffed travel backpack was too big compared to his height of 1 meter 6. It may be a little uncomfortable at first, but after being seen too much, the autumn leaves are she to it. The world isolates me and lets him laugh at me. Why do you bring so many things? I'll help you. Momiji flicked his hand, and he turned his head and saw a strange face with a little familiarity. Although I don't know each other, judging from the other party's green vest, it is obviously a Konoha ninja who is not weak. If you are not related to each other, why should you help yourself? Momiji became vigilant and politely rejected the other party's kindness. "Thanks, but I don't have to, I can do it myself." With that, he snatched the bag in his left hand from the other party's hand and continued to walk towards the entrance of the village. "Sorry, it may have been a bit abrupt." The Konoha ninja scratched his head and didn't force help, but he still followed. He said to himself, "You look a lot like someone I know." "Oh, you're in. Do you want to talk to you?" Momiji looked at the human who had to walk side by side with him with a strange expression. The feeling at this moment is no less than that of a human seeing a domestic pig that scratches its head. Poof! The Konoha ninja almost vomited all the water he had just drunk. "Haha, how is that possible? I'm not interested in a kid like you. It's a little weird for two men, one big and one small, to say this kind of thing on the street." It seemed that he was also aware of this, and the Konoha ninja hurriedly changed the topic. He was really stared at by Momiji's weird-looking eyes. "Actually, the person who looks like you is my student." His expression suddenly became serious. "He disappeared the other day." "Condolences." Momiji nodded, picking up his pace, wanting to get rid of this strange creature as soon as possible. This time, the Konoha ninja didn't follow up again, just stood there and watched him from afar. Finally, he shook his head and let out a long sigh. He lost 2 students in a row, and the only remaining student was poisoned and is still being treated at Konoha Hospital. "Maybe I really couldn't stand it. I met a stranger who looked very similar to my own student, and he actually stepped forward to talk to him. Now I'm going to be treated like a weirdo. But red hair is rare in Konoha, why don't you have an impression?" Soon, Momiji took a bunch of luggage and found the real Bao Shuichi who was waiting for him in front of the Konoha gate. "It's slow, Momiji. In your strength, bringing these things should be a piece of cake." In order to avoid being accused of crushing children, Shuichi Mako symbolically took a bag from Momiji's hand. "I'm very sorry, but I met a strange person on the road who had to pester me and talk to me." "That's unlucky. Zhengong Xiu is a little bit headed, and I didn't discuss it too much on this topic." "Little ghost, it's really hard to bring so many things." A very heroic female ninja snatched Momiji's pocket from his hand and slapped him on the back with her other hand. "You're welcome, I'll help you get it." Momiji turned his head and saw 3 ninjas who suddenly approached them. The male ninja on the far left has long black hair, and his eyes are very special pure white, and the ninja forehead guard just covers his forehead. The female ninja in the middle is nothing special, she looks like an ordinary civilian ninja. She had just taken the pocket from her hand. The male ninja on the right wears a pair of black sunglasses and a stand-up collar cape, and he doesn't look like he's getting along. Ninjas of the Hyuga clan and the Oil Girl clan. "Hehe, Momiji, don't be nervous. These 3 are all Konoha shinobi who have been commissioned to escort us away." Shuichi had a smile on his face, but Momiji didn't let his guard down because of this. The Ghost King smiled. Life and death were unpredictable. According to his experience with the Ghost King in the past few days, it is absolutely impossible for the other party to smile for no reason. Besides, as a Ghost King, you still need a ninja escort? Momiji silently mourned for the 3 ninjas for a second. Chapter 19. Bring it on. The crow swooped down, easily snatching the infant baby from a woman's arms with its claws. The woman tripped and fell to the ground, and before she could get up and find the culprit who had snatched her child, a flock of giant crows immediately surrounded her, completely obscured by the crows flapping their wings, and pecks and claws kept falling on her. "Raven, come and see me." The ghost crow, who was raiding the small villages and towns with a flock of crows, suddenly heard the call of Shuichi Mayumi, with a coordinate location attached. "Great, Lord Oni has finally called me again." It immediately burst into ecstasy, and made up its mind to behave well in front of the Ghost King this time. Thinking of this, it immediately put the baby in its arms in a certain position, and its sharp claws had already left a few bloody marks on the baby's body. Shuichi Maku's call accidentally saved the lives of the rest of the village, and the originally ferocious giant crows all turned around and flew away, quickly disappearing into the forest. After a few days of precipitation, the ghost crow became more comfortable with the use of his blood ghost magic clone, and the number of clones that could be controlled at the same time also increased to 20. But if it joins the fray itself, then the control of the clone is much less sophisticated. Unless it is a vegetable abuse, the ghost crow is she to hiding in the shadows and letting the doppelganger go out to fight. After a long time of not seeing, Dryu's body has expanded again, and now he is 2 meters tall, and the fat on his body has accumulated into a small mountain of meat. He sat in a house and rudely shoved all kinds of stumps and severed arms on the ground into his mouth. "Come and see me." Hearing this voice, he let out a groan in his heart, and even stopped feeding himself. The meat on your hands instantly lost its fragrance. Damn it! He had just been free, and he hadn't been happy for a few days, and he was called back again? The thought of the terrifying face of the Ghost King made his heart tremble. There can be no delay. If he had been a step too late, I don't know if he would have been killed directly. He patted the fat on his body, reluctantly glanced at the rest of the meal on the ground, and slowly moved out of the house. I don't know how long it will take him to get to the location that Shuichi sent to him. The other side. Shuichi Mayumi is taking Momiji with him, and he is walking away from Konoha on foot under the escort of the 3 middle ninjas. Momiji followed them without saying a word, while Shuichi Mayumi was smiling and talking to the 3 ninjas, but in his heart he was already calculating the value of the 3 ninjas. Hinata Kyuji, 16 years old, a split of the Hokage family, with a caged bird on his head. His talent is not outstanding, and Naka Shinobi may be the biggest achievement in his life. In addition to the sect family's active activation of the caged bird effect, the caged bird curse mark will only be passively activated when the Hokage family is removed from the white eye, destroying the eyes and brain tissue. This prevents the white eyes from flowing out. Relying on the ability of ghosting, whether it can directly abolish the restriction of caged birds, I believe there will be an answer soon. Kazugawa Sakiko, 14 years old, a civilian ninja, talent is considered good among civilians, only 13 years old to become a middle ninja, with a ninja posture. But alas, it will soon be explained here. Whether to turn her into a ghost or not, Zhen Gongzhuyi was still hesitating in his heart. After all, she didn't have the slightest blood limit on her body, and the attraction was not so great. But the face is okay, and it's quite eye-catching to take with the red leaves. Oil Girl Bowen, 17 years old, the oldest of the 3, is also the operation captain of this mission. The members of the Oil Girl clan feed the bugs with their own chakra, let the bugs parasitize their bodies, and drive the bugs. All of their ninjutsu rely on bugs to unleash. Shuichi Mayumi is still a little interested in creating a swarm. Quack, quack. Not long after walking, a flock of large black birds flew into the forest to the west, flapping their wings and constantly circling over the 5 people. Their black feathers blended in with the black night sky, and for a while it was hard to tell how many there were. The 3 ninjas glanced at each other, and they all saw the solemnity in the eyes of their companions. White eyes, open. Dense green tendons instantly crawled all over Hinata Kyuji's temples, and the world instantly changed in his eyes. With the help of his white eyes, he was also able to see what was going on in the sky. There are too many of them, I'm afraid more than 10. Hinata Kyuji spoke in a heavy tone, but he didn't expect to encounter the strange crow swarm mentioned in the previous intelligence just after leaving the village. He looked around again, and there was no chakra reaction in the nearby forest. The crow flock itself is not particularly strong, and if a few of them are careful to deal with it, it shouldn't be a big problem. But the key is the venom attached to their claws, and the unknown enemy who seems to be controlling the crow colony behind their backs. The oil girl Bafumi nodded to Kyuji, and the dense parasites gradually crawled all over his arms, ready to attack. Sakiko, you're here to protect Boss Mayuki. An ordinary ninja through and through. As a commoner, the ninjutsu she can learn she is also very limited, and in this case, it is safer to leave it to the children of the big family. Hey, okay. Although she was a little reluctant, she still agreed, and stood next to Shuichi Mayumi, blocking in front of the 2. It's too slow, isn't it? Said True Gongshu. This guy was obviously closer, but he had only walked a third of the way until now. He could sense the position of the arrow, and his extremely slow movement. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult for the Ghost Crow to deal with these 3 middle ninjas alone. Do you want to let Momiji make a move? Originally, it was a test for his own subordinates, so unless it was a last resort, True Bao Shuichi himself did not plan to make a move. Crow, do it. With the help of spiritual communication, the crows in the sky suddenly became agitated, and the 2 crows broke away from the group and rushed straight towards Hinata Kyuji. This time it was just a temptation for the Ghost Crow, picking Hinata Kyuji, who looked weaker. It's coming, reminded the Oil Girl blog post, and the release of parasites gradually accelerated. The crows can hide themselves with the help of darkness, and his parasites may not be impossible, but the effect is better. It may be a bit difficult to control the parasite to attack the crows located in the sky, but if the opponent takes the initiative to descend, then don't blame him for being unkind. Hinata Kyuji frowned and looked at the 2 giant crows in the air that were getting closer and closer. He saw the moment, and his figure flashed to the right, and the giant raven struck him with a fierce wind, blowing his long black hair. The first giant crow's attack failed, and he could only glide forward a few meters against the ground, trying to turn around again behind Hinata Kyuji. It's just that it seems to have forgotten the Oil Girl blog post next to it, and before it knows it, the parasite that has been lurking in the dark has crawled onto its body. On Hinata Kyuji's side, the attack of the second giant crow followed, and this time he had the experience of dodging in front, and while dodging the attack of the giant crow sideways, he slapped out with the palm of his other hand. Bang! The palm hit the giant crow in the high-speed dive. The giant crow was shaken several meters away by the force of his palm. Hinata Kyuji's attack seemed fierce, but the giant crow was far from being beaten back to its original form. It carried the strength of Hinata Kyuji's palm, quickly changed direction in midair, gathered its wings, and rushed towards the Oil Girl Bowen on the other side. Not good. Hinata Kyuji's eyes widened, not expecting that his counter-attack would become the motivation for the enemy to attack his companions. Chapter 20. Mystic Technique, Wormwall Technique. The Oil Girl Bowen groaned softly. The dense black parasites instantly gathered around him and spun at high speed, raising a black and pressing wall, protecting the Oil Girl Bowen. In the next second, the giant crow swept away the black wall formed by the parasite with lightning speed, and the other parasites that were ready to attack also took this opportunity to climb its body. The dense parasites wrapped the whole body of this giant crow in just 1 second, leaving no gaps, and the corners of the eyes of the real Bao were twitched. Even if I was prepared, I was still a little scary to see this kind of scene with my own eyes. Every time a parasite dies, a new one is immediately replaced. Even if the giant crow flapped its wings frantically or rolled on the ground, it could not disperse the dense insects on its body. After a while, under the attack of the parasite, the giant crow that had been sturdy by Hinata's palm was almost dying, and his whole body was convulsed. Its body instantly liquidated, turning into a puddle of red liquid. Immediately after, the puddle of red liquid contracted rapidly, was compressed into a drop of bright red blood, and fell to the ground. Seeing that the Oil Girl Bowen was fine, Hinata Kyuji breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the other giant crow who was fighting with the parasite. If he puts the Oil Girl Bowen in danger because of his mistakes, then he will blame himself for a while. Seeing that the giant crow disappeared, only a drop of blood remained in its place. The Oil Girl Bowen frowned, and commanded a few parasites to collect the drop of blood on the ground. In the previous attack, these giant crows also disappeared, but it was too chaotic at the time, and no one cared about the blood left behind by the giant crows after they died. If we can get the blood condensed after these giant crows have dissipated, there may be a breakthrough in what is being investigated in the village. Tsitsaiza. Something unexpected happened. The parasite made a strange noise after collecting the blood, and the movement was completely out of his control. Before he could find a way to get those parasites back into his control, the bodies of those parasites burst on the spot and died. The Oil Girl Bowen crouched down and carefully examined the bodies of the parasites. From the remnants of the parasite's body, it can be seen that the inside of the parasite has been corroded to a mess, and the drop of blood is missing. Is even blood so corrosive? It seems that the method of collecting blood with parasites will not work. The ghost crow, which had been hiding in the forest and secretly observing, had already gathered the information it wanted at this time. The white-eyed human doesn't seem to have long-range attack capabilities, and the output is all on his hands, and his melee ability is very strong. The one with black sunglasses is a bit difficult to do, and it seems that his bugs are really good at fighting and defending, and there are no obvious shortcomings. The Ghost King's test this time seems to be a bit difficult. The Ghost Crow looked at the two ninjas who were ready to attack with a smart look, and then looked at the female ninja behind him who was in a defensive posture. I gradually had an idea in my heart. Look at the heavens. Kazugawa Sakiko's exclamation attracted the attention of the two, and they glanced at each other, and together they gave the crow the final blow, and then they all looked up to the sky. The crows hovering in the sky suddenly dispersed and disappeared into the dense forest. They're not gone, they're just lurking. Hinata Kyuji, who had white eyes, immediately saw through the scene in the forest. They were now surrounded by these giant crows from all sides. Next, they're about to face an attack from all directions, and you never know which raven will move first. Good thing we have white eyes. The oil girl Bowen pushed her sunglasses, rejoicing in her heart. If there were no white eyes, this battle would be difficult. We're back to back, with Boss Mayuki and Momiji in the middle. He hadn't forgotten his mission this time. They were on a conservation mission, and getting the target to the town ahead intact was their only goal. Both teammates had no objection to this, and they quickly formed a triangle formation, handing their weakest backs to their teammates. The oil girl Bowen even manipulated a large number of parasites, forming a ring-shaped insect wall, which firmly protected several people. 0. Sakiko, your 2 o'clock direction, it's coming. Bowen, 9 o'clock direction. As soon as the enemy moved, Hinata Hisashi reported the location. Kazugawa Sakiko and oil girl Bafumi each had 2 giant crows attacking, but Hinata Kyuji was empty. 2. I don't know if they can do it. Hinata is desperate to help his teammates, but he can't leave his position, otherwise he will be in a mess of formation. He didn't forget that there were 2 ordinary people standing behind him. I saw that one of the 2 giant crows that had rushed towards the oil girl Bowen suddenly changed its course a stone's throw away from the worm wall composed of parasites. Rushing towards Saki Kazugawa, who was completely unaware of the danger. Diverting so closely, Saki Kazugawa realized that it was a little late, and there were 2 giant crows on her side that had already burrowed into the wall formed by the parasite. She withstood the pressure of the 3 giant crows attacking at the same time, and took advantage of the time when the parasite blocked the other party, and her brain was running rapidly. Oil girl Bowen's side is much easier. Originally 2 giant crows ran away from one at the moment, and he only needs to face the offensive pressure of 1 giant crow. Bowen, be careful. Here we go again. Hinata Kyuji frowned, anxious. Why did these giant crows only attack Sakiko and Bafumi? Is this planning to give up on himself? The ghost crows kept sending their own crow clones to put pressure on Kazugawa Sakiko and the oil girl Bafumi. If it was only 2 ordinary people who were being protected by these 3 people, it could think of a better way to distract them and break through the defenses of these 3 people. But who let the Oni King stay in it? It was convinced that its attack would not hurt the Ghost King in the slightest, but even then it did not dare to attack the Ghost King. It definitely didn't want to bear the wrath of the Oni King. Looks like I'm getting in the way of the crows. Shuichi Mayumi muttered in a voice that was only visible to him, and the 3 ninjas next to him were all under a lot of pressure now, and no one heard him muttering quietly. My lord, do you want me to do anything? Momiji asked in a low voice. Kazugawa Sakiko has already used the earth flow wall to block the giant crow at this moment, and the parasite released by the oil girl Wenbo has not been consumed much, and Hinata is even more motionless, almost not expending much physical strength. With the tactics of the ghost crow, maybe Kazugawa Sakiko will become the final breakthrough, but I don't know when it will be. At least Kazugawa Sakiko is now relying on the defense of the earth flow wall, so that the parasite can slowly eat away at the giant crow. Even if the earth flow wall can't be defended, she can rely on offensive ninjutsu or detonator charms to attack parasites and entangled giant crows at the same time, injuring 1,000 enemies and 800 self-inflicted damage with one move. If this continues, I don't know how long it will take for these three ninjas to lose their ability to fight. Although it is already far away from the village, it is difficult to guarantee that you will not meet ninjas who leave the village at night to carry out tasks, and the longer it drags on, the greater the danger. Dry arrow. It is estimated that it will not be able to pass in a short time. Sure enough, let's let Momiji take action. Fight your way to the next town. Go ahead, Momiji. Chapter 21. With the permission of Shuichi Mako, Momiji's eyes suddenly turned blood red, like a pool of blood. He crouched on the ground, his hands crossed with his fingers crossed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Blood demon magic, blood thorn. The ground under their feet suddenly moved and shook slightly. What's going on? Hinata looked out into the ground with his white eyes, and at that moment, a thorny blood-red thorn burst out of the ground from beneath his feet. Be careful. Watch your step. After saying that, he didn't care so much, and jumped up and jumped into the air. In the next second, blood-red thorns with the thickness of a calf broke through the ground one after another, like a poisonous snake with thorns, winding and coiling on the ground. Hearing Hinata Kyuji's shout, although Kazugawa Sakiko reacted in time, her movements were still a little slow, and the thorny spikes had already cut her thighs while jumping, tearing out a long blood mark. What's even more terrifying is that the blood that spilled from the wound was absorbed by these strange thorns in an instant. The thorn that had absorbed the blood seemed to grow even redder. If you are pierced into your body by these thorns, you will probably be sucked dry of blood and turned into a dried corpse in a few moments. On the other side, the oil girl Bowen was controlling the parasite and fighting with the giant crow, and in the face of the attack coming from the ground, he couldn't be in time, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, he was surrounded by layers of blood-colored thorns, and the thorns pierced into his body. With any single move, the wound will be torn bigger and bigger. Got it. Momiji was puzzled. It looked like it was indeed a hit to the naked eye, but the thorns didn't send feedback. Buzz. As if to answer his doubts, the oil girl Bowen instantly turned into a black flying insect and scattered. Worm clone, win. Couldn't find the main body of the oil girl Bowen for a while, and Momiji could only turn his target to Hinata Kyuji and Kazugawa Sakiko, who were barely out of the layers of blood thorns. He stretched out the index and middle fingers of his right hand and swiped upwards through the air. The thorns buried in the ground seemed to hear his call, and they wrapped around one after the other, forming a huge spike that instantly stabbed out from the ground at Hinata Kyuji's feet. Hinata Kyuji didn't have time to dodge, so he could only let his body fall backwards to dodge the attack. The spikes formed by the thorns intertwined with each other pierced from where he had been, and if he hesitated, he might have been pierced directly. Bang! Hinata Kyuji fell to the ground heavily, and as soon as he tried to get up, thorns that were even thinner, only the thickness of his wrist, came out of the ground and wrapped around his feet. More thorns burst out of the ground and entangled his body, and even his hands were trapped by thorns that came out of nowhere. The thorns pierced into his skin, and he could feel his blood draining quickly. Momiji uses his mind to manipulate Thorn's blood-sucking ability, with the goal of putting all three of them into a state of hemorrhagic shock. Although he could directly suck the blood dry, he was not stupid, and he could see that the Ghost King was interested in these three people. He didn't want to anger the Ghost King for the sake of momentary gratification. Boss Mayuki, why? Kazugawa Sakiko jumped continuously and fell to safety, and just as she looked up and wanted to ask, she saw Yumi Makoi holding his arms in his hands, standing next to Momiji and looking at her coldly. Looking at the sound arm of Shuichi True, she was slightly stunned. She remembered that Boss Mayuki only had one arm, and she was pretty sure it was the same when she first came out of Konoha. But now Shuichi Mayuki is actually able to have sound hands. Is he still Shuichi Mako? In Kazugawa Sakiko's cognition, there has never been a guy in this world who can quickly regenerate an arm like this. And the real true Bao Shuichi is just an ordinary person, he can't even refine chakra, how can he have such a strange ability? Could it be that Shuichi Shinbo was dropped on the road? No, the red-haired imp beside him had been following them from the beginning, and the thorns that had just attacked them were obviously controlled by the red-haired imp. So, the more Kaguya Sakiko thought about it, the more she felt that she was one step closer to the truth. If you are bold, maybe all the strange birds in the sky have been lured by this fake bow. Could it be that this fake real bow in front of him is the culprit who caused Konoha to do a series of recent things? Now he is disguised as a real bow Shuichi, just to leave Konoha openly. Kaguya Sakiko's mind seems to have two villains suddenly appeared. The villain makes her fight to the end, using all her strength to catch the culprit who disturbs the peace of the village and rescue the captured Hinata Kyuji. The other villain told her that the enemy was very strong, she was not an opponent, and what she had to do now was to immediately abandon the mission and return to the village to rescue the soldiers. Unlike Kaguya Sakiko's entanglement, the oil girl Wenbo, who was hiding in the dark and observing, pushed the sunglasses on the bridge of her nose and was already planning to retreat. It's not far from Konoha here, and as long as the speed of moving the rescuers is fast enough, Hinata Hisashi still has a chance of life. He saw that Hinata Kyuji was only in shock at the moment, and if the other party wanted to kill Hinata, he would already be a dried corpse. Maybe you can take advantage of the enemy's desire to capture Hinata. With a big living person, they will definitely not go far. As for Sakiko Kaguya, the oil girl Wenbo frowned and thought for a moment. Reminding you will reveal your location, and it will be inconvenient to run away later. Without reminding, Sakiko Kaguya will definitely not be able to make the right choice in a short period of time. Sakiko, withdraw. Reading the friendship between them, the oil girl Bowen still reminded him out loud, and this sentence also revealed his current position. He still didn't want to see Kaguya Sakiko go to death. The enemy may not kill Hinata just for the sake of the white-eyed blood inheritance limit, but Kaguya is a complete civilian, and she is likely to be killed directly without the blood inheritance limit. Kaguya hesitantly glanced at Hinata Kyuji, whose life and death were unknown, and then at the oil girl Bowen, who was already retreating in a hurry, gritted his teeth, and turned around to follow. She figured it out, without the oil girl blog post, even if she did, she would only give away one of her lives. It's better to go back to the village to move the rescuers and pray that Hinata Hisashi is still alive. Ghost crows, Momiji, leave them behind, don't let them run. After saying this, Shuichi Mayumi walked to Hinata Kyuji, who was trapped to death by thorns, turned his right arm into a thorn whip, and without hesitation, he stabbed the tip into Hinata Kyuji's body. Come on, let me see what happens. He finally got the white eyes that he never remembered, even though it was just a gifted Hinata. Shuichi Mayumi narrowed his blood-red eyes and stared at Hinata Kyuji on the ground. Chapter 22. Fuck off, stinky crow, you go clean up on that woman. Momiji had long recognized this ghost that looked like a crow, the culprit who kept the poison in his body, and he opened his mouth to order in displeasure. His strength is too much better than this crow, isn't it natural for subordinates to obey the orders of their superiors? Damn, who gave you the right to order me? The ghost crow was furious when he heard this, and controlled his crow clone to spray wildly at the red leaves. The more it sprayed, the more it felt that the red-haired ghost seemed to look a little familiar. But it had to look at so many faces every night that it couldn't remember exactly where it had seen it for a while. Seeing that the crow clone of the ghost crows had been blocking his way, constantly hindering his movement, Momiji couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you think you can stop that worm man? If you let the person go, it's all your responsibility. As far as the ghost crow's previous performance, suppressing it can suppress the oil girl Bowen, but if the other party really wants to run away with all his might, the ghost crow probably can't stop it. The main thing is that the woman doesn't look as strong as this insect man, and Momiji is not very interested in it. The raven was silent for a moment, trying to refute it, but couldn't find a reason. It was really not sure that it would be able to stop the man who was playing with the worm, and its crow clone had already consumed several of them before, and it had not been able to replenish it for the time being. Ha, you remember for me, at this critical time, you have to be handsome alone, and you will have good fruit to eat later. Thinking about it, only Momiji wants to deal with the insect man alone. Wait for it to get rid of the other woman quickly, and then watch him play. The ghost crow's words didn't stir up a stir in Momiji's heart, and the latter just glanced at it lightly, and then turned his attention back to the oil girl Bowen. Although the ghost crow was unhappy, it was not good to harass Momiji anymore, so he could only run to stop the female ninja who was following behind the oil girl Bafumi. On Shuichi Shinyuki's side, Hinata Hisashi quickly completed its ghostization, and those pure white eyes still retained after the ghosting. Compared to the previous 3 ghosts, Hinata Kyuji has changed extremely much. The height has increased from 1.7 meters to a full 1.9 meters, and because of his well-proportioned figure, the whole person looks taller than he was at the beginning. His delicate-looking white skin turned even paler, and at first glance it looked like a long dead corpse, his back bulging high, and a pair of bloody white wings bursting out of his skin. Obviously, after the ghosting, Hinata Kyuji will gain the ability to fly. I thought that a pair of wings would be almost enough, but I didn't expect another pair of wings to break through his back and show it, and now he has 4 wings. Hinata Hisashi had more wings than the ghost crow who was originally a bird, which shocked Shuichi Mayumi slightly, and the ghost crow was afraid that he would be unbalanced again when he knew it. The blood marks on his body that were cut by blood thorns gradually extended, forming intersecting blood-colored lines on his body. Even on his face, there was a very conspicuous cross-shaped blood mark. Shuichi Mayumi stepped forward to remove the ninja forehead guard from his forehead, and found that the caged bird curse mark on his head had disappeared at some point, and was replaced by a completely different blood-red spell mark, which looked bluffing, but actually had no effect. White eyes, white skin, black hair. If there are no blood marks on the body that extend for a long time, then the overall look is still good. Although Hinata Hisagi's facial features are not exquisite, they are not ugly, and they belong to the average appearance of the Hyuga family. For his changes, Shuichi Mayumi is quite satisfied, but the most important thing is whether he can still use the ability of white eyes after the ghost. The ghost doesn't have a chakra, so what is the substitute for? See Lord Oni. Hinata got down on one knee in front of him and looked like the type of honest man who was taciturn and talkative. Very good, from today onwards you will be called Tianmu. Tell me, what are the abilities of your eyes? Shuichi Mayumi quickly completed the naming session without much nonsense, and entered the ability link that he was most interested in. My eyes can see within a 2-kilometer radius, have a 360 degrees view, and see through the target's meridians, bones, acupuncture points, and energy flow. Isn't that similar to the ability of ordinary white eyes? True Gongshiu thought to himself. In addition, my gaze seems to be able to see through any object, even through space to the other side. Tianmu was a little unsure when he said this. After all, there was no special space around for him to observe, he just felt this way. Oh! True Gongxiuyi was happy in his heart. This eye is good, but I don't know if it's Tianmu's own ability, or the ability that all Hinata ghosts will have after they are transformed. And what living creatures are in the land beneath our feet? Tianmu looked down at the ground, turning his 2 white eyes from time to time to look in other directions. There seemed to be some white, human-looking creatures. This is especially true in that direction. Tianmu pointed in the direction of Konoha village. However, in my observation, although they are living creatures, they do not seem to have the characteristics of being alive, which is a bit strange. Is it a white absolute that has been placed under the Konoha and prepared? Shuichi Mayumi temporarily decided to take Tenmu with him. He didn't want to be watched by the Black Jedi or the White Jew without knowing it one day. Very well, Tianmu, you can follow me from now on. Yes. During the conversation between Shuichi Mayumi and Tenmu, the battle on the other side is also coming to an end. In the face of Momiji's attack, the oil girl Bowen's defensive counter-attack can be said to be weak and powerless, and Bloodthorn is not afraid of the attack of these parasites at all. And Momiji himself allowed parasites to crawl on his body, and the surface of his body was covered with a layer of ghostly energy. The parasites that crawl on him will continue to absorb physical strength. Not only will they not be able to break his defense, but they will soon lose their strength and fall down on their own. Seeing that his parasite was completely helpless in the face of the red leaves, the oil girl Bowen became more and more panicked, and the pace of escape was chaotic. Soon, Momiji caught a flaw in the oil girl bowen, and launched the blood thorns to form a thorn cage, trapping the oil girl bowen inside. You can't escape now. Momiji was disappointed with the oil girl bowen, and thought he was an opponent worth a try, but those bugs couldn't even break his defenses. It's so slow to clean up a worm man, Uncle Ben. I have already sent the woman to the Ghost King. Do you want the Ghost King to come over in person? Don't you think it's offensive to let the clone come and taunt me? Momiji reached out and grabbed the large crow and smashed it against the thorny spikes. Before the crow touched the spike, the crow in his hand immediately took the initiative to turn into liquid, condensed into a drop of blood, floated into the air, and flew towards the forest. Looking at the drops of blood in the distance, Momiji made a dissatisfied voice. Tisk. Chapter 23. Whew, whew, whew. With the sound of heavy breathing, Dry's bulky body shook as he ran, and everywhere he went, all the birds were frightened by his footsteps and flew away. If he could, he would rather never see the Ghost King again in his life. Obviously, he is not good at moving, and now he still allows himself to run so far. Isn't it torture for himself? But fortunately, after his unremitting efforts, he is finally only 100 meters away from his destination. The end is in sight. Dead fatty, run faster. A woman's joking voice came from a nearby tree. Well, someone provoked him so much? I'm afraid he was tired of it. What he liked most was the fine skin and tender flesh of women and children. He snorted coldly, turned his head nimbly, and looked at a large tree beside him. After catching a figure lying on the branch on the tree, he didn't look closely. He opened his mouth to see a U, and green acid gushed straight out towards the figure. Damn, what a taste! The woman in the tree made a voice of disgust, and did not dodge, but just reached out and waved lightly in front of her. Blood demon technique, cascading space. The green acid in midair vanished with a disgusting smell, as silky as if it had been erased by an eraser. Dry's eyes widened like brass bells, his mouth still in the shape it had just been sprayed, and the residual acid in his mouth dripped down his jaw. What kind of ability is this? After a failed round of attacks, it was only after a round of attacks that he could see the face of the man on the tree. Long crimson hair tied up high, a pair of golden snake eyes, and the pitch-black war pattern that ran through the entire face from top to bottom. He felt the breath of his kind from this woman. What kind of person is this? It is clearly a ghost. Frivolous movements, contemptuous eyes, and a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Even if he was the same kind of person, he didn't allow the other party to look at him like this. But thinking back to the other party's strange blood ghost technique, the dry arrow was coaxed again. In the end, he could only glare at the other party very uncompetitively, twist his body and continue to run towards the finish line. Poof! She couldn't hold back and laughed. Damn it, I'll have to clean her up when I get back. Dry muttered, remembering what had just happened. Seeing that he was finally about to leave the forest and go to the path, he couldn't help but smile sincerely. Dry, do you know how long you are late? Outside the forest, Shuichi Mayumi looked at him with an indifferent expression, and at that moment Dry felt a killing intent that almost condensed into substance. The smile on the face of the dry arrow froze on his face, and he suddenly didn't want to leave the forest, but because of the obscenity of the Ghost King, he could only speed up his pace and crawl to the path. Plop! He knelt down directly in front of Shuichi Mayumi, slamming his head to the ground in a frenzy. Lord Ghost King, your subordinates are incompetent. This is already the fastest speed of your subordinates. Your lord has a large number, just forgive me. Your great kindness and great virtue subordinates will definitely remember it in your heart for a lifetime. Since this is the case, then you can go. His trembling body paused, and suddenly stopped trembling. He looked up in disbelief and saw the creepy smile on Shuichi Mayumi's face. Give you 5 seconds, and if you don't go, you'll want to go to hell. 5,4,3. Dry Arrow was frightened by the sudden timing, and immediately stood up and ran away, for fear that the Ghost King would regret it after running. Listen up! Shuichi Mayumi clapped his hands calmly, his blood-red eyes reflecting the back of Dry Arrow's full escape. Whoever is the first to come to me with his head will receive my reward. After saying that, he used the special authority of the Ghost King to block most of the immortality of the Dry Arrow. Now he can't regenerate his body. But if his head and body are separated, he can still survive for a little time. Removed most of the immortality, but deliberately kept a little so that you know he's a ghost. In the distance, he noticed that his immortality was gradually disappearing, his heart was pounding, the wind was growing under his feet, and he ran away faster. But his size was there, and even if he was already running away with all his might, he would be just a lump of stinky meat in the eyes of the other ghosts. Damn, he knew that the Ghost King didn't have a good heart. Thus, the first ghost games began. Hey, who can kill that guy? They. Ghost Crow descended to Momoji's side, looked at Momoji, who was indifferent to this, and launched a challenge. Momoji glanced at it, and continued to stare at the fleeing arrow. I'm not interested, you better be on guard against the others first. Cut, why don't you have any passion at all? I don't like to play cat and mouse. They. Ghost Crow glanced at Momoji suspiciously, only to feel bored with himself, and flapped his wings and flew away. Shuichi Mayumi knew that Momoji hadn't moved at all, but he wouldn't force his subordinates to participate in the games. After all, this competition was also something he came up with out of boredom. It's hard to say whether there will be another one. In addition to Momoji's lack of enthusiasm, aren't there 4 very motivated ghosts? He doesn't know much about these 3 ghosts that he just created, and he urgently needs a battle to let him understand them more intuitively, and Ganya is a good choice. The goal of the game is to bring back the head of the Dry Arrow, not to kill the Dry Arrow, so they will also fight each other on the way back. In addition to Tianmu, the other 2 ghosts he named Mirror Shadow and Insect Lord. The predecessor of the Mirror Shadow was Kizugawa Sakiko, and almost after the ghost transformation, he awakened the Blood Ghost technique Cascading Space, which is a space-based blood ghost technique, but it is not the infinite city that Shuichi Shinbo wants. The essence of Mirror Shadow's blood magic is to replicate an artificial space that is almost identical to the current spatial environment, and she can transfer anything in the current space to the cascading space she created, and the coordinate position of the transferred thing will not change. Or move things out of the cascading space. Does not possess the teleportation ability of Infinity City. In addition, the ability to mirror is limited, and many of the envisaged operations cannot be completed. The only things that can be transferred are now confirmed to be alive, ranged attacks, or small objects. Fortunately, the sun in the cascading space does not have the ability of the sun to kill ghosts in reality. Rather, it is more like an immovable hideout, hidden in a layered space, and people from the outside world cannot perceive them. Unless someone uses a spatial ability to forcibly pull a person out of the stacked space. However, if you want to use the cascading space to hide in a sunny place in reality, it is not feasible to do so. There is a time limit for the same cascading space, and when the time is up, it will not be able to maintain the automatic disintegration. All of these things that have been transferred from reality will be expelled as foreign objects in the cascading space when they disintegrate, thus returning to reality. Unless you're fast enough to reconstruct a new cascading space before the sun shines on you, and then duck in. The predecessor of the Insect Master was the Oil Girl Bowen, and his ability to demonize is really a little unsatisfactory. After he became a ghost, he could no longer control the parasites in his body, and they were almost all killed by the time he woke up. However, his appearance became as indescribable as that of a half-worm man, covered with a black insect carapace, and a pair of thin cicada wings behind him. But on the whole, he is still a person. Although his strength, agility, and physique have been greatly improved, he is gradually moving away from the swarm envisioned by Shuichi Shinyuki. Shuichi Mayumi could even have a hunch that this guy would awaken the blood ghost technique that completely turned himself into a worm in the future, otherwise he would be sorry for his half-worm appearance. I don't know if it's caused by the individual differences of the Oil Girl clan, or maybe the man can't become the worm mother. Shuichi Mako secretly decided that if he had the opportunity in the future, he would catch 2 more ninjas from the Oil Girl clan and try it. In addition, he has a windfall. The speed at which the demon awakens the blood demon technique seems to be linked to his talent as a human. Not to mention the mirror shadow who had a good ninja talent before he was born, even the ghost crow, before he became a ghost, was also the best among the crows, with a larger body and stronger strength. These talented guys have a great chance of directly awakening the blood ghost technique after becoming ghosts. Others, on the other hand, take a certain amount of time to awaken the blood ghost magic. Chapter 24. In the air, a man and a crow were flying side by side, and the ghost crow looked at the winged Tianmu next to him and blinked his eyes. Obviously, it was the only one that could fly in the past, but now there is another one, with wings larger than it and more in number. It's a little bad in my heart. Hey, why are you here? Are you also here for the reward of the Ghost King? The ghost crow's eyes flashed with doubt. This Tianmu looked like he had no desire, just looking at it made it angry. As a ghost, how can you not be self-motivated at all? What's the matter? These ghosts are stranger than the other. Lord Oni wanted me to participate, so I came. Tianmu was concise and to the point, as if he was telling a very ordinary thing, and he didn't even glance at the ghost crow during the process. Hey, that's it. The ghost crow felt a little weak in his heart. How could he feel that this guy was more filial to the Ghost King than it? However, this guy didn't even have blood ghost skills, so he shouldn't be a strong competitor. Since Momiji took the initiative to withdraw, the most difficult thing to deal with should be the woman, right? The ghost crow turned its head to look at the mirror shadow that followed it closely and kept jumping through the forest. If this woman is locked up in a small dark room, it will be over. At least this game has nothing to do with it. It is not a spatial ability, and its strength is not much different from that of the mirror shadow, and it is absolutely impossible to break through the space and return to reality in a short period of time. This is enough time for the mirror to sweep across the battlefield and bring back the head of the dry arrow to the Ghost King. However, the mirror's spatial ability to move is limited, and only objects within a certain radius around her can be transferred. But it hadn't fought the woman, and it didn't know the exact scope. The advantage is that it can constantly use the doppelganger to test the past. Thinking about the plan to deal with the mirror shadow, the ghost crow accelerated with a dive, quickly opened up the distance between him and Tianmu, and caught up with the dry arrow running hard in front of him in a moment. Tianmu was stunned for a moment, realizing that the ghost crow and him were flying side by side before, but they were releasing water, which was the true speed of the other party. If they were to play against each other, it might not be long before he was thrown away. With his weight here, even with an extra pair of wings, he still can't fly much faster. There are still two ghosts in the back, and it seems that it will be a little difficult for him to win this match. But as long as you participate in the competition, you can complete the task of the Ghost King, right? Tianmu thought in his heart. In fact, he didn't have any motivation, and he was not very interested in the final reward. If he could, he would prefer to swap places with Momiji. He was shocked that Momiji was able to ignore the Ghost King's orders, and the Ghost King didn't seem to blame him. Could it be that the Ghost King was actually very easy to get along with? Or was there some other reason in it? While waiting for the dry arrow to come over, he, the mirror shadow, and the insect lord almost all had two moves with Momiji. Except for the mirror shadow running in both directions, he and the insect master were basically forced. Momiji came at you without saying a word, and the Ghost King was still watching the play on the side, and you didn't fight back? Momiji's blood ghost technique is too rebellious for those ghosts who don't have blood ghost skills, and the hardness is not comparable to ordinary thorns. No matter how many thorns are summoned, the autumn leaves don't seem to be consumed. He thought that Momiji, a battle maniac, would not let go of this opportunity, but it seems that he still doesn't know enough about Momiji. Unlike Tianmu, who is thinking about how to touch fish, the two ghosts, who have no ability to fly and can only run on the ground, are also talking harmoniously at the moment. How about we work together to kill that talkative crow first, and then play fair? Mirror suggested. Even though she and the crow hadn't yet confronted, she already felt the other's difficulty. What you see will never be its essence. Not really. Insect Lord indifferently refused. although he could fly at low altitude, he still chose to use his legs to hurry. Without the ghost crow, I don't think Tianmu and I can stop you. If they want to get close to the mirror, I'm afraid they will be the first to be put into that strange space. Cut, it's like you're competitive with a ghost crow. Mirror Shadow said disdainfully. With the flying speed of you and Tianmu, I'm afraid you won't even be able to absorb the wake of the ghost crow. Insect Lord was silent. Neither of these two options was a good thing for him or Tianmu. The key was that he didn't know what Tianmu thought now. If he could, he would prefer that the two of them who didn't have blood ghost magic could cooperate, and at least have a little hope of winning. Ga! A loud crow caught their attention, and the two ghosts couldn't help but speed up a little, and sprinted towards the ghost crow with all their might. The celestial eyes in the sky could see more clearly, and a group of crow clones were now entangled with the dry arrows in the front. Even if he escaped for a minute or two in advance, he was still the one who was caught up in an instant. The crow's attack method tortured the dry arrow that had lost its overspeed regeneration enough, but I am afraid it would be difficult to remove the dry arrow's head in a short period of time. When the ghost crow takes off the head of the dry arrow, I'm afraid all three of them will chase after him. Holding his head, he spat acid out of his mouth and fought back, but was never able to hit the extremely agile ghost crow. After recognizing the reality, he could only hug his head and run away. The big mouth on his stomach could only absorb elemental attacks, and it was completely useless to face a physical attack like a ghost crow. Thinking about it carefully, there were so many ghosts chasing him behind him, and there was not a single elemental attack. The blood ghost technique that he had just comprehended was completely useless. He had to absorb enough attacks before his blood ghost technique could be activated. This road is now completely blocked. Oh, why is it so hard? I'll help you. The voice of the mirror shadow sounded beside him, and at the same time, the silver knife flashed, and the head of the dry arrow, as well as several clones who surrounded him, were instantly stabbed in two. Mirror Shadow took the ninja knife that was pulled out of his body, played a beautiful knife flower in his hand, and withdrew it into the scabbard, without the slightest intention of snatching his head. Looking at the dry arrow head in midair, the ghost crow immediately reacted, controlled a clone that was lucky not to be killed, grabbed the head with both claws, and flew into the sky with it. Then he collided with Tianmu, who was waiting in the air. The two glanced at each other, and Tianmu instantly struck out and snatched the head that the clone was grabbing. Although the speed of the ghost crow is very fast, and its clone has inherited this agility ability, the head of the dry arrow unexpectedly sinks, and the weight of the doppelganger causes the agility of the clone to drop significantly. It was just Tianmu's first round of tentative attacks, and he almost gave up his head in his hands. Getting the head is a small problem, but how to get the head back is a big problem. Chapter 25. Tisk, that's slow. Momiji waited a little impatiently and sat down cross-legged, not knowing what was going on over there. Who was the first one to come with a head? A ghost crow, or a mirror, or those two guys who didn't have a sense of presence? Whoever it was, the trap he made was enough to stop it. Shuichi Shinbo was observing the entire battle situation through the vision of the ghost crow at this time, and I have to say that when it comes to watching the battle, it is indeed the ghost crow who is hiding in the shadows all the time to look at the overall situation is stronger. Mirror Shadow killed 4 or 5 crow clones with just one sword, and I'm afraid the ghost crow didn't expect Mirror Shadow to suddenly appear. The Mirror Shadow is estimated to have entered the cascading space first, hid itself in reality, and then transferred himself to reality after reaching the corresponding position of the dry arrow in the cascading space. This has created the illusion of teleportation. Although the head was snatched away by the ghost crow in the end, the Mirror Shadow was still not in a hurry. What thoughts did she have in her head? Even if she relied on the characteristics of the cascading space to play some tricks, it should be difficult to reach the ghost crow in the sky, right? The Tianmu and the crow clone in the air were entangled for a few rounds, and finally the head of the dry arrow still reached the hands of Tianmu. Although Tianmu wanted to touch the fish, since he now had the possibility of winning, why didn't he rush it? After snatching his head, Tianmu made an accelerated turn and temporarily shook off the crows that surrounded him, and flew towards the starting point. But Tianmu's speed was still a little worse than that of the ghost crows, and in just a few seconds, the crows surrounded again. The pecks and claw strikes kept falling on him, and although the wounds caused were healed instantly, they still caused him a lot of trouble. Couldn't stand the constant harassment of the crows, so Tianmu deliberately slipped his hand and threw the head out of his hand. That direction happened to be the position of the insect master. Without a head, the crows no longer harassed him, and he was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the fight still didn't suit him. The insect lord looked at the head flying towards him, and there was a burst of ecstasy in his heart, and he reached out to pick it up. Unbeknownst to him, a mirror shadow flashed in front of him, and a flutter snatched his head and disappeared in place, hiding in her cascading space. All of a sudden, all the moving ghosts stopped. You look at me, I look at you. The ghost crow looked at the insect master, his eyes seemed to question why he couldn't even take it, and gave his head to the mirror shadow. The insect lord looked at the ghost crow, as if questioning why he didn't expect Tianmu to throw his head out directly, allowing his head to fly for such a long distance, giving mirror shadow a chance. Ahem! One of the doppelgangers cleared his throat and broke the deadlock. Don't be afraid, the stacked space of the mirror shadow has a certain limit, and it is impossible for her to run directly from the stacked space to the end. She's going to show up within a certain range of this area. So, what is this range? The insect lord looked at him speechlessly, saying nonsense, the ghost crow has a hand, who here doesn't know that there is a certain range of the layered space of the mirror shadow. I'm not a mirror shadow, but I want to say that this range is likely to be large or small. I don't know the specific range. After all, as I said at the beginning, I am not a mirror shadow either. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. Tianmu and the Worm Lord staring at the ghost crow, and the ghost crow holds its head high, not afraid of staring at all. It's not good, it's stalling for time. The insect master reacted first, and only the ghost crow that spoke was left in his field of vision, and the other clones had already disappeared into the forest. Now I'm afraid that surveillance has been arranged in this area. As long as the mirror shadow appears, the ghost crow itself will get the news as soon as possible. Their progress is already grossly slower than that of the raven. Tianmu listened to the words of the insect master, and there was no fluctuation. He thought for a while, flapped his wings and flew towards the end, completely giving up the pursuit of the mirror shadow. Anyway, whoever gets their head will end up over there. Why don't you wait at the end of the line? Momiji, who was already a little tired of waiting, leaned against the edge of the tree trunk and waited quietly for the other ghosts to take their heads to the end. The first thing he saw was the celestial eyes flying in the sky. It turned out to be Tianmu. What the hell did the ghost crow do? Can't even beat Tianmu? As soon as the thought came out, Momiji saw that Tianmu didn't have a dry head on his body. Obviously, Tianmu also thought of this and planned to wait at the end in advance. Do you want to clean up the Tianmu in advance? Momiji stared at the Tianmu in the air, and finally suppressed this thought. Tianmu has the ability to fly, and he wants to solve the trouble. I don't know where the other ghosts have gone now, if the most important purpose has been delayed because of cleaning up the heavenly eye. That's putting the cart before the horse. Let's wait patiently. Tianmu is back, and everything else should be soon. Unlike the patient waiting here, the mirror shadow can be said to be inextricably fighting. Mirror shadow found a corner in the cascading space that was not easy to find, thinking that no one would find it after returning to reality, but he didn't expect to take a picture with one of the clones of the ghost crow as soon as he came out. Then the two were entangled together, and the clones were fighting more and more, and after getting the position of the mirror shadow, the other clones came from other places one after another. And the insect master, who couldn't find the direction, was also attracted by the sound of the fight. Now that he is haunted by ghost crows, mirror shadow can't even if he wants to enter the cascading space again to hide. Although she has blood demon magic, she has not evolved to the point where she can use it in battle. Her ability to transfer is limited, and there are too many clones of the ghost crows. Even if she transfers a few to the cascading space, it won't have much impact on the overall situation. As soon as his eyes opened and closed, the head of the dry arrow in the mirror shadow's hand disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the clones of the crow flock that had been transferred into the cascading space were also transferred to reality. The ghost crow first smacked, and then sped up the speed of the attack on the mirror shadow. "Why are you putting your head in your little dark room? You can go in and get it yourself if you want." With his head in his hands, the mirror sprinted in the direction of the insect master. In the surprised and happy gaze of the insect master disappeared in place. "Damn, why did you put him in? Put me in, quick!" The ghost crow couldn't take the initiative to enter the layered space of the mirror shadow, and could only attack the mirror shadow in a frenzy of impotence and rage outside. But mirror shadow doesn't care about the attack of the ghost crow now. After all, the head has been sent out, and the two of them are immortal ghosts here, and it's useless for you to beat me and me to beat you. I've never heard such a strange request. Instead of beating me here, why don't you think about where the Worm Lord will come out with his head? She would rather give her head to the weaker Worm Lord. The movement of any creature in the cascading space would be perceived by her, and she knew the location of the Worm Lord from the beginning, and it was up to her to determine where the Worm Lord would come from. When the time comes, it will be more convenient to grab it back. She and the insect master both knew where they would come from, and only the ghost crows would be kept in the dark. Chapter 26. It's coming. Hearing the gradual approaching movement, the autumn leaves resting against the trees also became serious. It's a matter of success or failure. The blood thorns buried in the ground began to gradually move, and if Tianmu glanced at the ground with the power of his white eyes at this time, he would find that the ground that was only blocked by a layer of soil was an overwhelming blood-red thorn. It's just that Tianmu is not in the mood at this time, and he is already thinking about whether to directly let other ghosts go over to make a difference. The first person to enter Momoji's line of sight was Kagami, holding the head of the dry arrow in her hand, and when she saw Momoji through the forest, her pupils shrank slightly. Followed by the insect master, this guy has an abnormal physique, and the distance between him and the mirror shadow is getting closer and closer when he is at full power. If it weren't for the fact that he only had half a worm wing on his back and the other one was still regenerating, he might have been able to move faster. The last one is the ghost crow that has high hopes for Momoji. It looks impotent and furious, although the speed of the sprint is fast, but it has obviously been thrown off a lot before, and it can't catch up for a while. What happened to these three guys? Why did the fastest ghost crow come last? It was to be expected that Mirror Shadow got his head. Her blood ghost technique, despite still being an early ability, is already a supermodel. Momoji thought in his mind, and the movements of his hands did not stop, and it only took a snap of his fingers, and the blood thorns that had been set in advance were all running at this moment. Countless intertwined blood thorns rose from the ground, forming a circular web-like wall that kept all the demons out. The mirror shadow running at the front almost crashed straight into the thorn net wall that suddenly appeared, but fortunately stopped the car in time, and the thorns on the thorns were only less than 10 centimeters away from her, and almost had a bloody accident. Looking up, the thorny net wall was more than 20 meters high, and after reaching the top, it began to spread towards the center again. During this time of mirror observation, the original thorn net wall has become a thorn cage, and there is no other way than to break the cage. Shuichi Mayumi, who was locked in a cage. Although he had expected Momoji's behavior, he didn't expect Momoji to really dare to use a cage to cover him inside. It's almost enough to build a wall to block the way. It's really disrespectful to the Ghost King. True Gong Shuichi had already planned to settle accounts with Momoji afterwards, and the young man was still a little in awe of his superiors. The moment he saw this blood thorn cage, Jing Ying realized that Momoji had made a move. It was not that he didn't want to participate, but he wanted to wait for the rabbit. Right now, she wanted to transfer herself to the cascading world. Now that this blood thorn has become a part of the environment, even if the cascading world is created now, there will still be blood thorns in the cascading world, but at least she has time to figure out how to break through the blood thorn and enter the interior. Or wait for the other ghosts to catch up in the space, and then have a duel with Momoji. It's just that the red leaves who have made all the preparations will naturally not give her a chance to transfer herself, and at the foot of the mirror's shadow, a few red thorns broke through the ground and firmly entangled her legs, and the spikes on the thorns have completely pierced into her thighs, and the blood flows. Do you think this will trap me? Mirror frowned. She wasn't the human creature that would bleed to death. Her legs violently exerted force, and her whole body suddenly jumped, and the spikes piercing her skin instantly cut through her flesh, leaving bone-staining blood marks on her legs. Immediately blood was dripping. But in a matter of moments, all these wounds were healed, and there were no scars left, only a large area of blood. You did escape. Momiji's voice came, but what about the head in your hand? Mirror's shadow looked at his left hand, where he was originally holding the head of the dry arrow. But now her head was gone, replaced by a ball of thorns, spikes that had pierced her palm, but she didn't realize it. When was it taken away? Momiji waved his hand at the mirror's shadow, and before the insect lord and the ghost crow behind him could catch up, he passed through the blood thorn he had made himself with the head of the dry arrow. The thorns in front of him seemed to be self-conscious, opening a door for him to walk with him, and it closed quickly after Momiji entered. Where's the head? The insect lord was late, and he saw the mirror's shadow that was stopped outside the thorns, and her empty hands. He subconsciously thought that it was the mirror's shadow that stuffed his head into the small dark room again, but when he saw such a spectacular blood thorn cage, he hesitated again. See for yourself. Kagami shrugged and looked at the red leaves that had gone to the other side of the blood thorn. Momiji took it. Didn't you say that this guy didn't participate? The insect master was speechless. You should be able to fight him twice, why not? Why? Even if I snatch my head, I won't be able to enter the blood thorn. The mirror spreads his hands, looking indifferent. As if to make her words more convincing, she drew her knife and slashed at the blood thorn. When? Mirror's knife left only a 1/3 of the thickness of the cut on the blood thorn. It would take 3 times to even cut off a blood thorn, let alone these entanglements. The gap between these blood thorns was so small that at least they couldn't get in. You can stuff up to one head, but you can also be squeezed to the point that your head is bleeding. The two of them could only stand outside and watch the red leaves gradually penetrate deeper into the center, although the insect master has a way to deal with the blood thorns, but it will take a certain amount of time, and it will definitely be too late now. And the ghost crow flying in the sky saw the handiwork of the red leaves at a glance, and it was difficult for it to make such a big move that it didn't want to notice. But it didn't give up like the other two. The surrounding clones were quickly retracted by it, and then it rushed directly towards the blood thorn. Even if the spikes pierced its body and wings, it still clung its body to the blood thorn. A little bit of blood spilled out of its body, and in the process of floating, it entered the other side through the gap between the blood thorns, and then formed a group of crow clones, and rushed towards the red leaves. It's annoying. Momiji frowned. He didn't expect the ghost crow to play this hand. He thought he was already 9 out of 10. He hadn't seen the first process of the crow clone, so he didn't prepare the means to do so. Like the others, what will happen if you obediently let yourself go? I have to rob it, and those who don't know think that the Ghost King is its reborn parent. As soon as Momiji raised his hand, another group of blood thorns pierced out of the ground, piercing several crow clones on the spot, but more of them were trapped in the spike forest composed of blood thorns. But it's only a matter of time before it comes out. Temporarily hindering the progress of these ghost crow clones, Momiji sped up and went to the center to find the Ghost King. As long as he put his head in the hands of the Ghost King, everything was over. Soon, in the call of the crows behind him, a familiar figure came into his eyes. Lord Oni, I've brought you the head. Momiji clicked his legs on the ground, and with an explosive catapult start, he flipped perfectly in the air, and then knelt on one knee at the moment he landed, and offered the head of the dry arrow with both hands. All in one go, without any superfluous movements in between. The clone of the crows chasing behind him saw that Momiji had already put his head on, and he could only reluctantly stop the pursuit, looking at Momiji with a sight that wanted to kill. Seeing the bewildered look on Dryu's face, Shuichi Mayumi didn't take his head, but looked at Momiji. Momiji, you did a good job, brought the head to me. But the fly in the ointment is that you shouldn't use it that way, especially trying to trap me inside your cage. Although Shuichi Mayumi's expression was as cold as ever, Momiji had already read anger in his tone. Momiji made the Ghost King angry. The Ghost Crow who was eavesdropping on the conversation between the two was secretly happy in his heart, and felt that Momiji probably couldn't get this reward. Not only that, but he may also have to be punished as he deserves. The subordinates don't dare. Momiji lowered his head, and the blood thorns surrounding this area were instantly shattered into powder under his will, dissipating in midair. The few ghosts who were blocked out finally stepped into this central area at this moment, saw Momiji who was kneeling on one knee in front of Shuichi Mayumi, and felt the tense atmosphere between them. True Gongshiu took his eyes off Momiji, raised his eyes to look at the few ghosts who were fidgeting not far away, and suddenly had an idea in his heart. Momiji, you fight against several other ghosts with the strength of one person. If you win, I will forgive you for this behavior, and you can also get your share of the reward. If you lose, not only will you get nothing, but you will also have to accept my punishment. After saying that, Shuichi Mayumi reached out and pressed the head of Momiji's hand. A look of horror instantly appeared on his face, but he only had one head, and he couldn't escape from the sealed regeneration ability. Shuichi Mayumi's sharp nails pierced into Dry's temples, and the veins in his hands kept wriggling. In the next second, Dry's head flattened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned into a handful of ashes, which flowed down from the fingers of Momiji and piled up on the dirt. After retrieving the demon blood in the body of the Dry Arrow, Shuichi Mayumi found that he had not only obtained information about the blood ghost art of the Dry Arrow, but also gained the ability to use this blood ghost art. As long as the power is recovered after the ghost awakens the blood ghost, he can prostitute a blood ghost technique for nothing. The next moment, the eyes of Zhen Gongxiuyi looking at several ghosts were full of deep malice. It's as if you're looking at a few lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Chapter 27. The movement that Momiji had just caused was already big enough, and in order to prevent him from causing even more movement in the next battle, Shuichi Mayumi blocked his blood ghost technique. Without the blessing of the blood ghost technique, even if Momiji mastered the ghost chi, he still couldn't survive a few rounds under the combined attack of several ghosts. Among them, the ghost crow looked gloating and fought very hard. Half of Momiji's wounds are from his hand. In the end, Momiji was unsurprisingly defeated. According to the rules, after Momiji is defeated, he can no longer enjoy that reward, so Shuichi Shinbo divided the share of demon blood that was supposed to be given to Momiji into several parts and distributed them to the other demons. Originally, the purpose of this time was to see the potential of a few ghosts, and by the way, to improve their strength. If the real Bao repair was confiscated, it would not be fun. He was very much looking forward to Tianmu and the Worm Lord awakening the blood ghost magic after obtaining the ghost blood he had bestowed them, but it seemed that he was thinking too much, and the two of them didn't make any other moves except for becoming a little stronger. In the process of several ghosts beating the red leaves, Shuichi Mayumi also learned in detail about the blood ghost technique that the Dry Arrow did not use. Blood demon magic, 100 times returned. Stores all of your absorbed elemental attacks, and unleashes them with 100-fold power when a certain threshold is reached. Dry Arrow had not been attacked by the elemental system before, and this blood ghost spell was invalidated. If this blood demon spell can only absorb elemental attacks, but can absorb all damage, then the upper limit of the counter-attack will be extremely terrifying. At that time, it can also be renamed gluttony. It's a pity that there are no ifs. This time, after Shuichi asked Momiji to hand over the cultivation method of ghost chi to a few ghosts, he let Momiji go and chose to take the two useful ghosts of Tianmu and Mirror Shadow with him. Tianmu has no opinion on this, and Jing Ying does not dare to have an opinion on this. The Raven was very disappointed by this. Tenmu's eyes can help Shuichi Mayumi see places that he can't usually see, and at the same time, he can also check if there is any black and white eavesdropping nearby. The layered space of the mirror can provide them with hiding places and concealment abilities, although the mirror shadow in the layered space cannot know what is happening in the outside world, but Tianmu's eyes can just see through the space and see reality. When the two ghosts are used together, this is much more comfortable. It's just that there's still a ghost who can teleport people, and it's too troublesome to always have to walk on your own. Soon, Shuichi Mako approached the town in front of him with two ghosts, and as a town very close to Konoha village, this town can be said to be very prosperous and well developed. Along the way, True Bao Shuichi didn't meet the bandits and robbers who robbed on the road, and the idea of letting Tianmu replenish his body and awaken the blood ghost technique as soon as possible also failed. Tianmu is good anywhere, but he is completely unmotivated. If he can lie flat, he may not be able to lie down in the next second. Tenma's wings can be retracted when not in use, disguising himself as a tall guy with weird tattoos, and the same goes for Mirror Shadow. In this world where there are ninjas, shrine maidens, and many magical powers, it is normal to have a very mysterious tattoo on your body. Therefore, Shuichi Mayumi can safely enter the nearest town with two ghosts. Even though there was a slight delay on the road, they were fast enough that what would have taken 2 or 3 hours on foot took only an hour. Even though it's night, in the middle of the night, when it's lonely, you can still see vendors selling all kinds of things on the streets. "Hey, boy, don't run!" Accompanied by a big man's rough voice, a young man's agile figure appeared around the corner in front of him, skillfully braking and drifting around the corner, his legs like wheels. The back of his head looks like he has eyes, and he runs in an S-shaped trajectory to dodge rotten fruits and vegetables flying from behind. "Stop that thief!" The man chasing him behind him was a chef with an apron on his back, and a spatula dipped in oil in his hand trembled and pointed at the young man shuttling through the crowd. His breathing was very hurried, and he didn't say a word before he bent down and gasped for air, as if he couldn't continue to chase him. "Hey, I've worked hard all day today," the fleeing teenager grimaced as he glanced back at his boss, who had been left far behind him. Then, he bumped into Shuichi Mayumi, who was in front of him, and fell on his ass. Said it was blocked, but in fact, the real Bao Xiaoyi stood here and didn't move at all, and this little ghost didn't have long eyes and was about to bump into it. "The street is so wide, who can blame you if you have to run this way?" The young man touched his buttocks, which had fallen a little painfully, looked up and stared at the three people in front of him with what he thought was very fierce, and then bared his teeth like a dog and made strange noises. This operation made Zhen Gong Xiaoyi breathtaking, and he really couldn't understand which nerve this little ghost was wrong. "Say, is there something wrong with him here?" Mirror Shadow was also puzzled, and she hesitantly pointed to her head and looked at the Tianmu beside her. Tianmu doesn't like to talk, and she doesn't dare to talk to the Ghost King, which can suffocate her along the way. Now she finally got a chance to say a couple of words. "Perhaps." Tianmu only responded to her with 2 short words, and then there was no longer any desire to speak. Mirror Shadow. She now finally understood what Momiji meant when the demons parted, and Momiji looked at her with pity. "This is really not a place for people, I don't know when she will be free." The 3 of them were looking at the boy with the eyes of a fool, and the boy was looking at the 3 of them with the eyes of a fool. Cut. He immediately got up, leaned on his small figure, and actually got through the gap under the feet of the 3 people, and then grabbed the money bag that rattled in his hand, and quickly ran into an alley on the side of the street. Based on his experience, the person he had just stolen his wallet from was obviously an outsider, and he could have taken advantage of the locals to get rid of the other party. This kid is pretty smart. True Gong Xiaoyi unhurriedly touched his pocket and found that the wallet was indeed missing, and the 8 achievements were stolen by the thief just now. Holding the boss's money bag in his hand, he still has time to steal his wallet. It's really good, young, and promising. The imp didn't bump into him without long eyes at all, on the contrary, he did it on purpose, just to be able to touch the wallet in his pocket the moment he hit him. The next series of operations were also specially made by him in order to divert attention. "Tianmu, look at where he is with your white eyes, and let's follow. He doesn't care about stealing, but if he steals, he can't ignore it." Chapter 28. Holding the snatched money bag and the stolen wallet in his hands, Chu Ting Kongchun fled unkemptly in the winding alley, and his little face, which was originally quite clean, had now become dirty in the escape. He'd escaped this road several times, and even if the locals chased him, they wouldn't necessarily be able to keep up with him. Maybe you were dumped halfway through. When he reached the end of a dead end, Yasuchun Akiwa cautiously looked back at the road he had come from, making sure that he didn't see half a figure or hear the footsteps of others. He squatted down and reached out to lift a piece of iron sheet blocking the wall next to him. The iron sheet covered a dog hole. The hole was very small, but barely enough for Chuting Kangchun's small body to crawl over. He threw his money bag and wallet to the other side of the hole, and then he slowly climbed into the dark dog hole with his body against the ground. Shhh. If I had grown up, maybe this path wouldn't have worked. Although he got stuck at the last minute, he still passed smoothly and came to the other side. The room on the dog hole side has no lights, or no lights at all, and this room has 2 windows, and you can barely see the outline of things by the light coming in from the outside, so that you don't run into them while walking. The ceiling was covered with cobwebs that hadn't been taken care of in a long time, and the old windows couldn't be closed completely, and they creaked whenever the wind blew. The walls and floors still have a charred black, and it's not hard to see what the room has been through. But all this Chuting Kangchun has become this can be regarded as his current stronghold, his home, although it is old, but it can also shelter from the wind and rain. The most important thing is that he doesn't have to pay anyone to live here. Whether it's clean, whether it's furnished or not. He doesn't care. For an orphan like him whose parents are dead, who can't fight, and who has no one to raise, it's nice to have a place to live. Casually found a few things on the ground to plug the hole when he came, and took the money bag that he threw in advance, and Chuting Yasuchun trotted all the way into the next room. The walls and floors of this room were much cleaner, and there were no burnt marks like the one earlier, but there was no furniture to make this room look extremely empty. In the center was a yellowed quilt, on which a teenage girl sat and looked at the corner of the room, where there was nothing. Hearing the footsteps of Yasuchun Kyuting, she turned her head sluggishly and looked at the young man at the door with blank eyes. Her gestures looked weak, as if she was seriously ill and dying soon. "Sister, are you okay?" Chuting Yasuchun asked with concern. He hurriedly stepped forward, and the whole person seemed to pounce directly on the girl's side. "Ah! Kangchun, you're back!" The girl reached out and touched his head weakly, with a soft expression. But when she saw the money bag in Chuting Kangchun's hand, which obviously did not belong to them, the softness on the girl's face froze, and then slowly disappeared on her face. "Kangchun, have you gone to steal other people's things again?" The girl's expression was serious. She really hoped that her ignorant brother could return to the right path and stop doing petty theft all day long. Chuting Kangchun scratched his head. "Sister, I really didn't steal it this time." When he said this, he was a little weak-hearted, but he didn't show it in the face after all. "Oh, didn't you steal it, and where did you get so much money?" The girl's voice was as light as a feather, but her tone was very heavy. At a cursory glance, she knew that the money in this purse was not earned through legitimate means. That's enough for a small shop to run for a whole day. Kangchun doesn't know anything, and often steals. Now everyone in the streets and alleys probably knows that Kangchun is a thief, and they may not even agree to let him help with the work, let alone make so much money. Road, they picked up on the road. Chuting Kangchun's voice became smaller and smaller, and his heart became more and more empty. "Okay, in fact, I played a little clever and deliberately let others drop the money. It can't be considered stealing, right?" He picked up the money that others dropped, which is still very different from taking the initiative to reach out to someone else's pocket to get it. At least Chuting Yasuchun himself thinks that this should not be considered stealing. So he made up this reason nonsense, just so that his sister could accept the money, even if it was not enough to treat the disease, she could have a good time. The girl stared at Chuting Kangchun with scrutinizing eyes for a few seconds, and seeing that Chuting Kangchun's gaze did not dodge at all, she could only sigh in the end. He was about to speak, telling his brother not to do it again, but his words were interrupted by a knock on the door. "Knock knock. Is anyone home?" said a man outside the door. "At the end of the year, no one will knock on the door of this house, and her younger brother Kong-chun always takes the unusual path, and is she to coming and going? Who will knock on the door? Different from his sister's doubts, Chiu-Ting Kang-chun's heart at this time was in his throat. The voice didn't look like the shopkeeper's. Could it be that the three outsiders he had stolen his wallet had come to him? Now this man has come directly to his own home. Can you go open the door? The girl looked at him. It's a good. Even if there were 10,000 reluctances in his heart, Chiu-Ting Kang-chun could only get up and go to open the door. When he reached the door, Yasumi Akiwa grabbed a handful of ashes from the pile of ashes next to him at great speed, wiped it on his face, and then messed up his hair even more. I prayed in my heart that the other person would not recognize me. Then, remove the wooden board that is blocking the doorway and gently push the door open. Although he had been prepared, when he saw the three familiar faces outside the door, his heart still tightened and thumped. He took a deep breath quietly, trying his best not to write the anomaly on his face. Sure enough, it's you. As soon as Zhen Gongshiu saw him, he recognized him, and when he saw the other party make himself look funny, he even wanted to laugh. What, do you think I won't be able to recognize you like this? Ting Kongchun secretly said in his heart that it was not good. He didn't expect to be recognized in one face. Could it be that he didn't have enough ash? What are you talking about? Should we? You've never seen it before, have you? You weren't so submissive when you were stealing on the street. I still prefer your unruly appearance. True Gong Xiaoyi smiled slightly, and reached out to support the door to prevent Yasujun Chiu-Ting from closing the door. Although he can enter by unusual means, whether he wants to or not is another matter. Aren't you going to invite me in and sit down? Chapter 29. Kong-chun, who is outside? Do you know each other? Sister's voice came faintly from the next room. Chiu-Ting Kong-chun looked at the inner room, and then looked at the three people in front of him. He gritted his teeth and whispered, if you have anything to do, come to me, just give me back the wallet to you, don't pull my sister in. It's not up to you. Without waiting for Yasujun Akiwa's invitation, Shuichi Mako decided not to bother the master's house, and pushed the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, he saw scorch marks on the floor and ceiling, and these scorch marks formed an unconventional circle. It looks like someone once unleashed a fireball here. Kong-chun, the girl vaguely heard someone whispering outside, but she couldn't hear it at all, and now she didn't know what was happening. Chiu-Ting Yasujun saw that Shuichi Zhengong actually wanted to go to his sister's room, but he didn't care so much, so he directly opened his arms in front of him. He looked down at the child, who was a little shorter than Momiji, smiled and touched his head, and then easily walked around Yasumi Akiwa's side. Chiu-Ting Kong-chun still wanted to stop him, but he was pulled over by Tian Mu, who had been silent next to him, and grabbed his arm to prevent him from moving. As soon as Shuichi entered the room, he saw the teenage girl with long black hair in the center of the room. Her face was pale and there was no trace of blood, and her face was shocked to see Shuichi Mayumi. I'm not very healthy, I don't know if I can stand up and walk around. I didn't expect this little ghost to have a weak sister, and suddenly I didn't want to turn him into a ghost. You're that little ghost's sister, although I can understand that you're not in good health, but your brother has stolen a lot of people's money, so you should probably discipline it, right? Hearing this, the girl sighed and lowered her head. I'm really sorry, I'll let him return all the money he stole to you, there will be no next time. You should be glad to have met such a kind person as me. True Gong Shuichi squatted down and looked at the girl sitting in front of him. I can cure you of all your ailments, would you like to? We don't have money. We don't need money, after all, I can't completely turn you into a normal person. The price of curing all your ailments is a lifetime of fear of the sun, do you understand? The girl looked up at the young man in front of her in surprise, and saw the blood red in his eyes. She has been seriously ill for a long time, and her condition is getting worse day by day because she has no money for treatment. Kong-chun has always been taking care of her, but Kong-chun is just a child who is not yet 10 years old. She knew her situation and didn't want to cause any more trouble to Kong-chun, thinking that death was her end. But now someone suddenly appeared in front of her and told her that she could be cured, and the price was that she would not see the sun for the rest of her life. Not being able to see the sun for a lifetime is more acceptable than death. Excuse me, is what you said true? She had already made a decision in her mind when she said this. Of course it's true, I don't have to lie to you about a little girl with no money and no power. What do I need to do? Just drink my blood. What? Chiu Ting Yasuchun, who was controlled by Tianmu and whose mouth was still covered by death, also heard the conversation in the room, and originally he also thought that if his sister could survive, it would not be unacceptable to be afraid of light. But when he heard this, things immediately went sour. Chiu Ting Kangchun's little face instantly turned pale, and he struggled frantically, desperately wanting to break free and tell his sister not to listen to this man. No matter how much he struggled, Tenmu's hand remained as immovable as steel. Soon, he heard no sound in the room next to him, and he didn't know what was going on, which made him even more anxious. Shuichi Mayumi walked out of it, holding a square towel in his hand, wiping the blood from his wrist. Looked at Chiu Ting Yasuchun, whose eyes were about to pop out, and he waved his hand towards the sky. Let him go. Yes. Hearing this, Chiu Ting Yasuchun only felt that the strength in the other party's hand was loosened, and he took the opportunity to drill out, and he didn't have time to question the real Bao Xiaoyi, so he ran towards the house at full speed. Sister, what's wrong with you? Akika looked at the back room with meaningful eyes. Originally he just wanted to create a ghost and add a touch of life to this ordinary town. Unexpectedly, the other party's willpower was quite tenacious, and his brainwashing failed to fully play a role, and it was washed, but not completely washed away. At least she will remember that she is Chiu Ting Liugzhu, and she also remembers Chiu Ting Kangchun's younger brother. He's created a few ghosts, and this is the first time this has happened, or is it happening to an ordinary person who isn't a ninja? Maybe it's because his integration is not high. Mirror Shadow, go outside and catch someone, the kind that wants to be half dead. Yes. The mirror shadow dodged, and there was no shadow. With the nature of her layered space, simply taking a living person doesn't alarm anyone else. Maybe others won't be able to notice that someone has disappeared quietly for a while. Since the memory of the flowing snow in the autumn court can't be completely erased, then the real Bao Xiaoyi has to add some ingredients. Otherwise, he suspects that this woman may overcome her desire to eat people in the future and gradually get out of his control. He didn't want to go down the old path so early. Wow, came. From the room, Chiu Ting Yasuchun's exclamation, followed by another strange movement. From Shuichi Mayuki's angle, he could only see the boy sitting on the ground with his back to the wall, his face full of fear and shock. He didn't plan to turn Yasuchun Akiwa into a ghost together, at least not now. With Chiu Ting Yasuchun's personality, even if his sister becomes a demon, as long as he remembers him, he should also help cover up, right? My lord, I've brought it back. The speed of the mirror is very fast, and it only takes less than 5 minutes to go back and forth. She dragged a middle-aged man in her hand, and there was a piercing wound in his abdomen, and the blood soaked his clothes and fell to the ground. I still have a breath, and I can't die for a while. Good. Bring him in. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Kagami already understood what Shuichi wanted to do. I can't help but sigh in my heart that some people have never eaten a mouthful of hot food until now, and some people can be fed food in their mouths just after they have been reborn. Autumn Court Liugzhu also completed the transformation of a ghost during the time when Mirror Shadow went out to arrest people. Her long jet black hair turned snow white, 2 purple inverted triangles on each cheek, and a pair of ghost horns of the same color as her pale complexion grew from either side of her forehead, about 7.8 centimeters long. Before Chiu Ting Liugzhu could recover from the pain just now, a smell of blood wafted into her nose, and she jerked her head up to see the bleeding man who was dragged by the mirror shadow. Boom! She swallowed subconsciously. When the mirror threw the person in her hand towards her, she finally couldn't resist the urge to eat, and pounced on the man and tore it with a big mouth. Next to him, Chiu Ting Kangchun leaned against the wall and looked at this scene with a dull expression. Shuichi Mako nodded in satisfaction, and a wallet was handed to him. When I looked closely, it was his own. Relying on the white eyes, Tianmu easily found Shuichi Mako's lost wallet in the dark environment and sent it back in time. Putting his wallet back in his pocket, Shuichi Mako didn't stay here for long, and by sharing his vision, he could know at any time if Chuting Liugxiu had awakened the blood ghost technique. The next step is to find a suitable place in the town to rest for the morning. Chapter 30. It's been less than 2 weeks since Shuichi Makomi left Konoha village, and since that day, Oni Raven has abandoned the bird's nest he had built before and looked for a new target in the forest where he is now. By this time the moon had climbed up the treetops, and its bright light gilded the earth with a layer of silver. The forest at night is extremely quiet. The ghost crow rested on the branch of a large tree, its head tilted, and its keen sense of smell smelled the smell of blood wafting through the forest. As a ghost, it can be said that it is extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, and this time it smells not the blood of wild animals, but the blood of humans. Whoever it is, it's not a good thing to be injured in the forest at night. The ghost crow flapped its wings and flew low through the forest at controlled speed, tracking down the source of the smell of blood. If it flies too high, it won't be able to smell this faint smell of blood. Hi! Ha! Orochimaru's breath was disordered at this time, panting heavily, limping through the forest. He was covered in blood, all wounds from a close-range explosion. Even though he was one of the 3 ninjas, being injured by the detonation charm at close range in an unsuspecting situation almost cost him half his life. He really didn't expect that his teacher, Abe Fari, would leave this hand, and he made a mistake. Gah! At this time, the big bird hovering in the sky let out an ugly call, which made Orochimaru frown, and secretly said that he was unlucky. Orochimaru didn't have the same eyesight as a white eye, and with the darkness of the night, he didn't notice anything wrong with the bird in the sky for a while. Maybe it's a big bird in the wild, or maybe it's one of the ninjas chasing him. He knew that the bird's call would most likely attract the ninjas of the shadows, revealing his current location. It's just that he's seriously injured now, and he can't be fast. Seeing the faces of the people below, the ghost crow was slightly surprised. Before that, he had friendly exchanges with the ghosts who used to be ninjas, especially Momiji, and told him a lot of information about Konoha ninjas in a rare way. Among them is Orochimaru, one of the famous 3 ninjas. It knew very well that Orochimaru's strength was not something it could challenge now, but when it saw Orochimaru who was seriously injured, it still couldn't hold back the impulse in its heart. Although the other party is Orochimaru, but now that he is seriously injured, it is difficult to say whether he can exert 3 or 4% of his strength. What if? Momiji once said that the Oni King might have a soft spot for these powerful ninjas. If he can bring the Great Snake Pill to the Ghost King, will it be considered a meritorious service? Although the Ghost Crow's mind is a little impulsive, it has always maintained that caution. Hide in the shadows and let the crows scout around. Soon, a group of ninjas who were following closely behind Orochimaru were spotted. Those ninjas were different from ordinary ninjas in that they were uniformly dressed and wore white masks on their faces, so they couldn't see their faces. Some of them were running in the woods, some were on the paths in the woods, and some were plunging headlong into the water, all searching for something. It seems that it was a Konoha ninja who had come to hunt down Orochimaru. What a strange thing, wasn't Orochimaru a ninja of Konoha? Why did Konoha's ninja chase him? One of the 2 parties must have been a betrayer. These Konoha ninjas who suddenly appeared could be regarded as dispelling the idea of the ghost crow attacking Orochimaru, and there was no chance to make a move, so it could only watch Orochimaru from a distance in the sky. If Orochimaru can be seriously injured and incapacitated, then it will not be too late for him to attack Orochimaru under the pressure of the ninja behind him. Human ninjas have this disadvantage, no matter how strong they are, their bodies are still fragile. This look is a night. Keeping track of Orochimaru until the sun gradually rises in the east, the Oni crow has no chance to attack Orochimaru. In desperation, it could only plunge headlong into the dark chasm, hiding from the sun. Unexpectedly, under this crack, which seemed to be difficult for even one person to pass, there was a very large space, and the walls on both sides were crawling with the roots of trees. Even if the ghost crow spreads its wings, it doesn't feel crowded here. What a great place! It even gave rise to the idea of wanting to settle here. It's just that the crack is too big, and if the sunlight is strong, it can completely illuminate the space. It didn't take long for the crow to find a narrow passage at the bottom of the space, perhaps only large enough for a petite child to pass through. This passage leads to a deeper place, where it is darker. This is good news for the ghost crows. Looking up at the sunlight gradually pouring in through the crack, the ghost crow rushed into the passage without hesitation. The other end of the passage was dark enough that sunlight could not penetrate at all. It's just that the top is too short, and with the size of a ghost crow, if you want to fly here, you not only have to control your speed, but you also have to play a full 12 points of spirit. Otherwise, you might hit your head against the wall. The ghost crow instantly turned into a free rooster, and could only move his body step by step to a corner. Soon after, the pitch-black body of the ghost crow hid in the darkness, closing its eyes to recuperate, but the sound of approaching footsteps disturbed it. "Here," said a teenager. "You see, there are a lot of tree roots wrapped around the roof and the walls, and there is such a hole inside, it's like a labyrinth." The voice of another girl was getting closer and closer to it with the sound of footsteps. The ghost crow in the shadows watched silently as a little girl led another boy dressed like a ninja past the front to the passage it had passed through before. The other party didn't notice that there was still a pair of eyes staring at them in the dark. It's going to be narrower ahead, but it's not a big problem for the time being. The girl grabbed the wall full of roots with both hands and looked into the passage. "Where are we going?" "My secret base with Danzō." After the two finished speaking, they climbed into the passage one after the other, and their voices grew farther and farther away. Could it be that humans live under such a lightless underground? Could it be that there are humans who are afraid of light? The ghost crow scratched its head with its wings, only feeling that the surprise brought to him here was a little more, and it jumped in the direction where the girl came. If you go in the opposite direction, you'll find more living people. Outside the pitch-black cave, Kakashi Heiji, who came to pursue Orochimaru with the other Konoha shadows, stepped into this dark place by mistake. Following the candlelight to the deepest part, except for the impermeable rock wall, it was still an impermeable rock wall, and there was not even half a human figure. What is this place? Kakashi looked around, seeing that there was something strange about it. Whether it's the candlelight burning on the ground or the tree trunk that looks like a passage in the corner, it proves that there were people here. At first glance, this arrangement is simply a secret base. Could it be that he really won the lottery? He was overjoyed in his heart, and as he walked forward, he sighed in his heart about his luck. However, he rejoiced too soon, and within a minute, a thick white mist rose from under his feet and gradually surrounded him. Chapter 31. Tricks? No. Kakashi judged that this was no ordinary trick, and he directly uncovered his mask, confidently revealing the three-hooked jade writing wheel eye that rotated at high speed in the socket of his left eye. Before he could take a good look around with his writing wheels, a tall figure of a man suddenly appeared in the thick fog in front of him, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up. Kakashi's legs were off the ground, and as a teenager, he was directly carried into the air by the man who suddenly appeared in front of him. The man looked at him with sharp eyes and said, "Your mask, you're the dark part of Konoha, right?" The man in front of him was obviously very familiar with the Konoha ninja, and at a glance recognized that Kakashi was wearing a mask of the dark part on his face. Kakashi, who was grabbed by the neck, was in no mood to answer his question at this time, and grabbed the man's thick forearm with both hands, and blue thunder suddenly flashed in his hands. The man was attacked by Thunderbolt, and in a fit of pain, he had to let go of the hand that was holding Kakashi, watching as Kakashi broke free of his control and quickly distanced himself from him. Kakashi looked at the unfazed man in front of him, his brain racing. "I didn't notice anyone in the fog until he came out. It's like melting in the fog." But before he could figure it out, another man appeared behind him without warning, his hands clasped around his arms. More people appeared in the fog, one of them clenching his right fist, one of them lunging up to give Kakashi a solid punch with his punching bag. With the experience of the previous time, Kakashi reacted quickly in the face of a second raid. His body first slid down like a snake, successfully breaking free from the restraint of the man behind him. The person in front of him who wanted to attack him with his fist couldn't stop the car for a while. The man behind him obviously didn't expect Kakashi to break free of his restraints so easily. His legs stopped in place as if they were filled with lead, and he watched his fists get closer and closer to his face. The punch of the sandbag landed firmly on his companion's face, and the punch was so powerful that it directly knocked his companion over. Immediately after, Kakashi slammed an elbow into the third man's stomach, almost knocking out the overnight meal. The three people who tried to attack Kakashi were easily counter-killed, and after eliminating the three of them, Kakashi started with a powerful ejection on both legs. He took out the kunai from his body and stabbed it into the rock above him with the force of the jump. Firmly stuck in the rock, Kakashi gripped kunai in one hand and hung himself from the roof of the cave, looking down at the thick mist beneath his feet. One figure after another emerged from the fog, and the fog gradually dissipated as the number of people increased. There are so many people here. Kakashi can't remember how many times he's been surprised since he stepped here. When he came, it was empty, but in just a few seconds of fog, his feet were almost full of people. But if there were really so many people in the fog, then why didn't he notice it in the slightest? Although he had abandoned his training since that incident, and his strength had almost stagnated, he had not become so bad. Just as Kakashi pondered what kind of abilities these people possessed, the body of the man who was the first to attack him in the crowd instantly atomized, turning into a human form made of a pile of dense fog. Before he could react, the mist rushed towards him, burrowing into his body through his nostrils. Bang! Kakashi fell from a great height and fell heavily on the rocky ground, his hands tearing at his own dark uniform, his whole body twisting and screaming in pain. At this moment, he felt as if there was a small volcano erupting in his body, but this volcano did not bring him any strength, but burned the chakra, internal organs, blood, nerves, and muscles in his body all the time. Kakashi's fight with the locals fell into the eyes of the crow, who, like the two children he had met before, hid in the shadows of the roots of the trees, watching the show. It has the power to atomize itself. No wonder you want to live in such an impermeable place. If you don't control it properly and let yourself drift away with the wind, you will disappear from this world forever. Surprised, the ghost crow was also a little disappointed. I thought it was the same fear of sunlight as it was, but it turned out to be happy in vain. Although these people's atomization ability is good, the Ghost King may also like it. But trying to control these guys and hand them over to the Ghost King is too difficult for a weak crow. The other party can escape from his hands with one atomization. It even felt that even if these guys died, they didn't want to be its gift to the Ghost King. The raven's gaze then fell on Kakashi, who was tumbling on the ground. A white-haired ninja with a three-hooked jade chakra. It doesn't seem to be a ninja of the Uchiha clan, and his strength is not weak, so it's not easy to take him to the Ghost King. Kakashi was helpless against the mist that had penetrated deep into him, and could only wail in pain on the ground. At the critical moment, the young man that the Ghost Crow had seen before stepped forward, used the wooden escape to envelop Kakashi, and then through continuous squeezing, finally forced out the people of the Mist clan in Kakashi's body. Although saved, Kakashi experienced heart-rending pain and eventually lost consciousness. The Ghost Crow was slightly stunned, only to feel that he was really lucky. Not only did he meet the peculiar Fog family, but he also found the Riding Wheel Eye and Mu Dun. These were the things that the Ghost King had told them to find. It doesn't seem to take any of it with it. It's like having 3 plates of your favorite delicacies in front of you, but you're only allowed to look at them, and you're not allowed to move your chopsticks. Not to mention how tormenting it is. The immortal Ghost Crow decided to stay here, looking for the best time to see if he could find a chance to kidnap such a person with special abilities. Anyway, it has nowhere to go except this cave now. There is sunlight everywhere outside, and there is only a dead end to get out. It's better to use this time to do something meaningful. Presumably, the Ghost King would be very relieved to know that he was working so hard. Chapter 32. At dawn in the morning, Shuichi Mako looked at the mirror and Tianmu, who were sitting in front of him and were passing the time in the morning by playing big and small bets, and he was a little dissatisfied in his heart. This game was unilaterally initiated by Mirror Shadow, and Tianmu did not refuse. These two ninja-turned-ghosts have not comprehended the ghost chi with their own characteristics until now, and they are still having fun here? Thinking that they had been practicing hard every morning for the past 10 days, Shuichi Shinyu turned a blind eye to this occasional act of entertainment and relaxation. As long as it doesn't make a noise with him. Although he rented a room with curtains, he still took the two ghosts into the cascading space of the mirror shadow to be on the safe side. The outside world also has time to react if there is any situation. It will not be roasted into slag by the sun immediately. As is customary, he would take time out every morning to see how a few ghosts were doing. Even if there are a few more ghosts on the road, the number of ghosts under his hands now is not many, and he can see them one by one. The purpose of this is also to prevent a ghost from being caught by a scientific research madman like Orochimaru, who has no idea about it. Momiji used to be active in the area around Konoha before, and Nakashita Shinobi, who went out of the village to carry out missions, was his hunting target. He didn't stop until Konoha village forbade ninjas to go out of the village at night on missions, and sent the shadows to search his footprints. Recently, he has been moving towards neighboring countries under the pressure of Konoha, and if he continues to move in the current direction of Momiji, he will go to the country of grass. The country of rain next to it is temporarily listed as a forbidden area by Shuichi Bao, and at this time in time, Nagato is probably already cooperating with Obito. With the Rain Tiger Freedom technique, it is really difficult not to be discovered. The holder of the Eye of Reincarnation he will visit sooner or later, but not now. There is nothing to see on the Worm Lord's side, and he has awakened his Blood Ghost technique in the past 2 days. His Blood Ghost technique was a little different from what true Bao Shuichi had expected, but the overall direction remained the same. When he activates the Blood Demon technique, armor, his entire body is covered in a black insect carapace shaped like armor, and 2 sharp zerg scythes stick out of his back. The strength of this carapace is not defense, but adaptability. The more attacks of the same type he takes, the more resistant he becomes, and in the later stages, he is even directly immune to that attack. The increase in resilience is permanent. As long as he can't die at once, then he will get stronger and stronger. Except for the sun. His adaptability doesn't seem to work against the sun, but if you think about it, it would be outrageous if it could solve the age-old problem of sunlight. Shuichi Shinbo doesn't want to look for a way to make himself the ultimate creature, just fatten and slaughter the insect master. In the ninja world at this stage, apart from the sunshine, he really can't find any power that can kill ghosts in seconds. So what the insect owner does now is to release water when killing people, so that he can be hit a few times. Or go straight to those swordsmen, wandering ninjas who have a little bit of skills, and continue to release water in the middle of the battle. Akiwa Ryuki and his brother were just as expected by Shuichi Akiyuki, and even though Akiwa Yasumi hated him thoroughly at the moment, they were still helping his sister lure more travelers over. With the help of Yasumi Akiwa, a big living person, Liuxiu's blood ghost technique has also awakened. Liuxiu has something to eat when she stays in the house every day, and occasionally uses a small power of blood ghost magic to control those who are lured in, and all the information related to her blood ghost magic is told by herself, and she doesn't know what the maximum power is. Blood Demon Technique, 0. Is a blood ghost technique, and Flowing Snow has only developed 2 uses so far. The first is the weather effect. She can make snow fall in a small area, and the snowflakes that fall have the power of her blood ghost magic. As long as people come into contact with the falling snowflakes, they will immediately feel the piercing bones that go straight to the heart. In this particular cold, not only does your movement become sluggish, but your speed of thinking also becomes extremely slow. True Bao Shuichi wishes to call it an intelligence reduction attack, and the second type requires drifting snow to contact the target. Through her hand covered with the power of blood demon magic, all the places she touched were instantly frozen, and if she didn't break free in time, the final result could only be completely turned into an ice sculpture. The first type of intelligence reduction effect can also be achieved through the second form of contact. It's a pity that Liu Xiu's own body is too weak, not the type of melee combat, and it is very easy for ninjas to break free from her. Hey, Flowing Snow and the Insect Lord both have their own blood ghost arts, and Tian Mu. Zhen Gongxiu raised his forehead and sighed, and glanced at Tian Mu, who was still playing with the mirror shadow at the moment. Tian Mu is really not self-motivated at all, he is not active in cooking, and he has problems with his thoughts. Almost all of those people went into the stomach of the mirror shadow, which also caused Tian Mu's strength to not change much from when he first became a ghost. The blood ghost art is even more far away. When he saw the ghost crow, something interesting came. He actually saw Orochimaru's shadow in the perspective of the ghost crow, and then followed the ghost crow into the cave and saw the picture of the Ibuli clan's Yutai blasting and killing Kakashi. If he hadn't seen it here from the ghost crow, he would have forgotten that there was such a clan. If I'm not mistaken, this clan was all killed by Orochimaru, and in the end there was only one girl left, and then she disappeared. The location of the ghost crow, the closest to it turned out to be Momiji on the way to the country of grass, but Momiji can't fly, and it can't get there overnight. And the real Bao Shuichi himself is even farther away, basically moving in the opposite direction of the ghost crow. He remembered that the story ended in the bright daylight of daylight. Kakashi, Heiji, Yamato, and the little girl of the Kiriki clan were separated at a three-way intersection. So, how about letting Chuting Kongchun go? If his sister ordered him, he would be very happy, right? It just so happened that Chuting Kongchun ran fast enough as a thief, and the town was so close that he was still a big living person, and he could walk in the sun openly. Let Akiwa use childlike appearance and rhetoric to trick the little girl into the town where Liu Xiu is. The ability of drifting snow can reduce intelligence and freeze, and it shouldn't be difficult to trap a little girl who can atomize. Even though it would make him hate him even more, he did so. Anyway, I hated him enough, and it wasn't impossible to hate him even more. Who cares? Conveying the corresponding information and coordinates to Akiwa Liu Xiu, Shuichi Mayumi returned to the ghost crow. It didn't take long, and Yamato, who is still codenamed A, had already tied up Kakashi with a wooden escape, tortured Kakashi in detail, and put him down after the people of the Mist clan left. Nin had saved Kakashi's life before, and he didn't make a move on Kakashi. But this move was discovered by the people of the Fog One clan, and a group of people immediately surrounded Kakashi and Yamato, trying to dispose of the two people who threatened Orochimaru. The biggest flaw of their Fog clan is that they can't control their own power, and some people can't even change back into human form after atomization, and those who have a higher degree of mastery, once they are blown away by the wind during fogging, it is also equivalent to death. Therefore they can only live in caves without wind. It was Orochimaru who stabilized their strength with a spell mark and greatly reduced the mortality rate of their clan. Later, Orochimaru took away many children of the Mist clan on the pretext of studying the power of their clan, and the only child who is still in the Mist clan is the last surviving little girl, Yukimai. Chapter 33. Iblisaki, the only little girl left. She used to have a younger brother who looked like Yamato, and that child was taken away by Orochimaru 3 years ago, and like the other children, he never came back. The communication with Yamato during this time has made her regard Yamato as her younger brother. The people of the Mist clan wanted to kill Yamato Kakashi, and she was the first to disagree. Without saying a word, it turned into a plush mist, and a small tornado formed in the high-speed rotation, rolling up the two people on the ground and taking it away. Seeing this, the ghost crow wanted to follow and have a look, but was stopped by Shuichi Mayumi. "All right, Raven. Someone will come and slaughter these Mist clan people later, you just need to eat their bodies at that time, and that's enough." At the end of the story, it seems that the people of the Fog clan have turned to smoke to save Ibliscar, otherwise it would be difficult to explain how the golden scene at the end happened. The graphics are a little bit magical. The ghosts under his hands have never devoured a ninja with a blood inheritance limit so far, and the only blood inheritance ninja he has encountered has been turned into a ghost by him. The Fog clan, it should be regarded as the blood inheritance limit, right? So, the ghost crow became the first experimenter. Will devouring a ninja with a blood limit affect the development path of the ghost after the ghost? The Ghost King has been watching it. The Ghost Crow was surprised at first, and then there was a burst of ecstasy in his heart, and sure enough, it was still very popular with the Ghost King, and it did not gradually fade out of the Ghost King's field of vision because of the new ghosts. Isn't it just the Misty Clan? I'll eat, eat, eat. After handing over the test task to the Ghost Crow, Shuichi Mayumi looked at the other ghosts created along the way. The original bodies of these ghosts are nothing special, and they don't have any special skills, they are just ordinary passers-by who can be seen everywhere. Therefore, his expectations for these ghosts are not high. Now they have all honestly found a place to hide. The other side. Kong Chun. Inside the house, a snow-white girl knelt on the ground and called softly. The dilapidated room had now been cleaned, and the only 2 windows had been nailed with wooden planks, allowing only a faint amount of sunlight to let in. Even in the morning, the whole room was so dark that it was hard to see 5 fingers. Since that day, the lives of their siblings have completely changed. What's the matter, sister? Chiu Ting Kong Chun poked his head out of the door, but he didn't dare to take a step closer. Originally, he liked to be by his sister's side, but since his sister became like this, he didn't dare to get any closer. The scene of cannibalism always comes to mind in front of his eyes. Staying by his sister's side only brought him the pressure to be unrelenting. My sister always wants to see the snow in the snow, and she thinks that the snow is pure and flawless, and it is the most beautiful thing. But because of her illness, even stepping out of the door is a luxury. Well, now, she can see snow every day as long as she wants. Chiu Ting Yasuchun always comforts herself, although her sister has changed, she still remembers herself, she is still her own sister. If you want to hate, you can only hate the man who turned his sister into this. I have one thing I need you to do. Flowing. Snow-purple eyes stared calmly at Kong Chun's face. Kong Chun can take the traveler home, and she is reluctant to let Kong Chun go on an adventure. But if it's the order of the Ghost King, there's nothing to be done. What's the matter? Chiu Ting Kong Chun had an inexplicable foreboding in his heart. If he just wanted him to bring the traveler back, his sister would never use such an opening statement. I want you to go somewhere and bring back a girl with special abilities. Hi. Akiwa felt that something was not right. Her sister stayed in the house every day and hardly went out. How did she know about the girl with special abilities? Is this really what her sister wants him to do? Not what the man wants him to do. Although he was puzzled, he still didn't ask directly. Where to go, to whom? Hearing this, Akiwa suddenly remembered that he had once found the map of the Fire Nation on some unfortunate traveler, and that map was still in the clutter pile. He hurriedly went over and brought the map, and laid it out in front of the autumn garden. Drifting snow. Go here. Drift. Snow stretched out her finger and drew a small circle not far from her current town. A girl named Yukimai, not a few years older than you, has long brownish red hair. She has the ability to atomize herself, so you'd better not do it. Find a way to get her here. At the beginning, Chiu Ting Kangchun's deception ability was still very weak, but after many he is extremely skilled at this moment. Otherwise, the travelers would not have come to the house obediently. If it's just to trick a child with special abilities but not trained as a ninja, it shouldn't be difficult for Yasujun Akiwa. I see. Yasujun Akiwa remembered the location on the map and carefully rolled it up and put it in his clothes. Then I'm leaving. Before leaving, he looked at the drifting snow worriedly. Although the distance is not far, it takes 2 or 3 days to come and go. When I thought that he had not been at home for such a long time, Chief Engineer Huang, I was a little worried about my sister's affairs. The missing people are all travelers from other places, they don't know a lot of people, and they don't know a few people, and the frequency of disappearances is not high, so the people in this town haven't discovered their problems here for the time being. But if something happens to the family when he leaves? Worried. Drift. Snow glanced at him and took out a large frozen snowflake and shoved it into his hand. There is my power in this snowflake, and knowing that you carry it, I know where you are. Chiu Ting Kongchun looked at the palm-sized snowflake in his hand, and did not feel the slightest coldness, and those who didn't know might only think it was a snowflake toy. "Okay, I'll be back soon." He put away the snowflakes as well, put them with the map, said goodbye and hurried out the door. Go early and return early, he doesn't want to delay on the road. Without letting the crow wait long, Orochimaru soon came to the land of the Ibuli clan. It's just that instead of hope, he brought despair to this people. Orochimaru was seriously injured while defecting to Konoha and is now almost at the limit. Only by using the atomization ability of the Fog clan can he escape the pursuit of the shadows and go abroad. And if you want to gain the ability to atomize yourself in a short period of time, you can only rely on the blood of the children of the Fog clan, and the only child left here is Yukimai. But it just so happened that Yukimai hadn't been leaving with Kakashi Yamato for a long time, and she wasn't here at the moment. If you can't find a target, you can only be a dead horse and a live horse doctor. Try to see if you can get the atomization ability by sucking more blood from adults of the Ibuli clan. The spell mark that Orochimaru left on the Mist clan was able to completely suppress their atomization ability when activated, and they lost the atomization ability, and they were just ordinary people who had not undergone any ninja training. Can only be slaughtered by Orochimaru, a shadow-level powerhouse. This big snake pill, suck all the blood out of what I eat. Ghost Crow rolled his eyes in his heart. Dozens of big living people were sucked to death by the big snake pill. Why is this big snake pill so heavy? Who is the ghost? Chapter 34. The Ghost Crow witnessed the great snake pill suck the Fog One clan to death, and the remaining little girl came just right. Not only could not save any of the clansmen, but she almost fed herself into the mouth of the great snake pill. Although she tried her best to escape after realizing this, she also had Orochimaru's curse mark on her body, and she couldn't run far before falling into Orochimaru's clutches. Kakashi Hakiki and Yamato followed, hurrying to the rescue of Yukimai. At this point, the Ghost Crow finally has a chance to fly down to complete the task given to him by the Ghost King. The men were all burning their eyebrows now, and they didn't think they had time to care about an ordinary crow. But the speed of a crow is too slow, and the Ghost Crow has to summon its own crow clone to help him. It didn't take long for the corpse of the Fog One clan in front of the Ghost Crow to suddenly atomize, causing the Ghost Crow to peck at once. Looking up and looking around, other people also had a certain degree of fogging, and the white mist they had turned into seemed to have eyes at the moment, and they all drifted in a certain direction. It seems to be to lead the way to someone in the maze. Seeing this, the Ghost Crow had no choice but to give up. After all, it couldn't devour the mist, which was not within its ability. It found a place that was not easy to find, and made sure that the few people couldn't find it even after they came out, and then honestly waited for the Ghost King's communication. Shuichi Mako has been looking at the Ghost Crow's side, although he is also curious about the situation on Chiuting Yasujun's side, but Chiuting Kongchun is not a ghost, and he can't see the other party's perspective. I just hope that kid had better not play any tricks. After the Ghost Crow devoured part of the body of the Mist clan, he didn't rush to ask the Ghost Crow how he felt, but concentrated on observing. Even if there is a wonderful reaction between them, it will not happen overnight. There weren't many parts devoured by the crows, not even one person, and to be honest, he didn't expect much. Half a day. The three Kakashi had long since left, and the Oni crows had been waiting drowsily. It stands to reason that as a ghost, it doesn't feel tired even if it doesn't rest for a long time, but for some reason, it just feels very, very tired now. If it hadn't waited for the words of the Ghost King, it would have fallen asleep on the ground by now. Crow, how do you feel now? After waiting for a long time and nothing changed, Shuichi Mako spoke in disappointment. Lord Huigi Wang. I just feel very sleepy now. Just listening to the voice of the Ghost Crow, he felt so sleepy that he almost couldn't hold back a yawn. How can you be trapped like this? This is obviously unreasonable. It can only be a special reaction caused by devouring the blood-following ninjas, and it looks like the Ghost Crow needs a deep sleep to digest. What happens in the middle of a deep sleep? It's hard to say. Especially the strange ability of the Fog clan. He was really afraid that the Ghost Crow would wake up and turn into fog and dissipate between heaven and earth, and lose an experimental material. Yes, you can find a suitable enclosed space to rest in the base of the Fog clan. True Gong Shuichi doesn't talk much nonsense, just let the ghost crow find a place to sleep. The windlass base built by this clan is quite useful, at least it can add an extra layer of protection to the sleeping crows. After the matter on the ghost crow's side was over, Shuichi Shinyu's attention returned to him, and he began to use the idle time to allow himself to cultivate the ghost chi. By feeling the ghost aura of the two ghosts around him, he completed the ghost chi from scratch a long time ago, and he is not worthy of his identity as the Ghost King. But when it comes to letting the ghost have a trait, he gets stuck. It's not that you can't awaken your own qualities, but there are so many qualities in him that I don't know what to choose. He really wanted to take it all and forge it into a variety of qualities, and if he chose this path, then the difficulty factor would be more than 10 times greater. It takes a long time to accommodate all the traits and reach perfection. Soon, night fell. Until now, the sleeping ghost crow still shows no signs of awakening, and its appearance has not changed in any way. Shuichi Mayumi just glanced at it and stopped looking at it, took out the world map he bought on the way and began to plan his route for tonight. Originally, it was planned to go to the country of Vortex first, and then go to the country of Water along the way. But now that there is such a variable as the Fog clan, I have to go back to the town I went to when I first came out of Konoha. Fortunately, I didn't go far, and it took a lot of time along the way when I came, and it shouldn't take me a few days to go back now. If he left the girl named Yukimi alone, Shuichi Mako was very worried about whether she would still be alive when he returned. It's better to go back now to prevent future troubles. Mirror Shadow, Tianmu, how is the cultivation of ghost chi? True Bao Shuichi put down the map and looked up at the two ghosts in front of him. Red leaves can awaken the trait in one night, and these two ghosts have been cultivating by his side for more than 10 days, and there is no sound at all. Mirror Shadow's action obviously paused, but Tianmu was still like that, unable to see what was in his heart. But judging from his gaze with nowhere to put it, he was indeed a little weak-hearted. The two ghosts knelt on one knee facing him, but couldn't hold back a word. In the end, it was the mirror that spoke first. Lord Hui Ghost King, my subordinates can feel that I am only a little distance away from the next stage, probably. It will be perfected in a matter of days. Good. True Gong Xiu nodded slightly, and then looked at Tianmu again. What about you? Tianmu. Lord Hui Ghost King, my subordinates are stupid, and I haven't grasped the trick of cultivating ghost chi yet. I'm afraid that I will be able to enter the next stage later. Just as True Bao Xiuyi thought, this guy Tianmu has no advantages except for white eyes, and it all depends on those white eyes that can make True Bao Xiuyi endure him until now. If it weren't for those white eyes, he would have been as dead as a dry arrow. Although the power of retrieving the ghost allows him to possess the blood ghost technique of that ghost as well, the white eyes of Tenmu are carried by himself and have them before the ghost is transformed. It does not belong to the category of mutation after ghosting. He felt that he would not be able to obtain the ability of those white eyes to recover the power of the heavenly purpose. Now there is only one ghost with special eyes in Tianmu, so it's inconvenient to try. I can only endure it for the time being. But forbearance doesn't mean he won't punish Tianmu. In the face of his orders, he dared to be so distracted. Even if he was fishing, he had to choose the right place. Touching fish when you shouldn't be touching it, the road is narrow. True Gong Shuichi just thought about it, and Tianmu, who was kneeling on one knee, immediately felt that his body was in pain, his internal organs were burning themselves, and the pores of his whole body were emitting white steam. His ability to regenerate was also suppressed at this moment, and the pain continued, but he could not regenerate. The mirror shadow next to her looked at Tianmu beside her in horror, not daring to make a sound, for fear that the Ghost King would be angry with her. Fortunately, she learns quickly with ghostly energy, unlike Tianmu, who learns slowly and doesn't work hard. Don't play with Tianmu next time. Dozens of minutes passed, and Zhen Gong Xiuyi felt that it was almost enough, so he let Tianmu go. Tianmu, do you know why I didn't kill you? Because I still need these eyes of yours. If there is a next time, I will make you die a happy death. The fear of death is an instinct engraved in all living things, and ghosts are no exception. Some people may not be afraid of death at the moment before they face death, but when they are really threatened with death, they will inevitably panic. At this moment, Tianmu truly felt the rich killing intent coming from the true Bao cultivation body, and the pain just now was still in his heart. Even if it was him, his heart was beating faster and faster at the moment, and the thought of the fear of death just now made his mouth feel more and more dry. Yes, my lord's anger, there will never be a next time. Chapter 35. Konoha Village. A wide but extraordinarily eerie underground base of the roots. Ever since he discovered the kind of crow poison that can absorb the host's body energy and provide it to the master on the ninja of Konoha, he ordered his root ninja to tie up one of the ordinary lower ninjas, Takegawashi. Gao Hezi's parents are ordinary civilians who have no rights in Konoha village, so Danzō didn't think about the consequences when he issued this order. Later, Sarafii tried him, but he knew that as long as he bit him to death, Sarafii would not attack him. The nine-tailed man can't get his hands on it, so he can always take something else, right? In short, after such a period of time, the research on the crow poison at the root has entered a new stage. Note that the purpose of their research is not to develop an antidote to the venom, but to see if the unknown toxin can be used by them. After learning about the characteristics of crow poison, Tuanzang immediately thought about whether he could use crow poison to extract the lives of others to delay his own aging. Even Phoenix. He had thought of many ways to take the Hokage's position, but either way, his age was always a hurdle that he couldn't cross. In the vast majority of cases, choosing to succeed the Hokage will give preference to a younger and stronger one rather than an old and frail one like he is now. As long as his body can be 20 years younger. No, even if it's only 10 years, he's confident enough to take the position of the next Hokage. Hakiki Shuumao is dead, Bo Feng Shuman is dead, Orochimaru is now defecting again, Tsunade and Jiraiya are away all the year round, one is hemophobic, the other does not want to participate in political battles, and they are not suitable to be Hokage. The younger generation, Sarutobi Asuma, Kakashi Hakiki, these people have not grown up yet, they are too young, and their strength is not enough to compete. After coming and going like this, no one in Konoha is really capable of being the fifth Hokage. Originally, he took advantage of the sacrifice of the fourth-generation Hokage and proposed to make himself the fifth-generation Hokage. I didn't expect the old thing to be so thick-skinned, and he wanted to sit in the Hokage's seat for 10 or 8 years. He has worked hard for Konoha for so many years, and it is not okay for Ape Fury to cut off his right-hand man. That's it, he doesn't even have a seat for the fifth-generation Hokage. He also thought about finding a way to control the Nine-Tails Pillar Force, as long as he controlled this war weapon, even if Sarutobi didn't want to do it again, it was a sure thing that he would become the Hokage. He went to negotiate with Sarutobi many times without success, and secretly sent a root ninja to secretly bring the Nine-Tails Pillar Force to the root. But it didn't work out. Report, Lord Danzang. A root ninja came to Danzō in a hurry, kneeling on one knee, as if something emergency had happened. Danzang detached himself from his thoughts, glanced at him with the only exposed eye, and said lightly. Say, what's the matter? Lord Tuanzang, the team sent out to find the traces of the bloody young man one step ahead, and he is now fleeing in the direction of the country of grass. It seems that he only travels at night, and during the day he will use special means to erase the traces of his existence, and our people will not be able to find his traces during the day. Tuanzang squinted his eyes slightly, and began to make bad calculations in his heart again. First, there was such a thing as crow poison, and then a young man suspected of having blood and coming out at night was found near Konoha village. The most crucial step was that the people at his route discovered the traces of that young man one step ahead of the dark department sent by the Hokage. Could it be that even the heavens hoped that he could succeed in becoming the fifth-generation Hokage? According to the intelligence, the red-haired boy had a special ability to summon red thorns to fight, which was a little similar to Mu Dun. According to the information, he has an extremely strong life, and the minor injuries caused can heal quickly, which is also consistent with the original Hokage Senjo pillar. Considering his red hair, could it be that they are the descendants of the Vortex clan? Indeed, the vitality of the Vortex clan is also extremely tenacious, otherwise they would not have become the royal nine-tailed human pillar force of Konoha village. Danzang's eyes froze instantly. I didn't expect that the country of the Vortex would be destroyed like that, and there would be descendants left behind, and I even realized the ability of the suspected Mu Dun. That young man of the Vortex clan, he must get it before the sun is slashed. If it can't be used by him, kill it to prevent future troubles. Do you want to escape to the country of grass? Tuanzang snorted coldly. A has already returned, right? Let him go with him, since the other party is suspected of being able to escape, then let A negotiate with him. Yes, my subordinates will arrange it. Root. Ninja retired. Tuanzang still wants to live first, and when the time comes, the two ninjas who know how to escape will be under him, hehe. I don't know what Ape Fei will compare to him, and take the Nine-Tails pillar power who is still a baby? Jia should still be in time to rush over now, after all, there are root ninjas to stop him, and the intelligence also mentions that the other party only likes to rush at night. It takes twice as long as A. He is still full of confidence in whether he can win the other party. After all, the root ninjas sent to search for traces are at least at the special ninja level, and many of them are led by fire escape ninjas at the upper ninja level. Even if the other party knows how to escape, he is only a teenager in his early tens, and he can't resist the encirclement and suppression of so many root ninjas. In this whirlpool boy, he can be said to have paid a lot of money. Of course, if things go well, the benefits will be multiplied. Thinking of this, Tuanzang also felt that it was time for him to go and see the research of crow poison. Without Orochimaru's help, his root research was much slower. Fortunately, he had the foresight to rely on Orochimaru for everything, and he himself used the information on Orochimaru's side to form a research team that belonged to the roots. Not in the way, for the sake of immortality, he is willing to wait a little longer. With a cane in one hand, Danzō walked alone through the passages that led in all directions at the root, and expertly arrived at the gate of the institute. Guarded by a root ninja, he was led by one of the researchers to a separate room where the venom was being studied. How's the research going? Danzō just glanced at the research materials and turned his gaze to the researchers. He prefers to listen to other people's reports than to interpret them himself. He also knew that these researchers liked to ramble and talk like a river of words once they spoke, so he deliberately limited a range to prevent wasting his precious time. Lord Danzō, we can't let the crow poison be used directly by you, but we can create an imitation of the crow poison to achieve the effect of the crow poison. In the best case, how much effect can the original version have? The imitation venom made by our research institute can only have a maximum of 40% efficacy. But if there is the help of Orochimaru-sama, maybe it can be increased to 80%. He was telling the truth, but there was only one thing he hadn't told Danzang. That is, the crow poison they researched and made, and it is very likely that there is a defect in its use. There is a special ingredient in the crow poison, and no matter what they do, they cannot copy it, and they cannot find a substitute. Having served Orochimaru many times, they knew Orochimaru's achievements in this regard. Even if the brains of their entire research institute were combined, they might not be able to compare to the brains of one Orochimaru. If you want to fulfill the expectations of the group, you can only rely on Orochimaru. It's only 40%. Tuanzang was furious. He used funds to support the institute, but not for this result. But soon, he calmed down. That's all these researchers can do. Sure enough, do you still want to cooperate with Orochimaru? But Orochimaru has defected, and his whereabouts are unknown. If you want to cooperate in the future, it will not be suitable. You go ahead and do your job. As for working with Orochimaru, let me think about it. Chapter 36. Woo! A figure flashed from above, jumping from branch to branch at breakneck speed. It was not long after he returned to the root base after completing the mission of helping Orochimaru defect that he was sent out by Danzō to carry out the Yamato, which is now the root ninja. Although he has barely been given a break in the past few days, he has no complaints. Suddenly, he stopped at a thick branch and cautiously looked around to make sure that no one was there before pulling out the map he was carrying. It should be around here. He looked up at the sky above him, which was already showing fiery clouds, and felt a flare from his body. Aim for the gap in the sky, and then, fire. Orange smoke drifts from the tail of the flare, passing through the foliage on both sides at breakneck speed, and rising into the sky. Smack! Exploded in the sky with a brilliant firework. In the distance, several root ninjas who were waiting for night to fall in the area where the target was last seen heard the sound of fireworks exploding. They looked up in unison, targeting the orange-red smoke that still remained in the sky. Seeing this, one of them also took out a flare from his body, lit it in the same way, and fired it into the sky. Smack! Another firework exploded in the air. After looking up to confirm the direction, Yamato put away the map, adjusted the mask on his face, turned the direction, and moved towards the place where the fireworks were raised. By the time he succeeded in meeting up with the other root ninjas, it was already completely dark, and Momiji, who was hiding in the darkness, opened his golden eyes in the darkness, not moving himself for the first moment. He's just hiding, and he's not deaf. He also heard the two fireworks before. Obviously, if nothing else, there was another accident. Before, he found that in addition to the group of Hokage who were tracking him, there was also a group of people who were secretly tracking him, although the clothes were similar, but they were not all the way to the previous group of shadows. Based on his rough estimation based on the perceptual information, the members of the four teams were all ninja-level ninjas, and although none of them were considered powerful veteran ninjas, they were still difficult to deal with. Therefore, he specially hid his tracks to prevent them from launching a surprise attack on him in the morning. But this group of people is like a dog-skin plaster, they can't shake it off, and they always follow you firmly. The area where he was hiding was covered with his blood thorns, and he could sense any movement on the ground. Those four ninja-level ninjas were near him, and they even. There is also one more life reaction. The blood thorn didn't make him immediately perceive what level the new ninja was, thinking that it shouldn't be too weak, but it shouldn't be too strong. Difficult. Do you want to hide here and stay out, or do you want to fight? Several root ninjas stood guard all around, protecting the strategically important Yamato in the central area. Why haven't you come out yet? Asked one of the root ninjas, puzzled. It's been some time since darkness has fallen, and as a rule of thumb, it's time for their targets to come out and move. Maybe we've already been discovered. Another root ninja next to him responded. This is not something that cannot happen, although they are all ninja and have a strong ability to conceal themselves, they have already chased others all the way. 1 at 10, 1 at 9, and 2 at 6, their formation seemed to encompass the new life reaction. Is it for protection? This also confirmed his guess that the strength will not be too strong, and that special person who is not strong may have been of great help to them in other ways. It's weird. Shouldn't their mission be to catch me? Momiji wondered. First of all, he didn't fully expose his abilities to the eyes of the Konoha ninja, only revealing the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, his targets are carefully selected, and he will never trouble enemies he can't defeat. Therefore, even if his battle is seen, the intelligence should not reveal his immortality. After all, the enemy didn't inflict many wounds on him at all. In the end, he is not associated with any Konoha ninja. So what kind of big shots did the other party send over to help the plan? Maybe he didn't know much about Konoha and he really couldn't think of it. Then go out and find out, and when you see it, you will understand. Blood demon magic, blood thorn. It was as if a dead mechanism had been fitted with critical gears, and the silent blood thorns beneath the ground suddenly began to move, and they spread like a stout serpent. With advanced preparation, the blood thorns controlled by Momiji will reach a terrifying number. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. At the same time, several root ninjas hiding in the trees felt the branches under their feet suddenly tremble. No, it's not the branches that are shaking, it's the ground shaking. Be careful underground. As soon as the words sounded, blood-colored thorns broke through the ground, rolling and squirming on the ground. In just a few breaths, the ground was full of blood thorns, and there was no place for them to stay. And the more dangerous thing is still to come. The blood thorns seem to have eyes, like pythons wrapped around the thick trunk, little by little around the trunk to extend to the trunk. The target was the root ninja crouching on a branch. "It's a trap. He'd already discovered us!" exclaimed one of the root ninjas, completely unaware of the caster's presence, and even less aware of the slightest problem with the blood-red thorns before they burst through the ground. What the ninjas don't know is that this isn't a trap made especially for them by Momiji. Momiji has a she that every morning before coming, he will let the blood thorns go deep into the ground to provide himself with a certain range of perception ability. In order to avoid danger approaching, and he was unprepared. When it was time to strike, these already buried blood thorns would also become the sharpest blades in his hands. One of the root ninjas who could escape quickly gathered chakra in his throat, aimed at the thorny ground below, and spat out a huge fireball from his mouth. The high temperature of the flames instantly melted a large area of blood-red thorns on the ground, and it was only after this thorn was burned that new thorns immediately grew to fill this gap. But the speed is not as fast as it was at the beginning, and at least it will take more than 10 seconds to block the open space that has just been emptied by the fireball. Fire escape? It's really annoying. Momiji muttered in a whisper, and suddenly felt tricky. Now the blood thorns can suppress these shangnan with an extremely large number and extremely fast growth rate, but when all the blood thorns that they buried in the soil are burned by the fire, his strength will slip more than one notch. You have to fight quickly. Let's take the ninja who can escape first. Chapter 37. The blood thorn beneath the fire ninja suddenly accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached the trunk parallel to him, and began to spread towards the branches beneath his feet. The technique of Mu done. Yamato clasped his hands together and quickly formed a few seals. Boom! In the land that had just been scorched by the fireball, the branches of the trees broke through the ground, intertwined with each other and became one. The ground trembled and made a loud muffled sound, and a giant tree rose from the ground under his control. The branches of the giant tree turned green, and lush foliage grew that completely obscured the sky. Seeing this, the fire ninja leaped forward and moved to the giant tree before the blood thorns could spread to his feet. The blood thorn on the big tree suddenly lost its purpose, remained motionless, and stopped growing. Being underground, the red leaves wrapped in blood thorns could hear Yamato's voice clearly, and he didn't expect that this person who came to support was actually the user of Mu Dun. It seems that I guessed wrong. This person is not too weak to be protected, but too precious to be protected. In this way, he will have to deal with 5 upper ninja levels at the same time, and there is also a user of Mu Dun. It's hard. Momiji sighed, sensing several life reactions above him gradually moving away from the ground, and his perception of them became very blurry. Wind escape, vacuum jade. After his teammates shifted, the last root ninja spat out bullet-like waves of wind and light from his mouth, shooting like a machine gun at the blood thorns that had already crawled in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Several blood thorns were cut off by the vacuum jade, fell to the ground and shattered into red powder, drifting away in the wind, as if they had never existed. Under the successive attacks of Feng Dun, these thorns that locked onto their targets like poisonous snakes finally stopped for a while. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the last root ninja was also transferred to the branch of the giant tree created by Yamato. This scene is fully viewed by the Yamato on the artificial giant wood. Although the opponent is able to control the thorn-like wood escape plant, this seems to be very different from his own wood escape. I don't know if it's a direct failure to solicit a mission. In short, you have to force the other party's people out first. I didn't even see the shadow of the enemy now, it's really unusual. The 3 root ninjas on the giant tree were sealed at the same time, and their hands were so fast that it was hard to see. Fire escape, Phoenix fire technique. X2. Wind escape, big breakthrough. 2 powerful fire escapes and wind escapes were released at the same time, targeting the thorns crawling all around. Wind escape once again fueled the power of fire escape during the flight, and countless fires fell to the ground and trees, and the flames quickly climbed to the blood-red thorns. In just an instant, most of the thorns began to burn, and with the help of the wind, these flames also burned more and more fiercely, and the fire became brighter and brighter, and soon spread towards the nearby thorns. Seeing this scene, the corners of Momiji's eyes twitched, and he quickly withdrew the blood thorns on the ground into the ground, and used dirt to extinguish these fires. As much as he can recover, so many thorns he prepared can't be burned all at once. The giant wood made by Yamato can be said to be very sturdy, and it is hardly affected by the fire. The ordinary trees around it were not good, these flames burned the thorns and burned to the big trees at the same time, and now there was only a single fire as far as the eye could see. Although they were forced to set fire to the mountain, they had water ninjas in their team, and it was not difficult to extinguish the fire after that. The temperature on the ground gradually rose with the fire, and even the autumn leaves that had buried themselves deep in the soil felt the heat on the ground. Calm down, definitely can't go out right now. They don't know I'm underground. Momiji admits that he did panic a little. If the ninja above doesn't leave, he can only wait, waiting for the next chance to fight back. The last blood thorn also retracted into the ground under the control of Momiji, and the world above suddenly returned to normal, except for the fierce flames that burned fiercely. Water escape, break the rushing stream. Water escape. Water chaos. Yamato made a seal with another water ninja at the root, and the surging tide rushed towards the flames on both sides, and those fiercely burning flames were extinguished by the rushing water in an instant. In a short time, all the flames around it were extinguished, leaving only a completely charred crime scene. The burning flames and the impact of the water destroyed many trees and grasses in the surrounding area. There was only a bare patch near the giant tree now, but they never found the target. Can you hollow out this wood? Momiji turned his attention to Yamato's giant tree, and even though the surrounding blood thorns had all been retracted into the ground, there were only 1 or 2 ninjas on it who searched the surrounding area. Others are more like standing tall and looking far. Apparently they relied too much on the artificial giant tree. What if he could hollow out this giant tree and let the blood thorns stick out of the giant tree? It's better to act than to move. Momiji began to use the remaining blood thorns to try to break through the roots of the large tree from the ground. It's just that compared to the giant tree, the volume of the blood thorn is obviously too small, and this plan is extremely difficult to implement. Even if he had twisted all the thorns into a sharp cone, he wouldn't be able to pierce a single hole in the base of the giant tree. The vibrations caused by the attack on the root of the giant tree will alarm the root ninjas outside, making them more vigilant. This plan was simply nullified. Have you noticed that these thorns like to move underground? One of the root ninjas looked at Yamato, and in his impression, Yamato's wooden escapes all rose from the ground, and they never moved so violently in places that were not visible underground. Yamato felt the vibration of the giant tree under his feet gradually stopping, frowned, and sealed his hands, controlling the roots of this giant tree to spread downward. He couldn't see what was going on underground, he could only rely on his feelings. This guy, do you already suspect that I am underground? Momiji was shocked in his heart, and manipulated the blood thorn to move underground, dodging the roots that suddenly spread downward. Unlike Yamato's Mu-dun, these blood thorns are like his fingers, completely under control, and he can also use the blood thorns to sense part of the situation. Blood thorns will be more flexible underground than Yamato's would escape. Luckily, the giant tree was some distance away from where he was hiding, and those roots were now extending downwards and wouldn't touch him. Momiji is now in a sealed environment made up of blood thorns, shaped like the pits of a peach. These blood thorns only have thorns on the outward side, and the inward side is smooth. He can be able to carry these blood thorns into the ground, or rise to the ground, but he can only move vertically, and cannot move freely underground. In this case, he really has to survive, right? His speed of generating blood thorns is limited, and it takes a certain amount of time to generate a large scale, and the blood thorns that he just lost in battle can't be regained for a while. Without more blood thorns, he didn't have the confidence to raid. If he can take the initiative to initiate heart-to-heart communication and send a message to the Ghost King. Forget it, how could he think about this? Relying on the help of others to raid is better than letting him be buried here all the time. Chapter 38. Momiji shook his head and threw the thought of asking for help out of his head. After stabilizing his mind, he focused his attention on the blood thorns, relying on the extension of the blood thorns to sense the situation on the ground. Yamato on the giant tree stepped forward after a brief conversation with the other root ninjas. He stood on the top of the giant tree and looked around, but all he could see was a glimmer of darkness, and he didn't know if their target had left. Yamato took a deep breath, and his loud voice echoed through the forest. "We don't mean anything. Just wanted to talk to you." After saying these 2 words, he waited quietly for a response. Suddenly, a thorn slowly emerged from the earth, and a blood-red thorn flower bloomed on it. Yamato frowned, and was thinking about what the other party meant, when the young man's voice came from the flower and crossed dozens of meters into his ears. "Oh, what are you talking about? There is also a blood-red flower growing in front of the thorn-wrapped red leaves underground, and he can use this flower to transmit sound for a short distance. We're from Konoha, and as you can see, I'm also a user of Konoha. This time I came to invite you back to Konoha. You must be a descendant of the Vortex clan, right? I deeply regret the destruction of the Vortex clan. You are surrounded by wood, and if you wander alone, you will definitely be coveted by others, and Konoha can provide you with protection." Yamato didn't mention the word root. The root is the root of darkness, and even ordinary ninjas in Konoha don't necessarily know about the existence of the root, so it's better to move Konoha out at this time. Mew done. Vortex end. Momiji frowned, unable to understand what the guy above was talking about. There seems to be a deep misunderstanding between them. Although he didn't think that they would let him go if he solved this misunderstanding, after all, his ability to manipulate thorns was real. It's better to wear the hat they put on you. You just want to talk to me, but are the 4 shinobi around you just decorations? I don't think they're just here to protect you. If I don't want to, take me away with strong means, right? Is this what Konoha does? Yamato heard the sarcasm in the other party's tone. The other party had premeditated attacks on the Konoha ninja before, and must have a deep hatred for Konoha. Sure enough, the task given to him by Lord Tuanzang was not so easy to complete. Now I can't find the specific direction of the target, and it is very difficult to implement Plan B, so I can only try to see if I can convince him. I don't mean that, if I don't send so many shinobi to track down, maybe I'll be thrown away by you halfway, right? So, you have to be a little sincere, right? Momiji sneered. Give me the fire escape ninja who released the fireball, and I'll go back with you. Among these ninjas, not only is there one person who can release the fire escape ninjutsu, but that person's proficiency is the highest and he is the most threatening existence. His fire escape, with the help of the wind escape ninjutsu, can form a sea of fire in an instant, and the power is very terrifying. The root ninjas, including Yamato, were silent for a moment. No. Yes, but how can I trust you? As soon as the 2 of them spoke, Yamato looked at his companion beside him with a shocked face, and he didn't know how to speak for a while. Senior Lion. You. It was Yamato who vetoed. He knew that once this fire ninja was handed over, it was estimated that he would be more than lucky. With the other party's way of acting, it is impossible to keep an enemy who poses a great threat to him. The ninjas of Konoha were his companions, and the ninjas of the roots were also his companions, and he really didn't want to use this way to complete the mission. And the one who agreed, it was the root ninja who was codenamed Lion. He has been working for Tuanzang for many years at the root and knows Tuanzang's character very well. He is not a family ninja, and he has no blood inheritance limit, just an ordinary ninja who can ignite the fire escape ninjutsu, and at such an old age, his strength has only just crossed the threshold of upper ninja. If you can exchange your life for a wooden ninja, this transaction will undoubtedly be profitable. The premise is that what the other party says is true. Of course, you cannot believe it. I didn't stay here to listen to your nonsense. Momiji didn't have much hope for that. If the other party readily surrenders his companions, then he will doubt their brain capacity. That doesn't seem to be a point of discussion. A cold glint flashed in the lion's eyes, and he could sacrifice himself to complete the mission. But he will never give away his life without certainty, and let his squad lose one combat power in vain. Momiji didn't speak again, but felt the steel-like determination from the other party's words, and suddenly felt bad in his heart, and manipulated the blood thorns to send himself to the ground again. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find him out. Now the lion is ready for a long battle. They are all human beings, they want to drink water when they are thirsty, and they want to eat when they are hungry. He might be able to hide for a night, but what if it was a day, 2 days, or even 3 days? Their root ninjas were prepared when they went out on a mission, carrying a certain amount of food, enough to spend 3 or 4 days in the wild. Momiji is now hiding in an extremely deep position, his perception ability on the ground has been extremely weak, and he knows nothing about their actions except for perceiving the existence of life reactions. This depth is almost the limit of the blood thorn, and it can't be lowered anymore. Except for the guy who knows how to escape. One of them in the team is a proficient fire escape ninja, one is a water escape ninja, one is a wind escape ninja, and another ninja's fire escape level is obviously not proficient, he must have another attribute. In case it is a of escape. As soon as I thought of this, there was a rumbling sound overhead, and the ground where Momiji was located also vibrate. It's really a ninja. His hiding place was already in jeopardy. Tsudo, Doro cut. On the ground, Yamato formed a seal with another root ninja who knew how to do, injecting chakra into the dragon veins of the earth, allowing it to cut through mountains and ground. It was this trick that made the ground in front of them crack instantly, and pieces of cut land slowly floated up under the action of chakra. From the cut of the earth, you can see the large blood thorns buried deep in the ground, which are cut off suddenly, like the intricate root system of plants. Fortunately, the chakra did not reach the depth where the autumn leaves were. It was just to cut the ground above his head. But the loss of a large patch of blood thorns still made Momiji feel distressed for a while, and it took him a long time to create. However, now that they are focused on digging in the ground, it may be his chance to sneak back. As long as you can eat any of them ninja, things will turn around. Ninjas can provide several times more flesh and blood energy than ordinary people, and the stronger the ninja, the more flesh and blood energy they provide. This is also one of the reasons why he has targeted Konoha ninjas instead of going to trouble ordinary people. A ninja at the upper ninja level is enough for him to break through the current boundaries in one go. Chapter 39. Through the few blood thorns left, Momiji sensed the situation on the ground, and he didn't know about the others, but now there were 2 people standing on the ground with their feet on the ground. Apparently the 2 ninjas who were activating the earth escape. Knowing that the blood thorns grow from the ground, he still has to stand on the ground in order to launch the earth escape. It seems that they are unaware of the nature of their own blood thorns. He only knows that he can control the blood thorn, but he does not know that the blood thorn can suck human blood. If it's just an ordinary thorn, then it's really not a big deal to get a little injury, and your teammates are still watching over you. This time, they must have lost to the intelligence poor. An extremely small blood thorn that was difficult for people to immediately notice suddenly drilled out from Yamato's feet and wrapped around Yamato's right leg with lightning speed. Although the thorns are thin, the thorns on them are even more slender than ordinary thorns, and they pierce into Yamato's calves at once. He felt his blood draining. The wind escape ninja who was guarding was startled, and the seal suddenly stopped halfway through. The thorn was so thin that if he used wind escape, he might have been cut along with his calf muscles. Worth. Get rid of it. It's sucking blood. Yamato shouted at his companion as he shook off the 2 more blood thorns that had emerged from his side trying to wrap around him. After hearing this, the ninja next to him immediately stepped forward, and he couldn't care about 3721, took out a knife and cut off the blood thorns with the thickness of his fingers, and then reached out and grabbed the blood thorns on Yamato's feet, and took them out one by one. The earth ninja frowned at the severed section of blood thorn in his hand. The blood thorn was much longer than he had expected, and his manipulation seemed to make his companion's injuries worse. But fortunately, the blood thorn was taken out. Before the blood thorns could grow again, he returned to the giant tree with Yamato. Yamato's right calf was bloody, with multiple holes in it, and blood was constantly flowing from it. The previous blood thorn caused him to lose a lot of blood, and now his whole body was dizzy, and even the vision in front of him became black and white. Take a deep breath, inhale, exhale, adjust your breathing. Several root ninjas immediately bandaged Yamato's wounds with the items they had brought with them. Even if something happens to them, this wooden ninja can't have an accident. Yamato's wounds were not serious, and the thorns of those thorns, although long, were very thin, and what to say was like a few stitches in the leg. But the blood loss is severe. None of them had thought before that these thorns would suck blood, including Yamato. As a wood ninja, he had never seen such an evil trait. Such a thin blood thorn can drain so much of his blood in a short period of time, if it is bound by those thorns with big roots. I can't even think about it. On the other side, Momiji, the culprit underground, tasted the delicious taste of the blood of the Mu-Dun ninja. He unexpectedly found that just this blood had greatly improved his strength, and Mu-Dun's compatibility with him was exceptionally high. If ninjas are the blood of the human race, then the wood ninja is the blood of the ninjas. That's nice. He was even more eager to eat the wood ninja. At such a time, Momiji no longer intends to hide himself, and he manipulates the blood thorn to send the shell where he is from the ground. Stepping out of it, his feet felt the solidity of the ground once more, the breeze brushing his face, and the faint smell of burning in the air. Looking at the four figures still standing on the giant tree, Momiji grinned. This time, don't think about using fire to overcome the problem again. Blood Demon Magic, Red Thorn Flurry. In an instant, the ground shook, the rocks crumbled, and crimson thorns thicker than the stone pillars poked out of the ground, and it was difficult for two adults to fully hold them with their outstretched arms. The raised spikes on the top are even more chilling in the back, and if they are hit by this giant thorn, they are afraid that they will go west on the spot. Can you only summon up to 3 at the moment? Momiji examined the 3 crimson thorns that had grown from the ground behind him, the last of which was obviously smaller than the other 2. Like stunting. This was caused by his lack of strength to summon the 3 red thorns completely. As his strength increases, the number he can summon will only increase. Red Thorn Flurry is a blood demon technique he newly comprehended after absorbing the blood of the Wood Escape Ninja. This kind of red thorn has no ability to suck blood, and with its size, it does not need the ability to suck blood. Its biggest feature is that it is large in size, strong in destructive power, and difficult to be destroyed. It's not like the blood thorn will be burned clean by a fire. As soon as Momiji raised his hand, the red thorn on the right side waved towards the giant tree in front of him, although the size of the red thorn was still a little smaller than that of the giant tree, but it was full of strength, like a whip that brought gusts of wind in the air. Seeing that the situation was not good, several ninjas on the giant tree immediately gave up the giant tree under their feet and scattered. With a howling wind, the red thorn struck the trunk from the side of the giant tree. The towering giant tree of Click actually broke straight from the middle of the trunk when it received this blow, and slowly fell in the opposite direction. Boom! The broken giant tree fell to the ground, knocking down a large tree, and the huge impact stirred up a cloud of dust. After destroying the giant tree, Momiji manipulated the red thorn on the left side and swung it at the ninja in the forest. Akathorn's speed is slow, and he can't usually beat nimble ninjas, but the wind that kicks off when it falls heavily and the ground that gradually collapses due to its great force is enough for them ninjas to drink a pot. If you don't pay attention, you will be blown away by the stirred wind, lose your balance, and fall to the ground. The ground has long been hollowed out by the intricate blood thorns of a layer of earth, and the violent shaking of the ground is also accompanied by the sinking of the earth, and when dodging attacks, there will occasionally be a foot in the air and sinking into the ground. The fire and wind kept hitting these red thorns, but they only left a scorched mark, or a few scratches that were not deep or shallow. They wanted to converge and unleash a more powerful fire escape with the strength of the 3 of them, which might be able to burn these red thorns with incredible defense. But the swing of the 2 red thorns seems to be disorganized, but in fact, it is overtly and covertly preventing them from joining up with their companions, cutting them apart, and keeping them isolated at all times. It was difficult to even protect themselves, let alone one of them with a wounded man. It's also very difficult to attack the Momiji body, and the third red thorn has not taken the initiative from beginning to end, and has been passively defending. As long as they have the intention of wanting to get closer, they will be locked by the third red thorn. This red thorn can also be used as a shield, at least the ranged ninjutsu they unleash is blocked by this not-so-thick red thorn. In this situation, Momiji plans to add more fire. Just this huge movement will soon attract other ninjas, and even the third generation of Hokage Ape Flying Sun Slash to come out in person. He didn't want to be held back any longer. Blood Demon Magic, Blood Thorn. The remaining blood thorns in the ground were all active again, poking their heads out of the ground to attack the ninjas who were running on the ground. This time, Momiji used all the blood thorns at the first moment, without any reservations. When the wind ninja was using the wind escape ninjutsu he had mastered to cut through the blood thorns around him, he accidentally lost his balance due to the shock caused by the fall of the red thorns. One foot slipped to the ground, and the surrounding blood thorns quickly crept up his body. Bang! The man entwined in blood thorns instantly turned into a wooden stake. And he himself appeared 10 meters away and breathed a sigh of relief. But when he turned his head, he found that the blood thorns behind him had crawled close at hand. Retreat. One of the ninjas with Yamato could no longer withstand this tremendous pressure, and had the idea of retreating first. Turquoise yellow spring swamp. As the red thorn fell, the soil below suddenly turned into liquid, forming a huge swamp, and the red thorn fell into it at once, sinking continuously. After performing this ninjutsu, the ninja also followed in the footsteps of his companions, away from Momiji, and fled to Konoha village. At this time, the red leaves that controlled the red thorns were almost at their limit, and the newly awakened blood ghost technique was not perfect, so he couldn't control it for too long. But looking at Yamato, who was being carried behind by one of the ninjas, kept moving away, he tried his best to tell him that Konoha's support was already on the way, and it was time to retreat. But he still suddenly had a strong unwillingness in his heart, and the desire to devour, which drove him to pursue the fleeing ninjas. It's almost time to wake up, right? The sudden voice in his head made Momiji, who was intending to pursue, suddenly pause, and the emotions that had just risen were instantly emptied. From the time Momiji got the new blood ghost technique, Shuichi Mayumi noticed the abnormality here and watched it silently for a while. Now he reminds him out loud, just because Momiji is one of the ghosts he is optimistic about, he is very much looking forward to Momiji's growth, and he doesn't want him to be carried away so easily and planted in this kind of place. Momiji looked at the several ninjas who were far away, gritted his teeth, and sucked the wind escape ninja who was caught by the blood thorn into a human in one go, abandoned the red thorn, and turned to flee. These conspicuous red thorns are quickly dried and hardened after being uncontrolled, and finally blown away by the gentle breeze. Chapter 40. When Shuichi Mayumi returns to a human town he passed through on his way, he discovers that there are terrifying rumors in the town. Legend has it that recently there has been a nightmare in the town that you can't wake up from, and you can't wake up until you are too frightened to die. There have been a number of victims in the town, all of whom are sick and nervous. The way of death is also surprisingly consistent. They were all frightened in their sleep and suffered heart problems and eventually died. It is worth mentioning that even when there is a heart problem, they still do not wake up from their sleep. When they are found dead, they are generally extremely serene. The rumor had already stirred up a wave of panic in the town, and the able-bodied were unconcerned, but those who knew they were weak had already begun to prepare for the nightmare that might befall him. Shuichi Mayumi was very interested in this rumor, but unfortunately he couldn't pretend to be a frail person to experience the nightmare for himself. I don't know if it's a special ninjutsu or something else. He remembered that there was more to this world than ninjas, a profession with extraordinary abilities. Shuichi Shinbo believes that behind this series of events, there must be a mastermind behind the scenes. So he sent out both the mirror shadow and the heavenly eye, searching for traces of the people behind them. And he himself, mingling in the crowd of knights, secretly looking for his next target. Suddenly, a man's gentle voice caught his attention. "Hello, I see that you are not in good spirits, has something happened? It is not okay to go on like this, and it will be difficult to treat a minor illness when it becomes a major illness." Do you want to try my original hypnotherapy? If it doesn't work, you don't charge money, and it never hurts to try. Tru Gongxiu followed the prestige and found an elegant young man with glasses recommending his own hypnotherapy to another dark-skinned old man. The old man's clothes were not bright, and he still had calluses left by years of work on his hands, so he was obviously not a wealthy family. Therefore, in the face of the sales pitch of the youth, he did not enter the oil and salt. After a war of words, the old man was finally persuaded by the young man's cabbage price. If you can't be cured, you don't need to pay for it, and if you are cured, it's just the price of a meal, and who doesn't get excited when you hear it? This hypnotherapy is not a medical method that will cause accidents. So, thinking so, the old man followed the young man into a nearby residential building. About an hour later, the old man came out alone. Compared with before, his spirit has improved more than a little, and his whole person has a new look. It could be seen that he was also in a very good mood, and left humming a little song. "There's such a thing as a hypnotist in this town," said Shuichi Mako, who hadn't seen it the last time he passed by. The one had only moved to town to practice medicine in the last few days. An enthusiastic stall owner who didn't have much business next to him answered his doubts. "You're a traveler from outside, right? I'm telling you, this hypnotherapy is amazing. When you feel like you're out of control, you can come to his house for an hour, and you can come out refreshed. And those mental illnesses, in the hands of that person will not live for 3 days, and you will be cured within 3 days. So godly." Hearing this, Shuichi Mako was also interested, and casually picked out a plastic fox mask at the stall of this enthusiastic stall owner, and paid for it. That hypnotherapy is so godly, can it cure physical diseases? Seeing that Shuichi Shinu took care of his business, he didn't hide it. "Well, that person always said that if the psychological illness is cured, ensure a healthy work and rest, and the physical illness will naturally be cured. But all of us know that this is what he used to comfort the sick. After all, if it was that simple, those few people would not have died." Seeing this, Shin Gongxiu bought a few more masks. Elaborate. After chatting with the stall owner, it was already midnight when I returned to my temporary residence, and there were far fewer people on the street. The more Shuichi Mako thought about the information he learned from the stall owner, the more he felt that the hypnotist was very suspicious. The people who died of illness in the boss's mouth are the people who died of nightmares and rumors. But apparently the boss did not believe the so-called rumors. What a nightmare that can't wake up, so it's just a mystery. The only thing they have in common is that they are both seriously ill and have gone to a hypnotist for help. When the time was set, Tenmu and Kagage also returned, one after the other, to report the news they had gathered to Shuichi Shinuichi. Tianmu has the ability to perceive, and he also has his eyes on the hypnotist who has diagnosed these patients, and he monitors the hypnotist's treatment process through insight. But the process was normal and nothing was wrong. The mirror controlled several people who were closely related to the victims, and semi-forcibly learned certain information from them. These patients did feel much better in the first few days after going to the hypnotist, and they even felt better. The sudden heart attack was something they didn't expect. Who would have thought that a person who was fine a few days ago would suddenly take a turn for the worse and lose his life? When asked about hypnotists, these people all thought that hypnotists were good people and would not do such a thing. Moreover, they don't think hypnotists have this ability to kill. As soon as Zhen Gongxiu heard this, he already knew in his heart that the hypnotist was still the first suspect. But whether it was the hypnotist who killed him or not, he already had the heart to turn the hypnotist into a ghost. "Let's go, let's meet the hypnotist." Relying on the cascading space of mirror shadows, the three of them entered the hypnotist's home as if nothing had happened. The living room where he enters the door is where he uses to hypnotherapy his guests, and because there are often guests coming and going, he cleans up and wants to make a good impression. Tianmu saw that the hypnotist was now in the dark bedroom, tinkering with one of his silver pocket watches, and the light outside illuminated a group photo in the pocket watch. There was an indescribable sadness in his deep eyes, and his fingers groped the surface of his pocket watch as if he was nostalgic for the past. "What are you thinking?" An unfamiliar voice suddenly appeared in his ear, interrupted his thoughts, and he reacted very quickly, immediately calmly dodging the window of the room, while keeping his hands crossed in front of him in defense. It's not like an ordinary hypnotist at all. However, Shuichi Mayumi had no intention of attacking him at all. The hypnotist retreated and tried to escape through the window, but he crashed straight into Tianmu, who was blocking the window, and Tianmu had already opened his four wings at this time, and the entire window was completely obscured. Seeing the holy posture of the person behind him, the hypnotist was stunned for a second or two. Immediately, he realized that there were 3 more people in his room. And the door was closed, and he did not hear the sound of being opened. So how did these 3 people get in? You killed those people, right? True Gongshi got straight to the point. I'm curious about why you killed them. What are you talking about? I'm just helping them in my own way, but I've never thought of killing them. The hypnotist's eyes were resolute, and it didn't look like he was lying. Really? Then you can die. As soon as Zhen Gongshiu's words fell, Tianmu stretched out his arms and strangled the hypnotist's neck. The hypnotist struggled constantly, but to no avail, and he was about to suffocate if he continued like this. Wait! Wait, I said. Tenmu let go of him. The hypnotist's legs went limp, and he fell to his knees, gulping for air. Wouldn't it be nice to do this earlier, said Shuichi Mako, staring at him, waiting for an answer. Their illness is no longer curable, it will only get worse. Rather than painfully feeling the gradual decay of your body later in life, it is better to die in a painless nightmare sooner. Oh, long pain is better than short pain, isn't it? The hypnotist's answer disappointed Shuichi Mako, who thought it was a nightmare killer, but he didn't expect it to be for such a boring reason. But it's coming. Just change your ghost and go again. Under the hypnotist's stunned gaze, Shuichi Mako's right hand instantly transformed into a stabbing whip, and the spikes at the tip pierced deep into his body. Now, you're the nightmare demon of dreams. Enjoy your powers. Chapter 41. The nightmare of nightmare is just the beginning. As soon as Shingongshiu goes, there will be more terrifying rumors of murderers in which town, and he can often see a tragic death, like a corpse that has been torn by some wild beast. But there is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain, and if there are suddenly 2 ghosts in a town, the 2 ghosts are likely to fight, and the winner will stay in this place full of food, while the loser will stay away and look for a new town. After a few days, Shuichi Mako returned to the town he had first arrived in after leaving the village and found the Akiwa family. Compared with before, this room cannot be said to have changed much, it can only be said that there is no change at all. The wooden nails of the windows gave the whole room a bit of an eerie atmosphere, and in this atmosphere, Yasuchun Akiwa was able to trick travelers in. Let Zhengong Ziyuyi couldn't help but sigh at his 3-inch incorruptible tongue. This time he didn't knock on the door, leaving Tianmu to stay outside the door, and quietly entered the house through the cascading space with the mirror shadow. Yasumi Akiwa came back yesterday, and taking advantage of the bond between his friends, he managed to bring the little girl named Yukimai to this town, but he didn't think about how to persuade the other party to go home with him for a while. He was sitting on a traveler's duffel backpack and posing as a contemplative. The appearance of Shuichi True Bao from reality didn't shake him in the slightest, not so much because he didn't care, but because he was out of sight and out of mind. Yasuchun Akiwa hates Shuichi Mako, but he's just an ordinary human kid who can't restrain his hands, and even if he wants revenge, it's not now. The only thing we can do now is forbearance. Unexpectedly, True Gong Shuichi took the initiative to come to him and squatted down to meet his eyes. Take me to that girl, you should know where she is now. Chiu Ting Kongchun frowned, resisted the urge to punch him in his heart, jumped off the big backpack, and opened the door without saying a word. He was in a very bad mood at the moment. Although at first I was only on orders, I chose this method of making friends. But after these few days, he had to admit that he had regarded Yukimai as a true friend in his heart. It's just that after a few days of friendship and the future of the Chiu Ting family, he still knows which is more important. He already had a faint premonition in his heart that after tonight, Yukimai would disappear from this world, and another monster would take possession of her body. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. It wasn't long into the night, and Yukimai was still playing alone on the street. After all, she is still a child, and she has a big playfulness. Yasumi Akiwa had originally returned to the town with her, but he excused himself to go home to get his things, so he left. In fact, I care about my sister and can't wait to go home to see it. He didn't take this opportunity to propose to go to his house to play. After all, the dilapidated house in his house was made of people crying and worrying. However, on this crowded street, that person shouldn't have done that kind of thing, right? Chiuting Kongchun recalled the scene when Chiuting Liuxia turned into a ghost, and couldn't help but shudder. Soon, Shuichi Mako was taken by Yasumi Akainiwa to the place agreed with Yukimai, next to a restaurant with a booming business. This restaurant always reminded him of the Chinese restaurant he opened in Konoha, and he didn't know what was going on now. I'll have to find a time to find a way to go back and see. After all, the Uchiha I have been thinking about for a few years is not going to live. After walking in the territory of the Fire Country for so long, I haven't seen any Konoha ninjas who came out on a mission, so my luck is not very good. Without making them wait, Yukimai appeared on the side of the street in a brand new floral dress. After seeing Yasumi Akite, she rushed over happily. Suddenly, the Akiwa Yasuchun in front of him disappeared. And in the eyes of Yasumi Akiwa, Yukimai suddenly disappeared on the way to run. A big living person, just like that, there is not even a trace left. This. Yasumi Akainiwa looked back at Shuichi Mako, wanting to get an answer from him, but the position was empty. Except for themselves, they were all gone. The lively crowd in the street seemed completely unaware of the disappearance of someone, and the noise in their ears was so unreal. Could it be that this is also one of that person's abilities? Shui, who was pulled into the cascading space, realized that when she came back to her senses, not only was Yasumi Akainiwa gone, but the streets around her that were originally full of people were also empty. Kongchun. Yukimai looked around vigilantly, but there was no shadow of half a person around. Don't look for it, I'm here. As she spoke, one of Shuichi's hands stabbed into her body from behind as if it were a bag, injecting demon blood into it. Just in case the last descendant of this mist clan still had the ability to completely atomize, he didn't think about allowing himself to appear directly in front of her eyes. Straight to the point and solving Yukimai, Shuichi Mako stood quietly on the side and watched her changes. The last time he was turned into a ghost, the owner of the blood inheritance limit was still the Hyaga family's Tianmu. After the ghost, he retained the enhanced white eyes. The disadvantage is that he hasn't awakened the blood ghost technique. But the latter should be an individual cause. I hope Yukimai can be a little self-motivated. Yukimai's change was beyond his expectations. Not only his appearance, body shape, but also his hair color did not change at all, as if the ghost blood had not taken effect. If it weren't for the fact that he saw her swollen and twisted veins and red skin, he really thought that his ability was wrong again. There were only a few more silvery white patterns on her skin, like a soft breeze. It's strange that the change is so small. Shuichi Mayuki rubbed his chin and remembered the relationship between Yukimai and Yamato. Momiji seems to be crazy about Yamato, or let her lure Yamato out. If you let the red leaves eat it directly, it won't directly evolve into the reincarnation of the Thousand Hands Pillar. Now he has a lot of subordinates, and his abilities are quite interesting. But there is always a lack of a few strong people who can support this family, and in the face of the weak, they can stand in an invincible place with the help of immortality. But in the face of shadow-level powerhouses, or the siege of many ninjas, it is very powerless. Once the immortality is exposed, it is inevitable that you will be arrested for research and basking in the sun. Soon, Yukimai's changes came to fruition. I don't know how many times I've gone through this link, and I'm too lazy to think about the name, so. Your name is Kirithim. He symbolically gave a name based on the limit of blood succession during his lifetime. After that, he asked about the content of the blood ghost magic. Like Mirror Shadow and Ghost Crow, Kirihime has a special talent, and she awakened the blood demon technique directly after she became a ghost. The effect of the blood demon technique, Mist of Decay, is similar to the ability of the Mist clan, which completely atomizes itself, but the shortcomings are completely compensated. The atomization ability now not only does not fear the wind, but also allows the wind to be its own power. The parts of the body that come into contact with the fog will gradually begin to age, and when a certain threshold is exceeded, this aging will become irreversible. If the mist is inhaled into the body, it will cause the internal organs to fail, and the vitality of the whole person will also be absorbed and pass away rapidly. As the main body becomes stronger, the ability of the blood ghost magic will also become stronger. This technique does not directly kill the enemy, but it does cause them to die of old age. Chapter 42. Recently, rumors of ogres have spread in the Land of Fire, and it is rumored that terrifying-looking ogres will roam the world on dark and windy nights. Behind him are wings, 3 heads and 6 arms, green fangs, scarlet eyes all over the face, and some even have large mouths all over their bodies, and the sharp teeth open and close, making a dense grinding sound. They have sharp teeth of steel, invulnerable bodies, and their favorite thing to do is tear open human bodies and taste human entrails. Feel the lives of human beings slowly passing by in their hands. However, it is rumored that ogres also have their own tastes, some like to eat men, some like to eat women, and some ghosts with unique tastes specialize in gnawing old bones. It was rumored that a wealthy merchant had trouble sleeping day and night, so he paid a ninja from Konoha to protect him. Under the protection of his personal guards and hired ninjas, he thought he was safe and slept peacefully that night. As a result, I didn't get up again when I slept this time. The next morning, all they saw was the swordsman who had fallen to the ground, and the wealthy merchant who had died in his bed. And the hired Konoha special shinobi disappeared without a trace. There were traces of ninjutsu being unleashed in the house, as well as scratches left by various weapons, indicating that there was once a fierce fight here. What the result will be is now in front of everyone. Everyone thought that the Konoha ninja was a bad luck. But the ogre only took the Konoha ninja and not the others. Is it because ordinary people are not as delicious as ninjas? Konoha also paid attention to it after learning about the rumors of the ogre and getting the news of the disappearance of the special ninja. The third generation of Hokage Ape Flying Sun Slash is worried that this is a means of the enemy country. After all, only the country of fire has rumors of cannibals, and it is difficult to say that this is not a blow to the country of fire. So he sent a dark team directly under his own to go out of the village to search for the cannibals. If there really is such a creature as a man-eater, it should be strangled in the cradle as soon as possible. Orochimaru had just defected, and rumors of man-eaters appeared not long after his hind feet, and he was very suspicious that this so-called man-eating ghost could also be the product of Orochimaru's secret experiments. If you want to know the truth, you can only wait now. There are rumors of ogres in many towns in the Fire Country, and although the details vary, it is not difficult to see that these cannibals are the same type of creatures. The number of dark teams he sent was limited, and they could only be investigated one town at a time. On the Shimura side, it is also called maintaining law and order in the Land of Fire, and a route team was dispatched to investigate the rumors of cannibals. His order to his men was to capture him alive. And the experiment had been put on hold by him, as he discovered that the imitations produced by the Root Research Institute were all rubbish within garbage. Not only does it have no effect, but there is always a risk of devouring the Lord. And that was the money for the research. Danzang did not completely give up his dream of immortality, and he suspected that the crow that left behind the venom in the first place may also be a type of man-eater. So, he set his sights on the more valuable cannibals. Now Gao Hezi, one of the victims of the crow poison incident, is still at his roots, and he thought that Guy would resist desperately. But now he looks like he's been played, and he's left to the researchers. The crow poison experiment was shelved, and Gao Hezi lost his sole role. Now, the regiment is thinking about whether to stimulate the crow poison in Gao Hezi's body and completely transform it into a short-lived combat weapon. With Gao Hezi's current state, even if he asked him to kill, he would only obey numbly. This is what the roots of his regiment want, are such obedient weapons. This time, he didn't send armor with him. The failure of the last arrest operation is still vivid. Not only did he not complete the mission, but he also lost a wind escape ninja. The most important was also almost killed on the spot. Now the wood escape boy of the Uzumaki clan has long since left the Land of Fire and disappeared, and he doesn't know whether he has gone to the land of grass or which country next to him. But as long as he dares to show up, he must be prepared to be retaliated against. The death of the root ninja can't just be counted. If you can't solicit it, then kill it. A person who has mastered Mu Dun's research materials is still very valuable. A vicious glint flashed in Danzang's eyes. Outside Konoha village, the abandoned base of the Ibuli clan. The ghost crow, which had been asleep for 3 months, finally opened its blood-red eyes, and the intense tiredness was now gone. After 3 months of not eating, it did not feel the slightest hunger, but felt unusually strong. The size of the body hasn't changed much, it's still the same, but the eyes have obviously become more fierce. Its beak extends downwards like an eagle's, and its tail feathers are forked into 4, black with grey and grey with silver, hanging on the ground like the tail feathers of a phoenix. The head with flat hair also has a crown of black feathers, mixed with a hint of silver. The wings grew larger, and a new layer of silver-grey feathers grew under the black feathers, with a metallic texture. The metal feathers did not affect its movement in the slightest, but its speed was increased by the size of the wings. Now it looks like a messenger of the divine bird from a distance, and its shape is far from that of an ordinary crow. After waking up, he found that his blood demon technique, Crow Swarm, had undergone a qualitative change, and it seemed to have the characteristics of fog aggregation. Blood demon magic, Crow Swarm, San has all the original abilities, that is, to create clones of the crow flock that can be controlled at will. Blood demon magic, Crow Flock, Fusion is a newly derived ability that can only be used while the crow clone is present. This blood demon technique can make its body the core, and all the crow clones will merge around its core. Fusing the clones of the crows is not as simple as taking back all the power that has turned into clones. After fusing with a clone of the crows, it will become extremely large, giving it a 1 + 1 = 3 effect. The more clones you fuse, the bigger you get. As long as there are enough clones, it can fight the so-called tailed beasts in this world. In the fused state, it will not take any substantial attack, and the area it hits will revert to a clone of the crows for a short time. If you want to, you can control these scattered crow clones to focus on attacking the person who hurt you, or you may let these crow clones immediately return to their original bodies and enter a fusion state. Now it is no longer comparable to the past. While being proud of himself, the ghost crow also has a bit of a headache. It seems to have slept for too long, and for 3 months, the other ghosts are not standing still. Maybe there are already ghosts that have surpassed it. If it hasn't appeared for 3 months, will the Ghost King have forgotten about it? The more the ghost crow thinks about it, the more he feels that he has really lost 3 months of sleeping. You have to go out and find something to do, and by the way, see what the outside world has developed now. Chapter 43. Kakashi Hakiki, as a member of the Hokage's Direct Shadow Department, this time the task of investigating the ogres was given to his 4-person team to be in charge. He arrived in the town in the afternoon. At first glance, the streets are bustling with people, but most of the residents seem to be nervous and don't have much to do with small talk. Without the harmonious sounds of everyday life, the residents who come and go but are reluctant to say a word add to the eerie atmosphere of the town. Kakashi looked up at the sky and deduced that it would be at least 3 or 4 hours before it got dark. According to the rumors of cannibals he had received, these so-called cannibals only haunt at night, and there was no need to be so fearful during the day. Could it be that the situation here has developed so badly? Whether it is the ninjas of Konoha or the residents of Konoha, they will not leave the village under normal circumstances, and the people in their village are not sensitive to changes in the outside world. Ching, you go to the town to search for information. Naquan, Lin Jiao, you and I will go with me to search the nearby cave where the target may be hiding. Since ogres wreak havoc in the town at night, they certainly don't hide too far during the day. Most likely, it was hiding in a cave somewhere outside the town. After a brief division of labor, the search for the cannibal immediately began. They searched all the caves within a certain distance of the town, not even the entrances that could only be accessed by one child. But until night fell, they found nothing. The rumored ogre didn't stay in the cave outside the town. Haru is in the city to investigate uninhabited empty houses or families who have been harmed recently. After some investigation, he also understood why the town was so dead. In just the last 7 days, more than a dozen people have been killed in their homes, all of them killed by sneak attacks while sleeping, and their bodies are covered with wounds. But these people strangely showed no sign of resistance. During this period, there was no abnormal noise, and no traces of any outside objects were found inside or outside the house. Other than that, no one has been heard of being killed outside of sleep. There was one who died in a completely different way from these people, but his killer was quickly caught. After some inquiry, I learned that the murderer and the deceased originally had a feud, and in this period when the rumors of ghosts were circulating, the murderer felt that his opportunity had come, so he wanted to take the opportunity to kill his enemy and blame the rumored ghosts. However, his skills were not perfect, and even if he attacked while the deceased was sleeping, he was not able to kill him with a single sword. The severe pain caused the deceased to wake up violently, and then he used all his strength to fight the murderer. It's a pity that in the end, he was too weak because of blood loss, and the murderer seized the opportunity to understand with a knife. Although the murderer then placed the deceased in a peaceful sleeping position, the traces of the fight in the room were something he could not erase. With the appearance of this ghost, the people of the town must not only be careful of the presence of ghosts, but also beware of enemies taking the opportunity to do something to themselves. After a long time, because of excessive anxiety, the mental state also declined. That's what they saw when they first entered the town. Before night fell completely, the 4 members of Kakashi's team gathered at the agreed place and exchanged information with each other. Kakashi pondered for a moment after hearing this, and then made a decision. This so-called man-eater is very well hidden, either he is a homicidal expert who specializes in cleaning crime scenes, or he uses some special ability to kill people in the air. He had thought that the intelligence of ogres would not be too high, and that most of them were special monsters that appeared for some reason, and these monsters might be more like beasts than humans. But neither the first nor the second possibility is something that a beast would have. On this first night, Kakashi decided to go with the first possibility. Even a murder expert who is very good at cleaning up traces will definitely leave clues along the way. Tonight they split into 2 groups and went into the city to monitor. As specially trained shadow ninjas, they are able to spot many traces that ordinary people can't find, and the possibility of tracking down their targets is relatively high. If there is no harvest tonight, then the next day it will be investigated according to the second possibility of having special abilities. Kakashi wished it wasn't the second. They hadn't found any clues left by the other party before, and if the other party had the ability to kill people in the air, then this mission would be extremely difficult to investigate. Kakashi himself formed a team with Naquan and was responsible for monitoring the northern part of the town. 8 of the dozen or so previous incidents occurred in the north. The selection of targets is almost irregular, and it is not possible to determine the next victim based on the common denominator of the previous deceased. If anything, what they have in common may be that they are both sleeping. It doesn't make much sense. With so much going on, there are some ordinary people who are no longer afraid to sleep at night, they choose to reverse day and night, sleeping during the day and staying awake at night. At least this part of the population has not yet died. This has also led more people to choose to join the ranks of day and night reversal. If they had come a few days late, they might not have seen a few people who chose to go out during the day. A man's howl of pain echoed across the street, and Kakashi and the 2 heard it and hurried to check on the situation. When I arrived, I found out that it was 2 big living people fighting in a room, and one of them had lost to the opponent and had fallen into disadvantage. That man is going to kill people, and his hands are all dead hands. If there was a knife by his side, he would not hesitate to stab the person he had beaten violently. Is it another murderer who wants to blame the ogre? Kakashi was disappointed. The teammates next to him looked at him as if asking, "Do you want to help?" Kakashi shook his head. They are the shadows, and they cannot expose themselves, and it is better not to expose them. Choosing to strike at this kind of love-hate relationship between civilians will only continue to cause extraneous consequences. Chapter 44. The night passed. The two Kakashi arrive at the rendezvous location with nothing, and meet up with two from the other group. Did you have a dead person over there? As soon as they met, Lin Jiao asked, and when he just came over, he heard that it was very noisy, as if someone had died at home. Kakashi nodded, but it was just killed by ordinary criminals, not by cannibals. After the killing, the murderer seemed to think that his plan had failed, and did not even bother to put the deceased in a sleeping position, and hurried away. What about you? Kakashi recalled the word also in Rinkaku's mouth earlier. There are dead people on our side, too. Lin Jiao's tone became heavy. Right under our noses, it's 100% the cannibal doing. Qing next to him remained silent. We didn't find any trace of the cannibal, only the bloody wounds on the deceased's body inexplicably. Until the vital signs disappeared, the deceased did not wake up because of the pain, and remained motionless. It's like there's an invisible man with a knife cutting at him and gnawing on it with his teeth. We also immediately investigated the traces and searched for smells. But nothing came of it. No saliva residue was found on the bite marks either. Even Kakashi was stunned by his words, his face was weird, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. The most ominous premonition has come true. Most of the other party has special abilities, otherwise they would not be able to do such a strange thing. Invisibility? But even if it's invisible, it shouldn't leave no trace. Lin Jiao and Qing immediately went to investigate the traces, but they didn't have time to deal with the scene of the crime for the murderer, and even then, they still found nothing. It's not like sheer stealth can do it. So, is it similar to the atomization ability of the Ibuli clan? Instead of smoke, it becomes air, wind, and the like. Kakashi remembered the Ibarayumi he had met only 3 months ago, and the girl had separated from them since then, and he didn't know what the situation was now. When you entered, did you perceive the wind? Kakashi asked. Lin Jiao and Qing glanced at each other and shook their heads. Did you hide in your room and wait for Kazuharu to leave? But this does not explain why the deceased showed no signs of waking up after frequent injuries. It's weird. Die in your own dreams. Wait, could it be that you killed people through dreams? This ridiculous idea popped into Kakashi's mind. Although I have heard of someone dying in a dream due to some kind of disease, the wounds on the deceased's body that appear out of thin air are not decorations. The possibility of changing the blood inheritance limit cannot be ruled out, nor can the possibility of dream killing. In this case, the only way to lure out the enemies lurking in the shadows is to. Are you in danger? Now there are fewer and fewer people in the town who are willing to sleep at night, and the scope will be less and less. As long as someone in their team is willing to be a decoy, they may be able to bring the truth to the surface. But if they can't solve the puzzle within the allotted time, find the source of everything, and solve the incident, those who are used as bait will die. As the captain, he really shouldn't let the team members take risks. Tonight, I'll fall asleep. Despite wearing a mask, Kakashi's seriousness could still be read in the words. After I lure the murderer out, it's up to you. Huh? Captain? Lin Jiao was full of surprise. Do you really want to do this? Well, I'll leave it to you. Kakashi nodded, not saying anything more. First, this is the plan he proposed, and as the captain, I am really embarrassed to let the team members be bait. The second is self-confidence in one's own strength. Even if you can't break free on your own, you can buy more time for your companions to investigate. The 3 team members, you look at me, I look at you, although their facial expressions are covered by masks, they still understand each other's meaning. They nodded, and no one came forward to replace Kakashi as bait, and no one objected to his plan. That's the plan for the next step. It wasn't like they didn't do anything during the day. Just in case, Kakashi and Nakan reinvestigate possible hiding spots outside the town, this time more carefully because they have plenty of time. In the deep corners of one of the caverns, they found scraps of minced flesh that had not yet been completely decomposed, and it was impossible to tell if it was left by an ogre or some kind of beast. Injiao and Haru act together in the city, first using the transformation technique to reconfirm the situation of the deceased, and then ask the family of the deceased about the situation this time. Like the previous deceased, he had signs of biting teeth, which were confirmed to be from human mouths by the contrast in shape. This makes the ogre rumors a little more believable. The so-called cannibals actually have the appearance of humans, hiding among humans? Night was fast approaching. Protected by his teammates, Kakashi lay quietly on the floor of the room, emptying his mind and gradually blurring his consciousness. When he woke up again, he was lying under a blue sky, his head as heavy as lead. Under the body are all kinds of tiles, blue, yellow, white, bright color, very eye-catching. Where is it? Kakashi stood up from the ground with his head propped up, looking around warily. Hanging needles, hospital beds, blinding white lights. It's like a hospital. But will hospitals use this, bells and whistles floor tiles? The bells and whistles are too disconnected from the hospital itself. He was very cautious and stopped step by step, for fear that he would step on something. After all, this is supposed to be a dream world, and it's not surprising that there will be mechanisms inside the hospital. The only strange thing is that his consciousness is too awake, almost the same as when he was awake in reality. You can even remember all the details you just saw. Everything in this hospital was the same as the Konoha hospital he frequented, except for the floor tiles under his feet. Was it a dream constructed from his subconscious? I don't know where that man-eater will attack from. ZZ. Kakashi had a blue arc jumping in his hand, which meant that his ninjutsu could also be used in this dream. The hanging heart relaxed a little, at least he still had the ability to protect himself. Chapter 45. Behind Kakashi, on the ceiling he hadn't noticed, there was a completely transparent guy crawling above like a spider, following Kakashi's footsteps. Lord Oni, I seem to have found an interesting little guy. He licked his lips with his tentacle-like tongue and used his privilege to send a message to the Ghost King. He has the Blood Ghost technique, and he is honored to be favored by the Ghost King, and is given the privilege of being able to actively communicate with the Ghost King with his heart. One of the abilities of the Blood Demon magic, Dream Walker, is that he can travel through people's dreams, and he cannot force people to sleep, but he can force people who are sleeping to fall asleep. For him, there are only people who do not sleep, and there are no people who do not dream. He can only travel through the dream realm centered on himself, but as long as he keeps changing the dream he is in, then this range will be constantly moved. If the sleeping people were neatly lined up, he would be able to cross the entire planet in a matter of minutes. The sun in his dreams is not the real sun, and even if he basks in other people's dreams, he will have no problems. Thanks to so many people sleeping in the daytime in reality, he was able to completely hide in his dreams, hiding from the search in reality. The most important point is also his usual method of killing. He is able to pull the human consciousness into a dream, and the real body will synchronize the state of the consciousness in real time. That is, any wound caused by him in the dream will be fed back into reality in the same place, in the same way. If you die in a dream, your body will die in reality. It's you, nightmare. Shuichi Mayumi quickly responded to the nightmare's words, and he saw Kakashi Hakiki in front of him directly through his shared vision. It was only a long time before Kakashi met him again. Last time, the Ghost Crow didn't have the ability to fight him, but this time it may not be. His subordinates are really close to Kakashi, and Kakashi goes out of the village too often to carry out missions. Seize him, bring him to me, and I will give you the reward you deserve. When faced with a person who has lost consciousness in a dream, the demon will have the right to take the other person's consciousness body through the dreams of others. As a Ghost King, as long as Zhengong cultivates it, he can connect to the body of the demon and let himself enter the dream realm of other people. In this case, the demon's blood demon technique was completely under his control, the Ghost King. Through the blood curse under his control, he was able to pull all the ghosts under the blood curse into the dream world that had been prepared in advance. Shuichi Mako had thought of using the characteristics of the demon technique to imitate the infinite city, but at present, the demon's strength was still too weak. You need to practice again. And Kakashi Heiji, there is no blood inheritance limit, and the only riding wheel eye on his body is still transplanted from Uchiha Obito. Instead of letting the demon eat him, let yourself turn him into a ghost. The nightmare demon has little combat ability in reality, and an ordinary shinobi may be able to subdue him directly, but in the dream realm, it is the opposite. Dealing with a demonic person like Kakashi is as simple as eating. Yes, Lord Oni. The demon smiled inwardly, his hands off the wall, and 6 more throwing knives appeared out of thin air between his fingers. Aiming at Kakashi, who was unaware of this, he threw it hard. His upper body was detached from the wall, and his feet were firmly attached to the ceiling as if 520 glue had been glued. The whole person stood upside down on the ceiling. Kakashi didn't know that the nightmare was secretly attacking him, but the sound of the wind from the flying knives drifted into his ears. His legs instantly exerted force, and the whole person jumped up on the spot, and the 6 flying knives flying from behind him happened to fly under his feet. Boom! The knife slammed into the glass tile with a crisp thud and fell to the ground with a clang. Who? The moment Kakashi turned around in mid-air, he slid his forehead up, revealing the scarlet chakra. At the same time, he took out a kunai horizontal with his other hand and blocked it in front of him. His feet hit the ground, and his pupils shrank sharply. His pupils trembled slightly, and he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Standing behind him and attacking him, it was impressive. Uchiha Obito. It's a dream. It's a dream, it's a dream. It's a dream, it's a dream, it's a dream. Kakashi kept repeating these 3 words in his mind, forcing himself to calm down and not be confused by the fake Obito in front of him. Obito, who was bowing his head in front of him, slowly raised his head, revealing the empty left eye socket. Kakashi. His voice was penetrating, hitting Kakashi's heart. The voice seemed to have the power to control people's hearts, and even though Kakashi kept telling him that it was a dream, he couldn't ignore what he saw. Kakashi, why did you kill Rin? The tone of Obito was not so much that he was questioning, but that he was disappointed by it. There is no sense of aggressiveness, only a deep sense of disappointment. The nightmare demon still remained transparent, and with the obstruction of Obito, Kakashi didn't have time to pay attention to him, even if he had a chakra. It was a nightmare that Dream had created based on Kakashi's subconscious, and he had just added a little bit of material to it. It's just a matter of making this Obito more capable of influencing the spirit. The control of the dream is half in the master and half in him. When the owner of these dreams first enters the dream world, he generally does not know the rules of the dream world and is at his mercy. Only a very intelligent person can think of this in a short time and use the rules of dreams against him. If you're lucky, you might be able to find an exit from the dream in this situation and get out of this nightmare. But none of the people he had targeted before had succeeded. And Kakashi Heiji is obviously not this kind of person who can clear the level. His brain may be very good, but after seeing this nightmare dream, it is like losing his mind. Even the nightmare demon didn't expect that the ingredients he had added to nightmare vision would have such a wonderful chain reaction. Let the other party completely sink into it. Maybe this person will be haunted by this kind of nightmare on a daily basis. Now it's just rubbing salt on his wounds, and triggering critical damage. Kakashi had stopped telling himself in his mind that it was a dream, and the figure of Obito in front of him was becoming more and more real in front of him. Lin's matter, he can face anyone, but he is only ashamed of Obito. He promised Obito to protect Rin, but in the end, the writing wheel eye in his left eye was cold, and every moment he stayed in his eye socket, he would suffer an extra moment of pain. The nightmare didn't have the heart to read Kakashi's confession, and with quick movements, he crawled behind Kakashi, his body flipping in an instant, and falling straight from the ceiling. He landed on the ground without making a sound, and his body was as light as a feather. Whether it's invisibility, the sudden conjuring of the throwing knife, or the silence now, it's all the rules he has added for himself using his dream authority. In the dream, he has more than 100 ways to execute his target. Chapter 46. Kakashi. Another familiar voice sounded beside Obito, and a vague figure gradually became clear. The image was another sharp knife stabbing him in the heart. Lin. He muttered, completely forgetting that he was in a dream, in danger. Kakashi. Again. Kakashi turned his head sharply and saw his teacher Bo-Feng Shuiman, who had died in the rebellion of the Nine Tails. Kakashi. Beside Bo-Feng Shuiman, I saw Ju Sinai, whose figure gradually became clear. Kakashi! 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 The figures of the people he knew appeared one after another, all calling their names. Kakashi! A large hand landed on his shoulder. Kakashi's body shuddered slightly, and he turned his head in disbelief. Father! Behind him stood his father, Konoha White Fang Kimmu Shuoshich, with a gentle smile. How's the Kimmu clan doing now? Kakashi's throat moved in the face of Heiji Shuashi's questioning, and he only felt that his mouth was dry and he couldn't make a sound. Yes, the Kimmu clan. How's it going? Since that incident, he has only been obsessed with his own little world, and now he suddenly remembers. How long has it been since I've seen any other banner clansmen? Although their banners are not as good as those big clans, there are still many people in the clan. He only remembered that after his father's death, the 3 generations of Hokage wanted the clan land of the Heiji clan. Can the 3 generations of Hokage still prohibit the people of the Heiji clan from entering the clan land? He thought so, so he handed over the land of Kimmu. Looking at Kakashi's sluggish appearance, Hakiki Sekushige sighed, as if he had already anticipated Kakashi's current condition. But when he looked at Kakashi, there was still disappointment in his eyes. Kakashi, have you abandoned the Heiji clan? It's like you abandoned the White Fang knife technique. The words of Heiji Sekushige undoubtedly resounded in his heart like thunder, causing Kakashi to suddenly come back to his senses. Indeed, after he got the riding wheel eye given to him by Obito, he almost gave up the practice of swordsmanship. I'm sorry, father. I let the White Fang knife technique be dusted. Don't look at Kakashi being so sincere now, but the Heiji Sekushige in front of him seems to have seen through his heart. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I dare next time. That's Kakashi's central idea. Hey! Looking at his unsuccessful son in front of him, Kimmu Shuumao let out a long sigh. He opened his arms and made a hugging motion. Come on, Kakashi, let me hug you properly. Kakashi hesitated, his subconscious frantically warning him not to take any further steps. But the bewildered mind prevailed after all. He plunged into the arms of Kimmu Shuumao, enjoying the warmth that was close at hand. There was a sudden pain in his back, and a cold sharp object seemed to pierce his body from behind, only 2 centimeters away from his beating heart. Father! Kiss? Kakashi's face turned pale in an instant, and he pushed the Heiji Shuoshige in front of him away. The sharp knife that had pierced his back was still stuck in him, and as long as he moved, it was an unforgettable pain. The figure of the Kimmu Shuumao in front of him continued to change, and finally turned into a monster with a human body and a snake tail and iron skin in front of him. The monster's face had 4 eyes, its tongue stretched out like tentacles, and saliva dripping from it. The monster leaned down, its lower body instantly swelling like foam, and a pair of human legs protruding from the sides of his snake's tail in an extremely strange shape. Kakashi's pupils shook, he had never seen such a twisted monster. Cannibal. The name popped into his head. Kakashi, it's time for you to atone for your sins. The faces of their former companions suddenly blurred, as if covered in a thick layer of smoke. Their figures gradually became distorted, blood dripping from them. Kakashi saw with his own eyes that a hole had opened in Rin's heart, and it was a wound he had inflicted. The cursed words of various people all burrowed into his ears uncontrollably, and even if he covered his ears with his hands, it didn't help. The voices are still so clear. Enough! Kakashi raised his head to the sky and roared, but the sounds around him didn't stop because of his anger, but intensified. Rachel was condensed in his hand, and a fierce lunge pierced through the body of the earth in front of him. Nothing hit. He didn't have any real sense of attacking an object, just like the person in front of him was just air. Outside, his teammates are in a hurry, and Haruru stays by his side to look after Kakashi, while the other 2 are nowhere to be seen. Kakashi didn't show up for a long time after falling asleep, and the first wound ended up being so close to his heart. And this wound is still being torn apart by Kakashi's activities. Blood was spilled all over the ground. Hiroshi tried to stop the bleeding from Kakashi's wound, but in an instant, there were more of them, and dense wounds appeared on Kakashi's body. What? The shocking knife wound on Kakashi's body made Haruru completely stunned. In the dream, Kakashi was almost stabbed by a vision of his former companion, and his whole body was almost stabbed into a sieve. No of his attacks could harm the people in front of him, they were nothing more than illusions. But why could the illusion hurt him again? Kakashi collapsed in a pool of blood, staring blankly at the snow-white ceiling. It's a knife. Only the weapons in their hands are real in those illusions, and if they destroy them, they will no longer be able to hurt themselves. Who was the one who handed out the murder weapon? The monster with the human body and the tail of a snake came to his mind. Cannibals. Miscalculated. His vision blurred, and the white ceiling turned into a cloud of white light in his eyes. And then little by little it dimmed. Dying. The nightmare leaned over to find that Kakashi was on the verge of death, his life force was running out rapidly, and he would probably die here if he didn't do something about it. Oh, that's a problem, I didn't say I was going to die. The demon rubbed his chin and wondered if he had taken too much weight. But he can't be blamed, he doesn't know that this ninja has so many demons. The illusions around him dissipated instantly under the control of the nightmare, and the wounds on Kakashi's body were slowly healing. This is also one of the functions of dreams. Now that the nightmare is using his mastery of dreams to heal Kakashi's wounds, he can't really let him die. If Kakashi dies, it is estimated that the Oni King will also send himself down to accompany him. Moments later, Kakashi's injuries were mostly healed, leaving only hideous scars. Although he was hanging on for his life, the blood loss was too much, and Kakashi hadn't woken up yet, and his life would still be in danger if he left it alone. The nightmare grabbed Kakashi with one hand, and opened a black hole-like dream passage in front of him, like a slippery snake, and burrowed into the passage with a whoosh. There were fewer and fewer people sleeping at night nearby, but there were just enough for him to travel through his dreams to leave the area. Chapter 47. Venerable Ghost King, I brought him here. The snake-tailed demon slipped out of thin air, and Shuichi Mayumi was not surprised by this. In order to let the demon arrive here smoothly, he specially selected an ordinary person and let Tianmu send him into a sweet sleep with a punch. Good. He didn't see Kakashi beside the nightmare, and Shuichi Mayumi didn't care. He knew that Kakashi must be in the dream of the ordinary person next to him right now. Come here. Shuichi looked down at the demon on the ground, and there was an irresistible majesty in his voice. The demon quickly crawled in front of Shuichi. True. His body is a human snake tail, and only in dreams can he grow human legs. Shuichi Mashiro's left hand instantly swelled, turning into a giant arm made of pieces of flesh, and the teeth on it bit down on the demon's body. His entire arm was gradually melting into the flesh of the nightmare. The demon's eyes trembled violently in an instant, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets in the next second. The corners of his eyes began to bleed, and his ears were buzzing, and he looked like he was dying. True Baoshiu controlled this degree so that he would not directly devour the demon of nightmare. The future of the nightmare is promising, and he doesn't want to reclaim the nightmare now. You can only catch big fish if you put a long line. Use the blood demon technique Dream Walker. The figures of Shuichi Trubao and the nightmare disappeared into the house in an instant, leaving only the ordinary middle-aged man on the side still asleep. The middle-aged man's dream was in a palatial palace, and Shuichi Mayumi withdrew his gaze after just one glance, looking down at Kakashi Heiji, who was unconscious at his feet. He could feel Kakashi's faint vital signs. I didn't pay attention to what the nightmare demon did, and I didn't know what exactly it did to make Kakashi look like this. It's miserable. Shuichi Mayumi sliced his wrist neatly and fed the blood into Kakashi's mouth himself. Kakashi had no wounds on his body, so he had to do it very reluctantly. Fortunately, the nightmare demon is now in a state of self-consciousness and will not see this scene. Kakashi transforms into a ghost in a dream, and thanks to the nightmare's special ability, he will synchronize this state into reality. Fortunately, it was night, and even if Kakashi's teammates found out something in reality, they wouldn't just drag Kakashi out to bask in the sun. Seeing Kakashi's scarred left eye, Shuichi Mayumi suddenly thought of Obito's riding wheel. I wanted to just reach out and buckle it down and not leave Kakashi behind. However, it is not known whether the transplanted bloodline limit can react to ghosting. If he could, it wouldn't hurt to stay with Kakashi. At that time, even if Obito took away the riding wheel, he couldn't stuff it into his eye sockets, unless he wanted to become a ghost. Kakashi didn't change in general, but the number of scars on his body had increased, especially the dense ones on his forearms. It was like being slashed by thousands of knives. You're the White Fang. Go eat more people, get stronger. Then, launch a vengeful counterattack against your enemy Konoha. Shuichi Mayumi said as he looked at Kakashi, who had awakened. He stretched out his hand and nudged lightly, and the white fangs fell backwards, and the ground under his feet melted in an instant, and the whole dream was like melting ice and snow under the heat. He fell, and the figure that was looking at him haughtily was getting farther and farther away. The surrounding color also gradually darkens until it is deep black. At some point, it was dark before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw several masked humans surrounding him. "Captain, great, you're awake." "I am." "White teeth." He looked at his hands and said the name in his heart. "Get stronger, then get revenge." "Konoha." White Fang mentally repeated the command, as if it would make him remember it more solidly. Then, he looked up at the three humans beside him who smelled of fragrance. Blood flashed in the pupils. Blood ghost cut. He used his body as a blade, and in a gesture, several slashes that could not be caught with the naked eye accompanied him with the wave of his arms. Bang! There was a loud noise on the walls, and suddenly smoke surrounded them, dust flew up, and several huge cracks appeared in the walls and ceilings. Warm blood was sprinkled on him, but his expression did not change in the slightest. The two shadow ninjas beside him, who were defenseless against him, were instantly slashed and cut in half, and all kinds of internal organs were scattered all over the ground. The face under the mask was full of horror. Another dark ninja Linjiao didn't get that close, and used a stand-in technique to save a life in time. But when he saw the tragic situation of his teammates, his stomach still rolled, and his chi and blood instantly rushed to his brain. They could never have imagined that Kakashi was their good captain before falling asleep, and when he woke up, he suddenly launched a powerful attack on them that was powerful enough to kill them in one blow. He'd never even heard Kakashi do that. Cut! White Fang looked at Lin Jiao, who had escaped by chance, and didn't intend to let him go so easily. As he spoke, with each swing of his arm, an invisible air slash was fired towards Lin Jiao. And with years of combat experience and intuition, Lin Jiao was able to barely dodge these slashes. "Are you crazy? Fire escape, dragon fire technique." He quickly sealed, and a long dragon fire gushed out of his mouth, heading straight for White Fang. Cut! White Fang's gaze was still as cold as ice, and two words popped out of his mouth mechanically, and his arm waved. A slash shot out of the air, cutting the dragon fire technique cast by Lin Jiao in half in the blink of an eye, and these burning flames could not stop the slash for half a point. Seeing this, Lin Jiao's whole person suddenly leaned back, and the invisible slash swept across his face with a strong wind. A house behind Boom gradually collapsed under this slash. Lin Jiao gritted his teeth, suppressed the anger in his heart, and desperately fled out of town. He knew he didn't stand a chance of winning. All he could do was escape. Then report all the information he saw with his own eyes to Hokage-sama. Cut! The demonic moan rang in his ears. Lin Jiao suddenly felt that his body was fluttering, and his gaze floated uncontrollably. He didn't look up, but he could look up at the sky. The sharp slash cut his body in half, and the cut was incomparably smooth. The horns fell to the ground from mid-air, and their intestines were scattered all over the ground. He stared blankly at the sky, his pupils dilating. The mask came off his face, revealing an unremarkable face underneath. Solved! Shuichi Mayumi saw the last shadow ninja who died through a shared vision. Kakashi Hakiki is a genius ninja, and it makes sense to directly awaken the blood ghost technique. After all, he used more demon blood when he turned Kakashi into a ghost, and he always had to pay off something. It's still that these shadow ninjas are too wary of White Fang, and no one can figure out this kind of development. If it weren't for the sneak attack at the beginning and the two ninjas were lost in an instant, this battle would not be easy to fight. The strength of these three shadow ninjas is not weak. White Fang's slash was too domineering, and his strongest blow was even able to slice through space. It's a weapon of earth. Chapter 48. Land of Rain. The rain is still falling, and it is continuous. Space twists in a spiral, and a masked man appears in this uninhabited cave with the distortion of space. He stopped and looked up at the sky. The drizzling rain seemed to evoke the sad part of his heart. Once he was a student of Fang Shuiman, a teammate of Kakashi Hakiki, Uchiha Obito. Now he is the Uchiha Madara lurking in the Akatsuki organization in order to complete the Eye of the Moon project. All this is to create a new world. His brow furrowed under the mask, and he recalled the picture he didn't want to face, and the desire in his heart took root a little deeper. A half-black, half-white head poked out from under the earth, and he could not be said to be a person, only to be said to be human. It is usually a terrifying pure black, usually a human-like pure white, with a patch of green hair on the top of the head. The black half looks very sinister and doesn't look like a good thing, while the white half looks stupid and doesn't look smart. The two yellow eyes the size of grapes looked at Obito, who was secretly sad next to him. Obito, Kakashi Hakiki has an accident. His tone didn't have much of a wave, just a report on what he saw. Obito watched the rain fall in the sky and was silent for a long time, and then he spoke in a low voice as if he was not interested at all. What's the matter? Even though he and Kakashi Hakiki used to be teammates, he doesn't really want to bother with Kakashi Hakiki now. Considering that his other eye was still on Kakashi Hakiki, he decided to ask a little bit anyway. Then consider whether or not you want to get your eyes back. Remember what I said earlier about the new humanoid race? It has now been tentatively named Man-Eater. You're trying to say that Kakashi was eaten by a man-eater. Obito clasped his arms in his hands, and his suspicious gaze fell on Heiju. The kind of creature that the cannibal is, he has also tried once or twice. It's kind of interesting that different cannibals have different abilities. It's as interesting as the kaleidoscope riding wheel. But the fear of the sun doomed them to not being able to get on the stage. After using the sunlight to see the man-eating ghost turn to ashes, he stopped paying attention to the creature's existence. Not so. Absolutely rejected his speculation. Kakashi Hakiki, it seems that he has also become a cannibal. Hearing this, Obito was obviously stunned and puzzled. Kakashi Hakiki turned into a cannibal? How so? I don't know if it's because I'm worried about my former companions, or if I'm worried about my own kaleidoscope riding wheel. Obito realized the seriousness of the matter. Kuruk had repeatedly persuaded him to reclaim Kakashi's chakra, but he didn't think it was necessary. If Kakashi turns into a ghost, will he be able to safely recover his Sharingan? How did he become a ghost? This is also where the soil is incomprehensible. Previously, he and Heiju had caught a weak cannibal and studied, and finally came to a conclusion. These cannibals don't have the ability to transform, and they can't turn humans into ghosts. That's why he didn't take the ogre, but let it disappear in the sun. Otherwise, it would be good to use ogres to create an army of ogres, and if necessary, take them out to cause trouble for the 5 major powers. I don't know. Ju spread his hands and shook his head. How did he know how Kakashi became a ghost? He's not Kakashi's babysitter, and he's staring at Kakashi all the time. When I found him, he was already a ghost. Where is he now? Kakashi is now active in a town in the west of the Fire Country, not far from us. Are you going to find him? With soil. Kurukya desperately hopes that Uchiha Obito will change his mind and retrieve the kaleidoscope chakra he left on Kakashi. Isn't it fragrant? I don't know if Obito is inflated in self-confidence, or if he is reluctant to make a move on Kakashi because of his old feelings. Obito squinted slightly, looked ahead, and considered it for a moment. Keep an eye on Kakashi. When the matter on Xiao's side is dealt with, I will go to him. Compared to the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye on Kakashi's body, or the reincarnation eye on Nagato's body needs his attention more. That divine eye is dispensable, but the reincarnation eye at the center of the Moon Eye project can't afford to miss anything. I see. The exposed half of his body gradually sank back into the ground. Not to mention Obito, he was also curious about how this big living person Kakashi was turned into that kind of creature. Could it be that there are some special individuals among cannibals who have the ability to transform into living people? It seems that Baiju has to divide a few more clones to keep an eye on those towns that are often infested with cannibals. Can't let these things that pop up suddenly disturb the game he has been arranging for so many years. After noticing that Ju was leaving, Obito's expression changed. The 5 great powers, Nagato, Man-Eaters, and Black Jedi. There's a lot of trouble. Don't mention the 5 powers. If he wants to complete the Eye of the Moon plan, he will inevitably become enemies of the 5 powers in the end. Nagato, who obtained the Eye of Madara reincarnation, was always wary of him. But after all, it's just a chess piece. As long as Xiao is willing to collect tailed beasts, then they will still be on the same front for the time being. Nagato also has a hind hand left by Madara on his body, so he doesn't have to worry about whether he will use the power of the Eye of Reincarnation to make an enemy of himself. Cannibals, creatures that came out of nowhere. While their abilities and immortality make their potential terrifying, the fear of sunlight has already sealed the limit. There may be a time when they will be used in the future. Black Jedi, who claims to be the will of Madara Uchiha. Whether Madara Uchiha believed in Kuroju, he didn't know. But he, Uchiha Obito, would never believe in the Black Jedi. Madara Uchiha's will is not his will. The Uchiha Obito needs the ability of Black and White to find out for themselves. And Kuro needs to get Uchiha Obito to complete the first half of the Eye of the Moon's plan. They can now be said to take what they need from each other and use each other. Wait, Lin. No matter how many obstacles there are in front of me, I will definitely create a world with you. I've asked Uchiha to take that guy to recycle the kaleidoscope riding wheel a long time ago, but now that such a thing has happened, I don't know if I can successfully recover it. He was going to test Kakashi Hakiki, who had turned into a ghost, to see if there were any unknown changes in that kaleidoscope chakra after he turned into a ghost. For the sake of this fool Uchiha Obito, he is really heartbroken. Uchiha Obito wasn't very smart in the first place, and he was still not very smart after turning into a demon man. I really don't know why Madara chose such an heir. Chapter 49. Konoha Village, in the Hokage's office. The 3 generations of Hokage apes were staring at a blood-stained mask on the table in front of them. This mask he recognized as the mask of the dark part of Konoha. The holder's code name is Lin Kak. A member of Kakashi's team. And Kakashi's team, since he sent them to investigate the ogres that day, hasn't heard from them. That's 4 dark parts with the strength of the upper ninja, and it's gone? Even the message didn't have time to be sent. Sent people to investigate the missing shadows, but only found this blood-stained mask. No one is alive, no corpse is dead. He's so sorry for the Kakasina kid. Ape Fei sighed. I thought that with the strength of Kakashi's team, there would be no danger in carrying out this mission. But unexpectedly, the result was that all the staff were missing, and their lives and deaths were uncertain. Now it seems that there is more luck and less luck. Kakashina's child, first his father committed suicide, his companions died one after another, and later his teacher also died in the Hydra Rebellion. After so many twists and turns, his heart has long been broken. It was precisely because of these things that he paid more attention to Kakashi. Kakashi has been a genius since he was a child, and as long as he cultivates it well, he will also be a great battle force for Konoha in the future. It's a shame. Ape Flying Sun shook his head and picked up his pipe in his mouth. The 4th generation wave Feng Shui Gate and the previous Nine-Tails Pillar Force Vortex Jusinai died in the Nine-Tails Rebellion last year. Naruto, who was left behind as a Nine-Tails Pillar Force, was still young, and Kakashi Hakiki, who was extremely talented, has now lost his message outside. The gap between the Uchiha clan and the village is also growing now. Recently, there was also an attack by unknown people on Konoha's Izumura ninjas. Konoha can't lose more combat power, and if it continues like this, I'm afraid the next battle won't be far away. It's been 2 years of bad weather and bad weather. In any case, the cannibal matter must be investigated in one go. You can't fill it with any more lives. It can't stand the toss anymore. Let Tuanzang come and see me. He spoke to the shadow ninja who was doing the guard work near the Hokage's office. Before, Danzō also said that he was going to investigate the cannibal, and I don't know if he has new information on his side. He knows Tuanzang's personality, many things, you don't ask, he doesn't mention, you ask, he doesn't necessarily tell the truth. But just because Tuanzang didn't say it, he didn't ask. At the same time, Tuanzang was staring at the summary information submitted by his subordinates in front of him with bright eyes in the root base. The previous capture of the wooden boy made him learn to be obedient, and this time in order to be able to capture a man-eating ghost, he sent more ninjas. It's just to be able to take it without fail. Only he himself went out. Danzō reached out and touched his bandaged eye. Although the arrest failed, he was able to get first-hand information. I have long heard that the Dark Department sent by the Ape Flying Sun has not brought back the news so far, and this time, he won. Compared to the Hokage's direct subordinate Dark Department, it is indeed the root under his command that is more powerful. There was a lot of information in the information that the root ninja brought back, and he could only look at it one by one. First of all, these creatures called ogres have certain human characteristics, but they are usually more distorted, more deformed, and more terrifying than humans. There is reasonable suspicion that these cannibals are creatures that have changed from people. It's becoming more and more like the product of some kind of experiment. Second, ogres often possess certain special abilities, which they call blood magic. For example, the man-eater who was targeted this time has the ability to transform his arms into giant scythes. In the report on Mu Dun's operation, words similar to blood ghost magic were also mentioned. So the boy he mistook for the Uzumaki clan mastered Mu Dun was also a kind of cannibal? I really can't see it. Danzang recalled the appearance of the young man in the data, and he was completely a human being, and there was nothing unusual at all. Thirdly, ogres have a strong ability to regenerate, even immortal. Danzang read the sentence again from the beginning, his eyes burning, and the light that bloomed from his eyes seemed to burn through the paper. Immortal and immortal. Isn't that what he wants? Once again, he regretted that he had not been able to catch a living individual. But he also knew that he couldn't blame his subordinates for this. Whether destroyed by a sword or burned by ninjutsu, the ogre's body can be restored to its original state in a very short time. Even if you separate your head and body, you still won't die. Even the head and body can split into two entities that can move freely. It's weird. Fortunately, there were enough people sent to prevent the ogres from escaping by taking advantage of their own immortality. Fourth, and finally, the lives of these cannibals seem to be controlled by some being. After realizing that they could not completely kill the ogre, they changed their tactics and chose to use traps to capture the ogre alive. With the advantage of numbers, they easily completed the capture plan. But on their way back to their roots, the ogre wailed and struggled to dissipate into ashes. No one tried to attack him on the way. The cannibal's dying words were confused, and they could only tell that the ogre might be pleading with someone he feared. In the end, his pleas did not impress the being. Reading this, Tuanzang has a vague sense of familiarity. His roots are not controlled by him in this way. The root ninja's tongue is the best proof of this. It seems that the owner of these cannibals is the same type of character as him. It's just that these cannibals obviously don't have any discipline, and compared to the highly disciplined and obedient roots, they are simply heaven and earth. Suddenly there was a ridiculous idea in Danzang's mind that didn't take shape. He wants to meet the owner of the ogre and talk to him about the cooperation of immortality. Perhaps, with the help of the power of the ogre, he can pull the ape Flying Sun down from the Hokage's seat and let himself sit down. But the idea was only a flash of thought, and then he threw it out of his mind. He doesn't even know who the owner of the ogre is now, so how can he talk about cooperation? It's good to think about it in your head. Ogre will die if they are caught, and with the personality of the one behind them, it is clear that the operation of catching man-eating ghosts can no longer be carried out. It's just a waste of manpower. Next, let's focus on the investigation of the people behind the scenes. If you don't find out who exactly created the man-eaters, then no matter how many man-eaters you kill, there is no point. Chapter 50. It's been a while since the last incident. Kakashi Heiji, now the evil ghost White Fang, is following the instructions of Shuichi Mayumi and killing people and cannibalizing people to the extreme. The instructions given by Shuichi Shinbo at will are the meaning of his existence. Get stronger, then get revenge on Konoha. Although there are no memories of Konoha in his memory, it is unclear what Konoha did to him. But just obey and get the job done. You don't have to think about it so much. He had become a killing machine that only knew how to carry out tasks, and the cries of innocent people could not arouse the slightest emotion in him. Ordinary people could only see the red light flashing in his left eye, and then his body was separated and cut mercilessly. Finish the kill with indifference, then look for your next target. As if there was no mind of their own. Such an efficient killing speed brought a great boost to White Fang's strength, and in less than 10 days, he had comprehended the second blood ghost technique on his own. Tooth/empty and blood demon technique. Tooth/empty can be seen as an advanced version of blood demon technique, cutting, and each of its hits is enough to cut through space. At the same time, there is no need to use the swing of the arm to trigger the slash. All it takes is a look, and an invisible slash will fall on you in an instant. The main medium of tooth-severing emptiness is the gaze, and wherever the White Fang's gaze falls, it will be slashed. If his eyes were covered with a black cloth, he would no longer be able to perform the tooth-slashing void. It's a pity that the strength of the tooth-slashing empty is not as strong as the cutting, and one of its slashes can't even directly cut a person in half. It is also impossible to decapitate a person with a single blow. Not to mention that after penetrating a person's body like a cut, it can also leave a large crack 10 centimeters deep in the hard wall. And tonight, the industrious White Fang is still strictly following the instructions of the true Bao Shuichi, not saying a word of nonsense. The efficiency is amazing. When the uninvited guest quietly appeared, he was also the first to sense it and put on an attacking posture. The way this uninvited guest appeared was different from what he had seen before. Space was distorted, and a black-robed man wearing a mask emerged from the spatial vortex, and he stood there silently. In the only hole in the swirl mask, the scarlet glow of the Sharingan shimmered in the darkness. There was a burning sensation in the left eye, and there was a faint feeling of swelling. White Fang subconsciously reached out and touched his scarlet left eye, and the left eye, which had been silent for a long time, resonated with the rat in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, the 3 hooks in his left eye were strangely connected into a new pattern. Kaleidoscope riding wheels. Uchiha Obito looked at White Fang's riding wheel eyes that had turned into a kaleidoscope, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I wanted to take action immediately and take away the riding wheel. But then the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye mutated again. The original kaleidoscope riding wheel eye is black and red, and the red background is matched with a black pattern. But now, the black pattern in the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye in the white tooth eye is like a broken inkwell, and the black ink keeps leaking out, spreading to the entire white of the eye. This is... Obito's hand raised into the air lowered unnaturally again, staring intently at the mutated chakra. Here's the problem. The kaleidoscope riding wheel eye that belongs to him has now mutated. Can he still use it when he retrieves it himself? White Fang didn't notice the pain at this point, he only felt that his left eye was unusually hot, as if it was about to melt. At the moment of the great enemy, he didn't bother to think about the changes in his eyes, and the pupil of his other eye suddenly shrank into an extremely slender vertical line. Blood Demon Technique, Tooth Slashing Empty. This blood ghost technique has almost no forward swing, and it is best used to take the lead, and it can have unexpected effects. Click. The mask on Obito's face instantly cracked open with a large mouth about 5 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide. A streak of blood appeared on his face beneath his mask, and the flesh of his face was torn apart along with the skin. His eyes were full of consternation, and he didn't know why he had been hurt without warning. It must have been Kakashi who did it. Without the mentality of watching the play at the beginning, his face was so gloomy that he could drip water, and there was a terrifying killing intent in his eyes. A single photo can hurt him, and it's really underestimating Kakashi. Obito covered his frantically bleeding face with one hand, and quickly hid his body in the Kamui space, leaving only a virtual image in the outside world. No matter how he attacks, as long as he is in a state of blurring, his safety factor is multiplied. Except for Bofeng Shuman, no one has broken his virtual transformation technique so far. The mask with soil blocked a little impact for him. This wound is not deep, but it is not comfortable to put on ordinary people. But there are Mu-Dun cells in the body, and this small injury is completely out of his consideration. The power of this move is still too small. White Fang looked at the masked man whose face was bleeding but seemed to be nothing, and shook his head in his heart. It was obviously an attack on the head, but in the end, it only left a disfiguring blood mark on his face. Also, this guy's self-healing speed is too terrifying, so it's almost enough to stop the bleeding? White Fang wondered if the masked man in front of him also had 1% of the demonic blood on his body. Since you can't hurt with one move, then cut it again. Chop. White Fang's gaze fell on the masked man's neck. Bang. A line of blood reappeared on Obito's neck, and then quickly changed into a wound half a centimeter deep. There was no action to attack, there was no sound of slashing, and it even penetrated the space, so it slashed directly at him. Obito couldn't control his facial expression anymore, and suddenly there were 4 more points of surprise, 2 points of anger, and 4 points of fear on his face. Before White Fang could see the fan-shaped stats that suddenly appeared on the masked man's face. The space-distorted vortex reappeared, sucking the masked man into it again. The outside world is calm. White Fang was silent, he really couldn't figure out what the masked man was doing. It's really gone without a trace. When the second slash was sent, did the opponent hide in another dimension? With the obstruction of the space wall, the power of the slash will be greatly reduced, otherwise the slash just now can directly cut his throat. He vaguely felt that if he ate this masked man, his strength would change qualitatively. It's a blood echo. After the masked man disappeared, his left eye gradually calmed down, not as uncomfortable as before. When he opened his eyes, the mutation of his left eye was almost complete, and it might not be appropriate to call it a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye at this moment. Because it has blackened the entire whites of the eyes, perhaps it should be called eye blacks now. The pattern on the eyeballs has also undergone a secondary change, with a few new black lines like cracks added to the original pattern. The round pupil in the center has also become a vertical, red and pink vertical pupil, with a little ominous aura. Chapter 51. Ahem. Obito, who returned to the Shinwei space, lay on the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood in an instant, and the 2 wounds on his body showed his failure. He wanted to get back his divine eye, but before he could make a move, he was preemptively injured by Kakashi Hakiki. How do you feel that Kakashi is stronger after becoming an ONI than when he was a human? Damn, Heiju can't laugh anymore when he hears it. His brow furrowed, his mind recalling what had just happened over and over again. How the hell did you do that kind of slash? This is undoubtedly a special ability that belongs to ghosts. All Hakujo's information was that Kakashi was able to unleash a terrifying slashing force through his arms. Baiju, this fool, can collect information and miss the most important air slash? Even though he had been mentally prepared, he wouldn't be surprised to see what abilities Kakashi showed. But it turned out that he overestimated himself too much, and underestimated the variability of the blood ghost technique. He slice and weave the scenes after meeting Kakashi into one by one, analyzing the precursors of the slash one by one. If he doesn't crack this slash, he won't go back to see the black one today. His body didn't move, and even his hands had been carefully observed, so it was basically impossible for him to be the medium of the slash. That's right, eyes, it's eyes. He distinctly remembered Kakashi's gaze lingering on his neck for a second before the second slash was fired. This was followed by a wound that suddenly appeared on his body. Before the first slash was released, Kakashi's pupils had shrunk. How could he ignore this? So, the release of the slash is by sight. And this slash is silent, there is no flight path at all. By the time you find its traces, the wound has already appeared on you. You can only predict the location of the next slash based on the opponent's line of sight and make an early block. I understand the truth. But how can he break the point of being able to penetrate space? He is now pretending to rely on divine might, and this time he is hanged and sealed. People are confused. It's night, and you can't kill Kakashi yourself, so do you have to wait until daytime to go? Is that guy coming back? White Fang stared at the place where Obito had disappeared, wondering in his heart. At the last moment, he caught the other party's resentful eyes, and he was almost certain that the other party would never stop there. But the next attack will be 10 minutes later, or a few hours later, or a few days away. Who knows? But it's not a good choice to stay here for the masked man who doesn't know when he will reappear. After much thought, White Fang decided to leave first. While completing your mission, be wary of possible moments. Are you going to leave like this? Kakashi Hakiki. They. Man's low, hoarse voice sounded behind him, and White Fang, who had just turned around, frowned and reluctantly turned his head away. Sure enough, it was the masked man again. Did the second attack come so soon? It's just that why did he open his mouth to remind himself that he was coming, instead of stabbing him? Without saying a word, White Fang silently unleashed the blood demon technique, Fang slashing the sky again. Obito had expected this, and with his own control of his gaze, he slapped his hands. A thick, dark green twig rose from the ground, shielding itself before White Fang's slash landed on him. Bang! The newly grown branches were cut in 1/3 in an instant, confirming Obito's conjecture. Feeling that he had grasped the lifeline, Obito under the mask smiled cruelly. You can't escape now, Kakashi. White Fang's expression became heavy, but he didn't expect that in just a few minutes, the masked man in front of him had found the essentials of defending against slashes. It's not going to be easy to fight. He is deeply aware of the lack of his ability, and the road to revenge is a long way to go. Kakashi, take it! Obito roared, and the seal began to form on his hand at the same time. Although he didn't know who Kakashi was in the masked man's mouth, Haku Fang decided to take the attack that came at him. Fire escape, wind dance. The kaleidoscope Sharingan's divine might instantly distorted the surrounding space, triggering a strong storm current, and the flames of fire escape accompanied the storm to form a vortex of fire. The heat wave came in an instant. The giant flame serpent spiraled forward, burning everything around it. It's just that all of this is so slow in the eyes of the White Fangs, and even the remnant of the flame in his eyes is a step or two faster than this fire vortex. Wait, the after-image is faster? White Fang seemed to be the same when he remembered that the other party used wood to block his slash. Does the after-image represent future action? Even if it's just a second or two faster, it can still play a decisive role in battle. Blood Ghost Cut. With a wave of White Fang's right hand, the oncoming fire snake turned into two halves in an instant, and the invisible cutting was not afraid of the menacing fire escape ninjutsu at all. Obito had already heard about the power of this trick from Ju, even if he didn't dare to use the void to dodge, let alone use the wood to resist. Who knows if this slash can also penetrate space? If this is hit, life is over, and there will be no next chance. Although the powerful Mudun was able to resist this slash, it was too late to release the Mudun ninjutsu now. He chose to dodge. The cutting slash has a flight trajectory, and as long as he can distinguish the location and direction of the slash, he can easily dodge it with his physical fitness. Obito dodged to the right, thinking that he had managed to dodge a fatal slash, but when he turned around, he found that the second slash had already flown halfway through. It's exactly where he is now. Cut. Obito, who dodged the second slash in embarrassment, will face a third slash that will follow. Something is wrong. How did this slash come so quickly? He already knew he was going to dodge this way? Damn, I can't dodge, so I can only gamble with virtual transformation. A few thoughts flashed through Obito's mind in an instant, and he immediately activated his divine power and entered a state of voiding. The slash carried the wind through his body and hit a large tree the size of a man behind him. The boom! Tree was cut off at the waist, shook twice, and then fell straight down, making a loud noise. Obito really wants to wipe the cold sweat oozing from his back now. If it is useless, the consequences will be unimaginable. Fortunately, Lady Luck is on his side this time. Did you put your body in another dimension again? With the experience of the last time, this time White Fang saw the truth of the void at a glance. I just don't know how long this form lasts. If you put your body in another dimension, you shouldn't be able to use ninjutsu to block the slash of tooth slashing empty, right? Just as White Fang was about to repeat his old trick, Obito deliberately spoke. Kakashi, you don't seem to know how to use the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye ability. His voice was mocking with contempt. Although the form had changed slightly, Obito recognized that it was still a kaleidoscope riding wheel, and the ability in it had not disappeared. Knowing that this was the other party's attention, White Fang still stopped releasing the slash and looked at him puzzled. Chapter 52. What do you mean? White Fang stared at Obito. The masked man knew everything about him, which made him very puzzled. The swelling left eye also indicates that he is inextricably linked to the masked man. Hi! Obito laughed maliciously twice, and his figure suddenly burst out, and the scarlet kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes instantly locked onto the figure of White Fang. Let me teach you how to use the riding wheel eye. Kamui. With a tremendous repulsion, the distortion of space formed again in front of him, and black objects shot out of the eye of his kaleidoscope riding wheel. For a moment, the sky above White Fang's head was like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, and a large number of kunao shurikens attacked him like a pouring rain. Did you summon a large number of weapons stored in advance with space ninjutsu? The range is too big to dodge. Cut. Even with the help of the foresight eye, he couldn't have emptied all of his ninja equipment in such a short period of time. Bang! The invisible huge slash instantly clashed with the ninja on his head, and it didn't take much effort to knock away all the dozen ninja tools directly above White Fang's head. But it was followed by other ninja tools that didn't have time to fly with slashes. Poof! A few handfuls of kunao pierced into White Fang's limbs, and the spilled blood stained his clothes red. Fortunately, he disposed of some of his ninja equipment with a slash before, otherwise his current appearance would be even more miserable. I wanted to pull out the bitterness in my body, but Obito didn't give him this opportunity. After releasing the ninja in the sky, his body also followed closely with the help of the ninja device's cover. White Fang saw at a glance the masked man who was close at hand and quickly rushed towards him, and the fierce eyes behind the torn mask were already locked on him. But at the same time, White Fang's gaze also fell on his face. Chop! His gaze locked on Obito's scarlet kaleidoscope riding wheel, his pupils shrinking into a vertical line. In the next second, an invisible slash that was even stronger than before instantly tore Obito's eyes from the middle, splattering blood everywhere. Bang! The Obito who was attacked by the slash turned into a cloud of white smoke and dissipated in the blink of an eye, and it was obvious that the Obito attacked by him was just a shadow clone. When? No, he was pretty sure that the person who rushed towards him before the slash was launched was not a shadow clone, but an ontology. Before he had time to think about exactly when he was replaced by a shadow clone, a deep voice came from behind him. Would escape, the art of cuttings. Before he could dodge, long wooden spikes pierced his body from behind White Fang, and after piercing into his body, those wooden spikes branched out again, and the forked spikes pierced his body from the inside again. Immobile. Damn. You. White Fang gripped the wooden spikes that had pierced his body with both hands, trying to break free from his honeycomb body. Obito calmly looked at the struggling figure in front of him, and suddenly felt that the Kakashi he knew was gone forever. When he released the rain of ninja to attract the attention of the other party, he had already separated a shadow clone and lurked in the shadows. Then, in the moments before the opponent's slash was launched, he used the stand-in technique to switch his position with the shadow clone, allowing the shadow clone to bear this slash instead of him. You won't die with such a few injuries, will you? The deep voice behind him sounded again, and then White Fang felt a hot and painful left eye, and an empty touch came from the eye socket. Then I'll take this eye. Obito gets the eyeballs that he has been thinking about since just now, and he is not interested in fighting the immortal White Fang anymore, and uses Kamui's spatial transfer to widen the distance between the two. When Obito carefully tasted the black kaleidoscope riding wheel eye in his hand, the injuries on Bya's body had completely recovered. And in the socket of his left eye, an eye that is exactly the same as the eyeball in Obito's hand has regrown. Obito looked at White Fang's restored left eye, and then at the pitch-black eyeball on his hand. Sensing that the pupil power in this eyeball had been completely lost, he squeezed his right hand hard. The pitch-black eyeball, which had lost its function, instantly turned to ashes and flowed from between his fingers. Even if you take away the eyeball, you can't retain the pupil power in it, and the power of the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye will eventually return to the other party. Humph, is it really not working? In this situation, Obito is not surprised, but regrets that he can't recycle the kaleidoscope riding wheel. It's okay that he doesn't have to think about whether or not to make a move on Kakashi for this eye. Although the person in front of him is probably not Kakashi anymore. But the disgusting face on the other side made him not want to see it a second time. Finally, Obito narrowed his eyes and carefully examined White Fang, as if to remember what he looked like now. Chop! White Fang didn't want to let him go like that, and the slash in his pupils was ready to strike again. Humph! Obito only left a cold snort. Kamui's spatial vortex reappeared, this time completely disappearing in place. Bang! The slash crossed Obito's location and hit the branch behind it, and the severed branch fell with a click. White Fang watched in silence as he disappeared, his instinct telling him that the other party would not come back to him anytime soon. Pity. If I was stronger, I might be able to keep him. Missed this opportunity, I don't know when I'll catch him again. Kaleidoscope riding wheel eye ability. Recalling the words left by the masked man, White Fang closed his eyes and felt the power in his left eye. Anyway, even if he didn't get an answer from the masked man, he had enough time to study the secret of the eye. The left eye that the man wanted to get was definitely not something simple. White Fang secretly made up his mind, and after making sure that the man would not return, he also left the place. After he left, a white head emerged from the silent woodland, looking in the direction of his departure. Green hair, white skin, and those yellow eyes, who is not Baiju? I didn't expect Obito's left eye to be lost like this, it's a pity. After sighing to himself, Hakuja dived underground again, continuing to devote himself to completing his mission of spying on Kakashi. Chapter 53. It's almost time. Shuichi Mako stood on the only high platform, and behind him, the tool demon that had almost lost his sense of self, was casually placed on the ground by him. During this time, the nightmare demon's abilities have improved a lot, and the dream realm can now work better according to his ideas. Beneath the high platform was a huge field with wooden floors on the ground and a dark void all around it. There is no light source, but he can clearly see his body and see all the arrangements on the field. True Bao Shuichi has allowed these ghosts under his command to move freely for so many months, and the talented ghosts among them have almost already comprehended the second blood ghost technique. It's also time to simply set a ranking of strength. The venue below is the dueling arena he has specially prepared for these ghosts. With a snap of his fingers, there was a sound of gear machines turning in the void, and brown wooden doors appeared in the void, lining up around the dueling arena. The doors were opened almost at the same time, and the demons who came out of them looked around in bewilderment, wondering why they had suddenly arrived in this place. There are a total of 12 ghosts, and these ghosts are all strong people personally selected by Shuichi Shinyuki, and they will form the original 12 ghost moons. The 6 on the left, Momiji, White Fang, Kiriheim, Renblade, Lotus Maiden, and Red Hyakume. The 6 on the right, Mirror Shadow, Ghost Crow, Worm Master, Flowing Snow, Prison Thunder, and Mirror Twins. Although Tian Mu, who has alienated White Eyes, has also awakened the blood ghost technique, his strength is too vegetable, and Shuichi Shinko has no intention of letting him enter the 12 ghost moons. Get on your knees. Thunderous sounds rang out in all the ghosts' brains at the same time, and their bodies uncontrollably completed the instructions in their heads. Even the ghost crow, which is a bird, also lowered its posture at this time, looking at the floor. Momiji raised his eyes imperceptibly, scanning the other 11 ghosts with his peripheral vision. The Ghost King's arrogant aura was unrestrained, and he didn't need to look at him to know that the Ghost King was now on top of several of them, watching them. Among the 12 ghosts, there are familiar faces such as ghost crows, and there are also a few unfamiliar faces that have never been seen at all. I don't know what the Ghost King wants to do when he gathers them, but I hope it doesn't disturb his next plans. Seeing that the 12 ghosts were all humble and did not dare to make any abnormal moves, Zhengong Shuichi nodded with satisfaction. His control over these ghosts was still as terrifying as ever. I have summoned you here to establish a special organization belonging to ghosts. The 12 Ghost Moons. Shuichi didn't care what the demons were thinking, and continued to speak. The 12 Ghost Moons are divided into the upper and lower strings, and they are only ranked according to their strength, and they are ranked from 1 to 6 in order, and the higher the ranking, the stronger the strength of the ghosts. That is, the first quarter is the strongest, and the lower string 6 is the weakest. I will rank the 12 ghost months, and the higher the ranking, the more blood I will get, and the stronger I will become. Regardless of whether it is the first or the last wind, after the formation of the 12 ghost moons, you will all be given the privilege of heart-to-heart communication. If a member is dissatisfied with their ranking, they can launch a battle for the upper position, and the winner will advance. I hope you can take advantage of this opportunity. After saying that, Shuichi Mako silently gave the 12 ghosts enough time to digest the matter. At the same time, I also arrange the second quarter moon in my mind. First and last quarters, can the top of the ranks get more blood? Momiji knew the importance of the Oni King's blood to them ghosts, and if he could get the reward of blood, he would be more sure of his next plans. Although he didn't know the specific strength of the other ghosts, he was one of the first few ghosts who followed the Ghost King, and it shouldn't be difficult to mix up until now. If the Ghost King gives him a line to the bottom string, then he can only play step by step. The Ghost Crow directly opposite the red leaves was also thinking about what benefits the 12 ghost moons would bring him. The first thing is naturally privilege. As long as he can take the initiative to communicate with the Ghost King, he can always ask for credit. Isn't it beautiful? The second is the reward of demon blood. There is no doubt that the higher the ranking, the higher the status in the heart of the Ghost King. So he has to mix it up, and if it's the first wind, it's naturally the best. Seeing that most of the ghosts were almost thinking about it, Shuichi Mayumi spoke again and announced the list of the next strings he had expected. Bottom string 1, Mirror Twins. Second string, Worm Master. Bottom 3, Prison Thunder. Bottom quarter 4, Messy Blade. Fifth on the second string, Lotus Maiden. Lower quarter 6, Red 100 Eyes. If anyone is unhappy with the rankings, they can raise it now. As he spoke, True Gongshiu glanced at the Insect Lord. The Worm Lord's adaptability is high, but until now, he has not developed this skill very well. His second blood ghost technique Devouring Bite is also a late-stage ability. As long as he devours someone with blood inheritance genes, there is a certain chance to obtain this blood inheritance limit. However, the ninja world is so big, and there are not many people who have the blood inheritance limit. The Worm Master's bite is now unable to exert its most important additional ability, and can only use the bite to attack others. He is by no means a match for the Mirror Twins right now. Me. A voice came from the right, it was the black-haired Prison Thunder. As a ghost, Hell Thunder retains the appearance of a human, with a crooked black thunderbolt mark on its body. The whites of his eyes were as black as ink. I'm going to challenge. Bottom string 1, Mirror Twins. They. Corners of Prison Lay's mouth rose wildly, and the look on his face was almost crazy. It's not that he looks down on the Insect Master who is listed as the second string, but he only has the first string in his eyes, and if he doesn't play the first string, even if he wins the second string, it doesn't make any sense. If you want to be, you should be one. When the name Mirror Twins came out of Prison Lay's mouth, a young green-haired boy beside him turned his head to look at him suspiciously. This boy is the lower string 1 named Mirror Twins. Very good, the lower string 3 Prison Thunder will challenge the lower string and 1 Mirror Twins. As soon as True Baoshiu spoke, he lifted the bloodline suppression of the 2 ghosts and allowed them to regain their mobility. Prison Thunder was so emotional that he jumped directly into the wide field below, looking up at the 11 ghosts above. Which of you is the Mirror Twins? Come out quickly. Looking at the not-so-smart Prison Thunder, True Baoshiu let out a long sigh. Hell Lay's blood ghost skills are strong, but his brain is not very easy to use, and he is too easy to be dominated by emotions. Otherwise he wouldn't be just a third now. As soon as the words fell, the mirror twins, who were originally standing next to the prison thunder, also jumped lightly and fell into the challenge field, facing the prison thunder face to face. He is only a little over 1.5 meters tall, and he looks extremely small in the face of a prison thunder that is 1.8 meters tall. Huh? Are you the mirror twins? Prison. Lei was obviously stunned for a moment. He never thought that his opponent would be this little pudding. He wanted to open his mouth to make this little pudding admit defeat directly, but it was not for nothing to think that the Ghost King would rank him in the lower chord. Maybe there is a lot of power in the other party's small body? The mirror twins were obviously not ridiculed by the disgust on the face of the prison thunder, and his expression was still calm as water, without a trace of ripples. Then, he stretched out his right hand. He placed his right hand in the air, trying to shake hands with prison thunder. Chapter 54. Tisk. With a wave of his hand, prison thunder knocked off the twin arms hovering in mid-air, refusing to shake his hand. This boring pre-war activity is avoided, let's start quickly. The mirror twins looked at his hand, he bit his lip tightly, but he didn't promise. He stopped talking, and finally took his hand back after thinking about it. Looking at the appearance of the mirror twins who were forced to swallow their anger after being wronged, the corners of Prison Lei's eyes twitched. Just like this, do you also deserve to be the first string? Makes me sick. Prison Thunder roared in exasperation, his muscles bulging, and the well-defined tendons bulging on the surface of his skin. Black arcs like thin snakes kept beating on him, making a sizzle sound. Looking at the mirror twins, he still stood still, and he didn't do anything in the face of the prison thunder. Anyone who looks at this look will think that he is just an ordinary child who doesn't understand anything. There is not the slightest threat. Is this kind of guy really a lower string one? Or do you feel that you don't deserve to be taken seriously? Dare to underestimate me? The blue tendons on the forehead of the prison thunder burst out, and the black thunder and lightning jumping on his body instantly became violent, and the staggered sound of chirping echoed in the void. Blood Ghost, Scourge Thunder. The sound of the prison mine sounded on the field. Boom! Heldhunder's figure disappeared in an instant with a strange noise, and the burst of force as he moved at high speed even caused the floor under his feet to sink like a spider web. His speed was so fast that he only left a vague afterimage, and his body had already arrived in front of the mirror twins. The mirror twins didn't prepare for anything, just stared blankly at the nearby prison mine with his silver-gray circled eyes. Seeing the mirror twins' dull gaze, Prison Thunder sneered contemptuously, and the electric light converged in his right hand, forming a black thunder ball in the blink of an eye. Got it. There is no expected instant dodge, nor is there the expected extreme counter kill. The moment the thunder ball hit the mirror twins, a black light appeared. The light of black thunder filled the entire field, and the sound of the thunder was like a magic sound, and even the usually calm Momiji couldn't help but be moved. Isn't this really a mental attack? The next moment, the twins' bodies flew out like rag dolls, and their backs slammed into the transparent barrier at the edge of the field. A large hole had been made in his body, and the internal organs in his body had been shattered by the thunder, and it was covered with a layer of black burn marks. However, these injuries are healed extremely quickly with the regeneration ability of the ghost. The thunderbolt vanished, and the prison thunder was still standing intact, keeping the mirror twins flying away with one kick. Is that all? In the face of Prison Lei's questioning, the mirror twins spoke, and the faint voice was very much in line with his weak appearance. Why do you have to force me? Why can't you solve it amicably? Why do you have to look for death? The mirror twins' voice became more and more excited, and the faint voice was slowly distorting, becoming low and hoarse. The sudden burst of powerful air pressure from his body attracted everyone's attention. In full view of everyone, his emaciated body swelled rapidly like an inflated balloon, and a blood-red horn grew from his forehead, crawling with black runes. In just a few seconds, a child who was less than 1.6 meters tall had grown into an adult who was half a head taller than Prison Thunder and nearly 2 meters. The original loose clothes on his body are about to be blown up by the sudden increase in size at this moment. He looked up, and 2 hideous streaks of blood crossed his entire face. Those eyes were filled with anger, resentment, and a burning desire to kill Hellmine. It's finally out. True Gongshiu, who was watching the play, muttered, and was already she to this situation. This is a feature of the Mirror Gemini. The Mirror twins were a pair of conjoined babies during their human days, and their parents couldn't bear to abandon them and tried their best to raise them, but when they grew up, the brothers still suffered from the white eyes of those around them. They are the same age, but the brothers' physiques are completely different. The elder brother Hui was only 15 years old and had a height of 1.9 meters, and at the same time he had a well-proportioned figure and was not thin at all. The younger brother Che is just the opposite. He was only in his early 1.5 meters when he was 15 years old, a proper little man, and he didn't have much flesh on his body, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he was skinny. Anyone with a discerning eye can see who is the burden that should be discarded. Even their parents thought so and secretly plotted to find a skilled doctor to separate the brothers, leaving only the healthy brother. But the brothers are stronger than Jin, and their feelings for each other even surpass their affection for their parents. So they left all their money to their parents who raised them, and the two embarked on a wandering journey without hesitation. Then, they met Shuichi Mayumi, who was traveling around at the time. After becoming ghosts, the two brothers were completely united into one, each with different blood ghost arts, but they shared the same body. Despite the fact that they both possess blood ghost arts, there is no doubt that the elder brother is stronger than the younger brother. The younger brother's personality is really cowardly and he can't fight on his own, which makes Shuichi Mayumi very dissatisfied. However, the elder brother cannot be separated from the body when the younger brother dominates the body, but the younger brother can be separated when the older brother dominates the body. This is also one of the roles of the younger brother, right? Although he has a cowardly personality, his younger brother also has a not weak blood ghost technique, and he is not a burden to his elder brother when he fights. Brother, kill him. Che's voice, as a younger brother, sounded in the mirror twin's body, and his back suddenly bulged, like a huge sarcoma on his back. The sarcoma gradually faded from the surface of the bumps and changed into a small human shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. It wasn't until the unique pair of circled eyes were outlined that Prison Thunder recognized that it was actually the mirror twins who had fought with him before. That kid was glued to the back of the current mirror twins like a parasite. The twins reminded Shuichi of Akimitsuji's upper string 6, Fallenheim and the prostitute Taro. It's a pity that the mirror twins don't have to be killed at the same time to die, although the younger brother can separate his consciousness like this, but it's just an incidental thing after all. As long as you kill the mirror twins, the other one will die with them. Blood demon magic, gravity manipulation. Che's voice was word by word, and although the voice was small, it carried a hint of oppression. Ugh! Prison Ray's knees trembled uncontrollably, then bent and almost fell to one knee. The surging pressure on his body caused his breath to begin to fluctuate, and every cell in his body trembled. At this time, he was like a mountain on his back, and he couldn't straighten up. Interesting, gravity. Momiji watched as Prison Thunder struggled with the gravity on his body in place, and suddenly became interested in the mirror twins. What if he was going to face the mirror twins? Heldhunder's howl shattered his illusions. Impossible. Prison Thunder raised his voice to the sky and roared, his whole face turned red, and the black thunder and lightning wrapped around his body became more and more under his force. Blood demon magic, turning into thunder. Suddenly, his physical body seemed to disappear, and it seemed as if it had completely merged into the black thunder and lightning, and became a part of the thunder and lightning. In short, now the black thunder and lightning have completely covered his whole body, and he can no longer see his previous appearance except for a human form. The problem of gravity, which had been suppressing him before, was also solved. Chapter 55. I'm sorry, brother, but my gravity doesn't seem to be working for him. Che's voice was slightly aggrieved, and he saw that after the prison thunder changed its form, he revoked the gravity suppression of the prison thunder, and then applied the effect of gravity to his brother Hui. Contrary to the case of Hellmine, the change in gravity causes Hui to drop his weight dramatically. The influence of gravity is reduced, and at this moment, whether he is running or jumping, he can do more with less. Pick up. The pitch-black lightning transformed by the prison thunder turned into a black flash in the field, and instantly flashed in front of the mirror twins. He stretched out his hands, trying to make the other party taste the taste of being shocked by 100,000 volts through physical contact. The next moment, the huge figure of the mirror twins disappeared in front of him, and their vision suddenly widened. Relying on the blessing of gravity, the mirror twins easily dodged the close range of the prison mine, but he did not immediately take advantage of the victory to pursue, but stood aside and watched quietly. Prison Lei's heart tightened, and his heartbeat missed a beat. Did he find out? Hell Thunder's blood demon technique turning thunder flash can elementalize your own body, and has a speed comparable to lightning. However, he was unable to perform other blood demon spells in his thundered state, and he couldn't maintain this state for long. After a certain period of time, the lightning will be automatically deactivated, and it cannot be used again for a short period of time after that. With the strengthening speed of gravity, if the mirror twins only defends and does not attack, they can completely pay the price of some minor injuries to survive the period of his thundering. I can't suppress him at all. As soon as the thunderbolt disappeared, he was about to be suppressed by gravity again. At this moment, Prison Lei sensed the difficulty of the mirror twins, and also understood why the other party was the next string one. The strength of the lower string is so terrifying, what will the upper string be like? Cold sweat broke out on Prison Lei's forehead. Suddenly a little cowardly, what should I do? Do you want to fight hard? He knew in his heart that if he continued to fight like this, it would only be his own failure, but if he surrendered halfway, he would be even more unhappy about his face. Thinking back to the big words that came out of his mouth before the war, Prison Thunder is now in a dilemma. There is no way, for the sake of face, even if he doesn't want to fight anymore, he can only continue to complete his unfinished battle. It's better to lose than to give up halfway. The prison mine has completely fallen into the downwind, do you want to stop it? True Gong Shuichi knew that with the immortality of these ghosts, even if they fought for 10 years and 100 years, they might not be able to completely distinguish the winner from the loser. His criterion for judging victory is suppressive force. Now the mirror twins only have their younger brother using the blood ghost technique, and for Prison Lei, brother Hui's blood ghost technique is still unknown. If you use Shanghui's blood ghost technique, Hell Thunder will die faster, right? No, he won't die. It should have been a worse loss. However, even if it is Hui's blood ghost technique, it is ineffective against the prison thunder in the thunder state, and it may be cast when the thunder is over. Forget it, wait for Hui to use the bloody ghost technique before calling it off. Let Prison Ray clearly understand the gap between him and the mirror twins. The pitch-black flash of Hellmine kept shuttling around the field, and the mirror twins dodged through the field, not attacking or counter-attacking, only thinking about defense. The race went into a boring chase. After about 5 minutes, the electric light on Prison Thunder's body suddenly stopped, his speed plummeted, and his physical body also appeared at this moment. It's now. Brother, let's use it on him. Che shouted. Oops. Prison Thunder also realized that his thunder had come to an end, and after he lost the speed he was proud of, gravity fell on him again. Plop. This time, he knelt down. He saw that the mirror twins' hands were already covered with a layer of golden energy visible to the naked eye, burning like a raging fire in his clenched fists. Blood Demon Technique, Dragon Fist. The deep voice that belonged to Hui reached Prison Thunder's ears, bringing fear to him again. Sure enough, there is also a blood ghost ability. The golden energy of his hands turned into the roaring heads of the dragons, and the mirror twins kicked their legs and leaped towards him. Despite the fact that Hellmine had tried his best to defy the gravity, he allowed himself to stand up and dodge this attack. But after all, it was still too hard. Until the dragon fist of the mirror twins approached his face, he only stood up from the ground tremblingly, and he didn't have time to move half a minute. Roar! The moment the fist landed on Prison Thunder's face, the dragon seemed to come to life, opening its mouth wide and letting out a deafening dragon groan. Light! It's light! Prison Thunder's vision was white, and he couldn't see anything, and the pain on his face irritated his nerves. That's pretty much the end of it. He heard the voice of the Ghost King coming from directly above. The final blow fell on him, and the flickering white light in front of his eyes suddenly turned black, leaving nothing left in front of his eyes. I saw the missing piece and missing the piece, the beaten uneven, inhuman-like head, and the pieces of minced flesh on the ground. Who wins and who loses, the answer is already on the horizon. Liu Xiu, who was watching from a high place, suddenly felt unwell and frowned. How could there be such a violent blood demon technique? Although she is not on the list of the next string, if she really wants to face the mirror twins head-on, her heart is still a little hanging. In particular, she didn't want to be attacked by this kind of blood magic. How can I say that she is lucky to be able to pick up the position of the winding, right? I'm sorry, Prison Thunder, you failed. With the sound of Shuichi True, Prison Lei's face also grew again, and he also regained his light with eyeballs. Except for silence and silence. He really couldn't have imagined that the gap between himself and the next string one was so big. Do you have to fight that pesky bug? He knew that the ability of the second insect master was adaptability, and this guy gained a lot of elemental resistance when fighting ninjas, and if he was allowed to come, he might not be able to win it. Instead, it will accumulate the worm master's lightning resistance. It will get harder and harder in the future. Forget it, bear with me. In the future, when you are sure, you will take this guy down again. Humph. Prison Thunder snorted unhappily and took the initiative to return to the high place, in front of the door that belonged to him. As soon as Zhen Gongxiu stopped, the mirror twins didn't plan to fight anymore, and he also recovered Chei's small figure, and his clothes were already tattered. Anything else you'd like to start a transposition battle? There was silence in his answer, and not a single ghost spoke for a long time. It seems that they are all very happy with their current ranking. It's okay, it's trouble-free. Then, the ranking of the lower strings is decided. Next, I will announce the list of winders. Chapter 56. Autumn Leaves, Ghost Crows, Mirror Shadows, Flowing Snow, Fogheim, White Fangs. The winding will be ranked between the 6 of them. Just as the first 3 of them all possess 2 blood ghost arts, the 6 of them also have at least 2 blood ghost arts, and Momiji has awakened the 3rd blood ghost technique. Konoha's pursuit didn't slow down his progress, and he disappeared after fleeing to the country of grass, not knowing what he was thinking. Season 6, Drifting Snow. In addition to Zero's freeze and intelligence-reducing attacks, her second blood demon spell, Frost Forge Life, can create creatures with minimal autonomous consciousness, or her own ice clones. Ninjas are also included, but the ice ninjas that are created can only use ice-based ninjutsu. Aside from the fact that the clones are identical to their main bodies, these ice creations are shaped like ice sculptures, which can move in sunlight to some extent, but will be greatly weakened. It's a pity that the stronger the creation, the greater the consumption. Using a normal upper ninja as a unit of quantity, she can now only maintain a maximum of 1.7 upper ninja ice creations at the same time. The top 6 is a more suitable position for her. Winding 5, Kiriheim. Kiriheime's second blood demon spell, Vortex of Decay, is an area of effect skill that causes all creatures, buildings, and objects within the range of the Blood Witch technique to age. The ninjutsu released by the ninja will also continue to be weakened in it, and the chakra required to maintain the ninjutsu will also proliferate. Both of her blood demon spells are related to the speed at which time passes, and can be said to be a nightmare for all humans. When you meet her, even if you can run away, you will never be safe and sound. But it is very difficult to face the evil ghosts that do not grow old and die. Her blood ghost magic can't achieve the old age of demons at all, and her powerful regeneration ability is simply her nemesis. True Bao Shuiqi expected that even if she was put in a high position, she would definitely fall in the rankings because of the position change battle in the future. Quarter 4, Ghost Crow. Since its first blood ghost technique, Crow Swarm, has undergone a qualitative change, it has mastered the second blood ghost technique, Bullying the Moon. This is a psychic ability, similar to the dream realm of the nightmare demon, which can be performed by only a crow clone. An illusion with the help of the moon. Well, how did you come up with the idea of infinite monthly reading? However, it is not the same as the infinite moon reading, this illusion will use nightmares to generate a large amount of fear energy in the practitioner, and the fear energy will be used to strengthen the crow itself. Dread / is a derivative of this blood demon spell that can only be released by the raven itself, dealing a blow to the target's soul, inspiring fear in the heart, and defeating the target on a spiritual level. The positioning of the ghost crow is relatively conservative, and Shuichi Mako has never seen the ghost crow duel with the other three, so he doesn't know what effect its fear / will have on the powerful evil spirit. If the ghost crow is confident, he can start a transposition battle on his own. At that time, True Bao Shuichi will intimately fill in the moon in the dream space for it to ensure that its second blood ghost technique is in a usable state. Winding 3, White Fang. White Fang has now basically mastered the divine power of that kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and although he is not very proficient in using it, it is still a plus. It is not an eternal eye, but it will not be blinded by the consumption of pupil power, which is one of the advantages of the mutant writing wheel eye. It's a pity that I haven't seen White Fang use that kaleidoscope to open Susanengu. Maybe it's because it's not used well, maybe it's because of the mutation caused by ghosting, or maybe it's just because the pupil power of one eyeball is not enough. In addition to this, the strength of his other two blood demon techniques has also increased, especially the tooth slashing void, which is now able to cut off the arms of ordinary people with one blow. No longer as weak as before. As for the first and second winds, Momiji is the only ONI with 3 types of blood ghost arts, and the power he wields speaks for itself. Blood Demon Technique, Blood Thorns and Blood Demon Magic, Red Thorn Flurry have both been strengthened, but they have not changed qualitatively. His third blood ghost technique Blackthorn Abyss is extremely powerful. If he can successfully pull the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Fei Sun / into the Blackthorn Abyss, he may be able to fight with the other party, Momiji 6. The inside of the Blackthorn Abyss can be regarded as the domain of red leaves. It's hard to come out again if you normally endure it, the kind that eats people and doesn't spit out bones. Those who have entered once definitely don't want to enter the second time, even if it is between the Thousand Hands Pillar. Forget it, it's still quite difficult to get the Thousand Hands Pillar to cry out. And the outside of the Blackthorn Abyss, although far less than the internal suppressive force, is still a threat to the external enemy. The strength is indeed high, but the hit rate is worrying, and it is difficult to rely on a single blood ghost technique to pull others into the Blackthorn Abyss. Others are not wooden stakes and will not hide. As for Mirror Shadow, she doesn't have the third blood ghost technique, but the strength of the first 2 blood ghost techniques is very high, and she still has the strength to fight against the red leaves of the 3 blood ghost techniques. The first blood ghost technique Cascading Space can now be nested for dolls, and you can create another cascading space within the cascading space. It is also possible to create 2 completely independent and non-interfering stacked spaces at the same time. The second blood demon technique Ban. Mirror can set the rules that are forbidden in the stacked space as he pleases, and these rules will be applied to all creatures who enter the stacked space. And herself. Those who violate the rules of cascading spaces will be penalized. Of course, a rule like prohibition on the release of blood ghost magic can't be done, and ban is originally a continuous release of blood demon magic. She is able to set the rules to a limited extent. Unfortunately, neither of the blood ghost spells gave her the ability to attack actively, and the ninja knife she carried with her was now a necessary weapon for attacking. Momiji, Mirror. The first and second winds will be decided between you, with the winner being the first and the loser being the second wind. True Gong Shuichi spoke flatly, and at the same time lifted the blood suppression of the 2 of them. Which is stronger and which is weak, it will be clear in a fight. The ghost crow watched as the mirror shadow and the autumn leaves both fell into the ground, and his smart eyes burst out with intense confusion. How is Momiji? The ghost crow's cognition of the red leaves is still in the stage of blood thorns, and at that time it and the red leaves are still inseparable. In the blink of an eye, the autumn leaves are competing for the first wind? As soon as I thought that I was only on the 4th quarter, it was angry. This is decent, and it can't go up or down. The 3 white fangs on the winding, the name it has never heard before, and it does not know what type of opponent it is. But the other party should have never heard of himself, and it is not certain who will kill who at first sight. Chapter 57. On the field, Momiji and Kagami are both looking at each other, thinking about how far the other has grown. Suddenly, the autumn leaves on the left moved first. He remembered that Mirror Shadow's blood demon spell could only pull the creatures in close proximity around her body into the cascading space. As long as you keep your distance and don't let yourself enter that cascading space, this battle will be easy to win. Blood Demon Technique, Blood Thorn. The floor shook and several blood-red thorns like the roots of a giant tree broke through the wooden floor, and the spikes on them were prohibitive. Compared to the undulating strike, he can't prepare the blood thorn in advance in the official battle, which is one of his major disadvantages. As soon as Momiji came on, most of the floor was destroyed. Fortunately, the floor was just a decoration made by Shuichi Mayumi, so that they knew where the boundaries of the venue were. There are special walls of air around and on the soles of their feet, so even if there is no wooden floor, there is no need to worry about whether they will suddenly fall into the void. Looking at the huge thorns that were like bulldozers frantically destroying the floor and rushing towards her, Mirror Shadow's facial expression instantly stiffened. This guy's blood thorns have grown so big. It's a bit overwhelming. Yes, the blood thorns of the red leaves have grown to an exaggerated size, 2 or 3 times the size of the previous ones. A blood-red thorn of this size, ordinary people will think that it is a hoodoo stained with demonic energy, right? But just as Mirror Shadow miscalculated the current destructive power of the blood thorn, Momiji also miscalculated a little. Now her cascading space, the effective range has been greatly expanded. Mirror Shadow looked at the blood-colored thorns that were close at hand, and unhurriedly launched his Blood Ghost technique. Blood Demon Technique, Cascading Space. Her gaze was fixed on Momiji in the distance. I have to say that Momiji is very cautious, and the position where he enters is far away from him, giving this overwhelming blood thorn enough room to play. However, now, she only needs to clearly capture the figure of the target in her eyes to pull it into the special space she has created. These blood thorns seem to be menacing, but in fact, the gap is too big to cover Momiji's body at all. The bloody thorns on the boom field let out a final roar and stopped advancing, and the bloody thorns that had covered most of the field became an excellent and unique scenery at this moment. Immediately afterwards, the onlookers found that the 2 guys who were supposed to fight on the field were gone, as if they had evaporated from the world. Although he had doubts in his heart, no one dared to ask the ghost next to him, let alone ask the Ghost King his own questions. Of the other 10 ghosts present, only the Ghost Crow and the Insect Master understood that this was the cascading space of the Mirror Shadow, and they were surprised that the Mirror Shadow could now pull people into the space from a distance. I guess Momiji didn't expect it at all. Although Drift Snow and Kiriheim had seen it once, they didn't understand how it worked. Considering that it was not a good thing to let the 10 ghosts look at the empty screen, True Gongshiu waved his hand and used the permission of the Dream Realm to open the passage between the 2 spaces. A thick fog appeared at this moment in the field that was originally covered by blood thorns, and the white mist completely covered the blood thorns below, and there was only a white expanse in the eyes. Then, above the mist, a picture gradually changes from shallow to deep, revealing the situation in another space. It's a one-way mirror where the outside can see the inside, but the inside can't see the outside. When he saw that all the blood thorns around him were emptied at the same time, Momiji realized that he had entered the cascading space created by the Mirror Shadow. Although I expected that the distance between the mirror and the shadow had been improved, I still didn't expect to be able to pull him in from such a distance. Fortunately, it was a bloody thorn to take the lead, but it was just a waste of some blood thorns. Now, the battle has just begun. Momiji's eyes were sharp like blades. Blood Demon Magic, Red Thorn Flurry. Although Mirror Shadow doesn't know what kind of blood ghost magic this is, it is not difficult to see that this blood ghost magic is also based on thorns. Immediately, not giving those red thorns a chance to fully grow, Mirror Shadow also launched his second blood ghost technique. Blood Demon Spell, Ban. Thorns are forbidden to grow in this space. The half-generated red thorn came to an abrupt halt and stopped in mid-air, unable to shake it even if it was forced, no matter how much the red leaves forced. Motionless like a stone. Breaking the seal requires a stronger power output, but his subconscious tells him not to forcibly violate the prohibitions. Bad consequences may be incurred. Momiji was stunned. He could hear exactly what the mirror had just said, but he really didn't expect that his blood ghost technique would be banned like this. Blackthorn Abyss, can it still be used? The Blackthorn Abyss is not just a thorn, its main body is the abyss, and the blackthorn is just an incidental. But without the abyss of thorns, it is completely unable to exert its powerful suppressive power, and it is nothing. And the mirror that made this rule was also uncomfortable. The back of her head seemed to have been hit hard, and her whole head was groggy, and the world spun in an instant. The vision was blurred, and the 7 orifices were bleeding. She just banned the 2 blood ghost spells of Momiji, and the side effects were so big? Is Momiji so strong? If Momiji was really that strong, there would be no need for this game. Since she is still standing here, it proves that Momiji's strength will not surpass her too much. Could it be that Momiji's 3 blood ghost techniques are all thorns? It's just that I thought I had banned 2, but in fact, I banned 3? Her ban can indeed prohibit certain situations from happening, but the premise is that the other party's strength cannot be too strong than herself, otherwise she will not be able to bear the side effects. At worst, the entire stack will collapse. Taking advantage of the time when Momiji was thinking about what to do, Kagami took a few deep breaths, and the damage in his body quickly recovered. Now there was nothing wrong with her except that her brain was still buzzing. It's a pity that Momiji didn't seize the great opportunity of the injury he had just suffered, otherwise he could still rely on the first move to suppress himself. Momiji stretched out his hand and pulled out the long knife on his back. Looking at the reflection of the back of the knife, he was quite touched. I didn't expect to use this knife again one day. With Red Thorn Flurry, he barely drew his knife, but luckily it didn't rust. I didn't practice in vain. Looking up, Kagami also pulled out her ninja knife. Compared to the one in Momiji's hand, the ninja knife in Kagashi's hand is obviously sharper. Has it turned into a sword contest? He had expected many unfoldings, but he had not thought of this one. It's really all equal. He thought to himself. The ghost crow who was watching from the periphery suddenly shuddered, feeling deeply uncomfortable, and dispelled the idea of challenging the mirror shadow. If this is dragged into the cascading space, and then there is a forbidden clone, won't he become the commander of the light pole? That's not going to work, absolutely not. Chapter 58. Ding ding bell. The 2 sides were instantly entangled together, and the cold weapons in their hands collided with a crisp sound, and there seemed to be sparks flashing between the sword lights and sword shadows. Is this a duel between swords? White Fang watched the duel between the 2 and was touched in his heart. He looked down at his palm, and made a gesture to hold the knife out of thin air. While he can use his arms to unleash slashes out of thin air, wouldn't it be more appropriate to have a knife as a weapon? One of the Konoha ninjas he killed at the beginning carried a ninja knife, but he didn't look at it, and until now he is empty-handed. He hadn't thought about it before, but now he wanted to get a suitable weapon for himself. In his opinion, the 7 special ninja knives in Wuyan village were quite in line with his appetite. Without blood ghost arts, the confrontation with swords alone may not be much to see for the onlookers outside, and it is extremely boring. But the 2 men who were fighting didn't think so. Kagami makes good use of the ninja knife, and Momiji can only be regarded as a half-hanger who has just started, and he has fallen into the disadvantage after only 2 or 3 rounds. It's that he's thinking too much, and he can't win the mirror in this fair play. He couldn't parry the opponent's moves at all. If you're not careful, you'll be slashed by the other party's ninja knife, and although he can regenerate himself, it's not a good thing to be suppressed. Only a forced breakthrough. Momiji deliberately did not defend himself, allowing Mirror Shadow to cut off his left arm with a single sword. At the cost of an arm, he quickly distanced himself from the mirror. In an instant, the severed arm regenerated and was completely restored at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blood Demon Magic, Blackthorn Abyss. The originally dark sky in the cascading space suddenly became cloudy, and the clouds continued to flicker with light, as if there was a thunderous sound. The Mirror Shadow looked up and saw that the blood ghost technique of red leaves could actually bring about changes in the weather, so it must not be a third-rate blood ghost technique. You have to take it seriously. Between the distance to dodge the blood demon spell and the burst and attack to interrupt the cast, Mirror chose the latter without thinking. The mirror figure flickered, and the whole person flew out like an arrow off the string, and the shinobi knife flashing with cold light in his hand went straight to the red leaf door. Looking at the rapidly approaching mirror shadow, Momiji smiled. His body was dyed with a black aura, and the majestic power in his body was all injected into the blood ghost technique at this moment. It's good to come. In the face of the spurt of the mirror shadow, Momiji did not dodge or dodge, but the whole person greeted him, opening his arms to welcome the arrival of the blade. Seeing Momiji's fearless look, Jing Ying secretly said in his heart that it was not good, but now that Momiji was close at hand, it was too late to withdraw the knife in his hand. Poof! Momiji instantly adjusted his position, allowing the blade to smoothly pierce his left shoulder. He reached out and gripped the blade tightly, completely ignoring the palm of his hand that had been cut by the blade. The other hand crossed over the blade and grabbed the hand holding the knife in the mirror. Kagami frowned, trying to get rid of Momiji, but found that his legs seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds and couldn't move a bit. When she looked down, the ground beneath her feet had somehow turned into a black vortex that kept sagging her, and her legs were tightly absorbed. One of the wrong choices you've ever made is to come at me. Seeing that the mirror shadow was caught by the abyss, Momiji also let go of his hand in time and pulled the blade out of his body. The mirror looked at him silently, trying to construct a new space again in the cascading space. But she failed. She is now in a state of being controlled and is unable to circumvent control with the help of the new space she has created. Seeing that a third of her body had been dragged into the whirlpool, she couldn't do anything about it. Momiji was completely unaffected, long out of the range of the whirlpool, and even if she wanted to attack, she couldn't reach it. At this time, there were several spikes protruding in the black whirlpool, and if you looked closely, they were pure black thorns. As she continued to sink, her whole body would be punctured by these thorns mixed in the whirlpool. How dare you break the rules? When he said this, the look on Mirror Shadow's face was not happy but worried. It's worth Momiji's blood ghost spell to be launched when he violates the rules. It shouldn't be so simple. It's better to say that what she sees now is just the tip of the iceberg. Boom! There was a loud bang in the sky. Momiji looked up at the sky in confusion. Although his blood ghost technique could change the weather to a certain extent, this loud thunder roar was not within his ability. A golden star lit up in the cloudy sky. When I looked closely, I saw a pillar-thick golden lightning falling from the clouds, pinpointing him next to the whirlpool, enveloping him at a speed that was completely unavoidable. Thunderbolt! Momiji's figure was instantly engulfed by the golden electric light of the thunder pillar. The prison thunder outside suddenly shuddered, and he couldn't release this kind of thunder. Not to mention humans, even if they are immortal ghosts, it shouldn't be easy to take this hit. The furious thunder lasted for several seconds before it gradually stopped, and where the thunder pillar fell, a blackened figure still stood in place. The thunder dissipated, he opened his mouth and exhaled a cloudy breath, and the charred skin on his body began to peel off piece by piece, revealing the new skin underneath. It's tenacious. Seeing that the red leaves were hard against the thunder pillar but did not say a word, the mirror shadow sighed, and the ominous premonition really came true. There are many types of punishments under the rules, and this time Momiji drew the thunder. Kagami calmly looked at the new autumn leaves, and gradually sank into the whirlpool. There is water under the grunt whirlpool. However, this water is very strange. Even if you breathe in the water, you don't feel blocked, and you won't drown. Moving through the water is like a spacewalk. Mirror Shadow opened her eyes and looked around. She was now sinking into a huge body of water, and the crack above her head was shining with light, illuminating the dark green filthy liquid around her. An unidentified object floating within it is faintly visible. She tried to float. The light was close, right in front of her, but she couldn't close it anyway. The distance between her and the water is constantly increasing. And below is a dark and lightless abyss, which is enough to make people resist at a glance. Who knows exactly how deep it is and what's in it? She took the dive as an alternative, instinctively picking a direction in the water and moving in that direction. The skeleton of a canine floated past her eyes, followed by a broken plank. She had been swimming forward for a long time, but she had not seen the boundary of this water, and when she looked up, the crack above her head was still the same, unchanged. The bones of a canine floated past her, and the pile of bones seemed familiar to her, as if she had seen them not long ago. Could it be that she has been standing still for so long? It seems that there is only one way down. She looked down at the darkness below, her face solemn. Chapter 59. Outside. In just a few minutes, there was only a large bottomless vortex that swirled and engulfed everything in the alien space. Whether it's the mirror shadow caught in the whirlpool, or the red leaves that unleash the blood demon magic, they all disappear at this moment. They saw with their own eyes that the shadow under Momiji seemed to come to life, sinking his whole body into the void. The clever ghost had already guessed that both sides on the field had entered Momiji's territory, and the Ghost King didn't mean to let them see the situation inside the whirlpool, and now he could only stare here. Shuichi wanted them to see the situation inside the Blackthorn Abyss, but the authority of the Dream Realm didn't seem to be so high. The one-way glass that can open up the stacked space is already the limit of what dreams can do. I can only grieve the ghosts outside to wait. Boom! Boom! There was a loud bang in the sky in the cascading space, and this formation was even more fierce than the previous thunder pillar. Several pillars of thunder light fell from the sky, converging into a giant pillar of thunder light in mid-air, and then straight to the center of the vortex of the Blackthorn Abyss. This was just the beginning, and then there were a series of lightning strikes that fell into the whirlpool. What the hell is this guy doing? This is God's punishment. The ghost crow muttered in a low voice, looking at the thunder that was enough to make people disappear, and gasped. But this whirlpool is really strong, and it's not bad to be chopped like this. Inside the Blackthorn Abyss, Momiji, who was meditating cross-legged in the depths of the abyss, suddenly opened his golden eyes and looked up at the top. In the place where the fingers could not be seen, only the top center lit up a faint light the size of a fingernail, but the light did not illuminate the surrounding darkness at all, but was swallowed up by violence. He sensed the mirror getting closer and closer. The movement of the outside world also came into his mind. He didn't expect that the successive thunderbolts would trigger the rules of the outside world when he unleashed the blood ghost technique in the Blackthorn Abyss. However, the original casting restriction had been invalidated in the Blackthorn Abyss, and there was no obstacle for him to cast the blood demon spell here. The punishment for violating the rules will all be blocked by the Blackthorn Abyss. During the time that Mirror Shadow was wandering in the upper layers of the abyss, he had already buried all his thorns in the depths. Whether it's blood-sucking blood thorns, or massive red thorns, or the black thorns unique to the abyss. They are just waiting nearby, but they are obscured by the darkness and cannot be seen with the naked eye. The shell of the Blackthorn Abyss was beaten like this, and cracks had already appeared, but on the whole, it could hold out for a while. He desperately hoped that the mirror would soon come to the net he had arranged. If only it were a little slower. The shell will break. If the Blackthorn Abyss is not in the mirror, he can only admit defeat. It's naturally best to be the first to wind, but it's not unacceptable to be the second to the first wind. Mirror Shadow had been deep into the abyss for some time, the light around her was getting less and less, the visibility was getting lower and lower, and her whole body had completely sunk into darkness. Gollum! There was a strange noise on the left, like something was speeding towards her in the water. The sound alone can only tell the general direction, and it is completely impossible to determine which direction it will come from. In this darkness, she could see nothing. Poof! There was a sudden sharp pain in her left abdomen, and she was still moving rapidly after something pierced her body, and the spikes on it kept tearing at his body from the inside. The blood is draining. It's thorns. Absolutely, yes. Mirror Shadow's heart sank. The thorns appear here, but they do not trigger the punishment of the rules. This space can resist her ban. Is this what Momiji relies on? No wonder even if he resisted the heavenly thunder with his physical body, he still had to work hard to perform this blood demon technique. Mirror Shadow tries to create a new space here, to divert himself and avoid the thorns lurking around him. But it still failed. Difficult. This space is too peculiar, she has never been able to activate the cascading space to transfer herself, not that the space transfer is forbidden. It's that she simply can't replicate space. It was banned from the root. She wanted to disarm the cascading space outside, so that she and Momiji could return to the original battleground, and let the abyss disappear with the collapse of the cascading space. As a result, her connection to the cascading space was completely blocked, and she was unable to initiate commands. Unless she can get out of this hellish place. All roads were blocked, and even if she knew that there was a lot of danger ahead, she could only move forward. After sensing that the mirror shadow was attacked, he still chose to move forward, and Momiji had a feeling in his heart. Since mirror shadow didn't do anything with her blood ghost technique, it means that the Blackthorn Abyss can suppress spatial abilities. This is a novelty. He had also used the Blackthorn Abyss a few times before this, but there were no enemies with spatial abilities, so he couldn't verify the suppression ability of the Blackthorn Abyss in this regard. Thanks to the mirror, now he knows. Since the mirror shadow can't escape, then he's welcome. Red Thorn, move! Several huge red thorns rampaged through the abyss, like ferocious beasts lurking in the darkness, and the mirror shadows that could not even perceive their position could not dodge the attacks of these red thorns. Unilaterally suppressed. Even if immortality is helping her regenerate quickly, it always feels uncomfortable to be used as a punching bag like this. She has no defenses. The mirror shadow is losing and retreating, and the victory and defeat have long been known, but Momiji is irritable. His Blackthorn Abyss can devour everything, including demons. If this was a meeting in the wild, perhaps he would not hesitate to control the abyss-devouring mirror and replace her as the new master of those ghost bloods. But this is under the nose of the Ghost King. He didn't dare to be so rampant, so he could only endure the pain of cutting his love. Hey! With a long sigh, the Blackthorn Abyss automatically disintegrated from within, and the thorns in it also shattered and turned into dust. The figures of the two appeared in the eyes of the ghosts again. Seeing the almost intact autumn leaves and the mirror shadow of the injury that has not yet healed, all the demons are shocked. This means that Momiji has not suffered any damage since being hit by the celestial thunder. What's going on? The hardest part is the ghost crow, which can't say a word right now, but wants to say anything. Thought that this game was won by mirror shadow, but in the end, there was a polar reversal. As one of the first demons to follow the Oni King, it really has no face. It feels like these two guys, it can't beat either. The winner is decided. Shuichi Mako stepped in at the right time and put an end to the battle. Winding 1, Momiji. Upper Quarter 2, Mirror Shadow. The last two seats also have owners. Does anyone else have any objections to the current ranking? Chapter 60. AHH. The Ghost Crow was momentarily excited, and the birdsong blurted out, forgetting to speak human. Sensing that the audience's eyes were focused on it, the Ghost Crow suddenly felt embarrassed. So, it hurriedly speaks its mind and diverts the attention of others. Ahem, Lord Ghost King, I want to challenge the third string, White Fang. Does the Ghost Crow challenge the White Fang? That's to be expected. With the personality of the Ghost Crow, the position of the top quarter 4 is indeed not satisfying. True Bao repaired his head a little and untied the shackles on the Ghost Crow and the White Fang. Under his control, the site that had been destroyed by the Bloodthorns was now restored to its original appearance. A full moon rises from the void and hangs high in the sky. The fourth Ghost Crow on the first quarter challenges the third White Fang on the first wind. Momiji and Kagami also returned to their original positions at the same time. Kagami glanced at Momiji calmly. The defeat in the battle made her not in a very good mood, but she was convinced that she lost this battle. When she first met, she accidentally fell into the trap of the abyss, and the next time she was prepared. How should Momiji face it? Momiji was naturally aware of the gaze being thrown at him, but now he was so focused on the next game that he didn't have time to care about the eyes of others. Don't look at him to win the battle, but in fact, he is extremely anxious. You can only rely on other things to divert your attention and let your mind gradually calm down. At the moment, watching the battle between the Ghost Crow and the White Fang is a good choice. Momiji turned his head to look, and just happened to see a teenager about 15 or 16 years old falling from a high place. The silvery white shaggy hair was extremely eye-catching. What is it wearing on the face? Konoha's dark mask? I've encountered the dark part of Konoha before, and Momiji has a little impression of the face that White Fang wears on his face. It seems that he is White Fang, and he is really a new face that he has never seen before, and he doesn't know what kind of abilities he has. Momiji has always been very interested in the blood ghost art of other ghosts, and he knows that he will win every battle. The ghost crow wanted to open his mouth to taunt the White Fangs, but when he saw the scarlet eyes hidden under the mask, his heart was inexplicably uneasy, and the words he was about to say were stuck in his throat. What's going on with this guy? There is a strange aura all over the body. The crow rolled his eyes and felt that it was not simple. Shh. Before the ghost crow could react, one of its wings was directly torn apart by the air, and the blood-stained black crow feathers fell one after another. What? What's going on? The other side has already shot? Obviously, the white-haired guy was still standing there and didn't move. Before it had time to think about the details, it immediately activated the Blood Demon spell. Blood Demon Magic, Crow Swarm, San. A birdsong resounded throughout the dream space, and the blood that flew out of the ghost crow's body instantly turned into another identical ghost crow. 1, 5, 10, 20. It took 20 clones before it stopped splitting, but 20 clones was not its limit. The clone of the crows hovered at high speed in the air, and the body of the ghost crow was also mixed in, and it was impossible to tell who was the clone and who was the main body in the blink of an eye. White Fang's eyes froze, and the scarlet eyes kept moving with the crows in the air. This eye of his obviously has the ability to see through the clone, but now it is completely ineffective. The level of the clone separated by the ghost crow seems to be very high, and it is not so easy to see through. Is it all a matter of luck? Suddenly, a few ghost crows hovered above the crows detached from their course, folded their wings, and swooped straight towards White Fang like missiles. White Fang's foresight saw this, and dodged unhurriedly, allowing the wind from the crows to pass in front of him. The ghost crow does not believe in evil, and manipulates the crow flock to organize several attacks against the White Fang, but they are all dodged one by one without putting any pressure on the other party. This guy is a little weird. It was discovered, and the White Fang not only exuded a strange aura on the outside, but also extremely weird in his body, and there was an indescribable feeling inside. The ghost crow attributed the reason for the failure to the rigidity of the doppelganger's actions. It has to control multiple clones at any time, and its attention is extremely distracted, and if you want to concentrate on controlling a single clone for special operations, it will inevitably reveal flaws. But now, it needs a special operation to disrupt the rhythm of White Fang. Before that, it had already organized several attacks, each time the attack route was in a straight line, and the other party would definitely subconsciously think that the next attack would also be a straight line. In this way, it will greatly increase the hit rate of the doppelganger's turn. It's better to act than to be tempted, and try when you say it. A few more ghost crows broke away from the crow flock and swooped down towards White Fang. In the eyes of White Fang, a ghost crow suddenly broke away from the team in the originally neat flock of crows, predicting where he was about to dodge. Could that special ghost crow be the main body? No, this kind of aggression can also be done by clones. If he were a ghost crow, he wouldn't put himself at risk. So is it really still a doppelganger? The crows all looked the same and flew fast, and he couldn't tell which ones were the ones who had participated in the attack. No matter what, let's break up this faintly formed whirlpool of crows first. Blood Ghost Cut. Puff puff. The invisible slash was launched, and several ghost crow clones that were originally swooping towards White Fang were instantly cut in half, turning into drops of bright red blood again, floating in midair. In this situation, the ghost crow was almost petrified. Why did you launch the Blood Demon spell during this attack? It's too unlucky. This slash is so powerful, it's really dangerous. Although it is invisible, it will bring wind pressure during the flight, and it is possible to distinguish the location of the slash if you look closely. Cut. The first slash was not finished, and another oblique invisible slash flew towards the crows in the air. He didn't have to aim at all, and according to the flight speed of the crows, there would inevitably be a clone crashing headlong into the slash. The ghost crow thought the same thing, and it immediately controlled the entire crow flock and stopped flying, dodging the terrifying powerful slash. The slash was empty, grazing through the gap between several ghost crows, flying out of the field, drowning in the endless void. The entire flock of crows seemed to be pressed the pause button, and one by one the ghost crows flapped their wings and stopped in mid-air, a pair of blood-red eyes staring at him. Finally stopped. White Fang's eyes keenly caught the few drops of blood floating in the sky moving, all of them sharing a common destination. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a ghost crow that had also stopped moving, and the blood flew towards it. Found you. Blood Demon Technique, Tooth Slashing Void. Chop. Chapter 61. Not good. Seeing the rich killing intent that burst out in the eyes of the White Fangs, the ghost crow hurriedly dodged, but it was already too late. White Fang's gaze had already locked on the ghost crow in the air, and the next moment, the ghost crow's body was once again torn apart by an invisible slash. Quack! The ghost crow let out a scream of pain, and its body fell uncontrollably. Halfway to the ground, it finally regained its balance, and a glider flicked its wings again and returned to the air. Seeing that his group attack tactics had been cracked by the other party, the ghost crows didn't plan to waste time, and controlled all the crow clones to gather on his side. Blood Demon Magic, Crow Flock, Fusion. After the crow clone touched the ghost crow body, it turned into a puddle of black, merging with the main body, and then more clones swarmed up. Gradually, with the ghost crow itself as the core, the prototype of a giant crow king was constructed, and more doppelgangers split out of the ghost crow's body, and then joined the ranks of the crow king. Cut! White Fang's arm slammed into it, and the invisible slash swept through the wind again. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him, now that the ghost crows are merging, they have no ability to fight back, so it is a good time to attack. He would never do nothing, watching the enemy charge up and unleash his ultimate. Bang! The slash hit the unformed Crow King's shell, and there was a muffled sound. The Raven King's torso, which had already fused, was scattered by the slash of the White Fang, and the scattered clones chirped in unison, and swarmed up to fill the void in the torso again. Hi! Unexpectedly, White Fang was visibly stunned, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his head was racing. His own slash did hit the shell of the clone solidly, and it did cause damage, knocking the shell back to the prototype clone. Although it was broken up, it didn't seem to cause much damage to the clones, and those clones immediately filled the gap. Nothing happened. Since slashing is useless, try this. The White Fangs suddenly burst out, and the distance between them and the ghost crow was sharply reduced, and the scarlet kaleidoscope riding wheel eye in his left eye spun rapidly. Divinity! The space where the crow's torso was located was instantly distorted into a whirlpool, and the shell that had just been fused suddenly fell apart, and several clones struggled to be sucked into the bottomless spatial vortex. By the time the distortion created by Kamui had disappeared, the ghost crows had completely lost the part of the crow clones that had been sucked into the other dimension. White Fang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and the heart that had not been put down in the next second hung again. I thought that the vacancy could not be filled, but I didn't expect the ghost crow to transfer clones from other places and fill the vacancy at the cost of shrinking the entire shell. Quack! At this point, the Crow King's shell has been completely formed, and it spreads its wings and screams in the sky. Hey, is it still formed? White Fang looked up at the huge Raven King, deeply troubled, and the thought of surrendering flashed through his mind. The ghost crow's body is now 3 meters tall, the feathers on its body are black and shiny, and its black claws that shimmer with cold light are afraid that it can easily tear apart the human body and shatter the bones. It flapped its wings slightly, and a gust of wind danced along with its movements. Cut, cut! White Fang was not very skilled at launching cutting-end fang slashing space at the same time, and the two slashes overlapped in mid-air, and the cutting slash that flew halfway through suddenly disappeared, and the wind that followed it suddenly lost its target and drifted in place. It's not even time to blink. The invisible slash that disappeared in the middle of the way suddenly reappeared on a route that should not have existed, only a few centimeters away from the Raven King's body. Bang! The slash collided with the Raven King's body again, and several clones were scattered and returned to their normal size. But the missing piece of the shell didn't seem to affect the raven's movements, and it spread its wings and rose high into the air. The wind from the flapping of its wings howled in all directions, and White Fang stretched out a hand to block the oncoming wind and looked up at the ghost crow. A white full moon hung in the sky in complete darkness, and the bright moonlight outlined the Raven King's pitch-black body, adding a bit of mystery to it. Blood demon magic, bullying the moon. The voice of the ghost crow echoed in his ears layer after layer, and White Fang subconsciously wanted to look away, but found that he was still staring at the moon, unable to take a trace of it. His limbs became stiff, and he gradually lost control of his body. In his eyes, the normal-sized ghost crows fluttered their wings, slowly covering the entire moon, completely engulfing the light. His spirit struggled to resist this unknown control, but in the end he missed a move. It was darkness in front of me. He felt like he was falling, falling and falling. Plop! The water of the lake covered his face, and the whole person fell from a great height, and plunged into the lake. At this moment, White Fang once again seized control of his body, opened his eyes, and swam quickly towards the water. Ahem! He climbed ashore, coughed up all the water in his throat, and looked around warily. It is surrounded by greenery, the meadows are full of flowers, and the weather is sunny and the wind is beautiful. Wait, the wind and the sun? White Fang snapped back, his eyes staring straight at the glare sun in the sky. Immediately afterward, fear overwhelmed him. Under the sunlight, his whole body began to spontaneously ignite, like paper being burned to ashes little by little. Pain. It hurts? Before he had time to think about it, White Fang turned around and re-entered the water. The lake was large and deep enough to isolate him from some of the sunlight when he dived to the bottom. Why, in the end, he was still fighting normally with the ghost crow one moment, and the next second he was in this sunny ghost place. Is it a separate space like autumn leaves? White Fang's mind recalled the blackthorn abyss he had seen before, and although he didn't see the inside, it was not difficult to guess the alien space contained in it. But which ghost would cram a big sun into their space? Could it be Dreamland? He touched the chakra in his left eye, and thought of the strange appearance he had when he saw the moon. If it's an illusion, then what does the ghost crow want to do with this illusion? White Fang sank to the bottom of the lake, pensive. How can this guy's fear be so great? And now it's suddenly weakened again? Ghost Crow looked at the situation in the illusion, puzzled, and really wanted to knock open the head of the White Fang to see what was going on inside. The moment he saw the sun, the fear generated by White Fang's body did reach its peak in an instant. But a momentary peak doesn't bring much benefit to the Ghost Crow, it needs to accumulate more fear. It seems that the sun alone will not work, and we will have to add some more material to the white teeth. Chapter 62. The sky in the realm of illusions suddenly darkened, the sun set and the moon rose, and the whole world fell into silence. White Fang crawled out of the water for the rest of his life, completely soaked, his wet silver-white hair clinging to his forehead, and drops of water continued to slide down his face and drip on the grass below. He hadn't been underwater for long, less than 10 minutes. At this time, the sun that was still hanging in the head space, glowing and hot, set in the blink of an eye. What an outrageous speed of movement! Sure enough, it's an illusion. Only in the illusion can this kind of puzzling state of mind. So after all the trouble of replacing the prepared sun with the moon, what did the Ghost Crow do to lure him out? White Fang stood still, quietly waiting for the crow to strike. Suddenly, there was a strange sound in the forest not far away, like the sound of metal pieces colliding and rubbing, one after another. As the sound became denser and denser, and as White Fang approached the lake, a black figure with a knife came into his eyes, followed by a second, a third. Dense black shadows stepped out of the forest in a neat step, the moonlight illuminating their faces and their heavily armed armor. These people were sword-wielding samurai, and their eyes were wooden, like machines without any emotion. What? White Fang frowned, unable to understand the idea of the Ghost Crow. Even if you want to push him into a desperate situation in the illusion, you should choose a stronger ninja, right? Why are there all samurai in front of you? Suddenly, the sound of the armor clashing disappeared, and when I looked up, the dense figures all stopped in place, motionless like stone sculptures. You can't even feel breathing. As White Fang wondered, all the samurai around him spread their legs and began to run rapidly. Whoa, whoa! The long knives in their hands were chopping, or stabbing, and they attacked the White Fangs by the lake in various postures. Cut! White Fang waved his hand slightly, and the warriors rushing at him in front of him fell with a clatter, and the armor on his body did not block much damage for them. The expected scene of blood gushing did not appear, and even if the whole person was cut open, no blood spilled out. Although he knew that this was an illusion, the strange scene in front of him still made White Fang's heart sink. Before I had time to think about it, more samurai flocked up, and the samurai sea in front of me was still in sight. Cut! 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 One by one, the samurai did not dodge, allowing the slash to pass through their bodies, cutting them in half. Whew, whew! White Fang gasped in his mouth, and the continuous release of nearly 100 slashes had already caused his physical strength to begin to decline. Looking at the samurai in front of him who were still flooding towards him, a rare trace of fear rose in his heart. The corpses of the samurai he had killed before had disappeared at some point, otherwise the corpses in front of him would have piled up into a hill by now. The samurai were inexhaustible, and countless samurai fell under his slashes, and then countless samurai immediately filled the void in the formation. I am afraid that the endless stream of samurai has already lined up in front of him to the opposite hill. These samurai came more or less the same, but the fact that he was dragged by these samurai and could not find the exit of the illusion made him extremely irritated and uneasy. White Fang took a few steps back, trying to re-enter the water to dodge the samurai's attacks. Sure enough, the bottom of the lake is his eternal home. But when he turned his head, before he could dive, White Fang was shocked to find that the large lake behind him had somehow turned into a flat meadow. In the distance, another large group of samurai came out of the shadows, forming an encirclement. White Fang was silent. Hee, I'm not going to let you run away. You're here until the countdown reaches 0. They. Ghost Crow looked at the bewildered White Fang and sneered inwardly. A steady stream of fear energy enters its body, giving it new abilities. Although White Fang provided it with a pitiful amount of fear energy, pulling any ninja to it could outnumber him, it still managed to collect the minimum level of energy. In a few minutes, its moon deception illusion will be at its limit. White Fang may have some illusion resistance, and its illusion time limit has been greatly reduced, otherwise it will inevitably change the fear energy of White Fang. More than 2 hours had passed in the Phantom Realm, but only a few seconds had passed in the outside world. In the eyes of the ghosts in the outside world, White Fang and the Ghost Crow suddenly stalemate for a few seconds, and then the momentum on the Ghost Crow suddenly skyrocketed, and White Fang stumbled as if he had received some mental blow. Boom! The Raven King controlled by the Ghost Crow laughed evilly twice, and its body was instantly covered with a layer of green panicked light, and as soon as it raised its wings, a crescent-shaped green light slash flew out instantly, approaching the White Fang on the opposite side. White Fang, who had just escaped from the illusion, immediately stabilized his mind, and his left eye suddenly widened, revealing the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Divinity! Halfway through, the fear slash was uncontrollably sucked into the spatial distortion created by the White Fangs. After a whirlpool, calm returned to the field. The crow's laughter came to an abrupt end. Since one can't deal with you, what about this? The Ghost Crow's voice was furious, and its wings flapped violently, and 4 green crescents formed in an instant, constantly spinning in the air and flying towards the White Fangs from both directions. In the face of the 4 flying fear slashes, White Fang was still the same, so he repeated his trick and used the kaleidoscope to distort space again. Divinity! The space on the right side was instantly distorted, and a terrifying slash was instantly sucked into the divine power space. White Fang stared at the safe space left by the dread slash as it disappeared, and rolled around on the ground with a flutter in front of the right, the dread slash on his head brushing against his back. The fear slash struck the White Fang's original location one after another, and there was silence, as if it had been erased in an instant, without making a sound. They. Ghost Crow was silent, releasing 4 fierce lashes at the same time was already its current limit, who made the white fangs contribute very little fear energy. Is it really impossible to break this ability to distort space? Bang bang! Suddenly there was a crisp applause above his head, and when he looked up, he saw that the voice was coming from the Ghost King. That's it, Raven. You'll have to practice again. In a word, he declared the victory of White Fang. The indifferent scarlet pupils made the Ghost Crow's cold feathers stand upright, and even if there were 10,000 unwilling in his heart, he still had to obey the orders of his superiors. Watching the crow give up the fight and return to his door, Shuichi Mayumi took his eyes off it. Winding, autumn leaves, mirror shadow, white fang, ghost crow, fogheim, drifting snow. Bottom string, mirror twins, insect master, prison thunder, chaos blade, lotus girl, red 100 eyes. The original 12 ghost months were formed. A wound suddenly opened on his hand, and blood floated out of it as if weightless, some large, some small. The small part automatically flies in front of the lower string, and the large part flies in front of the upper cord one after another. Ate it. The 12 demons did so. The 12 ghost moons who were present glanced around, and he raised his hand and snapped his fingers crisply. Adjournment. The door behind the 6 lower strings suddenly opened, and the 6 ghosts standing in front of the door were instantly sucked into the space behind the door with a storm-like suction. Bang! The door closed again, fading into the darkness of the void. After sending the lower string away, Shuichi Shinbo spoke to the upper string present. I will give you the right to transform the 6 ghosts, and if you have a desired goal, bring him to me. Chapter 63. In the moonlight, Momiji opened his eyes suddenly, his golden eyes turned in his sockets, and he looked out at the moon through the window on his right. The position of the moon hasn't changed much, it's still on the top of that tree, haven't a few minutes passed in reality? What an accident, I thought that the time of the dream and the reality should be synchronized. After all, that dream is too real, so real that the wound will be synchronized into reality. He was struck by the mirror's lightning strike in that place, and he had lost a layer of skin on his body. And now, his body is also full of a layer of charred black dead skin, which is disgusting. Haven't you awakened a new blood demon technique? It's a shame. Momiji is not surprised by his current situation. After he awakened the 3rd blood ghost, he clearly felt that his progress had been severely slowed. Although the ghost blood he got from the Ghost King increased his strength by a section, it still didn't reach the level of awakening the next blood ghost technique after all. Everything that should be checked has been checked, and this month is dark and windy, and it's time to take action. At this moment, the door of the house was opened, and the man entered the house and turned on the light, then turned around and closed the door, locking it by the way. He was dressed in a light-colored simple cloth robe, and wore a shiny ninja forehead guard with a grass-like figure carved into it. Was that bottle there before? When he entered the house, he noticed that the furnishings in the house seemed to have been moved, and he glanced at the window, only to see an indescribable charred dirt. Hey, what the hell? Did any animal run in? After cleaning up the filth and carefully inspecting the house, he was sure that no one was hiding in the house, and there was no trace of rummaging, and nothing was missing. Maybe it's just that I'm suspicious. After a tired day, he breathed a sigh of relief, took off his forehead guard, turned off the light and fell asleep after a simple wash. What a heart! Momiji stood at the door of his bedroom, staring at the ninja who was sleeping like a dead pig for a few seconds before leaving quietly. It's better not to kill that ninja and scare the snake. Leaving the ninja's house, Momiji looked at the quiet village shrouded in night in front of him, and quickly retreated into the shadows on the side of the road. Following the route he remembered, he quickly passed several forks in the road, and finally saw a simple wooden bungalow at the end of the road. There is also a ninja wearing a forehead guard at the door of the bungalow, and according to Momiji's judgment, this ninja is not strong, at most only the middle ninja level. However, he hadn't seen many powerful ninjas in this village. Looking around, he made sure he didn't sense anyone else around, and only needed to get rid of the guard at the door. Blood demon magic, blood thorn. After the blood thorn extended into the ground, Momiji moved away from his current position and changed directions to observe the guards in front of the room. He hooked his fingers slightly, and the grass where it was originally located suddenly came with a rustling sound. When the ninja who was on guard at night heard this, he suddenly became alert, pulled out the kunao in front of him, and stepped forward cautiously with cautious steps. He seemed to see something moving in the darkness not far away. Who? As if in response to his words, a few tiny blood-red thorns poked their heads out of the shadows and slowly approached him. Moving thorns. The moment he saw the blood thorn, he was stunned for a moment. At this time, Momiji had already come behind him silently, and the moment he was distracted, a knife struck him on the back of the neck. His eyes darkened, and he fainted. In order to prevent the ninja from falling straight in the middle of the road, Momiji moved him to the grass behind the house, so that if someone happened to pass by, he would not see the fainted guard at first sight. With all this in mind, Momiji opened the wooden door of the bungalow and looked inside through the moonlight. A red-haired woman was sitting in the room with a haggard face, and it was not the slightest surprise to see him coming. Looking around, Momiji saw no sign of anyone else. He remembered that the woman had a daughter, and that she might have been put to sleep in the middle of the night. "You're here after all." Uzumaki Pandan looked at the red leaves with complicated eyes, closed her eyes, and sighed. Momiji didn't care about her attitude. Some time ago, he came to the territory of the grass country and discovered the grass-hidden village. These ordinary small ninja villages are not as prosperous and peaceful as Konoha do, and even when they are not in times of war, their hospitals are often overcrowded. Weak and corrupt inside. Kayan village was also targeted by the autumn leaves because of this. It's just that with his ability, it is still a little difficult to confront the entire Kayan village head-on. At least the movement will not be small. The country of grass is a small place, but it is surrounded on all sides by the country of fire, the country of rain, the country of earth, and the country of Taki. Unfortunately, all four countries have their own ninja villages. Momiji doesn't want to expose the fact that he is still staying in the country of grass for the time being, and he is famous among several ninja villages. Therefore, he relied on the red hair, pretending to be a member of the Uzumaki clan, and came into contact with the Vortex mother and daughter in Kayan village. After showing off the blood ghost disguised as Mu-Dun ninjutsu, Uzumaki Xionglan finally agrees to help him, and the request is to let him spare the lives of their mother and daughter. No matter how bad it is, at least her daughter's life will be spared. Momiji agreed. He didn't want to attack a toddler who couldn't even speak. As a humanoid pill in grass-hidden village, Uzumaki Xionglan has a low status and can hardly collect any information. But one of the pieces of information she can gather is important to Momiji. That's the ninja casualties in Kusakure village. As a humanoid pill to treat the ninjas of the grass-hidden village, this is something that Uzumaki Xionglan experiences almost every day, and the large and small tooth marks on her body are a good proof of this. "I said I would come, but what happened to the information I wanted you to gather?" Momiji said. Uzumaki Xionglan didn't answer directly, and wanted to persuade him to think twice and fight the entire ninja village alone, which really didn't seem like something that a teenager of Momiji's age could do. Even if you master Mu-Dun, it will be difficult to fight against the entire Kayan village, right? Are you sure you want to do this? I have my reasons for doing this. Momiji forcibly held back the irritability in his heart and didn't show it on his face. Seeing that Momiji had made up her mind, Uzumaki Xionglan didn't say anything more, shook her head and said what she knew. Recently, the number of injured people in Kayan village has increased, and even Shangnan has been sent to the hospital. She remembered it very clearly, because that Shangnan was the one she personally received 2 days ago, and the man had a heavy mouth. That's right. Momiji nodded thoughtfully, got the information he wanted, and turned around to leave. Wait. Uzumaki Pandan stopped him. What else? Momiji looked back in surprise and looked at the woman in the room. If, unfortunately, I leave, can you please help me take care of my daughter? Uzumaki Xionglan's heart is very struggling. Although the young man in front of her had red hair, claimed to be a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and had mastered Mu-Dun, she always felt that the other party had a strange feeling. Until now, she was also skeptical about the identity of the Momiji Uzumaki clan. But Momiji wants to make a move against Keion village, which makes her really unable to sit still. She suffered a lot of humiliation in Keion village, although she also wanted to let Keion village fall, but as a mother, she had to think about what she and her daughter should do after the fall of Keion village. She chose to help Momiji, in fact, she knew it in her heart. The people of Keion village are completely using her as a tool to heal her wounds, and perhaps in the near future, she will die. At that time, if Keion village still exists, her only daughter will inevitably be in danger. If there were more choices, she would never ask the teenager in front of her so easily. "Why should I help you take care of your daughter?" Momiji asked rhetorically. A toddler who doesn't even know how to speak, he doesn't want to be burdened with such a burden for no reason. Uzumaki Xionglan was silent for a few seconds, seemed to have made up a lot of determination, gritted her teeth and said, "Xianglian, like me, has also inherited the healing power of the Uzumaki clan. Bringing her with you might be able to help you." She wondered if Momiji would use them as medical tools like the ninjas. But it's better to be bitten by one person than by a village. Momiji was unmoved when he heard this. Obviously this statement could not impress him. He's a ghost, and he doesn't need anything like that. "I'm not going to help you take care of your daughter." Momiji walked outside the house without looking back. "You'd better survive on your own. By the way, this one is for you, maybe it will be useful." He tosses a huge seed like a ball to Uzumaki Pandan. Chapter 64. Sure enough, have the ninjas of Grass Hidden Village been fighting with someone recently? Momiji thought as she walked, and felt that this was indeed a good time to do it. Capture the thief and capture the king first. If you want to quickly control the grass, you must do something to the high level of the grass. If his investigation was correct, the top of Keion village should be composed of a leader and 4 elders now. During the day, he could find a way to catch them all, but unfortunately he could only be active at night. Now I can only visit them one by one. The strength of the ninjas in Keion village is not strong. There are only a handful of ninjas at the upper ninja level, and there are even more internal disputes to count. The fact that they are still alive and well now is almost entirely due to their diplomatic skills. The leaders and elders of Kusakure have a high status, and they can find their place of residence by simply asking the ninjas of Kusakure village by unconventional means. Let's deal with the grass hidden leader first. Momiji stopped and looked up at the street lamp overhead, attracted by the light, and many flying insects gathered under the street lamp. No matter how you think about it, this leader, who has the strongest strength and the highest status in the village, is too much of a hindrance. As long as there is no backbone, the remaining ninjas will only collapse. So, let me see where the leader of Keion village usually lives. Blood demon magic, blood thorn. The blood thorns sneaked into the ground under the control of the red leaves, and spread wildly under the ground of Keion village through a thick layer of soil, and they would not stop unless they covered the entire Keion village. Using the blood thorns underground, he was able to easily grasp the movements of everyone in Keion village. The moon tonight is really round. As the current head of Keion village, Masayoshi Tanaka sat in the courtyard admiring the moonlight with a delicate wine glass in his hand. At this point in time, it is time for the vast majority of people to go to bed. But as the head of a village, it is not uncommon for him to be busy late at night. It was not easy to get a chance to see this kind of moonlight once, and he didn't want to rest so soon. Not only the body needs to relax, but also the mind. Sitting here drinking and admiring the moon is exactly how he relaxes his mind. Shu and that guy have been looking for trouble again lately. Really, do you want to pull me down from this position so much? It's clear that we're in a period of war now. He grumbled to himself. Their Kusakure's combat effectiveness is really worrying, and any ninja clan in a nearby big country can make them do their best to deal with it. Now he can relax so leisurely, purely because the war has just begun, and the situation has not developed so seriously. That's why I have to take advantage of this opportunity to relax. Masashi Tanaka drank all the wine in the glass, and without looking, he reached for the bottle beside him. AHH. There was pain in his fingertips, and he screamed and hurriedly withdrew his right hand. When I looked down, I saw that something had been stabbed on my finger, and a small hole appeared on it. Strangely, it didn't immediately spill blood. Turning his head to look at the place where the wine bottle had been placed, there was an extra string of slender thorns there, blocking the wine bottle placed there. Just now he stretched out his hand, probably stabbed by this thorn that came out of nowhere. Thorns. Tanaka Masashi frowned, and suddenly became alert. Although the thorn looks like a normal plant, the sudden appearance of the thorn is telling. As the leader of Kusakure, he has higher authority and access to more information that ordinary ninjas can't. In my impression, it seems that there is such a ninja who is suspected of manipulating thorns. He subconsciously reached out and touched the ninja bag on his waist, but only touched a piece of air. Oops, forget I've already removed the ninja bag. Shocked by his heart, Masanori Tanaka threw the wine glass in his hand and turned around and ran towards the house. Outside the house, Momiji stood on the street, looking at this small villa, which was obviously much more luxurious than ordinary houses, and got feedback from blood thorns. Sure enough, it's here. Once he had identified his target, he strode over to the windowed side, then leaped slightly. Bang dang! The glass shattered instantly, and the red leaves teleported into the glass, and entered the house steadily, turning his head to look, just in front of Uedanaka Masatoshi's eyes with a hint of horror. Enemy! The word enemy attack almost blurted out, but before he could shout the second word, Momiji suddenly strode on the floor, reached out to cover his mouth, and pressed him to the ground. Enemy attack! Another identical voice rang out from behind him, and it resounded through the sky. The surrounding residents turned on the lights one after another, and they were all alarmed by his loud roar. It was only a matter of time before support was expected. Momiji turned around and found another Masayori Tanaka standing behind him. Bang! The Tanaka Masanori under him suddenly turned into white smoke and dissipated. Shadow clones? He was not surprised. If the leader of the grass was subdued by him so easily, then he would have to doubt the authenticity of the other party. The alarm was sounded by the enemy, but Momiji was still unhurried. As long as he dealt with the ninja in front of him within the time limit, then the other party's behavior was just helping him gather prey. You don't mind your home being reduced to ruins, do you? Momiji said this, and stood there and looked at him quietly. Don't bluff here, I don't know where you got the confidence to attack me. Masashi Tanaka had inexplicable palpitations, and his two eyes kept looking around while his mouth was not lost, observing the possible attack. It's just that he obviously missed a point. The giant blood thorns that entwined with each other to form a sharp cone instantly pierced the ground and stabbed from below. SHH. Masatoshi Tanaka is also the head of the village, and his reflexes are amazing, and he barely dodges a sharp cone that is enough to pierce him with a jump. But in the face of the dense spikes on it, he was not so lucky. While dodging, his body was inevitably drawn with a few knot-deep wounds. He immediately stabilized his figure, and looked in the direction of Momiji while holding the seal in his hand. Too done. What about people? Momiji's place where he was standing was empty, and when he looked around, he couldn't find his trademark red hair. The other party just let go of such cruel words, and he would never flee after a move, and now he must be ambushed somewhere, planning something. Damn, aren't those dry guys here yet? At such times, Masayoshi Tanaka rarely missed his dear subordinates. With the experience of the past, Tanaka Masashi also added the ground to the scope of observation, and dodged the few bloody thorns that quietly poked out of the ground and wanted to entangle his legs. Dense thorns pry open the floor and spread from below to the ground. Some are thin and don't look threatening, while others are as thick as tree trunks. He could have burned all these damn thorns on the ground with a single fire, but this TM is his home. Burning thorns means setting fire to your own home. Everything here will be engulfed in flames. If you wait, delay a little longer, and wait for the help to arrive, you can easily capture this uninvited guest. Got you. While Masashi Tanaka was fiercely struggling with his thoughts, Momiji's voice came from behind him. There seemed to be a lightning bolt in Tanaka's mind, and the upper body of the whole person leaned forward, his body gradually flipped, and his other leg kicked back. Kick in the air. No touch came. Tanaka Masatoshi looked at the slender thorn that appeared inexplicably behind him with a blood-red strange flower, and fear flashed in his eyes. Chapter 65. He didn't get anything kicked, and his whole leg happened to pass past the thorn, and if he bent it any more, he would have been scratched by the thorns. A blessing in misfortune. He didn't want to add new wounds to his body. I obviously heard the intruder's voice coming from behind, and I also responded at the first time, but the other party suddenly disappeared? Not even a shadow was seen. Is it teleportation? So fast? Masashi Tanaka faced the thorn growing vertically, and his face was terrifyingly dark. Maybe you're looking for this. The sound of Momiji came again. This time he realized that the sound was coming from the flower growing on the thorn in front of him. A hand was placed on Masatoshi Tanaka's shoulder from behind, and the real Momiji only appeared at this moment. He had never gone around behind Masashi Tanaka, but he had just deceived the other party with the sound transmission function of the thorn flower. Blood Demon Magic, Blackthorn Abyss. Launch. Masayori Tanaka was not frightened by the sudden appearance of Momiji and his strange words, and while Momiji was talking to himself, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of the ninja knife placed on the cabinet next to him. It's the weapon he's looking for. I didn't expect to move to this place by mistake under the siege of thorns. God help me! He was overjoyed, and quickly reached out and grabbed the ninja knife in his hand. The moment he grasped the knife, the corners of his mouth rose, his eyes instantly became fierce, and the trace of fear that had originally bred was gone. Haha! The real battle is just starting now. Woo! Tanaka Masatoshi's knife was extremely fast, and before he could finish speaking, he had already turned around and slashed off the arm that Momiji had placed on his shoulder. The arm was separated from the body, blood was floating in the air, and Momiji's expression was still as cold as ice. Even if the arm was broken, he was unmoved. He didn't feel any pain, motionless. No matter how Tanaka Masashi observed, he didn't find a trace of emotion on his face. He really didn't seem to care about his arm. Warm blood splattered on him, and at this moment he already wondered if he had unknowingly fallen into the enemy's illusion. Momiji glanced at his rapidly regenerating arm and slid his gaze to Masatoshi Tanaka's feet. Masanori Tanaka swallowed his saliva and looked at the soles of his feet. The dark vortex had engulfed his ankles, still pulling him into them. He tried with all his might to pull out his feet, but it was as if countless hands were grabbing his feet under the whirlpool, and not only did he not succeed, but he also sank himself down. That's it. Momiji looked at him quietly. Realizing that he couldn't break free, Masayori Tanaka looked up at the autumn leaves in front of him with resentment, and his hands were sealed. Fire escape, ghost lantern. At this time, he didn't care whether he would burn down his house or not, and countless demon-faced fireballs appeared around him one after another. Some of these ghost lanterns flew straight towards Momiji, and even if they were dodged once, they would turn around and attack him again after a few moments. Others crashed into the surrounding thorns, causing them to burn. The blood thorns, which had become huge under the catalysis of the power of the red leaves, had developed some resistance to fire escape, but fire escape was still the thing they feared the most. Quick! Someone is invading. The sound of the flames crackling was faintly heard from outside the house. It's good to come. Masashi Tanaka suddenly had an excited smile on his face. Too done. He slammed his hands on the ground after sealing it. Actively touched the whirlpool beneath him, and his hands were uncontrollably pulled into it, constantly sinking. But that's not the point. He had planned to launch a earth escape to get himself out of this place, but found that chakra had disappeared as soon as he came into contact with the vortex. It's like being devoured. Hi! Looking at his funny appearance, Momiji sneered, you can have a good experience here, I'm going to meet the ninjas outside. Although it is said to be the head of a village, but in a small village like Kayan village, which survives by diplomacy, their leader can't reach the shadow level at all, not even a quasi-shadow. At best, it's just a shinobi. Masashi Tanaka is dead, and it won't be a few days before a new shinobi comes up. However, he will not give Kayan village a chance to recuperate. Taking advantage of the fact that they have not yet selected a new leader, he will defeat him in one go, which is his style. Masanori Tanaka's house was already on fire at the moment, and the temperature was rising rapidly, and even in the distance, a puff of smoke could be seen rising straight up. Water escape, water waves. The two ninjas who arrived in advance saw this scene and immediately used water to extinguish the fire. Their leader, Masashi Tanaka, is still trapped in it. Come in and save me. Knowing that he couldn't move half a minute in the whirlpool on his own, Masanori Tanaka couldn't take care of his face in a hurry, so he pulled his throat and shouted for help. By this time, the part below his waist had been completely submerged in the whirlpool. His body was in an inverted U shape because of his hand inserting into the whirlpool, and despite his efforts to raise his head, he could not change the fact that his face was about to sink into the whirlpool. Momiji moves as quickly as a cat, and easily arrives on the roof, which has not yet been affected by the fire, and stands above and looks down on the surrounding crowd of onlookers. 1, 2, 3. He quickly figured out the ninjas in the crowd with their foreheads on their heads. It's been so much time since Tanaka Masatoshi's enemy attack, and the grass shinobi who rushed to the vicinity didn't even have more than 10 fingers. As soon as Masanori Tanaka's cry for help came out, some of the Kushinobi hurriedly rushed into the house to rescue him. But there are also some grass who are indifferent. For example, the one who is now staring at Momiji doesn't show the slightest panic on his face, but a little schadenfreude. You're the culprit who attacked Masanori Tanaka, right? I'm grateful to you for getting rid of Tanaka, but please stay here. Even if Tanaka is finally rescued, what happened today will be enough for him to remove him from the position of leader. He looked up at Momiji and stopped a young Kusa shinobi who was about to rescue Masatoshi Tanaka. There are enough people to save him, you come with me to stop this intruder. Hi! The young grass was stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted, isn't this a good opportunity for him to make meritorious contributions? Yes, Hide-wa-sama. Chapter 66. In a matter of minutes, the village of Kyusakuin was lit up in a matter of minutes, and Kyusane could be seen running around on the rooftops everywhere. 3 red thorns, about 3 meters in diameter, slammed through the ground and extended from below, swinging wildly through the air, destroying the house they had worked so hard to build with a single blow. Almost everyone felt the ground shake at this moment, and looked up to see the behemoth. What's going on? An elder in Kayan village heard a loud noise outside, changed his clothes in a panic and walked out of the house, seeing Cao Ren coming and going. A Kusa shinobi, who was about to inform the elders, stepped forward immediately. Elder, there is an invasion of foreign enemies, the other party has attacked the leader, and now he is fighting with Lord Zyuhi. What? The elder's voice instantly raised. What about the guards in the village? How can you easily let foreign enemies cause trouble in my Kayan village? Quick, take me to check the garrison. They. Grass Ninja obviously hesitated for a moment, and said, Elder, don't you care about the situation in the village? Isn't it enough to have so many of you? Don't forget who we're fighting against. Although many ninjas have been sent to the front, the garrison in Kusakure village is still not to be underestimated. None of them can control the enemy, and it doesn't make much sense for him to go to this old bone, so it's better to do what needs to be done. Yes. Zyuhi's face tightened, and he secretly cursed in his heart for how these wastes couldn't even dodge the giant thorns that moved so slowly. I thought it was just a merit for nothing, but I didn't expect this intruder to be able to summon such a behemoth. Those giant thorns are like giant snakes with spirits. Ordinary fire escapes can't hurt these red thorns at all, and under the sweep of red thorns, these guys are injured and escaped, all of them are messed up. It is difficult for them to twist into a rope and release a mass fire escape. Since you can't deal with these red thorns, then attack the spellcaster. Fire escape ghost lantern. Is this the fire escape ninjutsu that all ninjas in the grass hidden Murakami no, Momiji? Raised his eyebrows, and saw several flame demon faces flying towards him by automatically seeking enemies over red thorn. Immediately, a red thorn left to protect him swept it into the air. The hard skin on the surface of the thorns directly wiped out most of the demon faces, leaving only 2 or 3 scattered demon faces that were still automatically seeking the enemy. Momiji didn't bother to talk nonsense, and directly resisted the remaining evil ghost faces, and the flames hit him, leaving a series of burns, but these wounds only healed in an instant. Too long spear, a rock spike suddenly pierced from Momiji's feet, and he only jumped lightly and stood in front of the red thorn that had come to meet him. The red thorn under his feet slowly lifted him into the air, out of the range of some ninjutsu's attacks. It's almost time to get rid of these noisy guys. Red thorns have been released in the center of Kayan village, and such a big movement should not be maintained for too long. At the same time, the number of blood thorns in the ground has also multiplied enough, so let's annihilate those useless miscellaneous pieces in one fell swoop. Blood demon magic, blood thorn. The vast expanse of blood thorns in the ground suddenly emitted a blood-red light, and they all broke through the ground to find the nearest ninja attack. Even if one is cut off, more thorns will crawl out of the ground at the same time, like an inexhaustible worm. For a while, the wails of men and women could be heard everywhere in Kayan village, one after another. A powerful ninja may still have the power to resist in the face of these blood thorns. But those weak shinobi, or the powerless civilians, are miserable. Damn! Zayuhi clenched his hands, his nails were almost embedded in the flesh, and his face was so gloomy that he could drip water. Kayan village suffered heavy casualties, not to mention the damage to the foundation. It is difficult to say whether they can survive in front of such a great enemy tonight. Where did such a person come out, and what kind of enmity did he have with them in Kayan village? Zayuhi raised his head and tried to look up at the figure overlooking all beings in the high place, but his vision was blocked by red thorns, and he could only see the corner of the red hair. Red-haired? Could it be the Uzumaki clan who came for that woman? Help! Hidewasama! Hidewas! Train of thought was interrupted, and he frowned and looked to his side, only to see a young Kusa shinobi stumbling towards him. Behind the grass ninja was followed by a large field of blood thorns. You're the one who lured the enemy here. Zayuhi's face darkened, but he still decided to save this useless ninja from the same village. It's not because of the friendship of the village, but because he needs someone to help him carry out his next plan. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. After Zayuhi sealed, a straight line of flames was released, and the power was huge. Seeing the scorching flames rushing towards his face, the grass shinobi staggered to his knees, feeling the heat above, and he stretched out his hands in desperation to crawl on the ground. If he had taken a slower step, he might have perished in the flames along with the blood thorns behind him. Tisk! Although most of the blood thorns were burned under the onslaught of the flames and stopped moving, there were still some of the big roots who were not so afraid of the flames and were still moving slowly with the flames. Maybe it wouldn't be able to climb far, but Zayuhi had noticed that blood thorns were also pouring in from other directions. Seeing that the grass shinobi hurriedly ran to him, Zayuhi immediately stopped releasing the fire escape, turned to the grass shinobi beside him and said, "You find a few people to go to the small broken house at the edge of the village and bring that woman out, you know who I'm talking about." Cao shinobi blinked, with a little confusion on his face. He looked up at Shiu and Shangnan in front of him, but he didn't notice that he was injured. Okay, but is there really a chance to treat this situation? In fact, he was already retreating in his heart, the leader was not saved, and if he didn't run now, when would he wait? Even if that woman could treat the wounded, but in this case, was it really meaningful? Idiot, I want her to be useful. Zayuhi didn't talk nonsense with him, you just need to know that your behavior this time is related to the survival of Kayan village, understand? Ming, understood. Kusanobu nodded frantically like a chicken pecking rice. Go. Zayuhi shoved him aside with a palm, fighting the swarming blood thorns alone. Looking at Zayuhi's back, my heart was slightly touched. The young grass shinobi was entangled for a moment, and resolutely ran towards Uzumaki Xionglan's residence. I wanted to escape, but Sure enough, let's fight to the death for Kayan village. In this way, it is worthy of the Kayan village that raised him, and even more worthy of Hanamura Hidewa who saved him. Chapter 67. What the hell are you doing? How did you put a foreign enemy into the village? Elder Kayan found the captain in charge of defense and scolded him. Although they don't have enchantment protection like the 5 major powers, it is impossible for an enemy to run in quietly and kill in the center of the village, unless the other party knows spatial ninjutsu. Elder, I'm so sorry that I didn't do it properly. I'm going to gather everyone to support the village now. Kusanobu, who was scolded by him, didn't dare to refute. After all, he didn't know how the enemy ran into the village. Wait. You've brought people to support the village, who will defend against the outside enemy. I've ordered the ninjas on the front line to withdraw to the village. This kind of juncture can't happen again. You two are still fighting here. The village is going to be gone, so what do you care about so much? A discordant rebuke came. The elder was furious, and was about to look back to see who dared to speak to him in this tone. But when I looked closely, it was another elder. Why are you here too? He asked, surprised. Why can't I come? It's not just me, they are coming. The other elder stroked his white beard, and although he didn't name him directly, both of them tacitly agreed. It seems that the 4 elders of them are fighting with the same idea and want to go together. Wait, you said the village is going to be gone, is it that serious? He realized later, shocked and angry. Humph, that monster is killing in the village, and many civilians and ninjas are dead. Even if this incident can be resolved, our Kayan village can be removed from the world. Hey, AHH. So, while he was rushing to the edge of the village at full speed, the intruder in the village had already swept away all the garrisons in Kayan village. Even the 5 shadows didn't have this killing speed, right? Then we. He looked tentatively at the other elder. The elder understood what he meant, gritted his teeth, and made a decision: immediately notify all those who are still alive to abandon Kayan village. Let's go to Ghost Lantern City. The most important thing is that there is a wishing box that has been passed down from generation to generation in their Kayan village and is said to have come from the hands of the 6 immortals. Seeing that the miscellaneous soldiers were almost cleaned up by the blood thorns, the red leaves jumped down from the red thorns and fell steadily to the ground. All of a sudden, the red thorns in the sky stiffened, shattering from the tip into shiny debris that dissipated with the wind. Looking around, the place was covered with blood-red thorns, and everywhere were corpses that had been pierced by thorns in the escape, sucked into dried corpses, and the surrounding buildings were almost all destroyed by red thorns, and no one could be found intact. Although 1 or 2 living figures could occasionally be seen in the distance, the battle was a foregone conclusion. Hey, monster, where are you going? Momiji looked back and found that it was the one who talked a lot before, the Kusakure Kami Shinobu named Hidwa. He was gasping for breath now, covered in a layer of dust, and he was not in good condition. Maybe his chakra is about to bottom out. I said, your opponent is me. He said, sealing his hands and unleashing the fire escape dragon fire technique again. Momiji looked at the straight line of flames rushing to his face, and with a clap of his hands, a wall of thorns made of blood and thorns stood up in front of him, impermeable. Pounce! The flames slammed into the wall of thorns, and Momiji knew that this wall would not be able to stop Zyuhi's dragon fire technique for long, so he took advantage of this time to shift his position. When the flames broke through the thorns, the crimson of the fireworks gradually dissipated, leaving only a series of scorched black traces in place. Are you delaying my time? Momiji had already arrived at a half-destroyed 2-story building next to him, looking condescendingly at Zyuhi, who was resisting in vain. I didn't expect Zyuhi to be in this state and dare to speak out to provoke himself. Does he really not know how to write dead words? The last time it was Tanaka Masashi who delayed time, and now he's dead. Actually, I'm not dead, but being trapped in the Blackthorn Abyss is equivalent to death. Now Masanori Tanaka is still scurrying around in the abyss, and he has not even entered the depths, let alone found an exit out of the abyss. After he finishes dealing with Kayan village, it's not too late to go into the abyss and slowly deal with that guy. Oh, who knows? Obviously, Zyuhi didn't plan to answer Momiji, and his backhand was another fire escape, dragon fire technique that attacked Momiji. Tisk! Momiji got bored and decided to use all his strength to get rid of the Kusakure shinobi in front of him as soon as possible. Hurry! It's over there! Murakami Hiko, a young grass shinobi entrusted by Hidwa, ran wildly with his companions, and finally saw the dilapidated hut not far away that was silent in the night. Before coming to the house, Murakami kicked the door open unceremoniously. Bang! He violently broke down the door, startling the red-haired woman who was accompanying her daughter in the house, and also woke up the sleeping toddler. Mother! She was half asleep, her words were slurred, and she wanted to reach out and grab her mother next to her. It's all right, Carrie. Uzumaki Pandan stroked Xiang Li's forehead and soothed her. Bring her out, heard. The sound of stray footsteps coming from the doorway, and the next moment she was roughly pulled up. Murakami, what about this kid? Someone asked. Uzumaki Xionglan's brows tightened, but her body did not resist, and she let the grass ninja take her away, but her other hand clenched a huge black seed in her hand. That's what Momiji left her. Judging from the contact with Momiji in the past 2 days, it is impossible for the other party to leave something for no reason. This thing might be able to help her. Let's take it away. Murakami didn't think much about it. Now is the time for the survival of Kyosakuin village. Hearing this, Uzumaki Xionglan erupted. She clenched the seed in her hand and smashed it on the forehead of the grass shinobi beside her. Don't touch her. The grass ninja didn't expect that the humanoid pill that had been obedient to them all this time would dare to resist him, and for a moment he didn't have time to dodge, and was smashed by the seed. Boom! The hard seed collided with his forehead. The seed was fine, but his forehead was smashed and bleeding. No one noticed that the blood on the seeds was slowly absorbed. Damn, you woman dare to resist. The one who was beaten covered his forehead angrily, and in a fit of rage, knocked off the seed in Uzumaki Xionglan's hand. The hand that grabbed her worked harder, turning her entire hand purple. Hey, Murakami, look what's it. Hearing his companion's shout, Murakami took his eyes off Uzumaki and followed his companion's finger to the round ball on the ground. The light was too dim for him to tell what it was. I just saw that something was faintly moving up there. Chapter 68. Thorns, thorns, exclaimed one of them, suddenly raising his voice, and then rushing out with his legs. He had seen with his own eyes how those thorns killed people. That's how the corpses in the village came from. It's still too late to escape, and he doesn't want to lose his life for a mission that he doesn't know if he can do. Damn, coward! Looking at the back of his teammates fleeing, Murakami scolded angrily, staring at the blood-red thorns that spread out of the seeds, and pulled out the kunai from the ninja bag to cut it off. Isn't it just a few thorns that have just grown? Look at me. It's a pity that he doesn't know how to fire ninjutsu, otherwise it should be easier to burn with fire. Bang dang! Kunai slashed on the blood thorn as if it had encountered steel, making a crisp collision sound. Not only did it not cut it off, but his hand holding the kunai was shocked and numb. When he looked closely, his kunai had left only a white mark on the blood thorns. Is this blood thorn so hard? Does the thorn group he encountered before have this kind of hardness? Murakami's face changed, and when he realized that something was wrong, he immediately wanted to withdraw his arm. But his attack actually touched those blood thorns, and the blood thorns that he had just targeted quickly wrapped around his arm along the kunai, and the spikes pierced into his skin, sucking blood in large gulps. The other blood thorns were like hungry pythons, swimming towards him. Leave that woman alone, come and help me! Murakami shouted to his only remaining companion. The called Kushinobu frowned and glanced at Uzumaki Xionglan, let go of his hand, and sealed in the direction of Murakami. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Seeing that the other party chose to use wind escape to attack the thorns that entwined him instead of attacking the seeds at the root of the thorns, Murakami's pupils shrank suddenly. His arm was held by the blood thorns, and his body could not move for half a minute, so he was forced to raise his arm to resist the incoming wind. May, do you want to kill me with me? I'm sorry, I'll think of a way again. Uzumaki Xionglan looked at the two grass ninja in a mess, endured the sharp pain in her hands, and rushed into the house to pick up the incense on the ground. May notices Uzumaki Panda who is trying to escape, but Murakami's cries for help ring in his ears again. His voice was a little weaker, and the blood thorns were getting more and more wrapped around him, and even a few of them were already wandering towards Zhenjiang. "I'm sorry, Murakami." Mei had already made a decision. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, turned around and grabbed the whirlpool pandan, and ran out. The blood thorns of the earth followed. "Mei!" Murakami shouted behind him, a burst of anger burning in his heart when he realized that Mei would not be coming back, and the corners of his mouth pulled out a smile with difficulty, and his eyes were full of viciousness. "It won't be long before you'll come down with me, definitely." Accompanied by resentment that Mei would not be saved, he gradually lost too much blood, became unconscious, and passed out. Zhenjiang grabbed the whirlpool pandan and rushed out of the house, only to find that the blood thorns that had chased them on the road had followed him to his feet. The road back to Kayan village has been completely blocked. The blood thorns in the house also chased out, and in a moment of crisis, he had to make a choice immediately. 1. Take this woman on a long detour back to Kayan village, but it is a question whether Shiu and Kami Shinobi can hold on for so long. 2. Throw this woman to the Thorn group in exchange for time to escape, and take this opportunity to escape from Kayan village. Do you still need to think about it? Of course it is. Run! Zhenjiang pushed the woman next to him to the side of the thorns, smeared oil under his feet, and ran away. Uzumaki Pandan stumbled and almost smashed directly into the thorns, but fortunately she stabilized her figure, but the blood thorns around her quickly surrounded her. Her face was frightened, and her whole body froze in place, motionless, and she almost stopped breathing. Wow! Xiao! Xiang Lian, who was still young in her arms, was still unaware of the crisis she was facing, and she was so excited that she stretched out her hand to grab those red thorns. Uzumaki Pandan hurriedly reaches out and grabs Kari's arm to stop her from doing her dangerous act. The blood thorns around him glanced at them as if they had a spirit, and as if they were not interested in them, they followed the army towards Zhenjiang again. Vortex Xionglan breathed a sigh of relief, stood in place and watched those blood thorns bypass their mother and daughter, and soon disappeared around the corner in front of them. The situation of Zhenjiang, who was running in front, was not so good. His legs were about to turn and smoke, and those blood thorns were always following him, and they were not far away. Just as he was worried, a group of blood thorns appeared in front of him, and he was spotted in an instant, rushing towards him. Zhenjiang immediately stopped, looked at the blood thorns behind him, and then looked at the blood thorns in front of him. Gritting his teeth at the end, he rushed into the grove on the right. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, the whole person tripped over something at his feet, and when he looked back, it turned out to be a dry corpse lying peacefully in the woods. This dry corpse even had a ninja forward guard from Kayan village on its head. Damn! Zhenjiang scolded angrily, quickly got up, bypassed the trees, and shuttled through the woods. I don't know how far he ran, but the blood thorns behind him have disappeared, and only then did he dare to stop, gasping for breath, and having time to rest. MD, where the hell did this come from? He's just an ordinary middle ninja, he doesn't know a few ninjutsu and doesn't have any special talents. I was sleeping well at home tonight, but I was suddenly awakened by the screams of my neighbors. When he saw the blood thorns raging in the city, he was completely sleepy. As a ninja, he also joined the ranks of protecting the inhabitants. As a result, the residents were not protected, and they almost lost their lives. The leaves on the head suddenly made an unnatural sound, and Mei, who had just escaped from danger, became alert again and looked up at the dense leaves overhead. A dark figure sprang out from the leaves and perched on a branch. On closer inspection, the man was dressed in their Kayan village attire and also wore a forward guard on his head. It turned out to be a friend. The elder has an order. All the surviving ninjas should gather in the open space on the east side outside Kayan village. Obviously. This ninja was just here to pass the word, and he left in a hurry after dropping this sentence. Is the elder going to give up? Kayan village. Zhenjiang turned his head to look in the direction of Kayan village, but it was covered by dense trees, and he couldn't see the current situation of Kayan village. It shouldn't be too good to think about. It doesn't matter if you give up Kayan village, it's still an order from the elders. In this way, he would not have to be sent to death, and he would not be charged with desertion. Although all his belongings are in the village, he can at least save his life. Having made up his mind, Mei set off again and ran towards the meeting place. Chapter 69. Unfortunately, your reinforcements won't be coming. Momiji grabbed Hanamura Hidekazu's neck and slapped him in the abdomen, and tiny blood thorns sprouted from the palm of his hand like tentacles, instantly breaking Hanamura Hidekazu's stomach. Poof! Feeling the internal organs of his body being stirred by the deep blood thorns, Hanamura Shui's throat was hot, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the strength of the struggle gradually decreased. The soon-to-die Hanamura Hidewa was thrown by Momiji like garbage, and the blood thorns that had been waiting around him for a long time immediately swarmed up and drained the blood in his body. After dealing with Hanamura Hidekazu, Momiji closed his eyes and sensed the situation inside the entire Kaien village. The blood thorns planted in advance have been reduced by 2/3, and the remaining third is still chasing and killing the scattered grass remnants. The people of Kaien village died, escaped, and a few people hid in places where it was difficult for blood thorns to enter. These remnants of the human Momiji are not going to catch them out and kill them like cats and mice, it is too laborious. What puzzled him was that the feedback brought to him by the ninja of Grass Hidden Village was much less than expected. Kaien village shouldn't have such a little strength. This proves that some of the high-end combat forces of Kaien village did not directly participate in this battle, but did not know where to flee and hide. Also, the elders of Kaien village were not killed by him, could it be that they planned it? But the ninjas of Kaien village, where else can they run to besides Kaien village? Momiji glanced at Hanamura Hidekazu, who had been sucked into a dry corpse next to him, and he couldn't die anymore, and he regretted killing him so quickly. I should have tortured some information if I knew it. The seeds he gave to Uzumaki Pandan were triggered, and sure enough, did Kusa Shinobi want to catch them? Momiji shook his head, no longer thinking so much, and was about to deal with the field in the abyss first, and then find a safe place to precipitate his strength. At this time, there was a sudden feedback from the blood thorns underground, and Momiji frowned, feeling that something seemed to be moving underground. It wasn't like an entity, but there was a strange feedback coming from the blood thorns. There could be no problem with his perception. The feeling of being watched by something all of a sudden is really uncomfortable. Grass Hidden Village is just gone. They black and white Jedi lurking underneath scratched his head, the red-haired boy he had noticed the last time he fought with the Roots. I didn't expect to make such a big move after a while. These cannibals are not all weak, but they are also showing signs of getting stronger. The world is really getting more and more chaotic, and it won't mess up the plan of the Eye of the Moon, right? I don't know if Obito can withstand such a big pressure. Konoha seems to have been studying the ninjutsu against ghosts left by the 4 generations of Hokage, and he doesn't know when it will be completed. But did ONI already exist in the time of the 4 generations of Hokage? Forget it, anyway, when the ninjutsu is done, let Obito also find a way to do a shi. Looking at the autumn leaves on the ground, he had his own little abacus in his heart. Momiji knew that he couldn't catch the voyeur, and he couldn't stand still just because someone was peeping. Walk in front of Tanaka Mazanora's house, which was first burned by fire, then beaten by the earth escape ninjutsu, and finally destroyed by Red Thorn, which has become a pile of ruins. He removed the cement slab that pressed it on, revealing the entrance to the black-thorned abyss beneath him. This vortex will not absorb anything other than a person without his consent. Otherwise, such a large area of ruins will sink down, and the water in the abyss will be polluted twice. In the abyss, Masanori Tanaka had found the right path and swam straight into the darkness below. After swimming for an unknown amount of time, he saw a white point of light bloom in the deepest part. His instincts told him that it was the exit from this hellish place. Just get to that place. Hi! The thorns that emerged from the darkness suddenly pierced his body, and Tanaka Masatoshi's eyes widened, and he grabbed the thorns that pierced him with his hands in disbelief, trying to break free. There was no danger in the road ahead, which made him let his guard down, and coupled with the joy of being carried away by the exit, he didn't even react in the first place. Until he was pierced through his body by thorns. He didn't even have time to release the stand-in technique, and his whole body was about to be explained here. No, it can't be. Masatoshi Tanaka raised his arm tremblingly, about to seal it. Another thorn came out of nowhere, piercing through his body again. The black and white who had been observing the autumn leaves from the outside world noticed that the autumn leaves had suddenly disappeared, so they poked their heads out of the ground and carefully observed the strange whirlpool on the ground. Curious, but afraid to enter. Hey, you go in and have a look. Black absolutely said the white clone of his other half. 4 elders. All the ninjas who are still alive have been summoned. A grass shadow appeared in front of several elders, reporting on his mission. Very well, let's go now and head to the Ghost Lantern City. The elder who spoke with a burning gaze, his mind already filled with the shadow of the box of bliss. As long as that thing is activated, let alone rebuilding Kayan village, it will not be a problem to attack the 5 major powers. Hearing the elder's words, Mei sighed, who had managed to escape with great difficulty by selling Murakami Hiko. Ghost Lantern City. As a veteran of Kayan village, he had heard this name and knew some related situations. It is where criminals are held, built on islands in the rough sea. But the problem is that there are more than 30 of these surviving ninjas, almost all of whom are middle ninjas and upper ninjas. Can Ghost Lamp City accommodate so many of them? Although he had doubts in his heart, he had no choice now. At least Ghost Lamp City belonged to their Kayan village, and he didn't need to look at the faces of other people. Mei scanned the crowd in front of him, but he didn't find the figure of Hidekazuka Shinobi Hanamura. At first, he was helped by Murakami Hiko in his escape, and then he also joined Murakami's team, and I heard that it was a mission released by Hanamura Shui. There are not many of them in Kayan village, and Hanamura Shui is one of the veteran ninjas. If it weren't for Tanaka Masashi who bought off 3 of the 4 elders, the leader of Kyosakuin village would have been Hanamura Hidekazu. It's a pity that both of these two should be. By now, the ninjas who were still fighting on the front line rushed back and saw this scene. They should have questioned their eyes, right? He smiled bitterly. Zhenjiang didn't know what the 4 elders were thinking about, and he only felt that his future was bleak. Chapter 70. Under the leadership of Tenmu, Shuichi Mako specially changed his clothes, changed himself into an adult man in his 20s, and came to the territory of the Land of Wind. It was still the same place as ever, the weather was uncertain, the yellow sand was all over the sky, and just a little bit of the road had covered his face with a layer of fine sand. Lord Ghost King, that should be the remains of the ancient city of Lulan. Tianmu said, pointing to a ruined ruin looming beneath the wind and sand in the distance. When I discovered this ruin, I also went inside to investigate, and there was nothing special except for a special sealing technique in the center. Since there is a seal, it should be the real Lulan. That sealing technique was left by the 4 generations of Hokage, and ordinary people can't solve it. But he's not an ordinary person. True Gong Xiaoyi replied casually, and walked towards the ancient monument against the wind and sand, reviewing his plan again in his heart. If he opens the Dragon Vein seal at this point in time, he will still be teleported to the time period of the theatrical version. That wave of Feng Shui Gate and his teammates, Naruto Uzumaki and Hyakzuke, will be enemies he will have to deal with. There is also a reason for him to disguise his appearance. More than half a month has passed since the formation of the 12 ghost moons, during which time True Bao Shuichi has devoured many ghosts with extremely poor talents and no future to speak of. Their blood ghost art was also completely mastered by him. Although it is very average to take it out individually, there is always a combination of blood ghost spells with high strength. Now his fighting style can be said to be extremely changeable, and his ability to deal with it is extremely strong. As long as you don't get besieged by these guys, you have a good chance of winning. The ancient city of Lulan looks quite close, but it still takes a lot of time to really walk. When he arrived at the ancient city of Lulan, he took off the cloak he was draped on his body and shook his hands a few times. The sand on it fell like rain. I don't want to come to this place a second time. True Bao Xiaoyi sighed, if it wasn't for Lulan's dragon vein, why would he run into this desert? Yes. Tianmu opened his eyes, and after scanning for a week, he immediately discovered the location of the seal, and that space stood out among the ruins. Over here. Shuichi followed Tenmu into a circular chamber with a wide space, and in front of them there was a path that stretched straight to the center of the space. The center is the source of the dragon veins, but it is now covered with sealing techniques, and there is a special kunai with a strange shape. This is the sealed dragon vein. Tru Gongzui walked over to the seal and beckoned to Tianmu, motioning for him to come closer. "Don't let me down." Tru Baozui said a wordless to the sealed dragon vein as if he were talking to himself, and a terrifying blood-red aura gushed out from all over his body. His ghostly aura condensed into substance, with a faint black in the blood red, exuding a strange and terrifying aura that made people shudder. Devour. Demonic aura covered his entire body, mostly condensed on his hands. As he held the special kunai with both hands, the blood-red ghost chi also quickly spread downward along the kunai, eroding the sealing technique on the ground around him. As soon as the ghost chi came into contact with the sealing technique, the words on the technique instantly began to burn, and all of them were burned out in a few seconds, leaving not even ashes behind. One of Shuichi Tru Bao's ghostly qualities, devouring, can erase all spell marks, and it is not a problem to eliminate the seals left by the 4 generations of Hokage. In the original book, Beiju also used a similar method to break the seal. But the difference is that this time the seal has been completely erased, and there is no possibility of restoration. The moment Shuichi Shingong pulled out the special kunai, the purple dazzling light covered him and the Tianmu next to him, and the chakra of the dragon vein was completely released at this moment. When he woke up again, he didn't know which underground space he had appeared in, there was no one around, and Tianmu was nowhere to be seen. Is it so close or is it separated? Because Tianmu has white eyes, it is more suitable to help him find the location of the source of the dragon vein, so he brought it here. Shuichi Mayumi quickly found his way up and went all the way to a bustling and lively city. The city is made up of a number of giant towers, all of which are tall and slender in style, and there are pipes between the towers that transport the dragon vein chakra. The fly in the ointment is that the time is daytime. Shuichi Mako could only stand under the cover of the building and look at this special city, not daring to take a step. With his eyes closed, he successfully sensed the specific location of the heavenly purpose. Traveling through time and space to Lulan, his control over ghosts has not been weakened. But now he doesn't seem to be able to perceive the demons of the original plane. Never mind. It will only be a matter of a moment after absorbing the dragon veins and going back. As long as the contact continues for too long, there should be no accidents over there. It's time to focus all your attention on the plundering of the dragon veins. Compared to the calm on the side of Tru Bao Shuichi, Tianmu's side is not very good. After the purple beam lit up, he lost consciousness for a moment. When he woke up, the first thing he did was look around and rely on the insight of his white eyes to determine his current position. The space was supposed to be beneath the ground, with a small amount of sunlight shining through the hole at the top, but being diluted in midair before it was sprinkled on the ground. The place where he woke up was in the shadows where sunlight could not penetrate, only a few meters away from the place where the sun was shining in direct sunlight. If the teleportation position is a little more off, he will die before he can get out of the school. Before he could penetrate the walls with the whites of his eyes and observe the outside world, he heard a woman singing. Looking back, a red-haired woman was sitting on a rock, humming an unknown song. "Are you?" Hearing the voice of the strange man, she turned her head and glanced at Tianmu vigilantly, and then ran away. Tianmu didn't catch up. First, it was daylight, and second, he saw another person lying on the ground. The distance between the two of them is no more than 10 meters. This small place looks quite broken, and there are quite a lot of people. The moment Tianmu walked to his side, the blonde young man suddenly woke up when he saw Tianmu, got up and moved some distance. "That? Where is it?" Naruto Uzumaki scratched his head and looked suspiciously at the young man in front of him with the strange pattern on his body. He remembered a flash of purple light, and he fainted. The space here didn't look like the place he had been before. And Tenmu silently shifted his gaze to the ninja forehead guard that Naruto Uzumaki was wearing, and by identifying the pattern on it, he recognized it as a ninja from Konoha village. Ah! White eyes! You're from the Hyuga clan. When Tenmu raised his eyes to look at Naruto, Naruto also noticed Tenmu's white eyes and pointed his finger at him in shock. What white eyes, do you mean my eyes? Tenmu frowned slightly. I'm afraid you're mistaken, I'm not a white eye, it's just a simple. I'm just blind. Blind. Naruto came back from the shock, his face full of confusion. He carefully examined Tenmu's eyes again, and felt that they were no different from white eyes. It wasn't until Tenmu opened his mouth that he realized that his behavior was inappropriate. It's rude to stare at a stranger like that. Chapter 71. Naruto had to laugh awkwardly haha twice when he was pointed out by Tenmu, using a new question to divert the other's attention. How did you get here when you're blind? How did you find me? How did you know I'm looking at you? And what the hell is this place? Hearing this fateful series of questions, even if Tenmu was in a calm state, he couldn't help but twitch his face. Hey, big brother, why don't you speak? Naruto suddenly stepped up and stared at Tenmu with his big innocent Karslan eyes. First of all, although I am blind, I can rely on my chakra to probe the situation around me and construct a simple picture in my mind. Secondly, it's hard not to feel like you're staring at someone when you're standing there without saying a word and not moving. Finally, this is Lulan. After saying this in one breath, Tenmu felt that he was about to run out of breath. It's rare for him to say so much at once, it's really torturous. You say, this is it, Lulan. Naruto's voice suddenly increased, and the noise level doubled. Tenmu used to think that the mirror shadow was very noisy, but now he realizes that he is wrong, very wrong. It turns out that there are even more noisy people. Impossible. Naruto looked around, not seeing Yamato and the others who were walking with him. He's in a completely different place now. Could it be that you fell into the trap and fell somewhere else? Tenmu stretched out his finger and pointed to the ceiling with 4 large holes open at the top, and the sunlight outside was still bright. Naruto's gaze shifted with Tenmu's fingers, and he also saw the hole at the top that was shining with light. Then he didn't hesitate to condense the chakra on the soles of his feet, and climbed to the top with a few wall jumps. Seeing the tower city outside, he was completely stunned. Where is this? This is Lulan. Naruto rubbed his eyes with both hands, and when he opened them again, he was still in the same strange bustling scene. He did come to Lulan, but what he saw was only a ruin. Not even half a human figure. Not to mention these towers that reached the sky. Something must have gone wrong. By the way, let's ask the big brother below. Naruto had a flash of inspiration and was about to return the way he came, when several golems, taller and stronger than adults, suddenly spotted him. Some showed their white blades, and some raised the barrel of their guns to release the chakra cannons, and they all came straight at Naruto. The way back had been blocked by these puppets, and Naruto had no choice but to flee to the city. But as he moved, more and more puppets locked on him, and in the blink of an eye, he had become the Train King, followed by a group of puppets. These golems are capable of flying, and he can't shake them off. He tries to cover his chakra sword with his chakra sword and cut the chakra line that controls them. But it didn't come too fast. He ran away from it, and he couldn't fly with his wings. Tenmu stood in the shadows, and after waiting for a long time to see Naruto come back, he heard the sound of fighting from above. It's really risky to get out of there. Tenmu nodded, silently wrote this down, and when it was night, the first thing he did when he went out was to hide. Actually, there is another serious entrance to this place, but it was sealed off by the red-haired woman before, and now it can only take the above road. It's good that he can fly. Naruto fled halfway and was desperate when he was suddenly rescued by an unknown ninja wearing a mask with short blonde hair behind the mask. This is exactly what the Watergate team has come to this place to carry out their mission, and explained to Naruto that he came from the future. If I'm not mistaken, you're supposed to be someone from the future. With Naruto's mind, it was difficult for him to accept that he had traveled back to the past for a while, and he kept muttering the word future in his mouth. I don't want to cross paths with you, because once the people of the future are involved in this era, the future will change dramatically. 6 years ago, a ninja from the future also suddenly appeared here. His name is 100 Feet. What, Hyakuzu? Isn't that the ninja we're hunting? Naruto didn't understand what was going on, and fell into confusion. And Watergate intends to patiently solve the problem. Shuichi Mayumi was facing an ordinary wall, standing deep underground. He reached out and touched the wall, and the cobweb-like black incantation centered on the place where his palm touched, and began to spread in all directions. Pictures have ears. The moment he closed his eyes, he heard a young man's yell. What? Hyakuzuki? Isn't that the ninja we're hunting? Is it still connected to the plot line? It's getting a little troublesome. His blood demon magic could hear the sound of the two talking, proving that the other party's location was not far from here, in the same tower. If it weren't for the sun being shining, he really wanted to go over and kill these 4 people now, and then deal with the Beiju who pretended to be the minister and Lucian. Oh sun, sun! It's the damn thing like the sun again. After becoming the Ghost King, Shuichi Mayumi gradually began to get tired of this kind of life that could only live in darkness. Otherwise, he would not have come to Lulan to look for the dragon vein. He wanted to use the vast power of the dragon veins to overcome the fatal flaw of fear of sunlight. If the dragon vein alone was not enough, he asked his subordinates to go down to Xiao to organize the tail beast and the outer way golem. Make yourself a 10-tailed human pillar force. If he has the dragon vein plus the 10-tailed human pillar power, he can't face the sun directly, then he has to hit the big barrel wood outside the sky. Orochimaru's scientific research ability may also be what he needs, but the snake is too hiding, and his subordinates have not yet found Orochimaru's hiding place. Becoming the ultimate creature that is not afraid of the sun is his ultimate goal. Chapter 72. The night that Shuichi Mayumi had been waiting for finally came, and without the sunlight, he left the underground space and roamed freely in the city built on the dragon vein. The 4-winged celestial eye was spreading its wings and soaring through the air, dodging the various pipes that crossed the tower, and finally came to him. Lord Oni. Tianmu bowed respectfully. What do you see? True Baoshiu looked away from the tall tower building in the center that reached into the sky, and looked at the Tianmu in front of him, who was about to speak. Back to my lord, there are Konoha ninjas on a mission in this city, and they seem to be from the future world just like us. I see. True Gongshiu is a little bit of ahead, and the information that Tianmu knows is not much different from what he knows. These purple dragon vein chakras all come from one place. He stretched out his hand to the central tower. Use your eyes to find your way in. Tianmu's mutant white eyes are especially useful in this situation. After all, they can penetrate all obstacles and see what they want to see directly. Yes. Tianmu opened his eyes and scanned the underground around the tower, and all the structures in it were drawn into his mind like construction drawings. He could even see a few rebars in the wall. Found it, my lord, please come with me. Before Tianmu could finish speaking, the roar of an explosion in the distance drowned out his voice. The two of them turned their heads in unison to look in the direction where the roar had come from, and saw a billowing black smoke rise into the sky, and a commotion could be heard from afar. Hasn't Lucian already transformed? It's really fast. Let's go. True. Bao Xiaoyi immediately stopped staying for a long time, and stepped into the spiral staircase leading to the source of the dragon vein with Tianmu first. In the middle of the spiral staircase was the downward extension of the central tower, and the hole above was emitting a large amount of purple light. These dragon vein chakras would be piped to various parts of the city for the use of the minister, and Lucian. Enter the hole on the bottom side and go down the stairs again until you reach a delicate gate. Shuichi Mayumi stretched out his hand and gently pushed, and the door opened. The source of the dragon vein was also completely exposed in front of him. This place was no different from the place where he had absorbed the sealing technique before. It's just that this place hasn't been destroyed yet, and the dragon veins haven't been sealed. As soon as True Gongshiu looked back at Tianmu, he reached out and grabbed his head, and the nails of the 5 fingers instantly lengthened and pierced into his brain. The nails turned blood red, and blood was injected into Tianmu's body. After a few seconds, he let go of his hand. Tianmu, you stay outside, if someone comes, don't kill them. Having just absorbed a large amount of ghost blood, Tianmu still has Venus in his eyes, but he still bows humbly. Yes. Tenma's blood demon technique is not suitable for frontal combat, but at least it will buy him a little more time. True Bao Shuichi closed the gate and walked quickly across the bridge to the source of the dragon vein, surrounded by a pool of dragon veins, and the rich energy emitted from it made his heart beat a little faster. He reached out his hand, and the palm of his hand cracked open a large mouth full of fangs. Several large strands of purple dragon vein chakra were pulled out and sucked into the big mouth of True Bao Shiu's hand like a storm. The power of the dragon veins entered his arm, causing his entire arm to turn red, and the green tendons were about to burst out. True Gong Shiu frowned, and immediately cracked a few mouths on his arm, and through these mouths, a small amount of impurities in the power of the dragon vein were released. The rest of the dragon vein power washed through his veins and eventually entered several hearts in his body. This absorption rate is slow enough, but I didn't expect the body to be unable to support it. True. Gong Xiuyi felt that he couldn't let one arm take on the heavy responsibility of absorbing the dragon vein alone, and suddenly several big mouths appeared on the other hand, frantically absorbing the power of the dragon vein. Then there is the large mouth that is cracked in both legs. Dividing a large amount of dragon vein power into 4 parts to absorb it, the speed is finally a little faster, but if you want to completely absorb the dragon vein like this, I don't know what year and month you will get. Tianmu, who was standing in the doorway, suddenly closed his dilated gaze, and all his attention was focused on the red-haired woman who was running towards him in front of him. This man, he had seen at the very beginning. Stop, this road doesn't work. He took a step to his side, standing in the middle blocking the door to the source of the dragon vein. How can there be anyone here? Sarah was shocked, but the movement of her feet did not stop, but the speed became faster and faster. The source of the dragon vein is behind the door. As long as the dragon vein is sealed, an Lushan will have nothing to do. Thinking of Naruto who is fighting desperately, how can the person in front of her stop her from closing the dragon vein and saving the people? Humph, toast without eating and drinking. Sensing that there was just an ordinary woman in front of him who didn't have any fighting ability, Tianmu didn't bother to release the blood ghost technique. The 4 wings behind him burst out, and using the demon's strong physical ability, he lunged forward with great speed, reaching out and choking Sarah's neck with lightning speed. I don't really want to kill innocent ordinary humans, but don't blame me for insisting on stepping forward. After saying this, Tianmu's fingers instantly strengthened, and Sarah struggled desperately to breathe, and her face was flushed red and purple. Boom! There was a loud noise at the entrance in the distance, and Tianmu's attention was instantly attracted, and the force in his hand was subconsciously reduced. Sarah finally had a chance to breathe, but no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break the man's fingers as hard as steel. He saw a blonde youth pestering and an ugly puppet like a giant scorpion. The blonde youth had been being pressed and beaten, and within a few seconds, the giant puppet had broken through the building and appeared in front of Tianmu. Smack! Naruto Uzumaki was thumped to the ground like a fly, and he got up immediately after a roll. Naruto! Hearing what seemed to be Sarah's shout, Naruto turned his head and saw Tenmu who was choking Sarah's neck. It's noisy. Tianmu slammed his hand hard. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed in this enclosed space, and Sarah, who was still struggling just now, was silent in an instant. Tianmu let go of her hand, and Sarah fell to the ground with a limp, without any movement, and instantly fell silent. Naruto's pupils widened suddenly, his fists clenched, and his whole body trembled. A peculiar orange-red chakra poured out of his body. Chapter 73. This chakra. Tianmu regretted for a moment. He knew that this ninja had such a big secret, and he should have killed him while he was unconscious. The orange-red chakra on Naruto's body continued to erupt, but the giant puppet behind him laughed indifferently, and a mechanism suddenly opened on his body, where all the dragon vein power converged. He was going to kill the blonde boy in front of him and the 4-winged weirdo in front of him with a single blow. Dragon's vein how fireball, purple. Flames poured out from the gap in his body, instantly filling the entire narrow passage. When the purple flame was surging, the four wings behind Tianmu were all protected in front of him in an instant. Boom! Shinbo Shuichi, who was absorbing the dragon vein chakra, turned around and found that a large hole had been smashed out of the gate, and Naruto Uzumaki, who was wrapped in a layer of orange chakra, was knocked away. Good fellow, the nine-tailed chakra leaked, Tianmu waved his wings and flew out of the hole in the gate after him, and there were many scorch marks on his body, and the scorched black feathers on his wings fell off one after another, and the next moment new ones grew. When I looked closely, there were purple flames that had not been completely extinguished all over the side of the door, filled with the aura of dragon vein chakra. And Lulan directly smashed through the gate with a charge, and the surrounding walls cracked one after another under the squeezing, and a giant puppet came into the eyes of the true Bao cultivator. And Lulan, whose vision suddenly widened, noticed at a glance the true Bao Shuichi who was standing next to the source of the dragon vein and absorbing the dragon vein chakra. Who are you, dare to covet my things? He was furious, ignoring the two small insects in front of him. The device in his hand was instantly launched, and the purple chakra line pulled the metal fingertips like missiles and flew towards Shuichi Mako. Annoying! True Gong Xiuyi coldly threw down a sentence, and 9 blood-red tube whips suddenly extended behind him, and the moment the missile approached, it was knocked out by the 4-meter-long tube whip at a speed that nerves could not react. Blood Demon Magic, Flesh and Blood Clone. Shuichi Shingong unleashed one of the blood demon spells that he devoured, and the flesh and blood on his body immediately squirmed, and a clone that was exactly like him split from his body. There is no need for a real Bao to cultivate a word, and 9 pipe whips also appeared behind the clone, flying towards Lulan at the entrance. Shuriken Shadow Clone. Bo. Feng Shuman, who was a step behind him, didn't notice the movement in front of Lulan, and the rainstorm pear blossom needles crackled and smashed on Lulan's back. The flesh clone was picked up on Lulan's body like a spider, and several pipe whips were inserted into the puppet's body, and he pressed his hands on the puppet's body, and launched the Blood Ghost technique again. Blood Demon Technique, Netting. Blood Demon Spell, Explosion. Cobwebs were spread out on the surface of Lulan's puppets, wrapping the entire puppet tightly. Immediately afterwards, these cobwebs instantly turned charred black, and the flesh and blood clones also jumped away from Lulan's side at the same time. Bang bang bang! The explosion wrapped in thick smoke and resounded one after another on Lulan's body, and the blood-red flames spread rapidly along the lines of the cobweb. Naruto, who was wrapped in the nine-tails chakra, also got up again at this time, and a blue pill appeared in his hand, and the surrounding blood-red chakra was also absorbed by this spiral pill. He burst out with an astonishing jumping force, and the whole person jumped high, and the spiral pill in his hand hit the core of Lulan that was blown open by the explosion impartially. Lulan is still increasing the absorption of the power of the dragon vein, trying to save himself. But True Bao Shi chose to cut off his dragon vein power, and those dragon vein powers that were originally going to be absorbed by Lulan instead came to True Bao Shuichi. Lulan looked at True Bao Xiuyi in shock, not understanding why there was so much dragon vein power here. He just wanted to come and grab himself. Is it a little more fragrant in someone else's bowl? The dragon vein power he absorbed was far from enough to restore his body, the core was destroyed, and the entire puppet instantly lost power and fell to the side like a tattered toy. Seeing that it was about to fall into the dragon vein pool below, the dragon vein ran wild, but fortunately, the Tianmu flying in the sky was quick and pushed Lulan's broken puppet to the side by himself. After dealing with Lulan, Naruto Uzumaki's gaze instantly fell on Shuichi Makui's flesh and blood. The belated wave of wind and water looked at Naruto who was wrapped in the tailed beast chakra, frowned, and then looked at the real Bao Shuichi who was absorbing the dragon vein. Unexpectedly, in a mission, I encountered 2 enemies who came for the power of the dragon vein. Fortunately, Lulan solved it first, and the rest only needed to deal with the enemy in front of him. Tianmu, who had been silent, flapped his wings and landed on the bridge here, blocking the front of the bridge heading to the center with the flesh and blood clones. Blood Demon Magic, Voice of Heaven. Tianmu raised a hand, and a spatial tunnel with white light suddenly appeared in the air behind him. An ethereal and beautiful singing voice gradually reached the ears of Bofeng Shuiman and Naruto from far to near. Not only was Bofeng Shuiman stunned, but even Naruto, who was supposed to be in a semi-rampage state when the tailed beast chakra frantically leaked. There were fewer and fewer tailed beast chakras leaking from his body, and finally he was calm. They felt that the whole person had calmed down, and the blood on their bodies was no longer surging. Even if they watched the true Bao Xiaoyi absorb the dragon vein chakra, they just wanted to stand by and watch. Voice of Heaven has no offensive power, and his only effect is to make the person who hears the song fall into an eerie calm, stagnant in thought, and lose the ability to act. Once there is an external force interference, this effect will be shattered in an instant. The song can only be heard by the designated target, and as long as the two are in the same space, they cannot be circumvented in any way. Tianmu reached into the spatial tunnel next to him, and a golden spear was taken out of another dimension by him. With the spear in hand, he stepped forward and approached Naruto Uzumaki, glaring at him. Immediately, he aimed the tip of the spear at Naruto Uzumaki's heart. Charge up, pierce with one blow. Mu done. Looking at the wood that stood between him and Naruto Uzumaki, stuck the spear, he calmly looked at the passage behind Naruto that had been broken by Enrokuzen. The tip of the spear had pierced Naruto's skin, not hurting his heart, but the faint pain woke him up. Naruto instantly woke up from the restraints of the heavenly voice, and retreated repeatedly. His heel tripped over the gravel on the ground and fell backwards. Pounce! Yamato hurriedly stepped forward to catch Naruto, who had fallen. Naruto, it's okay, the tailed beast chakra was restrained, and at this point he also regained the ability to think. I'm fine. Naruto got up from the ground and looked at the man in front of him with a scrutinizing gaze again. He still remembered that this man was very enthusiastic to tell him some information about Lulan before, but he didn't expect to meet again but witnessed the cold-blooded side of this man. Why are you doing that? Tenmu glanced at him and pulled out the spear that was stuck in the middle of the wood. Boom! The end of the spear slammed into the ground, and a golden circle of light spread rapidly around him. Feel the sound of heaven. Chapter 74. Feel the sound of heaven. The golden circle of light spread rapidly, and Naruto had no time to dodge it, so he could only watch as the golden circle of light passed through him. Mizuto-sensei, the young Kakashi Hakiki, followed closely behind, and when he saw the wave of wind and water gate that seemed to be as motionless as petrified, he went up and knocked his finger twice. Bofeng Shuiman suddenly came back to his senses, recalling the sound he had just heard, and his back was cold. He didn't dare to think about what would have become of him and Naruto if Kakashi and them were one step late. Even he was so easy to get hit, and the enemy in front of him was not easy to deal with. Tianmu held the golden spear in his hand sideways in front of him, closed his eyes, and the red lines on his body suddenly began to expand, making his whole person extremely hideous. Variations. The song that came out of the spatial tunnel suddenly became undulating, as if it were some kind of march. The light of the entire source of the dragon vein dimmed, and everyone's eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of black gauze. In the distance, the figure of Shuichi True Bao also loomed, and finally was drowned in darkness and completely disappeared from their eyes. The black curtain is still closing down, and it has passed the Tianmu and the flesh and blood clones standing at the head of the bridge. For some reason, visibility seems to be reduced. Kakashi watched as the dark curtain got closer and closer, and the dead fish eyes finally became serious. Be careful. Bofeng Shuiman took out a special flying thunder god kunao and threw it towards the bridge behind the shady scenes. Littering is not a good shi. Tianmu held the flying thunder god kunao thrown by the Bofeng Shui gate in his hand, and blood dripped down his fingers. Shuiman looked at his palm that was scratched by Kaguya silently, and in an instant, the flying thunder god flashed behind Tianmu, and the spiral pill in his hand was already ready to go. The figure of Tianmu in front of him suddenly flashed, and the black-haired man suddenly turned into blonde hair, and the clothes on his body also turned into a familiar orange. Wait, wait, big brother! Naruto's exclamation rang in his ears. Naruto! The attack can't be stopped. The spiral pill slammed into Naruto's back, and the spinning chakra tore through the skin on the surface in an instant. Boom! The powerful impact sent Naruto flying far away in an instant, slamming into the broken wall, and the falling rubble from above gradually buried half of his body. Watergate froze in place, his mouth slightly open, unable to say a word. The enemy in front of him suddenly became his teammates. It's either space ninjutsu or illusion. Illusion, solution. Bo. Feng Shuman made a seal, but the surrounding scene did not change in the slightest. Hey, you can see clearly. It's me. Mizuto heard the voice. The ninja who had released Kido earlier was now attacking Kakashi, although Kakashi never fought back, trying to wake him up. But it didn't work. Even, that wooden ninja couldn't even hear what Kakashi said. But how do you get out of it? The flesh clone stood next to Tianmu, quietly watching the four ninjas in front of him fight each other. He could have shot now, but there was no need. It's just a flesh and blood clone, and his whip doesn't have the ability to kill with one hit like the main body, and now entering the game will only disrupt the effect of the voice of heaven. Whether it's heaven's voice or a variation, it will only have one effect on the same target in a short period of time. It's all because the adults have given me so much ghost blood that the voice of heaven can have the current effect. Even in the face of the flesh and blood clone of true Bao Shiyi, Tianmu did not dare to slack off at all. The flesh clone nodded, and a black hole suddenly appeared under his feet, and half of his body sank into it. There's another annoying bug coming, I'm going to stop them. In his perception, a large group of people came down from above, although most of them were ordinary people, but the two who were the first had the strength of the upper ninja. Yes, I'll leave it to me. Seeing the flesh and blood clone leave, Tianmu turned his head to look at the four ninjas who were completely stalemate. They were all a little bit of a lottery now, and no one dared to do it easily. The blonde-haired ninja tried to find his way to the bridge with his memory, but was confused by the voice of heaven and circled in place. If those ninjas above were put down, there was a real chance that his heavenly voice would be cracked by external forces. At that time, his blood ghost magic will be completely useless. Tianmu. Shuichi's voice came from behind. Next, I'm going to devour the source of the entire dragon vein into my body. If someone breaks through your heavenly voice, then, even if you die, stop him. Do you understand? Shuichi looked at the four incompetent and furious ninjas to make sure that they were all trapped in the illusion before he stopped absorbing the power of the dragon veins. Now his body has been filled with a large amount of dragon vein power, but this power will eventually run out. Only by obtaining the source of the dragon vein can you truly obtain a steady stream of dragon vein power. The ghost chi wrapped around his body dispersed in a hurry, and then a new white ghost chi gradually appeared around him. This ghostly aura is able to limit the diffusion of energy, condense all the power of the dragon veins in one point, and block the source of the dragon veins. His right hand slammed down on the source of the dragon vein, and a pure dragon vein power was grabbed out of the ground by him. As he pulled the root-like dragon vein power out of the ground like a turnip, the water level of the surrounding dragon vein pool also dropped rapidly as if it had been drained. Boom! The entire underground suddenly shook violently, and True Gong Xiuyi turned a deaf ear to it, and burst out with a huge force, pulling the entire dragon vein out of the ground. This is the body of the dragon vein, it looks like a giant ginseng. Zhen Gongxiu shook the purple dragon vein in his hand that no longer emitted energy, and relying on his immortality, he directly cut his body and stuffed the dragon vein into it. After stuffing the dragon vein into his body, he set out to control his flesh and blood cells, frantically devouring the root system of the dragon vein in his body. Even if the diffusion of energy is restricted, the power of the dragon vein is still very violent and difficult to control. As soon as his flesh and blood cells stepped forward to devour the dragon vein, they were immediately scalded to death. Very few succeed. Chapter 75. The vibration of the entire underground became more and more violent, and the rubble continued to fall from above, and the four people who were under the influence of the sound of heaven also woke up at this moment. Not good. Dragon vein. Bo Feng Shuman was the first to notice the almost drained dragon vein pool. The water level had dropped several meters, and only a thin layer of dragon veins remained at the bottom. Click! Suddenly, There was a sound of unhurried footsteps on the road behind him. Naruto turned around, only to see Shuichi Mayumi's flesh and blood clone holding an unknown ninja in one hand, dragging a ball of blood down the stairs. Jiwei. Danzō. Bofeng Shuman immediately recognized that this was his teammate who had come with him on the mission. Bofeng Shuman, don't move. It would be bad if I accidentally blew their heads, what do you say? The flesh clone lifted the two men in his hands and showed them the horrors of their teammates' deaths. Noticing that Danzō and Jiwei seemed to have a breath left, Bofeng Shuman's hanging heart relaxed a little, and his eyes were condensed on the flesh and blood clone. If you don't kill them, you should want us to do something. Right. Guess right, one life for two lives, Bofeng Shuman, you go with us, and I will let them go. This deal is a good deal, isn't it? They. Flesh and blood clone also inherited the idea of the true Bao cultivation body, and he left the lives of these two people just to make Bofeng Shuman a ghost, that's all. Bofeng Shuman has such a thing as the Flying Thunder God, and it's really hard to say if you want to catch him in an ordinary way. Damn, let them go. Before Bofeng Shuman could reply, Naruto's voice came from behind him, holding a blue pill in his hand, and it passed by him in an instant. Wait. Bofeng Shuman instantly relied on the Flying Thunder God Kunao that he had given Naruto to teleport to Naruto's side and stopped him. Do you want to kill them? Naruto. Bofeng Shuman's expression was serious, and he could see that the guy in front of him was the type who would do what he said. He had two hostages in his hands, and even if he killed one of them, the result would be completely acceptable to him. Naruto was stunned for a moment, the spiral pill in his hand disappeared, and he looked at the wave wind and water gate in front of him in silence. So, are you going to do what he says? Even if you want to use force, you have to think about a plan in advance. Bofeng Shuman patted Naruto on the shoulder, it's not okay to rush forward recklessly like this. You two, have you discussed it? They. Flesh clone glanced at the main body that was fighting with the dragon vein, and spoke out to draw the attention of the four ninjas to himself again. I see, I'm here to be your hostage, you let them both go. Bofeng Shuman stepped forward and blocked Naruto's body, you release people first. How do I know if you're going to run away with Flying Thor? Flesh and blood doppelgangers don't eat oil and salt. You have two hostages, it's okay to let one go, right? Bofeng Shuman spread out his hands, and he didn't plan to step forward. Humph, it's a beautiful thought. The flesh clone smiled and pushed Danzō, who was in a more critical situation, over. Yamato hurriedly stepped forward, caught the ding seat that was pushed over, and gently laid it flat on the ground. Is Dingzi okay? Bofeng Shuman asked, turning his head. Yamato shook his head and used the things he was carrying with him to deal with it urgently. It's not good, if you don't receive treatment immediately, it's likely to. Minato frowned, and walked a few steps towards the flesh clone. Suddenly, Naruto stood in front of him, and said in a surprising voice. Is it okay for me to change that, uncle? Hi. The flesh clone glanced at Naruto with disgust, and didn't answer for a long time. Bofeng Shuman was out of print SSR in their time, and Naruto Uzumaki was not out of print. Ah, what's that look on your face, am I so worthless? Naruto yelled as he pointed at the flesh clone, not expecting him to be disliked at such a time. No need to argue. Shuichi Mako suddenly spoke, feeling the continuous majestic power in his body, and he couldn't wait to test his strength with a few people in front of him. Seeing that the body successfully suppressed the power of the dragon vein, the flesh and blood clone was no longer pretended, and the oil girl Jiwei in his hand was thrown towards the Bofeng Shui gate casually. Waited for the water gate to catch the oil girl Jiwei, only to find that there was a big explosion on his back. Shocking! To shocking, now at such a close distance, the explosion will affect all of them. In an instant, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and took the oil girl Jiwei to teleport to the place where the Flying Thunder God seal had been left before. Explosion. They. Flesh and blood clone didn't know where Bofeng Shuman flew with the oil girl Jiwei, but it was right to explode. Boom. A not so loud explosion came from above. She saw Bofeng Shuman suffer the explosion alone in order to save them, and Naruto Uzumaki's clear blue eyes were suddenly filled with hatred and turned blood red. The orange-red chakra poured out of him a second time, this time almost solidifying, and a tail appeared behind him. You don't have to be so sad. I don't know about Bofeng Shuman, but the oil girl Jiwei will not die. The flesh clone didn't care about being thrown to the ground by Naruto without the slightest struggle. Because, he has been turned into a ghost by me. During his conversation with Bofeng Shuman, he easily used the pipe whip behind him to inject ghost blood into it. Although the flesh and blood clones are only inferior ghosts, at least they also have immortal protection, and just explosions can't kill him. Naruto was about to attack the flesh clone that was knocked down by him under him, but in the next second, the flesh clone turned into a pool of blood and disappeared in place. True Bao Shuichi has lifted the flesh and blood clone, and he has completely absorbed the dragon vein, and there is no need for the flesh and blood clone to delay time. Stand back, Tian Mu. That's just my doppelganger, Naruto, you should come and kill me. Shuichi Mayumi stood in place, watching Naruto Uzumaki run wild on all fours on the ground like a beast. The 9 whips that stretched out from Shuichi Mayumi's back slashed at him at the same time, and before Naruto Uzumaki could react, the sharp blades on it had already penetrated the chakra cloak on the surface with ghost blood, leaving blood marks on his body. Naruto on the ground struggled to get up, and suddenly his pupils shrank suddenly, and his body continued to tremble. The originally leak-tailed beast chakra also gradually dissipated at this moment. It seems that the demon blood injected into Naruto's body has taken effect. Mu done, great forest technique. Yamato's arm suddenly turned into a tree root and stretched out, and he was about to restrain Shuichi Shinyu in the distance. Woo! Several black shadows swept by, and the roots of the tree in midair were suddenly cut into several pieces, and Yamato had no choice but to withdraw his arm that had been turned into wood. The surface of the 9 pipe whips on True Bao Xiuyi's back was attached to a faint purple light, and with the blessing of the power of the dragon vein, his pipe whip could easily cut off even the giant wood. Tian Mu, take this foxman pillar force, let's go. Shinyu Shu glanced at Naruto Uzumaki lying on the ground, and his mind no longer worried about the wave of wind and water that he didn't know where he was. It's really strange that the future Naruto Uzumaki will come to Lulan safely. It's really strange, obviously he also has Naruto Uzumaki on his cleaning list, even if his subordinates are not doing things well, it won't be like this. Naruto Uzumaki's appearance is almost as if he doesn't know the existence of ghosts. As a futuristic person. Is this reasonable? Could it be that this Naruto Uzumaki is Naruto Uzumaki from another parallel world? That world doesn't have its own existence, so the plot is still developing according to the original book? In short, just bring it back and find out. Chapter 76. True Bao Shuichi unleashed the power of the majestic dragon veins in his body, and purple energy instantly rose from the ground, and the dazzling light engulfed everything around him. Bang! The end of the spear in Tenmu's hand slammed into the ground, and the muffled sound of heaven gently drifted into Yamato's ears. Yamato, who had been moving, was momentarily stunned, standing in place in a daze, watching Tianmu grab Naruto and fly into the purple pillar of human light. The white light flashed in front of him, and the energy of the dragon vein became weak, and the purple pillar of light gradually converged, revealing the destroyed bridge. And Naruto, their figure is gone. True Gongshiu opened his eyes and returned to the original dilapidated Lulan ruins. Pounds. Tenmu, who followed closely behind him, threw the Uzumaki Naruto in his hand, and Naruto's body rolled around on the ground before finally lying on his back. Strange, why hasn't you become a ghost after so long, said Shuichi Mayumi, circled around Naruto, carefully observing the changes that had taken place in him. It's been a while since the ghost blood has been injected, but Naruto is still in the stage where his body is red, and he hasn't gone any further, but he hasn't returned to normal either. There are too many uncertain elements on Naruto Uzumaki, the Uzumaki bloodline, the Azura chakra, and the 9 tails sealed in the body. The outside world was calm, and the 9 tails, who was sealed in Naruto's body, suffered. A large amount of blood-red mold appeared in the sewers of the sealed space, and one by one strange-looking purple bugs hatched from the mold, and then frantically gnawed at the surrounding walls. There were even insects that climbed up the iron door of the sealed space and began to eat the seal that had closed them for decades. And the rune paper attached to it was also devoured by the crazy bugs, and the remaining chakra on it became the dinner of the bugs before it could be released. The Nine-Tails' eyes grew brighter and brighter, watching the seal gradually weaken, and the entire fox got up from the ground and stared at the insects that were eating the seal. Is he finally going to be free? Looking at Naruto Uzumaki on the ground, for a moment Shuichi Mayumi wasn't sure what caused the demonization to be terminated. Try infusing more ghost blood. Thinking like this, Shuichi Mayumi's right hand turned into a thorn whip, and the short, reddish blade stabbed into Naruto Uzumaki's body, and more ghost blood was injected at this moment. Naruto's body was about to break out of the cage and kill the tiny insects to regain their freedom, when a red glowing figure suddenly appeared in the distance. He didn't see it until the figure approached. It was a monstrous creature about his own size, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and a greedy mouth all over his body. Knock, knock, knock. The giant got closer and closer, and several more black shadows overlapped behind it. At this moment, the nine-tailed cold hare stood upright, and the hands and feet were cold. After a moment of fear, his eyes became extremely ferocious. Crash through the door full of bugs and run towards the monster in front of you. It's finally working. Seeing that Naruto's body began to change, Shuichi Mayumi breathed a sigh of relief. It took a lot of effort for him to bring Naruto Uzumaki to this plane. Lord Oni, something seems to be approaching rapidly underground. Tianmu suddenly spoke, and his eyes looked into the distance. What's that? The whole body is whitish, like a human figure. Baiju? It's been so long, and finally a Baiju who doesn't know whether he is alive or dead has come to harass him. It just so happens that you can experiment to see if the white absolute will be eroded by the ghost blood. How many meters away from us now? About 300 meters, still approaching rapidly, expected to reach 100 meters in 10 seconds. Shuichi snorted coldly, staring at Naruto Uzumaki on the ground, without speaking. This look is like a golden lion king. Naruto's golden thorn head had become as long as a sun, and there were 2 extra hairs on the top of his head that looked like fox ears. The fox whiskers on his face were embedded in the skin, turning into 6 hideous blood marks. The sealing technique on his stomach squirmed and spread wildly, covering his entire upper body in a few moments. Hi! He snapped open his eyes, his blood-red vertical pupils staring at the man in front of him, and a burst of orange-red energy burst from him, turning into a translucent cloak covering his body. Naruto rolled over and landed on all fours, prostrate on the ground like a beast, grinning at Makoichi. Don't be disrespectful to the Ghost King. Tianmu took the lead, and the golden gun in his hand slammed into the ground with a bang, and the sound of heaven spread in this space. Naruto's pupils shrank, his body instantly stiffened, and the tailed beast chakra on his body also dissipated at this moment. True Gongshiu frowned and rubbed his chin. Odd. The ghost doesn't seem to be sane. Is it the relationship between the 9 tails in the body? While thinking, True Gongshiu launched the blood demon technique with an expressionless face. Suddenly, the sky went dark. The ground around him suddenly collapsed, and all the pieces of dirt were swallowed up by the purple vortex that suddenly appeared, and the space was lit up by purple flames. Only the round piece of land under his feet was still standing in the middle of the whirlpool. Whether it was Tenmu or Naruto near the edge, it was fine. But Baiju, who had already lurked underground to eavesdrop, was different, and he was swept into the whirlpool of purgatory at the first moment, and the purple flames scorched his body and soul. Tianmu, go and scoop him up. Yes. Tianmu flapped his wings and took off on the spot, looking at this huge purgatory with a radius of about 20 or 30 meters, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. He cautiously stopped above Baiju, saw the right time and grabbed Baiju, and then flapped his wings and flew into the air. Even though he had moved so fast, the flames of purgatory burned his hand. For the ghost, the physical injuries were negligible, but the fire of purgatory brought him severe pain in his soul. Taking a deep breath, Tianmu gradually recovered from the sharp pain just now, and returned to the place where the true Bao cultivator was with Baiju. When Baiju arrived, the surrounding purgatory also automatically dissipated, and the terrain of this Lulan ruin had been greatly changed by purgatory. Without further ado, the tip of the thorn whip pierced directly into Baiju's body, and the ghost blood was injected with it. Baiju's body turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, inflating like a balloon, and blood-red branches grew on him. After a while, Baiju in front of him turned into a blood-red tree, with a strange appearance. It doesn't seem to work. Shuichi Mayumi looked at the big tree in front of him and gave orders to it in his head. At his command, the blood tree instantly stretched out a few thorns and crackled the ground. Although this tree is not a ghost, it retains some attack capabilities. If a living creature approaches, he will attack on his own initiative. But alas, a tree is a tree after all. True Gongshiu has tried it, this blood tree can't grow legs, it can only stay here for the rest of its life. Chapter 77. After solving the secret of Hakujo's body, Shuichi Mayumi refocused his gaze on Naruto, who was under control. This kind of irrational ghost is difficult to control. But the 9 tails carried by Naruto allowed him to surpass other demons from the beginning, such a powerful force, and he didn't want to give up easily. It's better to let him go out hunting, and add a few more bloodline prohibitions to him to restrict his movements. Even if he can't regain his senses, he can use the prohibition to directly manipulate Naruto and let him play his due role. Your name, well, I think about it. Although Naruto is not rational now, according to convention, the name is still to be taken. It's time for the most headache naming session again. Chaijin, you will be called Chaijin from now on. It doesn't matter if the other party understands it or not, in short, the name is hastily decided. Shuichi Shinbo perfected Naruto's prohibition, and was about to see what the other ghosts were doing, but he was stunned to find out. The last quarter of the 12 ghost moons disappeared. It can't be said that they are dead, and Shuichi Mayumi sensed that they were still alive, but all the lower strings except for the third prison thunder on the lower strings were all black screens, and no one answered. It's like being caught up in some weird alien space. 6 windings are fine, just do whatever you want. What happened? Didn't he just enter the dragon vein once? How did he come out and become like this? Glancing at the prison thunder, the real Bao Shuichi finally found the ghost crow. There are many doppelgangers of the ghost crows, and they also have the ability to fly, so they should know more information. Ghost Raven. Shuichi Mayuki's sudden appearance made the ghost crow shudder for a while, and after a moment of panic, its eyes instantly erupted with a flood of ecstasy. Lord Ghost King, you are still alive. When did he die? Haven't you always lived a good life, true? Gongshiu's face turned dark, and at the same time, he noticed that things were a little different from what he thought, and asked in a deep voice. What happened when I was away, why is the next string gone? Lord Ghost King, you have disappeared for 3 whole years. In the first year after you disappeared, Konoha village developed the method of sealing ghosts, and also exposed special items to the sun 365 days a year, trying to forge weapons that can kill ghosts. Now they are using this method to seal a large number of ghosts, and most of the lower string ghosts have fallen into their hands. 3 years. Zhen Gongshiu twitched the corner of his eyes. Did he use the dragon vein to reverse time and space and make a mistake? In other words, at the current point in time, it should be a year since Hinata died, and 3 years before the Uchiha annihilation. 3 years, he has not heard from him for the past 3 years, and the ghosts under his hands are afraid that they are all messed up. However, his control over the ghosts has not decreased by the halfest, and has even become more stable with the blessing of the power of the dragon vein. As long as he wants, he can make those ghosts fear him again, anytime and anywhere. He carefully felt the location of the remaining demons again. Momiji is still on the border between the land of grass and the land of fire. The mirror ran away to the land of water. White Fang's activities in the Fire Nation are probably related to his original order for White Fang to seek revenge on Konoha in the first place. The Ghost Crow is now in the country of sound, and I don't know if he has ever met Orochimaru. Kiriheim and Drift Snow are both in the land of thunder, one in the south and one in the north. Only White Fang remained in the fire country, and the rest had all gone to other countries. As for the only surviving Hellmine in the lower string, it is now also in the Land of Thunder. Presumably, the inhabitants of the Land of Thunder are now living in dire straits. Ghost Crow, now only Konoha village, the Land of Fire, has mastered the method of sealing ghosts, right? Yes, my lord, there are not many ghosts in the Land of Fire now. It's a real headache. Fortunately, he devoured most of the useless ghosts before he captured the dragon vein, otherwise they would all have been captured by Konoha now. Do you know how they sealed the ghosts? I was fortunate enough to secretly observe Konoha's ghost sealing method once. They first worked together to control the demons with sun-soaked chains, and then the ninjas who can seal the Oni seal spell are cast. Finally, the ghost was sealed in a special container, affixed with seal paper, and transported back to Konoha village. As for what happened to those sealed demons after they were transferred to Konoha village, I don't know very well. Konoha village has strengthened the defense of the enchantment, and even if it is me, it is not easy to enter and exit at will now. Maybe the mirror has a way. The chains that have been exposed to the sun, or have the ninjas of Konoha developed a way to fight them? The gap of 3 years is too long, and the ninjas of Konoha have taken over the sovereignty. For those ghosts who were sealed, he now had only 2 options. First, directly use the bloodline prohibition to kill those ghosts in the seal. Second, try to free those ghosts from the seal. But he didn't even know where Konoha had put the seals now, and that technique was hindering some of his perception. He couldn't sense the exact location of the ghosts right now. Only by entering the interior of Konoha village in person will it be possible to enhance the perception effect at close range and find the location of the container. It's a lot more troublesome than just killing those ghosts. After pondering for a moment, Shuichi Mayumi didn't make a decision right away. Those ghosts had a part of his blood, and they killed so many at once. Blood deficit. If you can save it, you can save it, and if you can't save it, you can only kill him. Tianmu. Let's go to the Land of Water. In the end, Shuichi Shinbo set his next destination in the Land of Water, and it was almost time for the fog-hidden rebellion to break out. With the loss of so many subordinates, there must be some fresh blood to join, so let's take the fog-hidden village. You can also go to the Mirror Shadow by the way. If you want to invade Konoha village, the ability of Mirror Shadow is indispensable. Also let him see how these strings have grown in 3 years. Walking out of the ruins of Lulan, it was still night when they came. Looking at the surrounding scene, who would have noticed that time had passed for 3 years? After Shuichi and Tianmu walked away, the effect of the voice of heaven gradually weakened, and finally disappeared from Chijin's body completely. There was not a single living creature in front of him. He stood up, looked around blankly, and finally walked into the passage where Shuichi and the real Bao had left. Looking at the starry night sky outside, Chijin tore open the orange long-sleeved jacket on his body, which had become tattered and made him feel hot and dry. He felt something, and looked at the desert horizon. Over there is the direction to the village of Sandhide. Chapter 78. The Land of Water, a country surrounded by water to the east of the Land of Fire. It stands to reason that if you want to enter the Land of Water, you can only take a boat, but for Shuichi Shinui, it's just a matter of using a few blood ghost arts. And for Tianmu, it is even simpler. He can directly enter the water country by flying. Compared to the bustling fire country, the water country is in a depression, and the blood mist policy has been very successful in spreading to the ordinary towns around the fog-hidden village. People see ninjas like plague gods. That is, Shuichi Shinbo and Tianmu do not have the slightest ninja characteristics on their bodies, so they will not be treated differently by these ordinary people. The sun in the Land of Water is really faint. True Bao Shuichi stood under the sun, his body covered with a layer of purple dragon vein chakra to block out the power of the sun. He was now able to rely on the constant power of the dragon veins to enjoy up to 10 minutes of sunlight at a time. It must also be the hazy light of the water country. If the sunlight is too scorching, even the dragon vein energy can't protect him. But in any case, the first step on this road has finally been taken. 10 minutes of sunshine are also precious. After taking a look at the daytime scenery of the Land of Water, Shuichi Mayumi returned to the darkness and did not continue on his way until it was dark. In front of you is the Wuyan Bridge. Shuichi Mako stood in the wooded path that was rarely inhabited, looking at the magnificent bridge not far away. Originally, I came looking for the mirror shadow, but I found the foggy bridge. Did the mirror shadow run to the foggy village? However, her blood ghost technique does give her this capital, and the ninjas of Fog Hidden Village are themselves trapped in the blood mist, and I am afraid that there is nothing they can do about her. By the way, it's all here. Let's see if Kaguya Kunmaro and Shiro are still here, although these two are a little younger now, their loyalty is first class. Maybe you don't need to be in such a hurry to turn them into ghosts, let them play all their roles as human beings first, and then let them become ghosts and continue to shine. As soon as Shuichi Mako stepped onto the fog-hidden bridge, he kept an eye out for the street children that appeared nearby. I have to say that there are more homeless children gathered in this area than he expected, perhaps they are forced to start wandering due to the current situation in the water country. Mirror, come out to me. After finishing the heart-to-heart communication, Shuichi Mako stopped and looked at a dark-haired boy curled up by the bridge. Although the characteristics are full of his impression of Bai, whether it is the person he is looking for or not, you will know at a try. Hey, little ghost, what's your name? The boy huddled on the edge of the bridge looked up and saw the black-haired man standing in front of him, and just one glance made his whole mind sink into those blood-red eyes. My name is White. The boy didn't disappoint Shuichi and said the name he was expecting. White, that's a good name. Answer me, do you want to eat enough? True. Gong Xiu beckoned to the celestial eyes beside him, who stepped forward and took out a piece of bread from the heavenly gate opened by the blood demon technique and handed it to Shiro. Tianmu's heavenly gate is a small space, and he can always pull out some strange things from it, and what exactly is put in it, even the real Bao Shuichi doesn't know. But this is the freedom of Tianmu, even if he lets potato chips fill his small space, Zhen Gongxiu can't care about it, and he won't care about it. By eating this loaf of bread, you are my man, and you will serve me as a tool, and at the same time, you will no longer have to worry about starvation and cold. If you choose not to eat, I won't force. Before Zhen Gongxiu finished speaking, he saw Bai Yi snatch the bread from Tianmu's hand and stare at him with burning eyes. It seems that the second option is not to go on. He held out his right hand to Shiro. Come with me, you're my man from today on. Why did the Ghost King suddenly appear after 3 years? The expression on Mirror Shadow's face was uncertain, and his mind recalled what he had done in the past 3 years. Well, she shouldn't have done anything to betray the Oni King, right? Glancing around the Mizukage's office, she exited her cascading space and returned to reality. When Mizukage Gaji Yakura saw her appear, there was no surprise in his eyes, and he had already turned a blind eye. A spatial vortex appeared behind him, and a black-robed man with an orange mask appeared in the shadows, scarlet chakra eyes staring at her. A low, hoarse voice rang out in the room. The Kaguya clan is rioting, it's time for you to do it. Don't order me, Madara Uchiha. There was a rare look of irritation on Mirror's face, since she had traveled many times to the land of water. The man who claimed to be Madara Uchiha relied on his spatial abilities to find her and work with her on the surface. In the past few years, with the cooperation of her and Madara Uchiha, it can be said that the fog-hidden village is getting worse and worse day by day, and the blood succession family is almost finished. If it weren't for Mirror Shadow's rebellious personality and the fatal point of fear of the sun, maybe Obito would have considered pulling her into his faction. Project Eye of the Moon needs more manpower. The Kaguya clan's rebellion isn't over so soon, I'll figure it out. Almost all of these ninjas of the blood inheritance family belong to her, but she has eaten so much and has not obtained the characteristics of the blood inheritance limit like Ghost Crow and Momiji, which makes her feel a little irritable. In exchange, she had to do things for Madara Uchiha in secret. Before I go, I'm going to leave the village and I'll be back soon. The Mirror Shadow threw down a word, and the figure disappeared in place again. Obito looked at the place where she had left, deep in thought. This spatial ability is still too tricky, and it's not realistic to want to kill her with sunlight. Fortunately, she's still on my side. Unable to deal with the ability of the mirror shadow for the time being, he chose to woo. Even though he was now on the same line as Mirror, he didn't forget to test Mirror's ability flaws. The result is that there are no defects. Her attack ability may be worrying, but her survivability is definitely the strongest Obito has ever seen. She doesn't want to die, it's hard for you to let her die. There is a fight with his divine power. At this time, he regretted that he couldn't get back his other riding wheel eye earlier and obtained the power of the two gods. Ever since that kaleidoscope grew on Kakashi, he had been regretting it all the time. But it was useless to regret it, he couldn't get that eye back. The black one suddenly poked his head out of the ground, cracked a mouthful of white teeth, and the yellow Dodo looked at Obito in deep thought. Obito, I've found a good candidate in the fog-hidden village, you might want to consider pulling him into our plans. What person? Dried persimmon ghost shark. Chapter 79. My lord, the mirror is here, and there is a mist ninja moving in this direction a few hundred meters away. A fog-hidden ninja? Ninjas generally act in small teams, and it is rare to see a lone person, not to mention, this road is the road leading to the outside of fog-hidden village. What are the characteristics of that ninja? The ninja had a large-looking knife on his back and a bandage around his face. It turns out that the peach land is not cut again. Listening to this description, Zhen Gongzui immediately found the corresponding character in his memory, and calculated the time. If he didn't cut this point, he was indeed about to defect. Lord Oni. The figure of the mirror shadow suddenly appeared beside him like a piao, kneeling on one knee. How respectful he was. Shuichi didn't look back at her, just looked at the road ahead and spoke slowly. Kagage, what have you been doing during my absence? Lord Hui, a man who calls himself Madara Uchiha has found me, and I am now cooperating with him in hunting down the ninjas of the misty hidden village. Madara Uchiha? Madara Uchiha at this stage should be pretending to be Uchiha Obito, right? He actually took the initiative to find the mirror shadow? It's really a wonderful crisp corner back to me wonderful house, wonderful home. Yes, you can continue to follow him. True Gong Shuichi doesn't plan to disassemble the mirror shadow from Obito's side. As soon as Obito comes to detect something abnormal, he will be vigilant. Second, he also wanted to try to see if he could use the mirror shadow to get the information of Obito. Uchiha Obito and Kurojitsu probably didn't know that they could see the Oni's perspective directly. I came from the fog-hidden bridge, and I didn't see a fog-hidden ninja. What happened inside? The fog-hidden village, said Shuichi Makyuki asked for the information he needed most for this trip, which meant that he could take advantage of the chaos to make trouble in the fog-hidden village. The Kaguya clan is preparing for a rebellion, and it's been about the past 2 days. If adults want to do something in the fog-hidden village, this is the best opportunity. What if I said that I want to turn the whole of fog-hidden into a ghost town, said Akemi smiled slightly, unable to tell if he was telling the truth or a joke. Kaguya was silent for a moment, and then hesitated after much thought. Uchiha Obito is now in the fog-hidden village. If the Lord wants to attack the fog-hidden village, you need to take him into account. It's okay, people can make it on the spot. I don't know if Shuichi Makomi really made up his mind. There is a fog-hidden ninja with a big knife on the road ahead, bring him to me, and he wants to live. You should be able to do it, mirror. Of course. The mirror shadow got up and bowed slightly, and the next moment suddenly disappeared in place, really coming and going without a trace. Not at all on a spatial level. Shuichi Mako switched to the perspective of the mirror shadow and saw that she launched an attack on Mamakai Zabo, pulling the enemy directly into her cascading space. It is forbidden to release ninjutsu. As soon as this ban came out, Mamakai was forced to enter a melee state, but the decapitating knife on his body was not an ornament. Kagage saw the strength of the decapitation broadsword, and without hesitation, he unleashed an ability that Shuichi had never seen before. I saw that the air around Dai seemed to suddenly come to life, forming chains around his neck, and his face was suddenly flushed, facing the danger of suffocation. How did that happen? Is this her new blood magic? It doesn't look like it. Mirror, don't kill people. True Gong Xiu reminded him out loud, and the air chains wrapped around his neck dissipated instantly, and then more air condensed into chains, binding his entire body firmly. The decapitation knife was all picked up by the mirror, and there was no power to resist. In the case that you can't release ninjutsu and can only fight in close combat, this kind of killing move is simply unavoidable. After a while, the mirror shadow returned to the true Bao Xiuyi with Zabulan chop, but as soon as he came out of the cascading space, the air chains wrapped around Zabulan chop's body immediately dissipated. Tianmu was quick to move, took out his spear, and pierced Zabu's legs to prevent him from escaping suddenly. This small injury will heal as soon as it becomes a ghost. Bai hid behind True Gong Xiuyi, and didn't dare to say anything when he saw this scene. His legs were pierced, and he didn't say a word if he didn't cut it again, clenching his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body trembled slightly. "I've seen you." No longer slashing his bloodshot eyes and looking at the mirror shadow, "You are the person next to Mizukage. Are you here to hunt me down?" Before that, he had just tried to assassinate Mizukage, and it was obvious that it had failed. "I thought that with the outbreak of the Kaguya clan, he would be able to leave the fog-hidden village safely." Unexpectedly, he still ran into the person who was chasing him halfway. "First, I'm not from Mizukage. Second, I'm not here to hunt you down." Kaguya is quite unhappy and kicks it again, and if she doesn't cut it, she won't help him with the water shadow who is controlled by the kaleidoscope. Madara Uchiha also tried to control her with a kaleidoscope chakra, but failed. That thing's tricks didn't work for her at all. It's not so much that she's immune to the illusion's control, it's that the Ghost King's control over her directly overrides the illusion's control over her. Compared with the control ability of the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, it is obviously the control ability of the Ghost King that is slightly better. "I asked him to bring you to me. If you don't cut it again, do you want to assassinate Mizukage again? I can give you this opportunity." With that, without giving him a chance to reply, a thorn whip was inserted into his body. With the injection of ghost blood, the face of the peach field in front of him became hideous and distorted, and his body suddenly rose dozens of centimeters higher. 2 golden horns grew on his head, his skin became as red as blood, and his black hair gradually turned grey. "Mirror shadow, throw the decapitation knife at him." Shuichi Mayumi suddenly wanted to see if the decapitation dagger would change with the ghost transformation of Mamakaya without slashing. Bang dang! The beheading knife was thrown in front of the mirror shadow casually, and he subconsciously held the handle of the weapon in front of him after enduring the erosion of ghost blood. It's a pity that the mutation expected by Shuichi Shinbo didn't happen, perhaps because he didn't awaken the blood ghost technique anymore. Eventually, Zabulan Slash turned into a real demon with a height of more than 2 meters and red skin. As long as you see his appearance, you can immediately think of these 2 words, which are simply standard evil ghost states. "Now you're a real ghost." True Gong Shuichi doesn't plan to rename him, the name Ghost Man is quite suitable for his current appearance. The decapitating knife had become slightly smaller under his size. The first new chess piece in the Land of Water is already here, and it's time to go to the fog-hidden village to find out. Chapter 80. Rush! Rush, let them know how powerful we are. 2. Waves of men and horses in the fog-hidden village are charging fiercely and fighting, and the contradictions between the Kaguya clan and the fog-hidden village have reached the point of irreconcilability. They also don't have a genius like Uchiha Itachi who is willing to give up his small family for everyone. Thus, the rebellion began, and the entire Wuyan village became a battlefield. At such a critical moment, the news of Mamakai's defection after the failure to assassinate Mizukage was also spread, adding another fire to the chaotic fog-hidden village. Accompanied by all the demons, Shuichi Mako stood on a high cliff, overlooking the war-torn fog-hidden village. "Tianmu, you go to find a little boy from the Kaguya clan, white-haired, with a blood-inherited limit corpse bone vein. When it comes to the Kaguya clan, the first thing that comes to mind is definitely the short-lived genius of Kaguya Kunmaro. Now this point in time is also in line with it, but I don't know if Orochimaru has also come to the vicinity of Wuyan village. He has brought too many changes, and in 3 years, I don't know what butterfly effects have happened. Orochimaru would never let go of this kind of research material, right? I'm really curious about where his research has progressed. Yes. Tianmu bowed slightly, spread his four wings and flew into the sky, and after a while, he turned into a white dot and disappeared into the night sky. Kagami took a step forward and said thoughtfully, "My lord, do you need to take advantage of the chaos to solve the 4 generations of Mizukage? Kagame, go and complete the task given to you by the Uchiha Madara. If my guess is correct, his next step should be to target the Ghost Lantern clan." Jing Ying was shocked. He didn't expect that even this was guessed by him, but he didn't reveal the inside story at all. Sure enough, not to fight against the Ghost King is the most correct choice. Just as Shuichi Shinbo guessed. The Shui Wuyo clan walked ahead of the Kaguya clan, and now the Kaguya clan has also come to an end. For the rest, only the Ghost Lamp clan needs to be cooked. The other small family Madara Uchiha is not in sight. Yes. Tianmu and Jing Ying left one after another, and only the ghosts and Shiro who had been with him were left by Shuichi Rajayaki, and Shiro, who had been following him. The ninjas of the Kaguya clan are about to be killed so soon, and sure enough, the strength of the clan is still difficult to fight against the entire village. True Gongshiu sighed and looked at the ghost man behind him. "It's your time, ghost. Whatever you want, let's go and make a mess of the fog-hidden village." Sending away the 3 ghosts, Zhen Gongshiu smiled for a while and touched Bai's head. "Shiro, just find a place to hide around here and wait for me to come back, okay?" Gaji Yakura and the 3 tails in his body, as well as Obito Kuroju, who doesn't know when it will appear, will all be solved by him alone. White-haired Kaguya imp. Tianmu flew in the sky, repeating the request of the true Bao Shuichi in his mouth, for fear that he would forget. It is not easy to separate the Kaguya ninja from the ninja in the chaos of the fog-hidden battlefield. Even though the Kaguya clan has a unique symbol, it is still no less than looking for a needle in a haystack for him flying in the sky. "Ah, that imp's hair seems to be white." Tianmu suddenly stopped, and looked at the boy he had noticed with white eyes. "Well, I have a bone knife in my hand, and I confirm that I have a bone vein. There's a unique red spot on Kaguya's forehead, and if you find it, it's him." Like an eagle locking onto its prey, Tianmu folds its wings and makes a dive, spreading its wings to maintain a gliding posture when it is about to land. With both hands, he grabbed the white-haired boy on the ground who was fighting against the fog ninja, and flapped his wings again to adjust the height. "Don't move, little ghost. My family needs you very much, you'd better get acquainted. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing you down at this 1,000 meters in the air." Tianmu's words are just to intimidate this little ghost. If he throws this little ghost to death in a fit of anger today, then he won't be able to see the moon tomorrow. Who knew that this white-haired imp was really honest after hearing this, and I don't know if he was frightened by his words. But judging from the fact that there was no fear on the other party's face, it should be that he was thinking too much. In short, it's good to be honest. Otherwise, Tianmu was really afraid that he would slip his hand and let him fall from such a high place. Returning to the high cliff where he was before, but he didn't see the figure of the Ghost King, Tianmu was not in a hurry, and put Junmalu and Bai together, staring at them like guardians. Looking at Junmalu, who was silent and calm beside him, Bai Wei reluctantly spoke. "Brother Tianmu, that. What kind of person is Oni King?" Actually, Shiro didn't know the real name of Shuichi True, but when he heard other people call him Lord Oni, he learned to call it so. The picture of Dadai's transformation without cutting it before is still vivid, and the doubts in his heart are more complicated than the other. Why do people who were hostile one moment swear allegiance to the enemy the next? Hi. Tianmu looked at Bai suspiciously, but he didn't expect him to ask, "Aren't you afraid of me?" After all, he looked like he would scare away children, and he stabbed Buledin's legs with a spear in front of the child. With such a terrifying person, shouldn't he be annoying to children? Could it be that the children in Wuyan village are different? Bai shook his head, although his voice was a little quiet, there was no fear of Tianmu in his eyes. He still remembered that his first bread was from Tenmu. It was really the sun that came out in the west, and Tianmu actually showed a shallow smile. "Ha, Lord Ghost King, he is very strict, you have to work harder so that you won't be left behind by him." Although he wanted to tell the kid in front of him that the man he was about to follow was a tyrannical king, a demon who killed without blinking. But he couldn't, and all his words were restricted. The blood of the demons gave him great strength, but at the same time it deprived him of his freedom. I really hope that these two children will not lose their human bodies too soon and lose the opportunity to enjoy the sun. Chapter 81. A deep black bottomless hole suddenly appeared on the floor of Mizuki's office, and Shuichi Mayumi reached out from the hole and grabbed the edge of the floor and slowly crawled out. After coming out, he patted the dust on his body, and looked around only to find the figure of the fourth generation of Mizukage Gaji Tachibana Yakura. Gaji Yakura also spotted him at the same time, frowned, and took out the black iron hook behind his back. "An unfamiliar face, is it another assassin who wants to overthrow me? Is Uchiha Obito not there?" Shuichi Mayumi was slightly surprised. It was impossible for Kagami to deceive him, and this was clear as soon as he read his mind. So, where did Obito go? Knowing in his heart that Obito couldn't keep guarding Gaji Yakura, Shuichi Mayumi quickly accepted the reality that Obito wasn't here. For him, this is good news and saves a lot of trouble. Rude. The man in front of him directly ignored him, and Gaji Yakura was furious, and raised his hand to release the water escape ninjutsu. Water escape, water dragon bullet. The huge water dragon wantonly destroyed everything in the office, and opened its mouth to attack the real Baoshiu. True Baoshiu looked at the huge water dragon rushing towards him on one side, smiled contemptuously, and raised his right hand at the water dragon. A large mouth was split in the palm of his right hand, and with the inhalation of the big mouth storm, the water dragon bullet released by Gaji Yakura was twisted into a column of water, and all of them were sucked into his mouth. "Water dragon bomb, give it back to you." True Baoshiu beckoned, and another water dragon, which was several times larger, instantly broke through the roof, roaring and attacking the shocked Gaji Yakura, and all the bricks and tiles that blocked it were destroyed. The blood demon technique of the dry arrow is really useful at this time. There was no time to dodge. Gaji Yakura raised his hand to make a water mirror, stretched out an iron hook and pulled the water mirror down. The figure of Shuichi Mayumi was reflected in the water mirror, and the person who was exactly the same as him instantly came out of the water mirror, and raised his hand to summon another huge water dragon that was exactly the same. Seeing that another person with the same appearance appeared in the water mirror, Shuichi Mayumi also recognized this ninjutsu. Water escape, water mirror technique, is a mirror that can replicate another person who is exactly like the enemy, and can unleash the same ninjutsu with exactly the same power. It is worthy of the fourth generation of water shadows. This hand water mirror technique is simply outrageous, and the water dragon bullet is probably going to be easily dissolved. It doesn't matter, the water dragon bomb is just an appetizer. Blood demon technique, netting. The two huge water dragons were entangled at this moment, and neither could subdue the other, and finally collided with each other in the air and turned into rain and fell from the sky. Gaji Yakura looked up at the two water dragons that had disappeared into raindrops, and before his hanging heart could relax, several white spider silks suddenly launched, and circled around him a few times, almost tying his whole body into a cocoon. "This blood magic always makes me feel like I'm being Spider-Man." True Gong Shuichi sighed to himself, his expression relaxed. If Gaji Yakura didn't use the power of the tailed beast, he wouldn't feel any pressure. Smack! Snapped his fingers, and the spider silk in his hand suddenly began to burn, and the flames spread along the spider silk towards the bound wolfberry Yakura. Blood demon spell, explosion. As soon as the words fell, the flames had already burned to the side of the wolfberry Yakura, and in an instant, a golden light appeared. Bang! Suddenly exploded violently on Gaji Yakura's body. The sudden appearance of two huge water dragons, as well as the deafening explosion, all conveyed the information of the attack of the water shadow to the ninjas of the fog-hidden village. "Quick, support Mizukage!" The misty shadow appeared in the shadows, and now the entire village was busy dealing with the rioting Kaguya clan, and they were the only ones who had the strength to take care of the Mizukage who had been assassinated again. One of them took the ninja sword in his hand and rushed towards the real Bao Shuichi. "Wait, another!" Companion hurriedly pulled him back, and before he could ask, a dark shadow covering the sky and the moon shrouded their small figures. Three-tailed. Mizukage is actually completely tailed beast in the village. Does he want to ruin this place? This giant thing that suddenly appeared in front of him was covered with thorns, with 3 tails, and looked like a turtle. It was the completely tailed beast of the wolf, Yakura. Now on the field is the body of the 3-tailed Isofo. At the first moment of the wolf-berry Yakura's beast, Shuichi Mayumi used the shadow hole to instantly transfer to a position 100 meters away. With the protection of the tailed beast chakra, during the tailed beast transformation, Gaji Yakura was completely unharmed by the explosion. I went straight to the whole body. True Gong Xiuyi looked around, and the surrounding foggy residents were in a panic, wounded, fleeing, and chaotic. I thought that the wolf-berry Yakura would gradually enter the half-tailed beastification mode first, but who knew that without saying a word, he would completely open the full-tailed beast transformation in his own village. Gaji Yakura will definitely regret dying after he is freed from the illusion, right? But this has nothing to do with him, and after today, it's hard to say whether Gaji Yakura can still exist. True Bao Shuichi looked up at the huge figure in the village that covered the sky and the moon, and couldn't help but sigh again at the size of the tailed beast. Blood demon magic, flesh and blood clone. He split into an identical version of himself, and the 2 true Bao cultivators simultaneously unleashed the power of the dragon veins and unleashed the same blood ghost technique. Blood demon technique, purgatory. With the blessing of the power of the dragon vein, the size of the purgatory has also changed dramatically. A purgatory vortex of at least 3 times the size suddenly appeared at Isofa's feet, and Mitsuo's body gradually sank in the vortex. But the depth of purgatory was far less than the blackthorn abyss of Momiji, and a behemoth like Mitsuo was completely unafraid, until the sinking stopped, and the purgatory quicksand was less than 1/3 of his 4 limbs. Purple flames scorched Miao's body, and with Miao's defense, the flames couldn't hurt him in the slightest. But the intense burning pain from his soul still made his face twist, and he took heavy steps to leave the confines of purgatory. Shuichi True's purgatory covered a large area of the fog-hidden village, and I don't know how many buildings were destroyed. But many more people lost their lives as early as the time when the Gaji Yakura was beastificent. This turtle is so hard. Shuichi Mayumi glanced at his flesh and blood clone, and both saw anxiety in the other party's eyes. Fortunately, they didn't let Tianmu and them get involved. In the face of this kind of tailed beast-level opponent, they still had a little bit of strength, and they could only hold back when they came. At this moment, Uchiha Obito, who was far away on the edge of the fog-hidden village and observed the dried persimmon ghost shark, finally noticed the strangeness of the fog-hidden village. As soon as he turned around, the huge 3-tailed was reflected in his eyes. "What the hell is going on, Kuro? Don't tell me Kaguya's gang broke into Mizukage's office." The face under the mask of Obito is gloomy. Black Jedi burrowed half of his body out of the ground, and he also looked at the 3-tails who suddenly moved in the fog-hidden village in amazement. Obito, the 4th generation of Mizukage, has been assassinated again, this time with a strange face, not like a person from fog-hidden village. Heiju told the truth what he had seen, and wondered how these 4 generations of Mizukage could be assassinated twice a day. Sure enough. It's still Obito's problem, right? Assassinated again. Obito thought for a moment, that's it, what I want the 4 generations of Mizukage to do is almost done. His attention returned to the dried persimmon shark. Pull this guy in, and we'll leave the right and wrong place of Wuyin village immediately. Chapter 82. Mio raised his massive forelimbs and landed heavily on the ground beyond purgatory, his massive body gradually breaking away from the purgatory vortex. "Evacuate the crowd," a mist ninja stood in the midst of the chaotic crowd, his voice drowned out by the shouts of fear. Boom! Miao's big foot landed a few meters away from him, almost crushing him into a pulp. "No! There are not enough people," another ninja yelled from the crowd outside. "What about the ninjas who are responsible for dealing with the Kaguya clan?" aren't they okay yet? Originally, the blood mist policy had drastically reduced the number of ninjas in the fog hidden village, and now it coincided with the Kaguya riot, and the Mizukage went crazy, one head and too big. Could it be that the heavens are going to kill them in the fog hidden village? Suddenly came out of the battlefield where the Kaguya clan was fighting, and a red demon with a decapitating knife suddenly ran out, and no matter how he cut it with the wind or flooded it with water, he couldn't kill him. Damn, where the hell did you run out? The purple flames on his body had not yet been extinguished, and Mio turned one eye, quickly locking on the true Bao Shuichi who was swimming against the current in the chaotic crowd. Seeing the gaze cast by the three tails, Shuichi Mayumi also moved the muscles and bones of his whole body and stretched out his right hand. A black flat circle was rapidly forming in the middle of his palm, and at first glance it looked like a mirror suspended in the air. Blood demon magic, black hole. The mirror-like black hole was thrown like a frisbee by Shuichi Mayumi, and the black hole, which was originally only the size of a plate, instantly grew larger halfway through. The three tails waved one of their tails behind them and hit the black hole head-on, trying to knock the black hole down in midair. But the moment his tail touched the black hole, the mutation suddenly occurred. The black hole was not stopped by his tail, but instead cut his tail smoothly like mud, but he didn't feel the slightest pain. It was as if the tail was still on him, only separated by a spatial black hole. The black hole cut off one of his tails and then abruptly stopped in midair. Motionless, as if the animation being broadcast suddenly stuttered, it is uncomfortable. The tail was also stuck to the black hole as if it had been coated with 520 glue, and the three tails could even feel the presence of that tail, but they couldn't control it. A large part of the true Bao cultivation blood demon technique comes from useless subordinates, with the exception of this technique. The owner of the black hole was originally very optimistic about him, but after the ghost obtained such a powerful blood ghost, the idea of rebellion rose in his heart. He didn't just think so, he did. He privately made those small movements to be seen by the real Baoshu. In order to prevent the betrayal from happening, so Shuichi Shinbo took the first step to cook him. The black hole anti-heaven blood ghost technique also came into his hands like this. If I encounter Mio in the water, it may give me a little headache. But on land, it's better to admit it. True Bao Shuichi stretched out his hand and patted his flesh and blood clone, and the dense detonation runes instantly crawled all over half of the flesh and blood clone's body. Go ahead. The flesh clone glanced at him, daring to be angry and not daring to speak, so he could only obediently perform the blood ghost spell with the detonation rune and fly towards the head of the three tails. Shuichi Mayumi attached the technique of blood demon spell deflagration to his flesh clone and caused him to launch a suicide bombing attack. Just like when the flesh and blood clone let the oil girl Jiwei launch an explosive attack. The flesh clone is similar to the shadow clone, both have independent thinking, and it is really a bit uncomfortable for him to blow himself up with a bomb. But it can regenerate at an alarming rate anyway, so it shouldn't be a big deal to blow yourself up. Unfortunately, the deflagration technique cannot be attached to non-living objects. The flesh clone agile dodged the slow attack launched by the three tails, and the power of the ghost exploded instantly, and he jumped more than 10 meters high. The arm instantly swelled and turned into a fleshy giant arm, grabbed the spikes on the head of the three tails, and pulled himself towards the top of the three tails' heads. The three tails stared at the flesh clone level, and suddenly the red and blue chakras condensed in front of him, gradually forming a dark sphere. The flesh clone jerked around as it was about to touch the tailed beast Jade, and finally landed lightly on top of the three-tailed head. Do you still want to release the tailed beast Jade? The black runes on the flesh clone instantly bloomed with dazzling golden light, followed by a series of explosions. Bang bang bang! Mio! Exploded one after another like fireworks above his head, and the smoke that stirred up completely obscured his entire vision. The half-condensed tailed beast Jade also lost control in an instant and was about to explode. At the critical moment, the three tails turned their heads and threw the tailed beast Jade in their mouths towards the sky. Boom! There seemed to be an extra sun in the night sky, and the bright light of the explosion almost blinded everyone. At the center of the serial explosion, the mangled flesh clone pressed the only remaining arm against the head of the Three-Tails, and the deflagration technique unfolded above his head. In the center was a large character the size of half a human. Boom! Before the people could recover from the explosive light of the tailed beast Jade, a dazzling explosion light appeared again above the Three-Tails' heads. In terms of the momentum of the explosion, it was not even inferior to the previous tailed beast Jade. Shuichi Mayumi felt the flesh and blood clone disappear, and knew that the three-tailed usse, who was at the center of the explosion, also sent it. That eye was his weak point, and it would certainly be uncomfortable to be exposed to an explosion at close range. Maybe you can get out of the water and on this land. The light from the explosion faded and eventually dissipated completely. The huge figure that stood in the middle of the fog-hidden village was gone, leaving only a large area of the building that had been smoothed as he moved on the ground. The disappearing purgatory, the ground smoothed by the Three-Tails. After this battle, the fog-hidden village really suffered heavy losses. A shadow hole appeared under the feet of Trugong Shuichi, and the whole person gradually sank, and after a few seconds, he moved through the shadow hole again to the central area of the ruins. Gaji Yakura was lying there quietly, covered in dust and unconscious. Stop! Mitsuo disappeared, Mizukage lost his ability to fight, and the dark part of the fog, which had never had a sense of existence, also appeared at this time. Two people on one side surrounded Shuichi Mako. Hey! Trugong Shuichi sighed helplessly. He didn't want to pay attention to these flies, but this was what they wanted to surround and send to death. The 9 pipe whips sticking out of their backs instantly knocked the 4 surrounding fog shadows into the air, and the blades on them slashed through their bodies, sending blood spilling in the air. I didn't kill with one blow, but I didn't save it, so let's die. As long as he is wounded, his blood will travel down the blade into the enemy's body, destroying all cells. Without looking at the situation of the fog and shadows, Trugong Shiu walked straight to the unconscious Gaji Yakura. This is the second human pillar force that has fallen into his hands. Last time, Naruto Uzumaki turned into a beast after turning into a ghost, but Gaji Yakura is the perfect human pillar force, hoping to surprise him. Chapter 83. The thorn whip pierced into the body of Gaji Yakura, and a large amount of demon blood was injected into his body. Trugong Zyuyi found out that these people are all big blood eaters, and if they don't feed a little blood, they won't make any changes, and one person will eat 7 or 8 people's servings. While waiting for the Gaji Yakura to become a ghost, he was already thinking about what name to choose. The idea of using his original name popped through his mind for a moment. And then they were ruthlessly abandoned. It would save effort if he didn't change his name, but if the ghost under his hand remembered his memories of the human period, he would rebel. There's definitely a part of the credit for not changing the name. Just to make the brainwashing a little more thorough, he also has to rename you. The three-tailed Jifu human pillar force, or else it will be called Suanwu. Wouldn't this name be a bit strange in this world? Forget it, that's all. It's good, it's someone else's name anyway. After thinking about it, Shuichi decided on the new name of Gaji Yakura, and at the same time, the ghost transformation on Gaji Yakura was almost coming to an end. The hair turned white, and the scars on the face turned into patterns that resembled ears of wheat, as if not much had changed. Compared to the peach land that the 6 relatives don't recognize, those who are familiar with the Wolfberry Yakura can recognize him at a glance. But the Wolfberry Yakura is dead, and now the person in front of him should be called Suanwu. Lord Oni. Suanwu knelt down on one knee in front of Shuichi Shinyuki, his eyes clear, and there was no sign of being dominated by the beast's instincts. The power of the perfect human pillar is different, just with the ability to completely tail beast, I'm afraid he can rank in the top 3 among the 12 ghost months, right? Speaking of the 12 ghost months, that organization is now in the past tense, and when he conquers the fog-hidden village, the first thing he will do is to restart the 12 ghost months. Today is different from the past, the 12 ghost months will definitely change blood, and the comprehensive strength will climb a big step. You can carve words in their eyes with peace of mind. Fortunately, I didn't engrave it before, otherwise I would have been caught as soon as I came back and played the next string. What is this called? The 12 ghost moon faces have been lost. Get up. True Gong Xiuyi nodded at Suanwu and motioned for him to stand up and speak. Your name is Suanwu. He reached out and touched Suanwu's shoulder, and a pure dragon vein power was transported into Suanwu's body. Suanwu lowered his head, looked at his hands, felt the abundant power in his body, and looked surprised. This is the power of the dragon vein that I have given you. With the help of this power, it can resist the sun for 10 minutes. But its capacity is limited, and strong sunlight can also pierce the protective film formed by the dragon veins. Suanwu was shocked in his heart. He clearly understood what he feared the most. Sunlight was the Achilles heel of every ghost. While this force doesn't quite allow him to overcome the sun, it at least provides a great deal of forgiveness. Thank you, Lord, for the reward. He hurriedly thanked him, and he almost knelt down for Zhengongshu. Shuichi looked up at the night sky and saw that the sky had begun to turn white, and the night was about to pass. 2 or 3 hours at most, the sun will rise completely. It's a pity that I can't take the entire Wuyan village tonight. However, True Gong Xiuyi is not in a hurry. Wuyan village is here, and he will not run. It is impossible for them to abandon their home, even if they change their position. Where can they run to this country of water surrounded by water? Zhengong Shuiqi did not forcibly keep Suanwu by his side. He did not lack great strength, and he took Tianmu with him just because Tianmu was really useful. Teleporting several times in quick succession, he quickly returned to the top of the cliff where he had stayed for a short time. Sensing the location of the nearby celestial gaze, he turned and walked in that direction. Walking through the woods, he saw 2 boys resting by the stones, and Tianmu standing upright like a sculpture on the side, motionless as if he had been hit by the voice of heaven. Seeing the appearance of the true Bao Shuiqi, Tianmu's body gradually moved, walked to his side, and waited for the fate. Not only Tianmu, but his appearance also attracted the attention of Bai and Junmalu, and the 2 of them stared at him directly. You're Kaguya Kunmaro, right? Shuichi Mayumi looked at the white-haired boy. I sent Tenmu to find you. I noticed you a long time ago, and it's a shame that a kid like you is in a cage with Kaguya all day. As he spoke, True Bao Xiuyi looked in the direction of Fog Hidden Village. Now that the Kaguya clan is gone, there's no reason for you to go back to that place. The Kaguya clan didn't have a powerful blood relay weapon like the kaleidoscope Sharinon, and their rebellion was quickly suppressed by the fog cover. The Oni he sent joined the battle in time, and it was only then that the misty ninjas were dragged down, and they were not allowed to spare their hands to disturb the battle between him and Gaji Yakura. So, Junmaro, join me, I need your strength. Maybe you'll find the direction you want to go along the road of life. Shuichi Shinbo leaned over and broke off a white flower on the ground, smiled, and gently placed it in Junmaro's hand. Then he turned his head and commanded to the taciturn Tianmu on the side, with an expressionless face. Tianmu, go find a suitable hiding place to spend the day. Tianmu was silent, sighed in his heart for this differential treatment, and then bowed his head to the true Bao, and honestly completed the task assigned to him. Lord Ghost King. Hearing Junmalu's voice, True Gongshiu turned around and saw the nervous look on Junmaro's face. May I call you that? Of course. Shuichi Mako stretched out his hand and rubbed Junmaro's head, and he didn't forget Bai next to him. Shiro, come here. He put the 2 boys who were about the same size together and explained. Junmalu, Bai, from today on, you 2 will be my assistants, and you must supervise each other and make progress with each other. Do you understand? Junmalu and Bai both nodded in unison. Shuichi Menu planned to take them all with him, to avoid the scene when they suddenly bumped into the ghost cannibal, and shattered the trust that had just been established. He still has a lot of places where he needs to use Junmaro and Shiro, and the mere fact that he can walk in the sun is very useful. There was a wave of spatial fluctuations in front of him, and the sudden appearance of a mirror shadow attracted the attention of Shuichi Mako. Didn't she go to complete the mission of bringing soil and come back so soon? Although mirror shadow was surprised why there was another human child next to him, he still chose to be the first to report the information. Lord Oni, Madara Uchiha seems to have left this ninja village. Obito is gone, no wonder until the defeat of Gaji Yakura, he didn't see half of Obito's shadow. It's really fast. True Bao Shuichi, who was going to wipe out Obito as well, sighed, and it seemed that the abacus that let the mirror shadow follow Obito also failed. No problem, no matter how fast he runs, it doesn't matter, one day he will face it head on. Just stay with me first. Shuichi Mayumi plans to launch a counterattack on Konoha later, and the power of the mirror shadow is a must, and only through the layered space can he safely enter Konoha without alarming anyone. Chapter 84. Hey, how can this be? The old master walked among the ruins of Wuian village that had been flattened by the Three Tails, looking at this apocalyptic scene, and sighed again and again. Wuian village, which he had worked hard for most of his life, became like this overnight. His old bones couldn't stand any more torture. Terumi followed beside him, her brows furrowed, and she didn't say a word. Looking at the nearby scene that looked like purgatory on earth, she felt uncomfortable. Who would have thought that yesterday's fog-hidden village was still urgently preparing for the riot of the Kaguya clan, but it was just one night that it would become this dilapidated appearance. Half of the village was destroyed, 4 generations of Mizukage went missing, and a large number of ninja civilians lost their lives in the war. Compared to these major events, the riot of the Kaguya clan can only be regarded as a small thing, and it is not worth mentioning. Looking at this large area of buildings destroyed by the Three Tails, Yuan-shi remembered another person in their village, Zuli. Hey Taka, also known as Bubble, is okay, I hope he doesn't get affected. The 4 generations of water shadows are missing, and the Three Tails in the body are also missing, and now the fog-hidden village is like a candle in the wind, and the 6 tails can no longer be lost. The 6-tailed pillar force is still safe and sound. Terumi thought back to the boy who was a few years younger than her, it's just that he is still young, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to become the pillar of Wuian village. The current 6-tailed human Zuli Yugao is only 14 or 15 years old, and he is still a teenager, and his mastery of the power of the tailed beast is even more of a mess. Well, it's good that the 6 tails are okay. Yuan-shi nodded, muttering the words in his mouth. It's okay if the 6 tails are fine. It is not the human pillarly Yugao who can help the fog-hidden village, but the 6 tails in his body. If the 6 tails are gone, their fog-hidden village will really be finished, and they can only block the land of water, praying that the other 4 powers will not find out about their abnormality. He looked up at the mist-covered sky, and the sun's rays didn't feel warm on him. Next, I am afraid that he will be tasked with the management of Wuian village again, and take over this ruined mess. I don't know who it was who assassinated Mizukage in the chaos, but the destruction of fog-hidden village like this must also have his part. But why didn't he deal a fatal blow to the weakened fog-hidden village? Could it be that his target was only the 4th generation of Mizukage? Or was there some other reason for this? At the critical moment, Terumi suddenly remembered something, and walked from the ruins to the side of the Yuan master. Yuan-shi, could it be the one from the fire country? Do you mean ghosts? Yuan-shi pondered for a moment, feeling that this was indeed possible. The assassin left before dawn, perhaps simply because he was afraid of the sun. If it's really a ghost running from the fire country, it's going to be difficult. The other party will definitely attack Wuian village again the next night. And on their side, they have neither the combat power that is enough to suppress the ghosts, nor the ghost sealing method that can seal the ghosts. It's definitely too late to contact Konoha now. At least find a way to survive this night. Water Moon, where are you? A silver-haired young man yelled at the top of his voice, occasionally flipping over the cement slab covering the ground to inspect the underneath. There are several more people like him in the area. The Three Tails destroyed part of the Ghost Lantern clan's clan land, and many of the clansmen were buried in it because they didn't have time to hide, and their lives and deaths were unknown. His younger brother, Ghost Lantern Suizuki, is also on the list of missing persons of the Ghost Lantern clan. The buildings in this area have been destroyed to the point where bricks and rubble have been piled up, and not a single intact wall remains, like a large garbage dump. Water Moon, make a little noise when you hear it. As soon as the words fell, a strange sound came from the pile of ruins next to him. The tiles on the top of the boom were loose, and the lime kept sliding off the cement slab. Is anyone there? The ghost-light full moon hurriedly stepped forward to remove the large cement slab, and what was hidden below was a child's arm. Could it be the water moon? Full moon's heart trembled violently, and the speed of carrying objects in his hands suddenly increased, and in less than 2 minutes, the water moon was completely dug out of the ruins. Shui, wake up! He shook the unconscious Shui in his arms vigorously, and seeing that Shui did not react, he turned back to the other clansmen who were searching for the survivors and yelled, "Come on! There are wounded here!" The same plot was also played out in various parts of the fog-hidden village, and almost all the fog-hidden ninjas were engaged in the search for the survivors and the treatment of the wounded. A small number of fog-hidden shadows were searching the shadows of the entire fog-hidden village on a large scale according to the requirements of the UN Master, trying to drag out the enemies hiding in the shadows to prevent future troubles. With his back to the sun and the masked man, the Kameki Oni stood on the wall of the fog-hidden village, holding the shark muscles, looking back at the ninja village that contained all of his past. From today on, I am not a ninja in fog-hidden village. Let's go. Obito glanced at the dried persimmon and turned and jumped off the wall. The dried persimmon ghost shark stared at the entire Wuian village in silence, and after a while, it also jumped down and disappeared behind the wall. As for the Oni, he fought until dawn without receiving an order from Shinyoshi to stop, and when the first rays of sunlight fell on the ground, he hurriedly rushed out of the encirclement of the mist-hidden ninja. In a desperate situation, he even lost the decapitation knife, and now he is cowering in a forest near Wuian village. There was an abandoned hut on the side, which provided him with shelter from the light. Horn, you're in charge of searching over there, and I'm in charge of searching this woods. Yes. The sound of conversation was heard very close to the ghost, and the crimson demon in the dark wooden house suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the dilapidated wooden door in front of him. The crunching wooden door makes an unpleasant sound when pushed open, and light penetrates the room from outside, illuminating the large cobwebs on the walls. A hand suddenly touched his arm, and the muscles in his whole body instantly contracted and forced, and he punched his side with the sound of breaking wind. The mirror shadow stared at the punch that passed by him, and fell silent. Fortunately, she expected it and specially adjusted her position. That's how you treat your lifesaver. Seeing that it was his own kind, the ghost man withdrew his fist and looked at the half-open door. The ninja outside the door hadn't moved for a long time, as if they had disappeared in place. What did you do? Don't worry, I just transferred you to my space. That mist ninja can't spot you. If it weren't for the order of the Ghost King, I wouldn't have traveled all the way here to pull you along. The mirror looked at the ghost man with a little disdain in his eyes. A ghost without blood ghost arts, when he dies, he dies. I really don't know why the Ghost King is so concerned. Chapter 85. Night has come. The entire Wuian village was covered with a thin black veil, and the sporadic street lamps shone faintly in the mist, illuminating the deserted streets, and the ruins that had been leveled by the Three-Tails were dead silent. It was as if the world had fallen silent for a moment. 3 mist ninjas were crouching in the dark alley without saying a word, one of them holding a strangely shaped flashlight in his hand. Whoosh! The masked fog shadow suddenly appeared in front of several people like a ghost, and asked in a deep voice. Isn't there anything abnormal yet? The team leader shook his head, glanced at the empty street, and then spread his hands helplessly towards the shadows. The shadow nodded, and in an instant, he disappeared in front of several people with an instantaneous technique, as if he had never been here. Captain, is the enemy really coming? Asked the ninja with the flashlight in a deep voice, his brow furrowed and he sighed softly at the flashlight. This is a thing sold by Oda Shinobi Village, which is said to have the effect of sunlight, and they did use it to deal with a few evil spirits that are causing trouble in the land of water after they bought it. After that, the number of demons gradually decreased, and the thing was also overwhelmed. I didn't expect to take it out again one day. The captain put a finger to his lips and made a silent gesture, looking nervous, for fear that the voice of the team would attract some monsters. He was right to be worried. Boom, came from the end of the alley, and the three of them turned their heads in unison, hearing the beautiful music that should not exist on this heavily guarded night, and their scalps tingled instantly. The next second, they froze, the highlights in their eyes disappeared, their brains were like rusty gears, and their thoughts were blank like white paper. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? The flashlight in the hand of the pop team member also slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, making a small noise. Tianmu's figure emerged from the darkness, clutching the heavy spear that looked like it was made of 24K pure gold. Shuichi followed closely behind him through the darkness and walked slowly to the three of them. The falling flashlight on the ground was immediately noticed by him. It was pitch black and bulky, like an oversized battery. Fog Hidden Village was so vigilant that it seemed that someone had already guessed his intentions. Then this bulky flashlight will definitely not be useless. It was carried by all the Fog Hidden squads, and it was likely to be the Fog Hidden solution. Shuichi Mako picked up the flashlight on the ground in front of several people and pressed the switch. Smack! A large area of purple light shot out, illuminating the faces of the three fog ninjas in front of them purple, like lonely ghosts with a monstrous disgruntle. Oh, it's ultraviolet rays! Zhen Gongshiu stretched out his hand into the ultraviolet light and shook it, just like a normal person sunbathing. His hands were warm, and there was nothing special about it. So, he turned around with a flashlight again, and soaked Tianmu's whole body in ultraviolet light. Within a few seconds, white steam erupted from Tianmu's body, and scorched dots began to appear on his bare arms as if they had been burned by the sun. Smack! Shuichi Mako hurriedly pressed the switch and turned off the ultraviolet light. In front of him, Tianmu's body also stopped spontaneously combusting and began to return to its original state. Looking at his intact hands, Tianmu breathed a sigh of relief, almost thinking that the Ghost King was going to burn himself to death with that thing. It's really scary to follow the Ghost King every day. I really envy the freedom that other ghosts have. Immediately, he looked at the black flashlight in the hand of the real Bao repairer. I saw that as soon as Zhen Gongshiu exerted his arm, the energy battery instantly turned into a ball of scrap metal. There is no possibility of a repair. You want to use this kind of thing against me? It's really sick, and rushed to the doctor. Even a ghost of Tianmu's level, this thing has to shoot straight for a minute or two before it can be killed. But which ghost will stand for you to take a picture? Throwing the scrap metal in his hand, Shimichi patted the dust on his hands, turned his gaze to the three statue-like Mistin ninjas behind him. He strode past the misty shinobi, and several of them fell in response, one on top of the other, snoring peacefully. Sleep like a baby. Tianmu, look at where the high-level leaders of Wuyan village are gathered now. Nighttime is precious, and Shuichi is too lazy to slowly engage with these ordinary fog ninjas. Yes. White-eyed scanned the surroundings 360 degrees, and finally Tianmu found obvious traces in a building, among which was an old man who was obviously the leader, and several guards of the Fog Shadow Division. A two-story building in the direction of 9 o'clock. Finding the location of the UN Master, Shuichi Mako took Tianmu all the way to clear the obstacles with the voice of heaven and came to the bottom of the building in Tianmu's mouth. It's just that the building is so old that it looks like a cottage on the verge of abandonment, and it's impossible to associate it with the foggy high-rises. Bang! Shin! Gongshiu kicked open the door one by one, his eyes focused on the white-haired old man in the center of the room. Seeing him intruding, several of the surrounding fog shadows immediately drew their ninja knives in unison, pointing the tip of the knife at him, and did not feel any fear from them. There is also a young red-haired beauty standing next to the old man, and based on all the clues, it is speculated that it should be Terumi Ming, who is not yet 20 years old. There are not many red-haired ninjas in the entire ninja world now. Yuan Shi squinted slightly, looked at him from top to bottom, and reached out to touch his beard very calmly. I didn't expect it to be a young man like you who attacked Mizukage. Shuichi Shinyuki was unscathed, even his clothes were very neat, and the ninjas who were arranged all over the village disappeared without a sound. The difference in strength is too big. Yuan Shi's heart sank to the bottom. You can get here, it means that those people are. You are wrong, old man. As soon as Tru Gongshiu's words fell, Tianmu's golden spear slammed into the ground, and the dull sound made Yuan Shi's ears hurt a little. The surrounding fog shadows were oblivious to the Shinyuki Shuichi who passed by them, and still held his sword to face the entrance as if he were a demon. Until the real Bao Shuichi came to the front and stood face to face with the Yuan master. See? That's how I came here. Take it easy, I'm not here to destroy the entire fog-hidden village. Next, Yuan Shi, I have a request, as long as you know each other, those ninjas in the fog can be returned to you completely, one by one. I promise they won't lose arms or legs. Chapter 86. What a request! Yuan Shi is a person who has seen strong winds and waves, and when he saw this scene, his face was not moved in the slightest, but his hand on crutches was squeezed tighter. It's very simple, the life belongs to you, and the village belongs to me. If you want to get back the names of those ninjas, you can exchange the entire fog-hidden village. This water shadow, what should I do? After hearing this, the Yuan master's expression became obviously unnatural, coughed lightly, and said, The shadow of a village is not something I can decide alone. If you don't mind, how about exchanging the 7 ninja swords of our fog-hidden village? Hi! Tru Gongxiuyi chuckled twice, thinking to himself, who wants your broken ninja sword? You just need to answer me, change or not. Naturally, I'll take care of it over there for the daimyo of the land of water. There was no room for bargaining, and Yuan Shi's heart sank suddenly after hearing this, and he felt that it was difficult to cross the threshold today. After dealing with them, Wuyan village can live for a few more years, and maybe there is a possibility of turning over. If it is not handled well, they will probably be removed from Wuyan village today. It's really a house leak that happened to rain overnight. He was getting older, and his body was getting worse day by day, and at this time his right hand holding the cane was already trembling slightly under intense tension. The man in front of him still had a faint smile on his face, he was not in a hurry at all, and waited for his answer calmly. What people, suddenly, came from outside the door, and Shuichi Mayumi put away the smile on his face, walked to the edge of the threshold, and turned his head to look outside. 2 armed figures were entangled together, one of which was naturally Tianmu, and there was a scratch in the middle of the handle of the spear in his hand. The other party was holding 2 symmetrical knives, and his short silver hair was still dripping water, looking like he had just been soaked in water. No, the water moon is still a child at this time. The young man in front of him, who is 8 or 9 points similar to the ghost lantern Shuiyu, can only be Shuiyu's elder brother Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Tianmu, why don't you use the voice of heaven to control him? There is only one person on the opposite side, the ghost lamp Full Moon is alone. If you can't control it, why is there still a fight? Zhen Gongxiuyi was very puzzled. I'm sorry, sir. I've just used it, but his hydration ability seems immune to my heavenly voice. Afraid that he had misunderstood, Tianmu hurriedly explained, and at the same time, the spear in his hand once again poked at the ghost lamp Full Moon. Shuichi Mako looked at the 2 of them who were fighting together again, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Unexpectedly, Tianmu's heavenly voice was unexpectedly restrained by the hydration technique. This voice of heaven is controlled by even the deaf who can't avoid it, and it was easily dissolved by a hydration technique, so the Ghost Lamp clan is really the nemesis of the heavens. The 2 circular holes of the flounder burst out of gas, and the entire blade was covered with a layer of chakra, which shimmered. The Ghost Lantern Full Moon is planning to use a flounder to launch a chakra ball of light. In the next second, the figure of the real Bao Shuichi came in an instant, and his arm instantly turned into a giant arm to wrap the body of the Ghost Lamp Full Moon, and raised it high. The ghostly aura covered his body, blocking all the chakras of the full moon, preventing him from freely using the hydration technique to escape from the giant arm. Damn, let go! Ghost Lantern Full Moon struggled hard, but the giant arm was clenched tighter, and his whole body was red from poor blood circulation. The blood-red eyes looked indifferently at the struggling Ghost Lamp Full Moon, and the giant arm exerted its strength again, tightening more and more. I don't like it when someone is interrupting me. A big mouth grows out of the giant arm, and it looks like it is about to swallow up the ghost lamp full moon entirely. Suddenly, the voice of the UN master came from inside the room. "Stop, I agree to your request." The fleshy giant arm that bound the ghost lantern full moon suddenly relaxed, and his whole body fell to the ground like a puppet that had been broken. The giant arm was restored to a human arm, and True Baoshiu glanced at the ghost lamp full moon on the ground that was still trying to get up, and walked into the house without looking back. "Tianmu, he'll hand it over to you." Returning to the house, Shuichi Mayumi found that the eyes of several misty shadows beside Genshin Impact, including Terumi Ming, had regained their light, and the tip of the knife moved with his steps. When he was outside to teach the ghost lantern full moon, did he start to relieve the heavenly voice of Tianmu. "Put the knife away." The UN master waved his hand, signaling to the surrounding fog and darkness. He had already seen that the combat strength of the two of them was not in the same order of magnitude, and if the fourth generation of Mizukage was still alive, he might have the strength to fight. But now, with just a few dark ninjas, I'm afraid it's only enough for the other party to stuff their teeth. But Zhao Miming next to her looked puzzled, and wanted to say something more, but was scolded back by the UN master. "Collect the knife." Several dark parts did not say a word, and reinserted the knife back into the scabbard, and when Zaomei saw this, he knew that the UN master had made up his mind, and he didn't say anything more. She just kept staring vigilantly at Shuichi Mayumi with her dangerous gaze. "So, old master, we're done, right?" Shuichi didn't care if the others disagreed, all he needed was a ninja who obeyed orders. If there is a person who does not obey the order, he naturally also has a way to train the dog. Yuan Shi glanced at him, and finally relented, and the momentum of the whole person was visibly reduced to the naked eye. "That's right, on behalf of the fog-hidden village, I agree to your request." As for the daimyo's side, the UN master is similar to the status of Elder Konoha in the fog-hidden village, and the water shadow is gone, so he naturally becomes the first leader of the fog hide. In other words, he did have the qualifications to represent the entire fog-hidden village. "Don't worry, I'll solve it over there." With that, Shuichi Mayumi's gaze fell on Terumi Ming, who was furious by his ill-intentioned eyes. "The mist-hidden ninja under my control will also return to normal after this. My sincerity is enough, Master Yuan, you also have to be a little sincere, don't think that a blank check can send me away. This red-haired woman next to you is a two-blood stepper, right?" "What?" Yuan Shi finally couldn't keep his composure, and the muscles in his face twitched. "She can't give it to you. Originally, there were enough casualties in Wuyan village, and the two major blood succession families died under the rule of the 4 generations of Mizukage, and the Wuyan village could no longer lose more blood inheritance limits. What's more, his most satisfying subordinate is Zaomei, and he also hopes to cultivate it and become the new pillar of Wuyan village in the future. I can't believe your sincerity like this. Or do you have a calculation in your heart that as soon as I am sent away, you will immediately hold a meeting to study how to design and kill me?" Chapter 87. After the two sides went back and forth for more than 10 minutes, Zhen Gongzhou frowned, and finally couldn't bear it anymore, and punched through the cement wall around him with a bang. The fierce eyes condensed on Yuan Shi's body, and the killing intent seemed to turn into substance. "Enough, I've given you enough face, it's really a toast and don't eat and drink." Seeing him step forward, one of the fog shadows wanted to step forward to stop him, but he grabbed him by the collar, and suddenly the pipe whip that stretched out behind him pierced the shadow's body. The cells in the body were quickly engulfed and destroyed, and the dark part of the hand that struggled stopped after a while, completely silent. Yuan Shi opened his mouth, but his throat was inexplicably dry, and he couldn't make a sound. The whip slashed past his temple, piercing through the wall behind him in an instant, and the bitter wind made his cheeks ache. Before he could think about it, the voice of Shuichi Mayumi, who had completely lost his patience, came again. "I only give you 2 options. 1. Wuyan village will be erased from the world map today. 2. Surrender to me and carry out all my requests. There is no third option." The atmosphere instantly became scorched, and Terumi next to him gritted his teeth when he saw this. and regardless of the previous order of the UN Master, he began to seal at an extremely fast speed. Woo! The speed of the pipe whip was much faster than the speed of her seal, and she only raised her hand 1 second, and the next second the pipe whip was already instantaneous and fell on her. The tremendous force sucked her whole body out, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the wound in her abdomen, instantly staining the ground red. Shuichi Mako glanced at her lightly, and the ghost blood that destroyed the cells in her body changed into another form in an instant, and began to multiply wildly, transforming her into a ghost. Now you can answer my question, Master Yuan. Do you choose 1, or 2? Yuan. Shi's throat moved, swallowing his saliva, and glanced at the lifeless dark corpse on the ground. I'm. Zhen Gongxiu twisted off one of his fingers in an instant, and the severe pain made Yuan Shi unable to hold back the expression on his face anymore, and his entire face was distorted. But he was also hard-hearted, and he actually endured the pain, holding his breath, and didn't even let out a scream. You just need to answer me, 1 or 2. True. Gong Shuiqi no longer wants to listen to the nonsense of the old man in front of him. Talking to him well is to give him face, and he doesn't have to be in this fog-hidden village. There is no Wuyan village, there are sand-hidden village, Yunyan village, and more. All he needs is a set of tools that can help him do things in the sun, not a family dog who doesn't recognize his status and wants to jump out and bark a few times from time to time. 10 minutes later, Shuichi Mako walked out of the room and saw that Tianmu was still entangled with the ghost lantern full moon, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. He lifted his forehead slightly, and opened his mouth to stop. Enough, Tianmu, don't fight. The ghost light is full moon, and so are you. Your top brass negotiated a cooperation with me, and now we are no longer enemies. Hearing his words, the ghost lamp full moon's body stiffened, and the whole person was stunned in place, looking at the real Bao Xiaoyi, and then at the room where the UN Master was. The brain CPU seems to be running fast. Hush! In the end, he withdrew his knife unconvinced, staring at Shuichi Makumi with scrutinizing eyes. The latter also looked at him with interest. I haven't tried to turn the people of the Ghost Lantern clan into ghosts, but not now, not yet, not the time to break up with the fog-hidden village. Terumi was turned into a ghost by him in a fit of anger, so he was still placed next to the UN Shi for the time being to help him monitor the UN Master's every move. Now there are more cards in the hand. The original upper string is all alive. The new ones are Red Gold Ghost Man Suan Yu and the Red Kite that Terumi has become. Jun Malu and Bai are not counted for the time being. Speaking of Chaijin, Shuichi Mako took the time to take another look at the situation on Chaijin's side, and the other party now seemed to be making trouble near Cheyenne village. Intellectually, it still seems to be like that, not much has changed. After sending Zhenyu to deal with the issue of the daimyo of the Land of Water, Shuichi Mako wandered around the interior of the fog-hidden village with Tenmu, turning a blind eye to the hostile eyes of the fog-hidden ninja. After visiting the fog-hidden village, the second night is almost over, and this time there is no need to let Tianmu find a hiding place. The fog-hidden village has specially prepared a place for them to live, coupled with the spatial ability of the mirror shadow. Even if the fog shadow is cheating, they have a good ability to deal with it. There was plenty of time in the morning, and Shuichi took the opportunity to make a contact with the other 4 Kamayu except for Kagami and Ghost Crow. Tell them that they are going to launch a general assault on Konoha village next. It's also telling them that their immediate boss is back and I'm thinking twice about doing things. At the same time, in the thorny mountains on the border between the country of grass and the country of fire, a pair of golden eyes opened. Thorn Mountain is a place that has only appeared in the past 2 years. The mountains are surrounded by huge thorns, dense and impermeable. Only a few rays of sunlight can penetrate the gaps between the thorns and scatter on the ground of Thorn Mountain. Thorn Mountain Momiji, a well-known figure in the surrounding countries, everyone knows that there is a powerful evil ghost entrenched on Thorn Mountain. But no one dared to come close. Momiji is very smart, he knows that the Fire Nation is strong, and he will hardly take the initiative to find trouble with the Fire Nation. With Momiji's current strength, it is unlikely that he will be able to take him down unless it is the Hokage himself. And Thorn Mountain is on the border between the two countries, and Konoha really doesn't bother to do anything to him when he comes and goes. But Konoha stood by and watched, and the surrounding small countries were taken seriously, and the country of Taki became the focus of Momoji's care. Although Takigakure village also sent ninjas a few times to deal with him, they all became Momoji's takeaways. He has been king of the mountain here, and to this day, he hears the voice of the Ghost King, who has disappeared for 3 years. I don't know if I can challenge the Ghost King with my current strength. Momoji sat on a boulder and bowed his head in contemplation. Let's take a closer look. The Ghost King intends to make a move against Konoha village, and he can also mix in it and test the Ghost King's current strength. The only bad news is that he feels that the Ghost King's control over him has been strengthened again, and his little life is held in the hands of others, which is not a comfortable thing. Brother Momoji, a petite figure with red hair, came running from afar. It was the now 4-year-old Uzumaki Xianglian. Momoji has become she to this, and since that day he has taken in the mother and daughter, who usually live in a hut near Thorn Mountain. Occasionally, he would go to the outside town to find out information for him, and because of this, every time a ninja came to crusade against him, he would fall into his trap. No one survived. There is nothing to do in the Three Treasures Palace, and this time Xianglian came to him, and he must have obtained some important information. Thinking of this, Momoji was also patient, and raised his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Uzumaki Xianglin mysteriously leaned into his ear and whispered, "There are a lot of bounty hunters in that town in the southeast recently, and it is said that they are all ninjas, and there are many traders from some ninja villages. There's a big figure in it, and it's like what's it called? Kakuto." Chapter 88. About half a day later, a large number of bounty hunters who had come for money gathered at the foot of Thorn Mountain. Kakuto was also among them, and he listened to the conversation of the others without saying a word, and looked up at the Thorn Mountain in front of him. Huge, dragon-like red thorns surrounded the mountain, like a well-guarded fortress of thorns, and not even a fly could fly into it. The road to Mount Thorns is also overgrown with thorns, crawling everywhere with blood-red thorns, and the dried corpses of animals or people are also wrapped in them. The name Thorn Mountain lives up to its name. Green eyes silently swept over every bounty hunter present, and Horn hesitated for a moment, giving up the idea of killing these people now. Momoji's information doesn't know if it's accurate yet, so it's just for these guys to try each other's level. If someone wants to grab the bounty with him later, it's not too late to do it then. Momoji's bounty, he decided. When the sun is blazing, these bounty hunters have specially chosen a good weather to crusade against the autumn leaves. But in the thorny mountains surrounded by red thorns, it was like night, and I couldn't see my fingers. Whether it's day or night, there are no restrictions on the movement of Momoji here. Did you really pick this time to come over? Momoji rubbed his temples, inexplicably disgusted with this life of being crusaded day after day. It seems that he is used to living a peaceful life, and he is a little slack. Forget it, just kill them all. Since you dare to come to the Thorn Mountain, you must be prepared to come and have no return. Outside of Mount Thorns, numerous bounty hunters are already beginning to experiment with various methods to enter the interior of Mount Thorns. Some try to use ninjutsu to destroy the huge thorns that stand in front of them. Fire escape, how fireball? No, big brother, this thorn is too hard, and even the skin of a fire escapes down. Then burn it a few more times. Others began to circle around Mount Thorn, trying to find a gap big enough for adults to pass through. Hey, don't touch those blood thorns, do you want to die? Isn't this just a slightly bigger thorn? Just look at that guy and you'll know. Damn, how can a big living person become a dry corpse in an instant? Others carefully avoided the spikes on the red thorns and began to leap upwards, and the giant spikes became their foothold. Kakuto is also one of the executors of this method, and it is almost impossible to enter the Thorn Mountain from the bottom, unless the owner of the thorn takes the initiative to open the way. The only way to do this is to enter the interior of Mount Thorns from above, where the sun shines through. Their bounty hunters have the same goal, and until you see Momoji, it's peaceful for the time being, and you can even see two people who don't know each other helping each other. But who knows what calculations they have in their hearts. The person who helped you before is likely to push you up to block the knife in the next second. With the strength of Jiaodu, if he wants, he can be the first to find the entrance to Thorn Mountain before the other bounty hunters. But he didn't, just hung far away at the end of the line, watching the guys rush to the front to help him step on the pit. Eat less. Isn't this stuck, eh? Rapid roar suddenly reached everyone's ears, and the financial bounty hunters stopped and turned to look at the man who was roaring. The man put his hands on a certain fat man and shoved him into the gap with all his might, but the fat man had too much fat and was stuck in the narrow gap. You can't go down, you can't go up. They were lucky enough to find an entrance to Mount Thorns, but alas, now their luck seems to have run out. Sensing everyone's gaze, the roaring man snapped and turned his head in embarrassment, his gaze scanning everyone who was staring at him. When he saw that everyone was pregnant with ghosts, he secretly said that it was not good in his heart. A bounty hunter jumped up to him first, pushed him away, and kicked the fat man in the ass, violently kicking him into the gap. Although the fat man pleaded hard, his movements still did not stop, and some people even stepped forward to help him break the game violently. Bang! Kicked the fat man down, and they all heard the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and the small black slit in front of them was completely exposed in front of them. It's not too big, it's just right for a well-proportioned adult to pass through. Hey, why is this fat man still silent? He peered into the gap, his head blocking most of the sunlight. I could only faintly see what seemed to be a mass below, and the dead fat man who had fallen was motionless on it. He hesitated for a moment, whether he wanted to enter the Thorn Mountain from here. But his deliberate act of blocking the gap angered the bounty hunters who arrived here one after another. Hey, you can't get in! A kick hit him in the ass, nearly sending him in. Don't scream! I'm watching for danger down there, the man roared, stepping back to pull himself out. There was a sudden thrust behind him, and his hand that grabbed the thorn slipped and the whole person fell straight through the gap. Come in, you can test it yourself if there is any danger. He saw it at the moment he was about to land. The darkness below was filled with blood thorns. His body was pierced by blood thorns, and the blood in his body flowed rapidly, turning into a dried corpse in a few seconds. Why didn't you react? The bounty hunters outside knew what had just happened, and the excitement of finding the entrance was slightly diluted. You look at me, I look at you, and they all want to hear the answer from each other. There can't really be a trap, right? Who would let the fire escape? Put a fire escape down there. Although most of the bounty hunters who dared to come to Thorn Mountain were ninjas, the quality was uneven. Not all of them have the same strength as those famous rebel ninjas, most of them are wandering ninjas with little ninjutsu background. Kaguya looked at the many bounty hunters who were surrounded by the gap and shook his head, intending to find a safe entrance on his own. None of these guys can be trusted.